From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and 10 Niners in the Philly 48. Purdy looks left, now middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for the first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
And that is how we start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live as always to begin your week. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Chop. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 84-29. Do you know what that is?
That's I'm gonna guess that is San Fran against Philly and the Cowboys.
You are correct. And we did not even go over it this morning. Both of us getting 42 dropped on our heads by the best team in the National Football League. My goodness.
Yeah.
6-0 turned into 42-19 in filthy.
It was called the rope-a-dope. Because, they were getting destroyed. San Fran was getting destroyed the first quarter. They had, negative 5 or 6 yards total in the first quarter. Get absolutely destroyed. And then it's like, rope-a-dope. Oh, tricked you. Here we come. And they start just dominating that football game. I don't know what else to say. You win 42-10 and then 42-19 against the other two main contenders in the conference, and you have reached I am he status, as Michael Irvin would say.
As we continue to kind of downplay the Cowboys' run, some of us downplaying it like, okay, we need to see it against actual good teams. We need to see something that actually matters. This is what we're talking about. This is the dream. To sit there and score 42 on the Cowboys and Philadelphia is like the ultimate dream.
Yeah.
But look, and this has been the case in my power rankings, many of our power rankings throughout the past few weeks. It is a fact that San Francisco is the best team in the league. It is a fact that it is going to take some type of crazy game that we always remember, like your Rangers-Astros moments, for the Cowboys to take them out in a playoff game, or you are going to have to take advantage of an injury that San Francisco suffers. That's my opinion. Something like that is one of those two things. It's going to have to be an all-time crazy game plan for Mike McCarthy, or turnovers, fluky things that take place, an all-world, all-time performance from CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, someone defensively, something like that, or San Francisco is going to have to struggle and slip because of injury again. Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, whatever they've dealt with earlier in the year, McCaffrey banged up, because this is the way it is.
Yeah, it's
and that goes for the AFC too right now. More on that in a little bit.
Yeah, probably true. It is. It probably does. You can have like Mahomes could beat him. Right? He could have one of his games.
Yeah.
I bet Josh Allen could have one of his games. Lamar could have one of his games. Tua and the Dolphins. But it's going to take something crazy. The Eagles would probably have to. They would slow it down. They would muck it up.
Yeah.
Dak would have a all-world Tampa Bay-like performance last year.
And
right?
the thing is, Philadelphia now knows it this morning too. We knew it. Cowboys, Mike McCarthy went in, ripped up a lot of the beginning of the year game planning, and now Philly knows that damn truth too. They know that San Fran talked all year, made excuses to a lot of people. Even Fred Warner was like, I wish we didn't talk that much, give them credit, blah, blah, blah. They went in that mofo yesterday wearing all black like they did against us. It was like the bullies are here. The bad boys on the block are here, and they were wearing black, and they went in there and shut them up.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. And Philly's had so many good wins this year that I don't think this one would sting them as much.
Oh, say that before Bobby gets in.
Well, he could have all of his.
Yeah, gets in at 8:30.
Yeah, he can have all of his hateful takes that he wants. He's an idiot. He's allowed to have those incorrect takes. Like Philadelphia's had more good wins than the rest of the NFL combined this year. That's just the reality of it. Like they've gone and they've beaten. To go through this stretch they've had at 2-1 so far, where Bobby thought they were going to be 0-4 or 1-3, and they're 2-1. What are you going to say? So I don't think this is going to hit them as much. I think this one hit us way more than it hit them. The San Fran loss.
Okay.
Because it was now another time
Right.
that you've got destroyed by San Francisco.
Story of the game to me yesterday was Yak. I'm looking for the stats to see yards after catch. As if I'm Philadelphia, maybe I'm trying to say to myself, look, guys, they beat us with screens. They threw a bunch of screens. They got 5 or 6 guys out blocking. And that may be a desperate way to try to justify it and say, if we just tackle, if we pursue, if we're more physical, we're okay. They don't hit us for these big, humongous strikes. But that was the story of the game to me. Getting Debo loose. McCaffrey. But screens, setting it up with the blocking, Kyle Shanahan with the schemes and all that stuff. YAC was the story last night for me. Pepe, what did you think?
It's so nice to see when all those Philly fans spent all that money on those tickets just to get blown out. Oh, it was so nice. And I saw the videos pregame of Eagles fans just throwing crap at 49ers fans because 49ers fans, we all know they travel in packs.
Yeah.
They're not just, 2-3 walking down the aisle.
Well, literal gangs.
Yeah, well, that's right. But, no, it was nice to see it. And then, now it's Sunday, and it's not just for, the division almost, but, it could be for the MVP. The winner of Sunday's game.
Woo!
Could be for MVP,
I think it was,
or at least the front
I think
runner.
it was locked up yesterday.
Brock Purdy
Yeah,
does have something to say about that.
that's right. That's what was locked up yesterday.
But I'd like to see a lot of his air yards and Yak for what happened last night.
See, that's the thing. Yak. There are a lot of people put
no.
Yak on the quarterback.
No one's gonna factor that in.
Yeah,
I'm
they don't.
curious for myself.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about MVP vote. I'm just talking about to beat Philadelphia the way San Francisco did it. Purdy, 19-27 for 314 and 4, 11.6 a throw.
Yeah, I think
Hurts
because
was at 6.6 a throw.
yards after catch. I put a lot of that on the quarterback.
Well, none of that yesterday was on Purdy. I'm just
Well,
here.
he puts it in stride.
You didn't watch it then. He was throwing outright screens. It wasn't. Go look at the 4 or 5 biggest plays that they had. He just throwing screens. I'm not talking about perfectly timed slants. Normally, I agree with you, but I'm just saying I got to find the Yak stat from last night. Whether it's reverses, whether it's screens, whether it's 2-yard throws. I think Brock Purdy's a very good player. I'm not arguing the MVP stuff, but last night was not. To me, I didn't watch any of those throws. Basically, there was one to McCaffrey down the left sideline. And I was like, "Whoa, Purdy!" That was money.
Yeah, he had all of his throws to Ayuk. Then down the right sideline again to McCaffrey, or wasn't it Debo? Yeah, there were some screens in there, but that's all part of the system, right? That's all part of the game plan that they have. He's not going to get dinged for that. Because the voters aren't going to remember.
I'm not saying he's going to get dinged for
Yeah.
it. I'm talking about two separate things. I'm talking about the MVP vote. Yes, no one's going to care. I'm just curious for the San Fran versus Philly factor, what Philly can say to themselves of, we get torched in coverage. It wasn't a one-on-one on the outside. It wasn't a man-to-man situation. We got out-schemed. We got out-blocked. That's what I'm trying to justify if I'm Philadelphia. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you could do that if you're Philly. It might be grasping at straws there, but I think you could do it.
Debo's one big touchdown. Let me see. This game was 21-13 with 4 left in the third. That's going to get totally forgotten. Philly can say that too. We're down 8 with 4 left in the third, and then Debo broke loose. It was a little dump off. He broke loose.
Yeah.
He's a beast. He's a monster, and he had that Yak TD. So how y'all feeling about it now overall at 877-881-1053? You and I were kind of on the same side, not minding San Francisco losing this game. Bobby and Peyton still wanted to keep sight of the NFC East, which we're going to lead up to Sunday night, and we have tickets. We have tickets to send you to the game of the year during the 7 o'clock expressway here on Sean and RJ. You were coming at it from a standing standpoint, keeping San Francisco away from Dallas in the playoffs. I was coming at it from I need to feel like San Fran can be legitimately had. I need to feel like, I know Philly can. I need to feel like there are holes in the armor.
Well, we didn't get it.
And they didn't
get that one.
But
the only hole I guess there is that they went a quarter with -6 yards.
Yeah. But
That's
now,
the only armor.
But now I'm like, did we come at it the wrong way because of the way Philly got absolutely manhandled? We tie up Sunday night, and then moving forward, even though the schedules don't line up great for us.
No, because they've got Cardinals, Giants, and then they've got the Giants again. and the Cowboys have Buffalo, Miami, and Detroit. And then who do they wrap up with? They wrap up
Washington,
with Washington. Yeah. So that's brutal, right? Like, we are about to go through a stretch, kind of similar to what Philly did, although we don't face KC and San Fran. We've got our own problems with Miami, which is a nasty team, especially on the road. Just nasty on the road. Then you got to go to Buffalo, which it's in Buffalo. It's in Buffalo. Brutal weather. You're in mid-December.
My guy, Jordan Love, getting it done on Sunday Night Football. We have to use half the show to argue about the college football playoff and why Bobby Belt may have slept at the home of the World Series champs, Globe Life Field, in the parking lot last night, right next to the trophy. We'll talk about it. Glad you're waking up with us. Cowboys ticket giveaway. Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Fires, right side, end zone, leaping grab, Watson, and a sensational grab, back line of the end zone. On the right side, they beat Joshua Williams, a leaping grab by Watson.
Packers Radio with the call. My guy, Jordan Love, winning the quarterback battle last night. 3 touchdowns, 25 of 36 for 267. The QBR was a 90, and the Green Bay Packers, with Tay-Tay in attendance at Lambeau, beat the Kansas City Chiefs 27-19. Here's Green Bay back to 6-6 on the season. Man, and they controlled this game. This was not fluky. And the Packers have now won 3 in a row and 4 of 5.
Man, they are
with no Aaron Jones, that bum, killing me in fantasy.
They're somehow going to sneak into this thing. They are going to sneak into this thing, and they are going to play the 2 seed. They may get the sacrificial lamb for San Fran. Or they might get to go to Detroit again, and they've already won there.
Maybe the Packers will finally beat San Fran without Aaron Rodgers. They're screw it up.
Can you imagine they finally actually do something to the postseason the moment he leaves?
Yeah.
I can't believe what they've done. The most incredible stat I've ever seen last night, that Matt LaFleur has never lost a December football game.
What?
He is now 16-0 in December as a head coach. Blew me away. Threw me for a loop. Couldn't have believed it. How in the world? But there it is. 16-0 in December. Pretty good.
Okay, so last night, all of us went to Jared Sandler's fantastic, maybe once-in-a-lifetime charity event. He had it on the field.
Suck it for charity.
At Globe Life Park. I mean, that was impressive. That's worth the price of admission alone. Thanks to our boy Brian from 407 Barbecue. He brought Chris out there from Panther City. And, I mean, you're just getting to walk on the field after the Rangers won the championship. I could feel like maybe you would be totally in awe, Pepe. I mean, it was cool for everyone, but you're a diehard Ranger fan down there on the field. What'd you think being inside the stadium with the World Series trophy that the Rangers, by the way, I believe are charging $20 for away from events like this? Some people that I know went and took a tour of the stadium the other day, and then they charge an extra $20 for you to take a photo with the trophy. And you can roll your eyes all you want. People are lining up. They're dying to do it.
That's garbage. I'm sorry. That's garbage. You don't charge your fans to go take a photo with the trophy.
Well, when you're a VIP,
cheap.
like
that's cheap ass Ray.
Hey man, you want
That's cheap ass Ray.
You want Shohei or not?
Yeah, we got to find money somehow.
You want to make up for that Bally deal or what?
Crowdsourcing. Why don't you make a GoFundMe then? If you want to be like that, why don't you just be open about it and make a GoFundMe for Shohei?
Well, we're not getting Shohei anyway, but
yeah,
more on that later.
No, but I mean, when you're VIP like we were, you get on the field before everyone else. No, but it was cool. I mean, man, that place looks a lot bigger on the field than it does from the stands.
I felt like it felt smaller. Like this.
Oh, really?
The seats were like right there. I turn around, I'm like, oh my god, the seats are like right there on top of you.
Yeah, it does feel like it's on top of you. If you're sitting in the middle in the infield, like you look up, it's like, oh, okay. It's like a wall of seats. I thought it was pretty cool. I was at first I was like, man, let's go back to Topgolf. I was like, let's go back to it's gonna be just a bunch of walking around. At the end, I was like, okay, it's pretty cool. You got a lot of things you could do, a lot of events. You're not just set right there at your bay.
Yeah.
You're able to walk around, not nearly as like crammed into one spot.
Right.
That was very cool.
Marcus Simeon, Delina of the Shields, Derek Holland, Drew Pearson. They had the bounce house for the kids. They had, what games did anybody play? Anyone get out there and compete, or you just lined up at the open bar, which had serious top shelf liquor and drinks? I was like, is this extra over here? Is this more for the doers and the even bullet and all that stuff? They're like, nope, you got the green wristband. There you go.
The yard pong was one that I threw a ball up a couple times. I let the kids play. I don't want to dominate everyone out there. So I thought about the wiffle ball. I really did. When I heard that adults could go play, I was like, man, should I do that? But
that was a lot. I said to a man, I was like, why is everyone lined up? I'm like, the trophy's over here. There's a line there. Why is everyone lined up over there? It was for the kids. Wiffle ball home run derby.
Yeah. Sarah got in line to do it, and then they were like, nope. She was the first. They cut it off time-wise. It says, nope. Not going to do that.
They had like CA doing a Chris Berman on the mic.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you top that? Super, super impressive.
Very cool.
But then we have to deal with a part of our show as Bobby Belt was hell-bent on being totally, completely wasted during this entire thing. He's taking shots in the car. The first line of his email said, I'm going to be drunk at this event, so I'm sending this now. And as usual, absolute hot mess. Was searching for cash to tip, and I'm like, it's an open bar again. And he's like, no, I can't not have cash to tip. His wife had 100, she would not give it to him because he wasn't going to break it.
Yeah. And
he's like, fine, I'm going to go find an ATM. I just can't. I have to. So he disappears for like 30 minutes searching Globe Life for an ATM.
They take Venmo. I just Venmo'd the girl.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just Venmo'd him.
I know they had it for the parking.
Yeah, I did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just said, hey, do you have a Venmo? I'll just Venmo your tip.
So he disappears. He's drinking the liquor throughout the entire night. He's just going around having to tell everyone how messed up he is.
Homeschool Bobby.
Homeschool.
That's what that was. You got two
Bobby.
Bobbies. You got work Bobby, then you got homeschool Bobby.
Yes.
Homeschool Bobby comes out when he goes out to events to show everybody that he really isn't a homeschool kid.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And then he lets us all know that he has lost his keys in the stadium.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
The keys are gone. They've disappeared. I don't know. I don't know how he got home. Did he get home? He said he had a backup fob. I don't know. Is the car still there in Arlington? No clue. Then I saw some post-event photo with Will Chambers. This thing started at 4
o'clock.
He's at dinner with Will Chambers afterwards. He's putting that up there as the photo. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to be, how he's going to be this morning.
I have no idea. This is I think what happened here, my assumption is that he took his car fob off at valet and gave him just the car. Mm-hmm. And then he kept the regular keys, and then the keys are somewhere on the field. Maybe they fell through the cracks in the dirt. I've never seen it. I don't know what's going on. Did you walk on the dirt at all on the infield?
I mean, like to walk to the outfield.
Yeah. I couldn't believe how many like little tiny cracks there were. I was like, maybe his skis fell through some of the cracks. I was like, what the heck is going on here?
So the fob he has can still start the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like this thing here, like this is my key to my car.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you have that on you and it'll start.
Right.
Yeah.
Now he may have a thing where he could just take this off and keep the rest of his keys.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what he did. But I don't know, man. Like that's wild.
So how was his alcohol level at the end? I took Ollie home earlier than you guys.
He was loud. He got louder as the night went on. He started to talk to just anyone and everyone. He was like, oh, I got to go talk to Jared. I got to go talk to the DJ. I got to go talk to here and here. And he was bouncing all over the place. And poor Kristen was just like a lost puppy out there.
I know.
Just like, and Walchuk was like, I'm so sorry for you. I really am. Like, even though like he knows her a lot, but it was funny. But Bobby was a character, but that's him.
He gets so excited too. He gets so excited in those social situations.
He does.
He was loving it. But big time, impressive event from the Sandman. Had food everywhere that you could look. Had the VIP set up. Had the drinks flowing. The entire field was ours with games, kid friendly, and hopefully they raised an S-ton of money as well. Awesome job. I think I see a big ass forehead.
There he is. Hey,
big ass forehead coming around the corner. Hey, to be alive. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We'll check on Bobby's status, get back to the butt whooping last night in Philadelphia. But let's start round one of arguing over whether the college football playoff got it right with the final six. Next on The Fan.
Be a part of Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On first and goal, the deep back, on play action, used to throw it for Sweat. He caught it. Sweat. How about the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year catching a touchdown pass?
What a gift that the Dallas Cowboys did not play this weekend, so we can dive right into the arguing that broke out yesterday. As soon as we sat down to eat at Jared Sandler's charity event, it was Bobby Belt versus Will Chambers. And get ready for the first radio round here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
I'm trying to figure out, what take each one had because, Will's a college football junkie. I'm trying to figure this one out here.
Who's his school?
Kentucky.
And who was controversially allowed in? And what conference are they both from? What brainwashing, for all the talk of Texas A&M being a cult, I think that means they fit right into the SEC, which is the biggest cult. It needs to be called the Heaven's Gate Conference. You guys are so Jim Jones brainwashed into how elite you are there. Why even have the committee? Why not just put the 4 top SEC teams in every year? Because it is just so necessary to have the SEC present that we've got to disrespect Florida State. We've got to disrespect Ohio State, whoever else you want. Whatever criteria you use to select the CFP, there's no justification for Bama being in there.
Why don't you just say that you hate Alabama so much that's why you're taking this stance? Because Alabama's win over Georgia unarguably is the biggest win of the year in college football.
Wrong.
Oh no,
beating Bama at Bryant-Denny by double digits. No. Okay, fine. I mean, you can say whatever you want,
but Georgia hadn't lost in 3 years, and that is without question the biggest win of the year. Nobody is making the argument other than you that the win was not the biggest win of the year.
I don't hate Bama at all. I love Bama. I'd love to play them 12 weeks out of the year because then Texas would go 12-0 and we wouldn't have any discussion about this. It'd be awesome. So no, I love Bama. But the SEC didn't deserve to be in this year.
Here's the top 6 for those that did not pay attention yesterday. Michigan 1, Washington 2. I saw some people with their predictions maybe think that Washington was going to get 1. They were going to flip them, but it's Michigan 1, Washington 2. Bobby and Peyton's Texas Longhorns that you heard on Texas radio coming back from AT&T Stadium. The Longhorns are 3. And then the controversy with Alabama getting in at number 4. The Florida State Seminoles left out at 5. And the Georgia Bulldogs at 6. RJ Choppy, give us your thoughts.
Look, they got it right. Florida State, you can say all you want about their resume the whole year. The committee did not view it like that. The committee viewed them as a 2-0 football team. And a 2-0 football team that looked bad doing it. And look, if they had quarterback play, even as good, let's just say they had SMU's back, because SMU had a backup playing this weekend.
Congratulations to them.
And he played pretty well. Let's just say Florida State over these last 2 games, and they had 2 different quarterbacks because the other one went down with a concussion. Let's just say they played that well. They're probably in. And they would have deserved it. But they didn't. They didn't play well at all. If they played as well as Cardale Jones did against Wisconsin, where he put up 59, if he played as well as even Joe Milton last year, Bobby, who at the end of the year, they're probably in.
Right, because I do recall last year you aggressively arguing for the Hendon Hookerless Tennessee Volunteers to be given all this credit that you don't want to give to Florida State.
But they still were left out. They still should not have made the Final Four.
By the way, even with Hendon Hooker, they got their ass kicked. Tennessee did.
But they still should not have made it. My only thing was they should have been ahead of Bama.
With or without Jordan Travis, this team was undefeated. They did in the ACC. It doesn't matter. If you take the name Clemson, and put it on Florida State, they put Clemson in over Bama.
It's very hard to take you. First off, I totally agree with RJ. So this is going to be a very fun show, especially while you're really massively hungover.
I'm not hungover at all. I feel great.
He's still drunk.
I feel great.
There's 2 things. Number 1, it's very hard to take you seriously because you are incapable, more so than RJ. RJ has grown in leaps and bounds.
About time, only 44.
You're incapable of admitting that you're wrong. So your Bama take throughout the year, you're not going to retract.
You agree with
admit
me.
Admit that you were wrong on. That's number 1. So you're not going to apologize on your Bama thing.
Nope. Philadelphia Crimson Vikings.
So if they win out, you're not going to give them credit for winning
Oh,
out.
they went out there, but they're not going to do that. They will get their ass kicked by either Michigan or
They are
Washington
going to
or Texas.
destroy Michigan.
Zero chance.
Michigan is a garbage team. I can make the argument that your 4 best teams is that Texas should be number 1, and then Bama, and then Georgia, and then Ohio State.
We'll get into.
I could easily make that argument.
We've got a lot of time for the future matchup build-up. Let's save some segments. Let's not burn it like the other 2 shows. And then number 2, Bobby, you are completely ignoring the part of the criteria that cost the Seminoles, and you knew it was going to cost the Seminoles because you predicted this Final Four. And part of that criteria is we are going to take injuries or major coaching changes into account. The big question here is, how fair is that? You have your Johnny 100% effort people out there saying, well, then, Cardale Jones did it, and we're going to need a case study on Ohio State to compare because that's everyone's comparison. Why would you count out the 3rd string? It's not going to be the 3rd string in a month. It's going to be the 2nd string. You rah, rah, roo, roo. And the rest of us are saying, no, man, you are not as good of a team with your backup quarterback. You're not a true championship contender. That's what this comes down to. For those that all played on the field, your Booger McFarlands, we got to go out and settle it. We proved that we could go into the swamp, beat Florida by 9, 24-15. We proved that we could beat Louisville 16-6, the number 14 team in the country. But don't ignore the part of the criteria where they said you have an injury like this, it's going to cost you.
That's completely fair. That's fine. That's why I said, regardless, whichever criteria you want it to be, who are the 4 that earned it? Who are the 4 best teams, period? Bama is not included in the top 4. They're just not. Ohio State deserves to be there over Bama.
Let me ask you this.
By the way, Ohio State's quarterback, they just announced his transfer, Kyle McCord. He's leaving. Yeah, so the Buckeyes are losing their quarterback.
Well, they'll probably get an upgrade. Let me ask you this. Tomorrow, seriously, though.
Yep.
Neutral field, Alabama versus Florida State. What would you set the spread?
Bama minus 13.5. That's why I said, if we're talking about who is better, though, if that's the criteria of who are the 4 best that deserve to be in, then we're talking about Ohio State over Bama. But then it's they won the SEC title. It does not matter.
They're saying that Florida State. They're saying Florida State is not a legitimate contender with their quarterback situation. That's part of the criteria, and you're agreeing with it.
I know. I said no. What I said was, if you are going to give the criteria as who are the 4 that have earned it, regardless of anything else, Florida State deserves to be in. If you're talking about who are the 4 best teams right now, Florida State does not deserve to be in, but Bama doesn't either. That's my whole thing. That regardless of the criteria, this is the SEC cult mindset.
You know what's getting lost?
It is.
You know what's getting lost in this whole thing, and it goes back to RJ's point like 5 minutes ago. The Georgia Bulldogs are getting completely disrespected, and they're going to be completely forgotten.
Georgia's better than Bama.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
And Bama beat them.
That's okay.
And they went through the SEC. We got to factor in strength of schedules. We got to look at all that stuff. But
Bama's
the fact
strength
that
of record was 3rd, strength of schedule was 5th.
For who?
Bama.
What?
Strength of record was 3rd, strength of schedule was 5th.
The fact that they beat Georgia, we cannot lose sight of it.
Basically, a home game for Georgia in Atlanta.
And we're going to lose sight of it. We are. Ohio State's going to get kind of forgotten and disrespected in this whole thing throughout the year, and Georgia is as well. That Georgia dropped from 1 to what?
1 to 6, which is an unprecedented drop. No team has ever been number 1 in the sorry, Peyton, I said it properly. No team has ever been number 1 in the second to last ranking. Penultimate, and then fallen out. Every other team that was in Georgia's spot stayed in the rankings after a loss, and Georgia didn't.
Yeah.
Like, you could easily make the if you
I
want
can
to
make the case they got screwed the most.
If you want to make the case that Georgia should be number 4, not Bama, I'm not going to argue with you there.
They are so thirsty for Nick Saban and the Crimson Tide, the CFP committee. They wanted it so bad, and then freaking McElroy slobbering all over the committee of the bravery you had to put the 4 best in there. Bama's not one of the 4 best. Do you think? Regardless, you understand. Like, I know you're saying, hey, you beat Georgia. That's a huge victory. You deserve to be rewarded. You went undefeated in the SEC, everything else. But do you think right now that you'd say Bama's one of the 4 best teams in the country right now?
Yes.
You think they're who's out? Are they better than?
They're better than Florida State.
Are they better than Georgia?
I don't know.
Look, if they ran it back, I think Georgia probably would win the next game.
Georgia wins more if you play 10. Georgia wins most of those.
I agree. Keep going.
Michigan. Michigan's been the best team in the country all year.
I think Michigan's trash. I think Michigan and Washington.
You just hate the Big
Michigan
Ten.
can't score.
Michigan can't score.
Michigan can't score.
No one can score on Michigan. That's the problem.
Because they play Iowa.
You hate defense. You hate defense. That's why you're going to be biased.
You won't admit that you're wrong about your Saban take. It's hard to take you seriously.
Wait. What's my Saban take?
You said, Alabama. Here we go. Alabama. They're mid now, and Nick Saban's not going to be able to buy his players, and the NIL is even thing out. And I was like, don't discount him. Don't sit there and you thought when they lost to Texas, like a lot of people did, they were on their way to a 3 or 4 loss season. They responded, maybe his best coaching job ever, and you can't get over that. You're so bitter about it, and you're trying to stick to your narrative that you don't want to say that they're playing incredible football right now.
They're not playing incredible. They
beat Georgia.
They did.
Beat Georgia.
That's
a hell of a
huge
win.
victory. It is. So's Texas going to Bryant-Denny winning by double digits.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is that when you look at
and
Alabama
Bama,
over the season,
and here's why the Bama Georgia win may be better, because of the team. Committee does not take this into account either. Bama's a much better team right now than the team you all beat. I'm not taking away from Texas. Texas deserves it. They should get the credit. But Jalen Milroe got demoted.
The week after, right?
Right after that. Bama,
a week or two
he
after.
is a much better quarterback. Ray Charles could see it. You could see it last night after your 9th shot of whatever you were drinking. And that's why that's why they're a better football team.
When you look at over the course of this season, it is completely fitting the Eagles and the Crimson Tide. Those are the same football teams right now, because you've got the quarterback named Jalen, who can't actually throw; he just runs. That's the fitting on both teams. You've got the fact that we are going to style point everything they've done. They lucked out against Auburn.
They did.
They got handled most of the game by USF. The South Florida Bulls should have beat them. It was pathetic. Texas handled them.
That was the game they benched. That they didn't start Milroe, right? That was the game that they played.
You just can't keep track of your arguments.
Texas A&M should have beat them.
On one hand, you don't have a true, real answer for who 4 should be, and on the other side, you're just bitter towards the SEC. That's what it is. You're pissed off. You're mad.
Which is odd, because you're going to be in it.
I'd rather stay in the Big 12 at this point. I don't want to join a cult. I don't want to drink the Kool-Aid. I don't want Marshall Applewhite and the Heaven's Gate Conference to brainwash
So
me.
who should be 4?
If we're talking about in the sense of who are the 4 best teams, Ohio State should be the 4th that gets swapped in.
Okay, so your argument is for Ohio
State or Georgia. They're both better than Bama. I'm not saying Bama's not a top 6 team in the country. They are. But Bama, there's no reasonable argument to put them in the top 4.
Winning the conference championship doesn't mean anything.
Because that is a criteria.
Winning the conference championship.
That is a criteria.
Look, if it's not for playing in the same conference as the best team in the country right now, Michigan, Ohio State runs. And they lose by 6. They barely lose on the road to the best team in the country. Yeah. I don't think they should be penalized like that.
There's more for me, not the best team in the country. I mean, they're not.
Because you have the SEC like
first of all,
brainwashing.
Washington's resume is far better than Michigan's.
Yes, Washington has probably the strongest resume in the country.
Better. And Washington's trash. Their quarterback stinks. He's garbage.
Gosh. You were trying to argue him for the Heisman all year.
He's having a great year, but he can't throw. He throws like Josh Heupel. He's got that little that push throw. He's a push thrower. He's got no arm.
He's
like Max Johnson.
You can't talk to me
Max Johnson out there.
You cannot talk to me like this about Michael Penix, who arguably should win the Heisman, and then try to tell me Jalen Milroe, he's great. And you're talking about mechanics and ugly throwing.
Penix is a much better quarterback than Jalen Milroe.
Look, you just said Penix is awful.
Penix just can't throw. He doesn't have a good arm at all.
Look,
Sean would be like sitting there throwing. He'd be talking to him in the contract of him throwing chest passes and change-ups.
It's unfortunate for Florida State. It sucks if their quarterback does not get hurt. And here's another part of the argument. If their quarterback does not get hurt, this is not a discussion. It's not an argument.
They're number 1.
Now, is it fair for us to just discount them because of their backup quarterback? That is a great part of the argument. The other part of the argument that Bobby and other anti-SECers have is, and Kirk Herbstreit kept hammering this home, he said this would apply to anyone. If J.J. McCarthy got hurt, Michigan would be dinged.
They'd be out.
If Milroe, he got benched at some point in time in the year. But you name any of the top 4 quarterbacks. I'm blanking. Penix. If Penix got hurt, Washington would be dinged. There are those like Bobby and those that hate the SEC and think that it's all rigged that don't believe that.
There's
if
Clemson.
Clemson.
Clemson is the example. If Florida State's name is Clemson and all the goodwill that Clemson has built up with the CFP committee over the last several years.
Florida State is a bigger program than Clemson.
Historically.
The Florida State Seminoles. I know you're probably too young for it, that you may not have been able to watch TV homeschooled. The Florida State Seminoles were
Florida State's a bigger brand than just about all these schools that are in it. They're a bigger brand than Washington. They're not a bigger brand than Michigan. They're not a bigger brand than Texas or Alabama, but they're a huge brand.
Yes. Right. Typically, they have been one of the bigger brands in college football over the last 30, 40 years. I get all that.
And all the people in that room, those committee members, are 75 years old.
Clemson in the last several years has been one of the mainstays. It's been Clemson, Georgia, Bama, Clemson, Georgia, Bama. That has been, and Ohio State thrown in there. That's been the CFP's love affair for the last decade.
Absolutely.
So if Clemson, who was given way too much credit at the beginning of the season to begin with, as one of the top teams in the country, even though everybody could see that they were not the same team. If they lose Klubnik and they're back, and Klubnik's not even very good. He's not even as good as Jordan Travis. But if you have the same exact scenario, the same schedule, everything else, they put Clemson and Alabama. 100% they do.
I don't think so, man, because, listen, Florida State had historically an awful offense over the last 2 weeks. They were terrible. Would they throw 55 yards passing? They scored 3 points in the first half. The team they played just gave up 40 to Kentucky.
We saw the evidence of their quarterbacks.
Yeah,
what if it was 3 days ago?
If it was if Travis got hurt in the game,
they may have got more benefit of the doubt.
They're going to get in.
Yeah,
they're going to get in if he got hurt in the game. The fact that it was 3 weeks ago, or if he got hurt 10 weeks ago, like he said, if he got hurt 10 weeks ago, they're probably in.
That's
because they would have won without that guy, without their guy, and they would have had time to grow.
How are we feeling about the NFC East and the NFC after what San Francisco did last night in Filthy? Round 2 of Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Make holiday magic with something.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Now you goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
49ers radio with the call. For the second time this year, San Francisco destroys a dream NFL matchup. They put 42 on our ass, and they put 42 on Filthy last night in Philadelphia. Good morning, Metroplex. This is going to be a show you are not going to want to miss. Already fireworks over the CFP in the first segment. We're going to have them here, I'm sure. And we're going to have a Cowboys-Eagles ticket giveaway to send you to Sunday Night Football coming up in the 7 o'clock expressway. So don't go anywhere till at least 8. Otherwise, you're going to cost yourself maybe the game of the year. Todd Archer, by the way, saying, with the Eagles' loss, if the Cowboys beat Filthy Sunday, they will move into first place in the NFC East based on a better division record. It'll be 4-1 versus 3-1. If both teams finish the year 14-3, the Eagles would win the division based on better conference record. So that's Todd Archer. If the Cowboys win Sunday, they're in first. But if both teams win out, Eagles would win based on better conference record.
Yeah, because we got the Cardinals, Niners, and Eagles lost, and they would have the Niners and Cowboy loss. Because their other loss is an AFC loss to the Jets. So we had a college football situation. We both have bad losses.
Yeah,
Jets and the Cardinals are bad losses, and then both teams would have good losses. I mean, you lose a close one to Philly, it's a good loss.
Yeah,
Philly loses a close one here, it's a good loss. Whatever, you know what I mean. So, like, they would have that, but that's it. That's why I thought Philadelphia winning was better for us. I'm more worried about San Francisco because too many things have to happen for us still to win the division. Like, we need to have them get picked off by Arizona or the Giants, and I just don't know what's going to happen.
All right, Bob, you said that this was going to happen. It was going to be a double-digit point victory for San Fran. You wanted this to happen when we were having this debate late last week. What does last night tell you?
Well, first off, this was set up for Philadelphia to have every advantage to make this a game that they won. Like, this is at the link. This is awful weather. This is just great. Like dreary rain, sloppy. Like, this sets up for that. There's no way any team should have scored 42 points on that surface in that weather last night. And the fact that they did, to me, and I get Dallas's loss in week 5 was embarrassing. It's awful. To me, losing by 32 to San Francisco in Santa Clara is not as bad as losing by 23 to San Francisco at your home field in the kind of conditions that you like to play in already. Like, that sets up perfect for Philadelphia to play their football game. But it just, I think it finally, the luck ran out for Philadelphia over the last several weeks. Kansas City outplayed them. Buffalo outplayed them. San Francisco outplayed them, and it finally resulted in a loss. I just think you're finally going to start seeing the cracks come through here. And by the way, 314 yards, 4 touchdowns on 19 completions for Brock Purdy. He had, of those 314 yards, it was 112 air yards. So he had 202 yards after catch yesterday.
Yeah.
The
that game was about yak.
That touchdown to Ayuk, the first one, Shanahan's a genius. The orbit motion with Samuel and then the play action. I mean, the stuff that he draws up is, they always say, like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. He somehow does every single time with his play design.
And Brady Quinn was talking about it. He's like, Purdy.
Brady Quinn?
Yep. He's a football analyst.
Speaking of undeserving college quarterbacks.
He was talking about Purdy never really has to go past the second read with Kyle's system. It's like the first guy's not open. The second guy is going to be open. And you have Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, McCaffrey. They're absolutely loaded. There was never much of a question in my mind that San Francisco was going to win this game. And they show resolve being down 6-0. Purdy starts off 0 for 4 passing. San Fran had 2 3-and-outs after 1 quarter. And then in the second quarter alone, 173 yards for San Fran, scoring on touchdown drives of 85 and 90.
And when you watch this game early, it looked like, oh, okay, they've got a game plan here. Like they know they kept hitting those slants to AJ Brown. It'd be like, oh, here's an 8-yard slant, catch and run. Like they looked like they had a good idea of how to attack the San Francisco secondary when you watch those first opening drives, and then it fell apart. San Francisco responded like they do. After this game, and when we look at how they've played all this season, when they've been healthy, like you can't say anybody's better than San Francisco this year.
Nope.
Like they're a different level. And it really strikes me when you watch the noon games, especially yesterday, how bad offense is in the NFL right now.
Awful.
It's brutal to watch these games every Sunday to see just how inept some of these offenses are. And so when you see a team that clicks and everything is just so in rhythm like San Francisco when they're healthy, that's going to be really tough to beat.
We are seeing like a, because like the league is going to become such a passing league, and the discrepancy between haves and have-nots of quarterbacks is so high that trying to play a way like, Kansas City does, or a lot of these passes, and if you don't have that guy, it breeds bad football. Tough to watch football.
And even if you have Kellen Moore, it's tough to watch football.
Holy cow.
Get into in a second. Just set that up for a little troll bait out there. What about the sideline incident? Here are all the things I was getting hyped for. And the only bad part of the Jared Sandler charity event, he didn't have the game on for once. I was expecting the game on the screen. Instead, it was Jared. The only time I saw him during the whole night. He had to, of course, put himself on the Jumbotron to equal out the size thing. He had his logo up from the charity. No game. Except Zach Wolchuk was saving me watching it on the phone. But the build-up was getting me even more hype. San Fran comes in wearing all black. They had a Purdy pinata in the parking lot beating this thing in filthy. San Francisco fans recorded walking in with these animals, with these vermin, giving them the middle fingers and yelling and screaming expletives at them. You had the GOAT, Jerry Rice, standing right in front of the crowd and holding up the fingers, the rings, one by one to all the filthy fans. And then San Francisco interrupted Philadelphia's pregame warmups just like they did to us. It's just an intimidation mental factor that no one else can match up with. They know they're the biggest. They know that they're the baddest. And they talked all off season and went and backed it up. Talked that smack, went and backed it up. Then during the game, this freaking meatball, Dom DeSandro, the Eagles' head of security, he's standing on the sidelines and decides to intervene and put his hands on Dre Greenlaw of the 49ers. Greenlaw responds back, makes contact with the guy's face. Both of them are ejected midway through the third quarter. Kyle Shanahan talked about the incident after.
Tried my hardest not to lose my mind. Hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too bad. I didn't get to see it all from where I'm at, but when I start hearing people explain it to me and stuff, and I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guy's face. And from what I was told, Dre did it back to him, and I was told that he kind of mashed him in the face a little bit, so he got ejected. But it was a very frustrating play. I got to watch it to have a true opinion on it, but I loved how we rallied after it.
I hate that Greenlaw got tossed. I understand why he made contact. You never see a team official like that on the sidelines involved in the fray, putting his hands on Greenlaw first.
I thought it was weak. I thought it was weak to suspect to kick either one of them out. The guy went up there, literally broke up two guys. That's it.
He has no business doing it. It's not his damn job.
Wait, hang on a second.
It's the play. Go ahead.
He's breaking up two guys, John, on the sideline. He's trying to get into.
He is a bouncer. They have football players for that. If you've not seen the history of the sport where the players break up stuff, get his fat ass out of there and against the back wall by the heaters. What are you, the director of security doesn't intervene with sideline fights?
It's a fight between. He's trying to protect the players from getting penalties.
No. What are you talking about?
Who cares what he's doing? He's trying to break up a fight.
It's not his role.
He wasn't even
his
trying
role.
to break.
Watch the crowd. Watch the people in the stands. You've never seen that before.
He stepped to Dre Greenlaw. He wasn't separate. He stepped to Dre Greenlaw. It was more like back off of my guy. That's not trying to stop a fight.
He involved himself.
Where is the step
right
to
there?
Dre?
That's the step to Dre.
He's separating two people.
Oh my God! It did. If that maybe went over to the bench area, it was right on the sideline. Choppy.
He needs to stay.
Talking about.
Yeah, you can't have guys get involved. Like it's always players who break it up. He cannot get involved in that.
There's 5 coaches over here and players trying to break this thing up. I don't know. I thought it was weak. I thought it was weak to kick Greenlaw out. I thought it was weak to kick the other guy. I mean, you might get the other guy out because they don't belong there, fine. But I didn't think it was an egregious move. Like, oh my God, this is such a crime against humanity that this guy tried to get between two players. I don't know what the hell Shanahan's talking about taunting anybody. I mean, he broke up a fight. This is not a big deal to me.
877. I mean, we just don't see it in any other games, in any other season, with someone right there on the sideline that's not wearing a uniform or a headset getting involved. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. And now we wait on Shaq Leonard, as he, according to Diana Rossini, was going to make the decision after yesterday's game. So what is Shaq Leonard thinking after yesterday's game? What is he thinking right now? Is he thinking they need me more than Dallas does? What is he thinking? And at what point, as a Cowboy fan, like, yo, man, I'm sick and tired of waiting around for this dude.
Yeah, what's his? It's hard to. You'd have to know his thought process. Is he ego driven? Does he look at it and go like, who needs rescuing? Who needs me to come in and save them?
Right.
Or is he like, well, I want to go to the team that has the better chance? Either way, he might think it's Philly. Like, after watching that game, he might think they need my help more, and he also might think Philly's in a more advantageous position. I think Dallas wants Shaq Leonard. I think Dallas is sober about what Shaq Leonard can actually do right now. Like, we've talked about this Knicks line last week, where it's like, it's not a mystery to Dallas why he got released in Indianapolis. When everybody's like, well, why'd that happen? Dallas has a sense of it. I think they understand he is not the same player anymore, but he'd be better than the linebackers that they're running out there, so they want him on the field. They'd like to have him. I think that this has to benefit Dallas more than it harms them, the result you see on the field yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not going to lose sleep if they don't get him. I don't. If he was that good, I don't think Indianapolis is demoting him and all that stuff. So if they don't get him, they don't get him. It probably benefits the Cowboys a little bit more just from a depth standpoint, but I mean, I'm not really paying attention to Philly's fourth linebacker. But yeah, if they don't get him, I'm not going to lose sleep. Are you losing sleep?
Not losing sleep. I'll be annoyed.
It helps. He would help.
It helps.
He'd make them better. Does he make them leaps and bounds better? No, but he does improve that. He makes them better than the T.Y. Hilton edition made them last year. Like, it moves the needle more than that did.
So hopefully we get the decision this morning and at the very latest this afternoon. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Back to the college football fight. We have a Cowboys Eagles ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway. And what else happened around the rest of the NFL yesterday? We have all of it for you here on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you some help at Better.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Hill in motion, goes to the right, looking for him. Deep down the field, and he got him! What a movement by Hill to catch that football! He was turned inside, Joe. The ball was hit, thrown to the outside, and he weaved his way back. Another bomb to Hill, touchdown.
The MVP, my guy, Tyreek Hill on Miami radio, 5 for 157, 31 a catch with 2 touchdowns. That's it. 78-yard bomb as the Miami Dolphins destroy the Commanders 45-15. My initial thought in this game was get Ron Rivera out of here. And then I'm like, no, keep him there to lose. If I'm Josh Harris, the DC owner. Rivera's like, I'm going to take over the defensive duties. Jack Del Rio, I'll see you at the Capitol. Head on over there for the reunion coming up.
Yeah.
You can head on over there. I'll handle this. And he got smoked too. 45-15, Miami destroys DC, and Tyreek and Tua just go off.
They had 4 guys of 10 yards per catch or more, 6 with 8.
Jeez.
That offense. I mean, they're the Miami Cowboys. They beat up on the dregs of society, and then they don't do much when it comes time to play a real team.
Right.
Now, maybe they went at home, but you know that's they are an offensive. Those two, the Cowboys and Miami, if they meet up in the Super Bowl, whatever, you can't put the number high enough. You cannot put that number, the total high enough. I could see the total being in the high 60s in that game. That won't be, but I could see it.
That wouldn't be a bad bet. Now, Washington.
But by the way, though, think about the pace Miami was on earlier in the year. The Dallas Cowboys have now scored more points. They've scored 4 more points than the Miami Dolphins, same amount of games.
Washington the last 2 weeks now has been outscored 90-25. That's what they've put up the last few weeks. They've given up 45 back-to-back weeks, can't get in the offense going. But yeah, you fired the defensive coordinator, you fired the secondary coach. That was going to make it all better. That was Ron Rivera hoping to save his job, and man, it's not going to work out. That is a bad football team.
And this is Washington coming off a mini bye.
Yeah, they had the 10-day layoff.
Yeah.
They were playing at home. Didn't matter.
All right, Detroit, looking at their standing in the NFC. Now I'm trying to figure out if we want to be above, we want to be below. San Fran, Philly, dodging 5-4 in the conference and everything like that. As you have come up with a pretty strong opinion about your Lions.
That defense, they cannot win. They are not a threat to win the NFC. New Orleans could not move the football for a month. Maybe more, but for a month, that was the first touchdown pass Derek Carr threw, or a drive he led that ended in a touchdown since November 5th. All right, and they wound up scoring 28. Prior to this, they had scored 15, 19, 24. They scored 38 against the Colts. That was a long time ago. That was over a month ago. That is a team that can't score. Doesn't matter who the quarterback is. And the Lions could not stop them after the first quarter.
And Jameis ends up in this game. I know we're talking like Detroit lost, but they did not.
Goff fakes the give, goes end around. Now they flip it on the second back coming around. That is Jameson Williams inside the 15, inside the 10, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions.
So the Lions do win. They have not looked that impressive at all. They are the 3 seed in the conference. Philly 1, San Fran 2, Detroit 3. Atlanta 4, Cowboys 5, Minnesota 6, my Green Bay Packers 7, the Rams. Props to Sean McVay as the Rams destroy. Well, I don't know how many props you give for Joe Flacco. They resurrected Joe Flacco to suit up for Derek Collins' Cleveland Browns. The Rams destroyed them. Seattle is the 9 behind the Rams. Tampa Bay is the 10. So that's where the Lions, all of a sudden on shaky ground, though. They're the 3 seed, but it feels like they are definitely on shaky ground.
Yeah, I mean, they were up 21-zip.
Yeah.
It was the fastest 3-touchdown, 21 points scored in an NFL game in over a decade. They were quick. 21-zip 5 minutes in. ish. And then their defense just couldn't stop anybody, and they tried to hit the air of the ball way too quick. They hang on to win. 33 points is good, but, man, you can't give up 28 to the Saints.
And now Bobby will take another loss in the past 12 hours.
Another? I haven't taken any yet.
You've lost your keys.
Oh, yeah.
Made an ass of yourself at a kid's charity event. Got locked out of your house. You have lost the CFP argument, and now you're going to lose again with the great Kellen Moore trending yesterday.
Did they win?
As the Chargers beat the Patriots 6-0, and New England becomes the first team since 1938 to lose 3 straight games while allowing 10 or less. Are we missing a great supreme
defense here?
New England defense here?
This is unbelievable.
They lost all 3 while allowing 10 points or less. Justin Herbert, Kellen Moore, and the Chargers score 6.
You messy.
You remember when Austin Eckler was like, I need more money, too valuable to this football team, you need to pay me. And then he goes out there yesterday, 14 carries, 18 yards for Austin Eckler, a log of
good?
4. Brutal. Yeah, the Chargers were not good yesterday. But for most of this year, the Chargers have been a top 10 offense, so I still don't think that that's anything they sucked yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. They've been top 10 in yards and points.
26 a game.
They've been yards and points top 10 most of the year. In fact, I think heading into this week, they were 8 and 10.
But Mitchell Schwartz, former NFL offensive lineman, tweeted.
I saw it. I saw you retweeting all the McCarthy love yesterday. You couldn't help yourself.
Mitchell Schwartz tweeted, we're going to have some crazy revisionist history looking back on Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy after this year. It should be happening already, but man, what an unbelievable turn of events. Moore is the pumpkin and McCarthy the hero. That is not what anyone was expecting. Oh, Mikey Bassing. I hope you read that, Mike.
They're running Kellen's offense right now, so.
You know, I do want to ask Jerry that tomorrow.
And he'll say, no, because I told you earlier in the season, it's impossible to go back to it.
Yes. So that's Mitchell Schwartz throwing the shade at Kellen Moore. And now, we won't even get to the Belichick report yet. RJ Choppy with a hot take quarterback opinion.
I don't know if this is a hot take. When you score 6 points, it ain't a hot take. But Justin Herbert, I'm sorry, he is not an elite quarterback.
It's over. The hype is over. Like, are we?
You don't agree?
Are we ending?
I don't agree that he's not an elite quarterback.
Are we ending Herbert hype like Trevor Lawrence? Does he belong in the Trevor category?
Oh, I think he's. Isn't he older than Trevor? He's a year older, right?
I don't know. They're right around the same age.
I think it's in the same situation. There is no doubt Miami made the right decision. That's over.
Say what that decision
was. Are you not a QBR guy? Like, that's one of the whole stats you lean on. He is fifth
QBR.
in the NFL.
Yeah, I like QBR.
He is right there behind Mahomes.
I like QBR.
Tua's nowhere.
Look, he's a good player.
Tua's nowhere near him.
He's a good player. Tua's second DVOA. I like DVOA better. If your DVOA is
right
low,
now you do, yeah.
No, if your DVOA is low and your QBR is high, it means you're beating bad teams.
It's 25-24. Trevor Lawrence is 24. What does that? What does that have to do with anything?
I was thinking years in the league, just okay. Years in the league.
But you are saying that the Miami Dolphins.
Oh yeah, by drafting Tua. Yeah, I think that's over and done with. I mean, he has put up much better numbers than Justin Herbert. I don't even think it's close. He's done. Now there's an injury issue. Now I'm not factoring that in. I'm not factoring any injuries in. Tua could be out of the league next week with his concussion issue. So I'm not factoring that in. Just from when they've been on the field and when they've been healthy, it's not even close though. Tua's been a much better player.
I wanna agree with you. I love your take. It's just it's like looking at the hot girl and knowing that she's an uppity up snob, but you're not dismissing her because of the looks. Like you know that she's not cool, she's not marriage material, but you're like, she's just too hot. That's Herbert for me.
It's Herbert.
That's Herbert.
Because he does everything. He has everything. He has the arm. He's got the size. He's got the looks. He's got everything.
Yeah,
the looks.
He cleared up his face.
He cleared up his face. You cannot be an elite quarterback and be ugly. You can't. Find me the one. Find me the elite.
That's why Trevor Lawrence is an elite.
Was Peyton handsome?
Peyton's the one. He's the one. Like, no, seriously, like Peyton's the one. Elway was good looking. Marino was good looking. Brady was good looking.
If you like teeth.
For what, Elway? Yeah, he had great hair though. He had flowing hair.
Yeah.
All those guys. Even Bradshaw, that dope on TV. Aikman, good looking.
Yeah,
Roger, good looking.
But Bradshaw is not good.
Bradshaw back in the day.
He's an
back in the day.
He had Bobby's hairline.
No,
Bobby's hairline.
He had that good North Louisiana, Southern Arkansas look to him. All right, that was a rugged individual. He looked like the Marlboro Man.
All right, before we leave this game, the Would you like to counter the Herbert take before we move on?
No, I just think that I mean there are circumstances surrounding Herbert and context where like we've seen
his offensive coordinator.
No, I mean we've seen it this year. Like we saw it firsthand with Dallas. The dude, like he does not have reliable receiving threats all the time. The guy
Keenan Allen.
He has got Keenan Allen's good, but everybody else on that team drops passes routinely from him. And I mean, we saw it pretty consistently in the Dallas
defense.
game. There have been times his offensive line where he is running for his life, and so I think context matters.
Last 2 games, he has not thrown for 218 yards.
So you would take Dak over Herbert right now, is what you're saying?
Yes, I don't even think it's close.
Not just how they're playing now. Like if you're building a team, you want Dak
Dak's
over
career's
Herbert.
been much better.
Would you take? I would still take Herbert over Tua. I
would too.
I think Tua is more of a recipient of his circumstances and system. That's just me. Props. I've been wrong on him so far. I admit that, but Herbert does get a pass. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. He does get a pass. What is the Bill Belichick report that's out there, Ralph?
Man, this is surprising, but there's reports out there from Albert Breer that Bob Kraft's preference is an amicable divorce with Bill. The issue is going to be is that the contract is there still, and he is owed money. So Bob wants him basically to retire or decide he wants to coach again and ask for a trade to another team. The people around Bill believe that he doesn't want the trade because he doesn't want the team he's going to give up compensation. Now, what is the draft compensation for coaches? It's different for everybody. You know, Bill, when he went to New England, I mean, the Jets got a first round pick, but I don't know that he's worth a first round pick anymore. I don't think he ever was, but I don't think he's going to get one now.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to give up a first round pick for a guy who's going to come in there and try to establish
dominance?
Everything of it. Like, he's not a push you over the edge coach, I don't feel like. Like he's not that he's not a great coach, but that he's going to walk in. I don't think he's just going to walk in and go.
You don't think the Dallas Cowboys, I know this is stupid of me. You don't think the Dallas Cowboys would be another level or 2 levels higher up in terms of coaching if Belichick replaced Mike?
I think if Belichick walks in here, he doesn't just say, oh, okay, I'll take what you're giving me. Let me elevate it. I think Belichick walks into any place and the way that he is and the way that he likes to implement his system and his culture, he would naturally, no matter how close the team was, have to tear it down a little bit and build it back the way he wanted. Because he's so particular about how his teams are that I think it naturally probably creates some regression early, even if he's able to push you over the top eventually.
And this ties into the McDaniels thing, the reports that come out of Vegas.
Oh, I mean, that he was...
This is what you should think of when Belichick goes to his next spot.
So there was a lot going on here with McDaniels and Mark Davis to the point where he was almost not scared of Mark. He just didn't want to have anything to do with Mark Davis. Like, he didn't want him around. He was just very kind of uneasy. But there was a Raider player who said when the Raiders beat the Patriots, the whole team was excited for Josh. They said the win was for Josh.
Yeah.
The next day he comes in, he's not acting excited about the win at all. Not acting. All the players talking about how this is a kid's game. We're out here risking CTE. We won this game for you, and you come in the next day and you're not even happy about it. And it just showed like this was like
all business.
Coaches that do it the best at the professional level, they treat the game as important, but also fun, as the whole team as a family, that it's serious, but it's also not serious stuff we're dealing with here. And McDaniels completely forgot that. And maybe Bill forgets that too. And he got away with it because of Tom.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's the way it feels. That's the narrative that's being spun is Belichick and McDaniels are the last 2 guys you want at a party. They're going to ruin everything. But I'll give you another girl analogy. They have the hot girl on their arm. And Bill had Tom, so you invited them to the party. But they're just miserable. Miserable people.
Yeah.
And going to make things miserable on everybody else.
Yep. Like, and I think what the Raider players are saying is like, dude, when you win a game and the only thing you think about is the next game, as opposed to just enjoy it for a day.
Yeah.
That's 24-hour rule.
Round 2 on whether the College Football Playoff Committee got it right or wrong. Next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up. You still have time. Let's see. We're starting.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2 wide outs each side. Miller again to the right side of Mill Road. Jalen looking, plenty of time, firing left side. It is juggled. It is caught. Touchdown! Jermaine Burton, and Alabama adds to its lead with 48 seconds to go in the half.
Bama Radio with the call. Get ready for round number 2 of the CFP here on Sean and RJ. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Here's what we have for you this hour. Round 2 CFP fight. 7:20. Peyton has been spying on Filthy.
Ooh.
Y'all asked for it. They got smoked just like we did. We can sit back and laugh at the Eagles and their fans crying on Philadelphia radio. That's at 7:20, my father-in-law's favorite segment. And then we're giving away tickets, thanks to Miller Lite, to send you to Cowboys-Eagles Sunday night in Arlington. If you change the radio dial, go anywhere this hour, you deserve what you get, and that would be no tickets to Cowboys-Eagles. So turn it on, leave it on. That is what Tolo stands for. The committee came out yesterday, RJ Choppy, and said Michigan 1, Washington 2, Texas 3, Alabama 4, Florida State 5, the Georgia Bulldogs coming in at number 6, and Booger McFarland. Tess, Wit, Boog. I can't remember how it went. Wit and Boog and Tess. Wit and Boog and Tess. Congratulations, by the way, to Jason Witten going undefeated and winning the high school championship, I believe, at Liberty Christian.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
It's taps.
It doesn't matter if it's taps or not, Bobby.
Are you hating on Jason Witten?
It's a good
I'm just
win.
doing a bit. I'm just doing a bit. Relax.
Good win.
Booger McFarland not happy that Florida State got left out.
Well, I'm going to completely disagree with you. To me, this is a travesty to the sport because we go out there on the field and we play the game. And regardless of whether it looks good at the quarterback position, regardless of whether we win with offense, whether we win with defense, the name of the game is to win. And that's a reason never before has this not been done. Winning a Power 5 conference, going undefeated, and not getting into the playoff. So I understand we want to look at style points and who are we going to get for the best matchups. But that's not what this is about. This is about understanding to get the 4 best teams. One team has a loss, and that's Alabama. One team doesn't in Florida State. And the fact that this committee could take a Power 5 conference champion that's undefeated. Those kids have went out there and busted their behind and not get into the playoff based on the eye test. Mind you, this is the same Alabama team who needed a prayer in Jordan Hare to beat an Auburn team that lost to New Mexico State. So that's really what has me bothered right now.
Listen.
He almost won the choke slam Joey Galloway afterwards. Joey's like, don't say we. We don't care who gets in. By the way, Mike Norvell, quote, Seminoles coach, I am disgusted and infuriated with the committee's decision to have what was earned on the field taken away because a small group of people decided they knew better than the results of the games. What is the point of playing games? Do you tell players it's okay to quit if someone goes down? Do you not play a senior on senior day for fear of injury? Where's the motivation to schedule challenging non-conference games? We're not only an undefeated Power 5 conference champ, we also played 2 Power 5 non-conference games away from home, won both. I don't understand how we're supposed to think this is an acceptable way to evaluate a team. What happened today goes against everything that is true and right in college football, and the ACC commissioner, RJ, said it is unfathomable. It's
Unfathomable.
Unfathomable.
There we go.
That's a hard word. You say it.
Unfathomable.
Wrong.
That was right.
Yeah, you did. You said it right. It feels like there sounds like an N in there.
Yeah.
An N, and not
It
just
does.
unfathomable. Unfathomable.
Yeah, listen, I understand what they're saying. I totally get it. If I was a Florida State fan, I'd be saying the same thing. It'd be coming from a biased opinion, though. But I would be saying the exact same thing if I was a Florida State fan. I get it. It does not, for college football fans, it does not go into our common sense to leave an undefeated Power 5 champ out of it. The issue comes down, and this is the issue comes down to they lost their quarterback and they did not play well without him. And it's that simple. It sucks. I really hate it.
Let me give you a follow up. I'm playing devil's advocate. Going to Florida with the backup quarterbacks, going to the Swamp and winning, and then beating Louisville showed you what as impressive wins?
I mean, they weren't not Their offense was not impressive, especially in this game. Louisville just gave up 40 points to Kentucky. And Tate Rodemacher, or whatever his name is not going to come in here and make you feel any better about that if he was actually playing. They looked poor. Ohio State looked amazing in 2014 when JT Barrett got hurt.
This is the big comparison everyone's throwing out there, that they should have the right to prove on the field that their quarterback isn't good enough, like the Buckeyes.
Right, but the Buckeyes did prove it on the field in the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah.
They beat Wisconsin 59-0. And Cardale was super efficient. He was 12 of 17 for 257 and 3 touchdowns. Like if the Florida State quarterbacks even performed average, they're in. Like they're in. They're just going to be in. And they should have been in. If they played the way the SMU quarterback played over the weekend, they're 100% in.
How much do y'all think that TCU may have sat in the back of the committee's
I think
minds?
big time. But I never.
They're like, we can't have Florida State be another TCU, even though TCU got to the championship game. We don't want to see a first-round slaughter.
And I heard a lot of people say, look, if Dak Prescott got hurt at the end of the season, then you're not going to put the Cowboys in the playoffs. Guys, it's completely different.
Yeah, it's apples
This is
and oranges.
a made-for-TV subjective selection show that the committee has to worry about facilitating a massacre on national TV.
Why play the games? Why play the games?
But the play, here's that I hate. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because the amount of people that said this shows the results don't matter. No, it shows the results do matter. The results of the last 2 games mattered.
Yes.
And now, whether that's right or not, look, I'm not arguing that. I'm not going to argue.
And Bobby, you know that Florida State probably wouldn't have a chance.
Here's the thing. This is going to look.
Do you acknowledge that?
Against who? No, I don't think it's. Look, Florida State is incredibly talented outside of court. They do have a top 5 roster in college football.
For sure.
They're incredibly talented. So I don't.
And their defense, everyone talks about.
I would say I absolutely think they'd be an underdog. I wouldn't pick them to win, but I don't think this is some even TCU Herculean thing. Like, they are a really talented roster.
They are. And listen, it sucks, man. Like, I feel dirty keeping them out. I really do. I feel dirty if I was a committee voter keeping them out, but I would have done the same thing.
If they beat Georgia, which is a big if, obviously, but if they beat Georgia, and this sets up for Bama and Texas in the national title, the CFP looks pretty bad that you've got the only undefeated Power 5 team at the end of the year didn't even get into the final.
Listen to me. And I'm scared to say this because this was my initial 12 years ago fighting with RJ and Troy. The other bowl games are garbage trash. It's a waste of time.
And half the time it's about the teams don't even care.
That's my issue. So with that as the caveat, if Georgia cares, they're gonna stop this whole little argument. They're gonna freaking annihilate and destroy Florida State. They will humiliate them and get ready for a spread that'll blow your damn. In fact, let's find the spread right now.
I'm sure it's 13 or something.
They're gonna shut this down. My side is how much does everyone care? It's a bowl game. The air's sucked out of you.
You may not.
You know what I mean?
And then now
Georgia may not care, and Florida State may be
13-point favorite.
Okay.
Yeah, and now you got to worry about opt-outs. Who's going to opt out of the game?
Yeah.
You know, the bowl games now, they're a terrible barometer. The CFP is a good barometer to see.
Look, all I'm saying is this: in football, in general, when the backup quarterback goes in, it becomes unwatchable. Okay, like unfathomable watchable. Cincinnati tonight, I do not plan on watching much of this game whatsoever against Jackson Fraud. I don't care. When yesterday, how many quarterbacks got hurt in the NFL? You immediately become unwatchable, and Florida State going to take a significant step backwards. I know you have the Johnny Al Bundy tryhards out there. You got to prove it. They earned the right to prove they did not belong. The committee said Alabama belongs by beating Georgia, and everyone is going to devalue and forget the Georgia Bulldogs. They're gonna devalue and forget that they had a claim for the top 4, and they're going to devalue and forget the value of that win that Alabama just put on them. It's a freaking impressive win.
Do you not agree, though, that it is a bad look for the CFP if at the end of the year the only Power 5 undefeated?
No doubt. And next year it'll all be fixed.
So they're going to set themselves up for looking really bad if it's Alabama and Texas in the final and Florida State beats Georgia.
There's no doubt about
and
it.
Georgia, I don't think it's fair to call them tryhards. Like I said, Florida State is that's still a very talented, tons of 4- and 5-star players on that team.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a terrible look for them. There's no doubt. It took a lot of balls to do what they did. It took a lot of balls.
I'll give them credit for that. Yeah, they went ahead and they went on. It's courage of conviction.
And let's be honest, too. We know this. We work with the team. that it's all about business. They were never going to leave an SEC team out. Never. It was never going to happen. It would have been bad business for them. They get the South. They would have the South bailing. It was never going to happen.
Their biggest region. Yeah,
Georgia or Alabama was going to be in. It's unfortunate that plays into it. It's my opinion, but it played into it.
All 4 teams are, as of now, Big Ten and SEC teams.
Yeah.
Because, there's no more conferences. Like as of right now, the Final Four is 2 Big Ten teams against 2 SEC teams.
Yeah, see, they already put the SEC champ in. Texas was in there. Sean, you didn't need to put Bama in.
Man, that was a scene.
Your mark.
Brett, your Mac.
Womack,
your Mac. Here is
well done.
The Big 12 commissioner in Arlington trying to present the Longhorns the trophy. So that's the crowd, number one, not letting him speak. And then the crowd in Arlington decided to do something else with their chant.
It's an SEC chant.
I thought that was USA listening to it.
That was an SEC chant.
Spittle was leading them down in front.
Yeah, well, that fits in. You start chanting the cult name. I understand all of that.
And then so in the middle of his speech, he's trying to present this trophy. They're booing him, and then the speech continues, and they start chanting SEC, and they finally quiet down enough for Brett Yormark to absolutely. Who's your coach? What's his name?
Steve Sarkisian.
Say that last name again.
Sarkisian.
Sarkisian. Huh? Sarkisian?
Sarkisian.
Sarkisian.
Mm-hmm.
Sarkisian. Say that again, Brett.
It's an honor to give Coach Cartesian.
Garcia. Garcesian.
Carci.
It's an honor to give Coach Cartesian.
Garcesian.
What a day. Oh, God. What a day for Yumak. Yumak.
And, man, I'll tell you what. He's the best commissioner, or one of them. He's fantastic. He saved the conference. We all thought that conference was dead.
I mean, it is.
Right, but he did as good of a job given the Pac-12 died.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 died, and here's Brett. I mean, he saved this conference. But that was Texas fans, man. Well done. Holy cow.
Is this going to be, this is to the theory that I usually disagree with. I disagree with the notion and the saying there's no such thing as bad PR. Is this going away, all this fighting, going to be good for them? It's gonna be better for competition. But yesterday was incredible. Not for Florida State, too bad.
Right.
But this is amazing. This is controversy. This is scandal. This is dirty. It's crooked. Mm-hmm. It's fighting. Going away, is that going to be, I wonder, overall good for college football? I mean, it's going to feel better to have, we're not going to have this what if, and it's going to be settled.
Because if you're fighting over 12 versus 13, they don't have a chance to win anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I'll tell you this.
Like yesterday, was yesterday a good day for college football? Today, on all the shows, is it a good day?
I think so. I think so. And I'll tell you this, in years past, like let's 5-6 years ago, remember, we always talk about how unwatchable the Final Four games were because none of them had been decided by fewer than 17 points except for one. And then as the transfer portal hit, and Bobby, you know this, all these teams are thinner. Georgia's thinner, Bama's thinner, Ohio State's thinner, Michigan's thinner. So these games are a little bit more competitive. So I think we are now seeing better Final Four games because of the transfer portal, which is probably going to lead to having better, 12 versus 4 or 12 versus 5 games, whatever. But I think it's good. Obviously, they're going to go to the 12-team playoff. Maybe it's too many. Maybe they need only 8. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, next year, what does anybody care if it's did Ole Miss or Arizona get the last spot?
Right.
Nobody cares.
Right, because Liberty this year would get a spot, right? Liberty would be the 12 seed or whatever.
But what you're sacrificing in that is the one game playoff, oh my gosh, this could all go away. That's the type of, that's what you're leveraging.
3 reasons not to go anywhere. We're about to be commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock. We have a Cowboys-Eagles ticket giveaway for you to win, and Peyton has been spying on Filthy Radio after that ass whipping yesterday in their stadium. That's all next on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, 105.3 The Fan. But did you have a...
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
First and 10 Niners in the Philly 48. Purdy looks left, now middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
49ers radio with the call. The combined score of San Fran versus the two big dogs in the NFC East, 84-29. And we were trying to debate on Friday what we wanted. I needed to see some holes in the armor. I needed to see some weakness in San Francisco to give me Cowboy hope. Because right now, I definitely don't have it. I didn't have it before, and I definitely don't have it after last night. But Bobby and Peyton were saying, no, let's still try to focus on the NFC East. The Darius Leonard Bowl, the Shaq Leonard Bowl. We're still waiting for his decision. I'm starting to turn. Starting to turn a little bit on Shaq Leonard. We better get it today by 2 p.m.
Otherwise, this is becoming OBJ 2.0.
Yeah, it's like, come on, bro. You got bench. You got demoted in Indianapolis. Like, make up your mind. The two options are there for you. Let's go. I need to see the game. I need to see San Fran versus Philly play first, and then I'll make up my mind. But you and Peyton were still thinking we should be focusing on the NFC East versus the bigger playoff picture with Cowboys-Eagles Sunday night. We're about to give away those tickets in this segment during the Expressway, and Peyton has been spying on Filthy Radio WIP.
Yeah, and Cowboys are, 3-point favorites coming to this one? The first spread that was released yesterday, they were -3. And so if I think Dallas, early on, it's early in the week or whatever else, but I think right now you have to say Dallas probably has a slight advantage heading into this game against Philadelphia. And so then you just need Seattle to play at a level similar to what they did at AT&T Stadium. You need them to, at home in Seattle, put the pressure on Philadelphia. And if you can get that, now you've got a real shot at the division.
And is that our only hope with their schedule?
Probably.
Yeah, because they've got Arizona and the Giants.
It's Giants, Arizona, Giants to close the year.
Ugh.
Yeah. So you need these. They need to go 0-3 in this little span here, which is completely plausible, seeing as they've been outplayed in their last 4 games that they've played.
And that game is Monday night in Seattle. So we need it. We need Geno to have a night, have a day.
How much closer, now that you've seen, you said you need to see holes in the armor for San Francisco, and you didn't. If they were to play in Santa Clara tomorrow, Dallas and San Francisco, what would you put the spread at?
In Santa Clara tomorrow?
Yes, in Santa Clara.
Put the spread?
Mm-hmm.
At least 8.5.
So you don't feel that much more confident at all about Dallas after this 6-week
I mean, I don't think it's going to be the same score as what they did to us the first time, which is a Captain Obvious statement. It was 42-10, but they would win by more than a touchdown. I feel like here's what I'm planning on doing, and you got to figure out how to do it. And I'm going to say this before my wife wakes up. I'm going to put $4,000 on San Francisco to win if they take on the Cowboys. If I can maneuver that spread down to even, however I can manipulate it so it's a win-win for me. I'll be happy to lose 4 G's if the Dallas Cowboys advance in the postseason by beating them with, especially NFC Championship. I'll take the money out back and light it on fire. And if the Cowboys lose, I'll get $4K. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I got to make it even. I'm not going to give any points to the 49ers for Dallas to sneak in and screw me somehow. I'm going to make it even, however I can do it, and I'll bet 4 or 5K on San Fran. And to me, that is a win-win situation. That's what I'm planning on doing. I've been planning it for a week or 2.
You're moving some stuff around.
Yeah, I need to hit my radio bonus, and I need some moving money for this house.
All right, I'm just looking at this here. This is...
How can I manipulate that, make it a money line?
Okay. So I'm just going to use Seattle, because San Fran plays Seattle this coming weekend at home.
Mm-hmm.
All right, in Santa Clara. So they're a 12.5-point favorite over Seattle. They are... I've never seen this in an NFL game of 2 potential playoff teams. They are -675 to win that game.
Jeez.
Which means you've got to bet $675 to win $100.
Yeah.
So for your $4,000 bet, I mean, do your math on that one.
Well, we're not Seattle.
No, but
it's going to be a lot closer.
Okay. I bet moneyline San Francisco against Dallas right now would be 300, -300.
That's still massive.
Yeah, it is.
Like the Ravens right now are minus 340 over the Rams at home.
I think if the Cowboys played the 49ers right now on a neutral field 10 times, they win 2.
Yeah, I would say 2. I would say
2. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Even with this offense doing this, a completely different offense than that went to Santa Clara.
They are
2.
They are. Yeah, because San Francisco's just that good and strong all around, and I just think they're still completely in their heads.
I think it's probably closer to minus 200. I bet you bet $4,000 you win 2.
Oh man.
I bet you it's closer to 180 to 210.
That's not
pennies. That's Peyton money.
But
$2,000.
But that would be worth it to me. That's a total win-win in my mind. I mean, the Cowboys win, I lose the money. We're going to the Super Bowl. I'll be flying. I'll float in here. I would float in here and not care about losing the money at all.
What do you think it'd be on a neutral field 10 times? You think Dallas wins 4 of them or something?
No, 3. 7-3. All right, Pepe, you have been spying on Filthy. The Tolos asked for it. Of course, we're going to have our Cowboys-Eagles ticket giveaway coming up here in the Expressway, brought to you by Miller Lite. What do we got?
It's not a whole bunch of screaming. You know what? I give Philadelphia radio.
No, we don't give them credit. We don't like growth.
I give them a bunch of credit here. They were humbled with the loss. A lot of them even put San Francisco over Philly right now. But they said, you know what? They looked at the bigger picture. They said, hey, we're still number 1. We got Dallas, big division game.
Good music. I'm proud of you for finding this.
Oh, thank you. And I looked at both the 94 WIP and the 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, you guys know The Fanatic, right? You guys met them at the Super Bowl.
So, John Kincaid was an Atlanta guy, went over to Philly, and it's the way trash talk is supposed to be. Not like that overrated blowhard Angelo Cataldi. Who is just nauseatingly annoying, and thank God he retired. We don't have to do that crosstalk with him. But John got it. You know, we're right across from each other. He's talking smack to us. He gave us some cigars.
Gave Choppy a charger.
Some salt and vinegar chips and cigars. He bought my heart. Then John got diagnosed with cancer over the past, and I've been following along with his story, and thankfully he's looking back on the man. I'm like, you better get your ass to Vegas. Don't be sitting there. Don't be sitting there with any excuses not to get to Vegas. So I like those guys better. And I was about to say, just spy on them because WIP is weak.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I did. I grabbed a couple clips from a WIP, but the Fanatic had it. They were going in strong, you know. And I thought this first clip from the Fanatic, it related to you most, Deshaun, because you don't like the whole Dak Prescott. He says a bunch, but doesn't say a lot. You know, like we can play 50 seconds of an audio clip, and he doesn't say a whole bunch.
Yeah.
So Kincaid plays a couple clips here. One's from Sirianni, one from Hurts, and he starts going off on them. And how can you say nothing in a soundbite when your team just got your ass whooped?
Nick Sirianni talked postgame, and you heard it here on the Fanatic on the postgame show, talking about the mindset of the team moving forward.
We're going to take this one day at a time. I heard a lot of guys back and forth talking about play it again. It's going to happen again, but there's so much football to be played between now and then. There's so many other good teams also.
How can you fit that many cliches in one soundbite and say absolutely nothing? One day at a time, so much football to be played. We're just focused on the next game. Coach, you've told us that before, over and over again. But then you came out with that kind of effort and that kind of coaching performance. We need answers.
Yeah.
We need answers at that point.
Yeah.
Not the little, not the just what would be like fortune cookies, as Pat likes to say. But Jalen Hurts, I'm sure he's going to have a better explanation of what went on in the mindset moving forward.
Win, find ways to win. That's always the mentality. That's always the approach, you know, and I think this is a moment where you go back and you reflect on it, you learn from it like every win, and, you know, you treat them all the same. When you win or when you lose, it's about what can I learn from this? The process remains the same in terms of how we respond and how we approach it.
Oh, boy. The two of them. They could, honestly, it would take them 100 words to say happy birthday to the secretary as they walk in. They said nothing. Neither one of them said anything that we haven't heard a million times from both of them. Well, but it never changes.
When you lose in Philadelphia, you got to bring it.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to give the Dak generic type talk. So I'm starting. You know what we do in sports, right? We build you up to tear you down, and I'm getting on that doorstep a little bit with Jalen Hurts. Now, I'm not supposed to hate him because he's an Eagle and wears green and all that stuff. The fact of the matter is, I've always respected and liked Jalen's personality. I've rooted for his story. It's a tremendous story. The guy is calm and cool, but he's so emotionless. He's so boring. It's starting to irritate me just a little bit. And it's like, dude, like, give a fist pump. Yesterday, there was a clip Patolo sent me. They picked up a first down and had a completion. And Jalen's, like, getting ready to celebrate. He's getting ready to do the tiger fist pump. And then he stops himself like, no, I'm not allowed. I'm a robot. I forgot I was an AI-JH generated robot. And I can't show any emotion. And I'm just, like, starting to roll my eyes at it. Like, okay, you're either trying too hard or you're dead inside. Like, one of the two. So I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer to not liking Jalen Hurts' personality. What else?
So now we move over to 94 WIP. Now these hosts,
you got to remember too, last year, these idiots got on the radio and wanted Jonathan Gannon fired. They set the record for sacks.
They did. I mean,
so this is what they want. They want blood. They want blood.
Yeah, they're 10-1. We demand answers. Wait, no, first of all, what?
Yeah.
First of all, you're not entitled to answers. You're entitled to watch your team play. I hate the entitlement of fans and media. No, we want answers. Okay, you're not going to get them. And you don't deserve them.
Yeah, ask the LSU coach. What's her face? Mulkey.
Oh, Kim Mulkey.
We still don't know what happened with Angel Reese.
She said some things you know and some things are not your right to know. And that's fine. I don't disagree.
I don't like it, but it is what it is.
Now,
I'm not going to stop watching.
When you lose in Philadelphia, you have to point the blame at someone. It's never just, you just got beat. It's the coach. It's the quarterback. It's the offense, defense, whatever. This host, he takes a little turn on this. He starts blaming the NFL for the gauntlet of the schedule the Eagles are given in such a short amount of time.
Oh.
He is not happy about it. Says the NFL is screwing the Eagles.
One thing that really strikes me about this whole thing is this is a classic example, the schedule, the salary cap, of how the NFL trips up teams that were great and tries to bring them back to the pack a little bit. And guys, don't get me wrong, Eagles aren't in the pack. They're still one of the 2 or 3 best teams in pro football. They might be the best team. But that schedule,
not the best.
I mean, this is how, for instance, like the Cowboys might win the division. I don't think they will, but they might. And the Eagles, it is a gauntlet. And the Eagles always being put in all these primetime games. I mean, think of it this way. When they play Seattle in a couple weeks, then it's a short week into the next game, I believe, against the Giants. Now, I don't think the Eagles.
No, it's not. It's a short week the following week because they play on Christmas Day, so it's a Monday to a Monday from Seattle to the Giants.
But it's short for the Eagles compared to the Giants.
Excuses. All the primetime games. How dare they?
How dare they play primetime
How
games?
brutal. Dummies, you
Giants.
freaking idiots. This is how the NFL is the NFL because of parity. Because they want to drag the best back, harder schedule, and they want to boost the scrubs up so that we all meet in the middle and we're all this invested in thinking that we have a chance. Oh my God, who cries about primetime games? I never heard that.
Honestly, East Coast people, like East Coast.
Yeah, the time
because they hate the because first of all, the fans hate primetime games anyway. If you're going to the game, it's a miserable event. If you go to a primetime game, you're not getting home till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, but they're not complaining about that for those reasons. They're like, oh my God.
Time of game.
What a disadvantage for our football team to play at night.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Shut up.
Football teams don't. The players shouldn't care.
Who's this guy? Like who he replaced Angelo, but isn't he the same one that we heard a couple weeks ago that was like trying to do therapy with the listeners and like, hey, look, we're all trying to work through this right now, and he's soft, man.
We got one more here. WIP, they start taking phone calls, and the phone calls are not terrible. It's fans, obviously, they're pointing to the division standings.
I'm getting ready. I'm saying this before I haven't heard this. I'm getting ready to Dak this segment.
Uh-oh.
It's
what? Here we go.
No.
Here we go.
Whenever Dak audio, we cut it off. It's not worth it. Good for you, spying on 2 stations. This isn't good enough. This is boring. This is boring. If this is what it's going to be, we can't spy on Filthy no more. It's not worth
soft.
it. It's soft. It's gotten bad. Hopefully this saves it.
All right, we'll play this phone call here. We'll see how long it goes, but this is Tom in Philadelphia, and he does not like the hosts that are taking shots at the team when they're still the number 1 team in the NFC.
Today's poll question: which team is the best team in the NFC? Is it the Eagles or is it the 49ers? I'm not even putting Dallas in this poll. They don't merit it.
Stop. Is that from today's show?
That was today's show. Yep, that was about 6 o'clock.
That's the second host there who has suggested that Philadelphia is still the best team in the conference.
Well, they have a better record, Sean.
They came.
Oh, they have a better record.
By the way,
they came in your stadium and backhanded you. Holy crap! You got freaking pantsed. You got wedgied. And you're sitting here asking, that's the second poll question. Who's the best team in the NFC? Are you stupid?
Yeah, well, I mean, what is a rhetorical question?
One of the great indicators of, in addition to point differential, of a team's quality is net touchdowns. Is like, how many have you given up? How many have you scored? Where do you rank in that sense? After that game yesterday, Philadelphia is tied for 13th in the NFL in net touchdowns this year.
So that's okay. So again, that's how many you've scored.
They've scored 2 more touchdowns than they've allowed. That's tied for 13th in the NFL.
They're complaining about the refs a lot as well. Again, we can't really say anything because we did a lot of crying. We do a lot of crying about the officials and the fixes in for the Eagles and all that stuff. So continue, Pepe, with this phone call.
Today's poll question: which team is the best team in the NFC? Is it the Eagles or is it the 49ers? I'm not even putting Dallas in this poll. They don't merit it. Maybe they'll get there at some point. They don't merit it yet. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to Tom in Dover right now. Tom, good morning.
Hey, listen, man, I'm humbled this morning. But, Joe, you're not helping in none with this. We got completely destroyed.
Well, they did.
We lost the game, man. You know, it was a gauntlet of games, and we lost, man. But, you know, come on, man, let's not make it seem like it's the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
No, Tom, it's absolutely not the end of the world. Let me be very clear to you and everyone listening. It's not the end of the world. The Eagles still have the best record. Even if they're not the best team in the conference, and they might not be, they might still have the best record and make the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. They also might be the best team in the conference. I mean, it is absolutely not the end of the world. But, Tom, make no mistake about it. It wasn't just a loss yesterday. Yesterday, Tom, the Eagles met the woodshed. They were walked to the woodshed. They got physically crushed yesterday.
Yes. So there's that caller saying, come on, man, stop. And not only just one, but 2 possible losses for the Eagles over the weekend, as Diana Rossini reports that Roger Goodell, Choppy, get ready, this is going to be our second fight of the show, a third fight.
And I, we haven't fought yet.
We fought over the security guard, which brought us is like texting. Brian, I don't care. I know that this guy is some famous bouncer.
Is he? I thought, is he? They have famous bouncers. Hang on. How do I become a famous bouncer?
By intervening between players when you're not supposed to.
You got to get swole first.
There you go.
Brada said that guy's an out there dude. He's a legend in Philly. It does not surprise me at all that this happened. So. What is that?
Well, these are Bobby's
burritos. No, you're not allowed to eat breakfast burritos per the fiance now.
That's true, but per Jared Sandler's dinner last night, I need to.
Why?
What's wrong with Jared Sandler's dinner?
I feel like there was food everywhere.
It was good food.
I don't know. I mean, I expected a little bit more for $3,000 a plate.
Well, you didn't pay any. Wow. You didn't pay anything.
That's true. I didn't. But somebody I know did.
That's right. Man, so the food was out of the par. So you were starving this morning. You had to eat the burrito.
I was starving. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't up to par. I mean, my standard. I have higher standards.
We went from so he usually serves fajitas. We went from fajitas to hot dogs and burgers.
I thought the burgers were good.
I thought they were good. They were fine. I wanted fajitas. They would have been better.
Wow, listen to that. So
could have given me the. We were at the Globe. I mean, couldn't have had the boomstick. Bring a couple of boomsticks down.
So 4 hot dogs would have been fine in a row.
In a row.
Okay, so Diana Rossini says Roger Goodell wants the tush push to be permanently banned from football.
Hell yeah, brother.
Quote, the most important opinion about the play may come from Goodell. I was told by a league source he wants to see this play removed from the game permanently. She also adds, it's important to note there's not a single person from the Eagles on the competition committee. But there are 3 division opponents. Mara from New York, Steven, and Ron Rivera. Remember, we asked Jerry, and he didn't dance around it. Jerry came on this show. He'll be on tomorrow at 8:30. Totally fine with the play. Not a problem with the play whatsoever. According to her, Roger Goodell don't like it.
I suspect if Roger wants this thing to pass through, because the football guys are going to say they want it in, he has to put it under the guise of player safety.
Yeah.
Because that really is an unsafe play. It is especially for the quarterback. I think
who got hurt was it last weekend? Oh my God, the Eagle fans in my mentions. Someone was it was Baker. Baker was sneaking. I was like, tush push. No one pushed him. That's not what we do. I'm like, okay, it's a quarterback sneak. I'm sorry. It's the play.
Green Bay did it last night. They called it the love shove. Okay, so they're doing.
I like that.
This one's the brotherly shove in Philly.
Tush push, brother.
The tush push in Philly, they call it the brotherly shove, and in Green Bay they call it the love shove.
What's Dak?
I don't know.
Dak's down.
Dak down. Who does? Because from a football, it is the oldest play in the sport, but it's terribly unsafe. I think. I am stunned more quarterbacks don't get laid up.
Or Kelsey. How's Kelsey fine all the time?
So
12 rushing touchdowns this year for Jalen Hurts.
9 of them are on that?
9 of them are 1-yard touchdown runs. That's what we're going to give the MVP to. 9 1-yard touchdown runs.
I'm fine if people don't line up behind the quarterback and shove him. It's not a football play. It's not. If you want to sneak it on your own without 3 people lining up and back and pushing forward, it's tug of war. That's all it is. It's not a football play. Get it out. I'm not just saying that because the Eagles run it. I'm trying to be objective about it. It's stupid.
Did they ban the jumping over the line?
Yes.
They did ban it, right?
Yes.
That was a player safety thing.
Yes. Yeah. You cannot go over top.
This would be a play. If they were going to ban it, I think they would have to.
What
go player
happened
safety.
to him? I thought this rule came from Leinart. I thought this rule with Reggie Bush was controversial then. What happened to implementing the rule and the rule itself?
Well, so
you can't shove from behind like that.
It was in place. I think that's why the Reggie Bush thing was so controversial, is because that rule was in place when Reggie Bush did it, that you could not push the player, and it didn't get called. But it got removed, I don't know, it was like 12 years ago.
So they did remove it.
Yeah, it's been a rule that's been out for a long time.
But that was a college rule, right? Not an
No, the NFL
rule?
had the rule too at the same time.
Did the rule have it in effect where if your body was facing the other way? That's what Reggie was,
I don't
right?
remember the specifics of it.
Yeah. So oh God, this would be so good. I can't wait. Get Ross Tucker on this week. Howard Eskin. They have to deal with this loss, the butt whooping, what's coming Sunday night, and getting rid of the little stupid play.
What did you tag me in over the weekend? That research
you in a
saw.
lot of stuff.
I know, but the research that said I think it was Football Outsiders posted. One of the guys from Football Outsiders that said Jalen Hurts would have the worst passing season of any MVP in 30 years or something if they gave it to him.
Yeah.
It would be the worst by far, not even close.
Well, yeah, I mean, generally your MVP is going to be a thrower.
But I mean, even Lamar, when he won it a couple years ago, was nowhere near this. Cam, when he won it, was nowhere near this.
Dude, Lamar had that year, he had like 8-point-something adjusted net yards per attempt. He had a phenomenal throwing season.
Who wants to go? We're going to try this again. Cowboys-Eagles, part 1, lived up. San Francisco ruined the 2 matchups of the year for the NFL. Here's the next opportunity. We're sending you to Arlington for Sunday night.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Philadelphia Eagles at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, December 10th, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Trucker.com text line for the, what they would call it, the sneak-a-dack, the rain train. Let's
You got to get something with P in there.
the Dak door.
Oh!
The push cot.
Oh!
Yeah,
These are all very good.
Yep.
These are strong.
They're very good, very good, very good.
Tremendous. So congratulations to the Tolo. We want to hook you up. We have more giveaways. Spittle sent us last night at like 1 a.m. Other things that we're supposed to promote.
Yes.
We have something tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, giving away the opportunity to watch the Cowboys practice on December 20th.
Ooh!
You and a guest are going to get a tour of the Star, a catered lunch, and the opportunity to check out a Cowboys practice. Only 16 spots. So we're going to have that giveaway tomorrow after this one. Whew.
Yeah, that's a good time out there. That's a good time to go to the Star. They give you great setup, great food. Fantastic food out there that they have. Really, they do it up right. They really do it up right when you go there.
He's mad because he didn't get that second bottle of Tito's that he swiped last year.
I know.
I need mine. Got shortchanged on his Tito's.
I did.
Oh, chop. Whose did you take?
Mine.
Because they come up, but he goes, Bobby told me that you had already.
Who's this?
Whoever the guy was there.
I know it wasn't Jared because I didn't see him.
He says-
I didn't even think it was his event.
He says Bobby said that you had already left, that you were the last one. That's
what I was told. I was told you guys had all left.
And so I guess I was the last one to leave. And he goes, "Here, take Sean's too." I was like, "Okay." I think it's in the car.
Okay.
You won't see that bottle ever.
No.
It might not be in the car.
It'll
It
be
might
gone
be.
by
It might.
lunch.
But
It
if
might
it
be in your
is-
belly.
If it is in the car, I'll give it to you when we get there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here. And it is now time for best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Man, we got to issue all these congratulations. Who is not having a little girl? Dak Prescott is. Luka Doncic missing the game the other night and then returning for the 30-0 Mavs run, a 30-zip Mavs run. They still end up losing to OKC. And Zach Wilczek and his lovely fiance announced that they're having a girl as well. So congratulations to all of them.
Look at that.
That's
Very
big
nice.
girl dad.
Girl dad.
Very, very girl dad. But
it's very in vogue. It's very in chic now.
what did everyone do? Best and worst of the weekend at 877-881-1053. I'm going to start off with my panic moment of the weekend. Saturday, Channel 8 gone on DirecTV.
Yep.
I've made the decision. I'm finally cutting the cord.
Yeah, YouTube TV.
I'm going to YouTube TV.
There
but
we go.
But there's a problem.
What?
You had to get and pay through the nose for extra things to get.
Bally was just the one thing that was missing.
Well, that's a hell of a big
I know,
thing.
but-
That will change my whole decision.
But what
Now
I'm
I'm
saying
hoping
is
Bally goes away.
that's what's going to happen.
But is that going to be available to me on YouTube TV?
Whatever the new thing is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Bally's not right now, but yeah.
So that's the problem.
But if you do if you do the Bally app or whatever until they go away, that'll be like $20 on top of whatever you're doing.
20?
Yeah, isn't that what the Bally app is? It's $20 a month.
What's your YouTube TV a month?
Well, I pay for a bunch of add-ons and it's like $80.
With internet? No.
No, $80 just for the TV package.
Okay.
Yeah, which is I had Red Zone, I had an HBO Max thing on there. I
So
put a
there's
bunch of
some
different things on.
dispute taking place, and WFAA was blacked out for the Big 12 championship game.
Yes, you had to watch it on the ESPN app, which is such a nightmare. You can't rewind on that stupid thing, and then you can't channel surf during timeouts. I hate watching games on the app. I just hate it because it's so hard. I want to be able to hit the previous channel or go to the guide, and you can't really do that on the ESPN app because you got to get out of the app and then go back to regular TV.
And what are you watching on now? What's your TV setup? And are you happy with it?
I have DirecTV Stream. I am happy with it. It's only like $115 a month.
Okay.
And I get,
Well, how is that different from me having the dish?
I just don't have to worry about if there's a satellite issue.
But your channel, you had the Channel 8 issue too.
Yes.
I didn't with YouTube TV.
Yeah, I had the Channel 8 issue. Now I just again, everything that's on Channel 8 is also on the ESPN app, so it's easy to watch. It's just a pain in the butt.
Yeah. And what's the downside to what you have?
I don't have one.
Like connection wise.
Nope. It's all good. It's easy. It's
He
so
should have Bally. That's it.
No, yeah, that's the biggest. The only thing is just there's no Bally. Everything else, it's got NFL Network. It's
And
got Red Zone.
Superior Red Zone.
Yeah, and it's got the thing that everybody's fallen in love with on it this year, and it matters a little less now that the college football season's ending. But is the multi-view. Like YouTube TV gives you that you can watch 4-box. You can 4-box different games, and so that's the biggest. I mean, YouTube TV is by far the best one to me.
So had that problem on Saturday. Friday night went to dinner at Knife in Plano with Emerald Custom Pools. My guy Kyle and his wife Scotty Long out there, and we did it up big with Emerald Custom Pools, the best pool builder in the Metroplex, not even close. And I did not realize that there's kind of like Black Friday, Black November savings on pools to get them in December versus sitting there waiting in the springtime and summer. So Emerald Custom Pools, if you want to go ahead and do that. They also, and the things I got choppy unintentionally, Cowboy tickets on the field with Bennett Glazer because I bragged about some tequila and it cost me big time. And I got choppy turf. I'm not even going to get turf at my house. And because Emerald Custom Pools, RJ now has turf in his backyard. Oh,
yep.
Pains
Turf
me.
Concepts, baby. Let's go.
And he's got my vodka in his car. So
I do.
lose all three.
I do.
Where do I win?
I'm going to give it to you.
No,
Today, as soon as we get done here, assuming Sarah didn't take it inside.
Yes. But man,
there's a chance she did.
Emerald Custom Pools hooked up RJ with the turf in the backyard as well. So turf, pool, all of that. But we celebrated Friday night in Plano at Knife. Had a 45-day dry-aged steak.
Ooh.
You like dry-age?
I'm sure I do. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure I've had it.
It's got kind of the funk smell.
Yeah. Oh, it's great.
It's like moldy. It's like blue cheese of meat.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, did you eat the dried steak when you came to Flower Mound this weekend and didn't tell me you were in the city again?
Oh man, that piece of what you had.
Oh, it was massive.
What was that?
That was a 30-ounce pork chop.
That was a pork
That was
chop?
a massive pork chop at 1845.
That thing looked beautifully cooked.
It was great.
I was in awe. I was impressed. I went right to the menu trying to find what that was because the sear, is it blackened?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh.
I don't know what it was fantastic.
I was dying to see the inside. That's
Bet you are.
I wanted you. I said, send me a picture of the inside.
Oh, it was.
I want to see if it was pink at all.
Oh,
like
it's all pink on the inside.
mid rare, what it was.
Yeah, it was fantastic, man. Like it was.
Oh.
I
work of art on the outside.
I surgically went at this thing too. It had. I ate all the meat between the. It was a double rib there, right? So I ate all the all the meat in there. The guy at the table next to me ordered one. He got his about 5 minutes before mine. I finished, and he was barely halfway done. This guy had no carving skills. He could not carve that thing.
Man.
Oh, slicing and dicing, baby. Didn't even have any room for the sides. Barely touched the side because of the amount of room.
Was it cooked great? Like
it was great.
Juicy? And
Very
I know people
juicy.
hate the word moist.
Yeah, it's very moist, very damp.
Yeah.
Very, very juicy.
Very damp.
There's a lot of good pork chops out there. I've heard Perry's got a really good one. And
Yeah.
the
Hard,
Ranch
though.
had one.
They're very
hard.
difficult.
This was tremendous. But
I was impressed.
I did a thing. We went to Canton on Friday.
Oh.
Trade days, a little bit later in the afternoon. And I made a purchase. Bought a hog.
What does that mean?
Hog?
A vehicle? Or
a real one?
I didn't know if you meant a vehicle.
You bought a
or
motorcycle?
I bought a bicycle.
Oh.
It's a bicycle.
It's a Schwinn.
Just try to sound cool. Try to sound cool. I bought a bicycle.
Are you bike riding?
It's a mountain bike. Sarah she comes over. She has this mountain bike. So I'm like, all right, well, I got to get
For
one.
all the hills here in DFW. Yeah. all the rough terrain out here.
So I'm like, all right, I'll get a bike. We'll go riding sometime. We'll put our leather jackets on. We'll get a crew together, and we'll go ride. We'll go pick out some kids at the park.
What's the name of your bike gang?
Oh, yeah, you got to name the bike, too.
The Choppers.
Oh,
The
man.
Choppers.
The Choppers. I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question.
So what else did y'all get there? And what is the purpose of this?
This is like the first weekend of the month. They've got this thing called trade days.
Yeah.
So out there is you basically get anything, all kinds. There's junk. A lot of junk.
Okay.
A lot of new stuff. A lot of old stuff. I swear to God, this bike is stolen. 100% this is a hot bike. This thing is brand new, and it's like $100 cheaper than you can get at Walmart.
So you had room in your car? You're like, I can. Your car can't fit a bike.
Now you take it apart. You take it down. You take the wheel off and everything.
Oh,
and
okay.
You could slide it in there. No, but it was. They had a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a ton of stuff. There's grills. There's all kinds. I mean, everything you possibly want out there is out there.
And then it all culminated last night with Jared Sandler's charity event where Bobby was drinking at what time?
What time it started? It started at 4, so I started drinking at 3:59, something like that. And so it was a great
you
time.
were drinking in the car.
I don't want to make it sound like I was drinking while driving. Like as I parked, I then had had something. Yes, and so I came in. I was feeling good. Had a shot of that 121 proof TX bourbon, which was very, very good, very sweet for being as high alcohol content as this. But then I went inside. Derek Holland was talking to me at one point. He's like, "This is why are you getting drunk for the kids? What are you doing here?"
Yeah.
And then I was like,
And you went to get $100 from the ATM to tip. RJ said that you could have just Venmo'd the tip.
Okay, so when I first walked up, I was looking for a Venmo thing, and the girl at the bar told me, she's like, I said, "Is this cash bar?" Or what? And she's like, "No, it's open bar." She's like, "Cash, tips are cash though." And so then when she said that, I was like, okay, well, let me go get some cash. She didn't say anything about the Venmo, and I couldn't find anything. But I did lose my keys. Sandler says they're at they're at security, so I'll have to call, because the thing that I realized late last night was, oh yeah, I forgot, because I was drinking and my hands were down. I was like, man, this ring's feeling a little tight. So I took it off and put it on my key ring. And so my wedding ring is with my keys.
Oh, no.
And Kristen doesn't realize that yet.
Well, I was trying not to bring it up on air, but I'm very glad that you did it.
Also, best this weekend, shout out to big fans of the morning show, big fans of you guys, Corey Kidd over at Wingcastle. I had Wingcastle twice now in the last week, and holy cow, they're good. And he was like, man, tell Sean and RJ, I'll hook them up. They need to come up here and get some wings, man. I love y'all. And so he's a big fan.
All right, I want to take some college football phone calls. I want to unleash the argument on air from the Tolos. 877-881-1053. You can brag about your Longhorns. You can whine about your Seminoles. You can go off on the SEC. Did they get it right or wrong? 877-881-1053. Your college football CFP calls are next.
Let's get you over to Zero.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He takes one final knee. Mike Norvell is doused by the Powerade bath. Let's fire up the war chant and plant the spear. Knowles win. Knowles win. In the Queen City, Florida State once again, the kings of the ACC.
But not enough. Seminoles Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell with you. Pepe, what is the first name of the Tolo who won the Cowboys-Eagles tickets?
Michael in Royce City won the tickets.
Congratulations, Mike. You are going to hopefully the game of the year Sunday night on this radio station, Cowboys-Eagles in Arlington. So there you go, Mike in Royce City. Tomorrow, we're going to send you to Cowboys practice by listening at this time. But I want to get some college football phone calls. RJ and I believe that the committee got it right. Bobby vehemently disagrees. What about the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053? A guy's name who was trending multiple times over the past few days, and Bobby did not like hearing his voice. Greg McElroy played where? Chop?
Alabama.
Greg McElroy
South of Carroll
on ESPN agreed with the committee, of course, putting in Bama.
I'm not shocked with how Florida State played the last couple weeks. They just have dropped off considerably at quarterback, and it's understandable, and I feel terrible for them. They did everything that you could possibly ask them to do, and here they are on the outside looking in. A lot of people will have big issues with this. They'll ask, why do we play the games? Why are we looking at a team that's undefeated that did everything asked of them to punch their ticket? But the committee actually did the thing that they've talked about for the last 10 years. Forever it's been, well, it's kind of the most easy to justify. Well, this team has 0 losses. This team has 1 loss. So therefore, the 0-loss team should be ahead of the 1-loss team. This is the head-to-head. They took everything into account. They took a step back. They acknowledged injury, which they've talked about in the past. And they put in the 4 best teams. And that is not an easy thing to do. So I want to tip my cap to the committee because that is a difficult decision to make. And they think they probably went with the thing that was a little less popular than it would have been.
That was a turn.
You're kidding me.
That was an about face for him.
You're kidding me. The Alabama alum is tip my cap to the bravery of this committee to put in Alabama to do what was right. Shut the F up. You suck, McElroy. I don't give an S that you went to South Lake Carroll.
The day before, he said Alabama should not be in, even if they win, that Florida State should. And then
even if they beat Georgia?
Yeah. But then what happened is that Florida State played so bad.
In a win over a top 15 team.
A double-digit win.
Who's a bad team. And everybody knows it. The ACC is not a good conference for starters. And they're a bad team. Look, they lost to Kentucky. They gave up 38 to Kentucky.
Their average margin of victory against ranked opponents this year from Florida State was 15.
Again.
And they beat Louisville by double digits with their 3rd-string quarterback. That's not a joke.
It's not.
And I'm on your side, but.
It's not a joke. But, again, the way they played, they did not play tremendous against Florida. They didn't look great against Florida. And then they did not look very good at all against Louisville. It's a tough look. The committee looked at it and said 2 things. One, yes, I understand the conference they're undefeated Power 5 conference champion. They're a conference champ. That's one thing. The other side they had looked at, they had said, we cannot facilitate a massacre. And I don't think the TCU, people are saying TCU had something to do with it. No, I don't think they did. TCU still beat Michigan last year. TCU won a game. They didn't. We're just going to look at the Georgia game. Whatever was it, 56-7 or 65, whatever. It doesn't matter. They still won a game. TCU proved they belong there by beating Michigan.
Yeah.
Now maybe Michigan didn't belong there, whatever. But this situation, I don't think the committee was going to go and say, look, we have this a made for TV event, which it is.
And I do think Michigan, Florida State could have been really close because I don't believe in Michigan's offense. We know their defense is shut down. That would have been a low-scoring game for sure, and it may have been close.
But real quick, if Florida State was in there, I think Florida State isn't playing Michigan.
Why?
But I don't think Texas would have jumped Florida State if Florida State was the undefeated. If they were going to keep Florida State in.
I do. I still think Florida State was 4. Every projection said Texas was 3, and was it going to be Bama or Florida State?
Because then it would look, because if they were just going to go by the conference championships, they have a great resume. Their overall resume is, if they were going to forget about the quarterback loss, like if Travis is there, they'd be ahead of Washington. They'd probably be the number 2 team if Travis was there. So just say for sake of argument, but they may not even play Michigan. They may have played Washington. They may play Texas. Who knows?
All right, I want to hear from the Tolos on this. Jeff in Keller, start us off with the committee getting it right, wrong, or wherever you want to take it. Jeff, you're live on the Fan.
Yes, sir. Hey, yeah, they got it right. It was the 4 real conference champions. I mean, I understand Bobby's take, but Bobby's such a contrarian that he would side with the Taliban just to, be oppositional to people.
I recognize this guy's voice. I like this guy. Go ahead, Jeff.
The best 4 got in. And RJ, for 11 years, I've been listening to this show, and I identify with you because you're morally corrupt and you take a lot of crazy takes.
That's right.
But I'm begging you to stop the Michigan hate just because Captain Forehead, who could not beat Florida and Steve Spurrier, did not win the Heisman.
Oh,
I need you to come on board. Sean, you're saying Michigan's offense. Iowa's got a tough defense. That's all they have. And, yeah, our offense is a little sputtering. Does Alabama scare me? Yes, they do. But since I got you, I said 3 weeks ago Dallas was better than Philly, and I 100% believe it right now. Dallas scares me more than anybody in the NFC right now. So that's all.
And your NFC team, for the record, is who? Lions?
Detroit.
Okay.
Yep.
And so you're not more scared of the Cowboys than San Fran.
I'm more afraid of Dallas than I am San Fran.
Why?
I don't know. I spent all year hating on him, thinking, okay, you're not playing anybody good. Dak is an overpaid $40 million. I fill in all the narrative. You have no running game.
Yeah.
But y'all are just getting it done. I can't put my finger on it. It's one of those it factors.
Jeff.
San Fran, they had some vengeance to pull. And if they say it wasn't a revenge game, they're lying.
Oh, yeah,
and
no doubt.
Philly's overrated.
Jeff, thank you for the call. Fantastic. Oh, he brings it every time. Had a Taliban, a forehead.
He's my morally corrupt brother.
You know him?
No.
Oh. David in
Maybe. I have no idea.
David in Dallas. David, you're next up here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good morning. Y'all are my favorite show in the morning.
Oh, that's not saying much. I thought you were going to say the station at least. Jeez.
Right. Now, I think the committee got it right. Now, I am from Oklahoma, so I did want to see Texas get stiffed. But since they didn't, if they win, at least we know that we beat a national champion. So I'm cool with that. And then I need you guys to get some buttons made that say Dak, the number 4, and then MVP right underneath it.
Buttons?
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, David. Yeah, and great point about Dak being the MVP, which, by the way, BetMGM's odds out this morning. They have a 3-way tie in the odds.
Oh, wow. Really? That's
Purdy,
okay.
Hurts, and Dak. They're all plus 350.
Where's Tyreek? Where's my boy?
Tyreek on that specific list is plus 2,000.
Oh, unfair.
20-1.
So,
Who's after the top 3? How far?
Mahomes at plus 600, Lamar at plus 750, Tua at plus 800.
Which, by the way, man, this robbery at Lambeau Field with that non-call. Holy crap. That was awful.
It's Valdez Scantling. He wasn't going to catch it. That's an uncatchable pass. That's why it wasn't PI.
In the hands, uncatchable.
Jason in Fort Worth, you're next up on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Go ahead, Jay.
My biggest argument with the whole thing is I just think that ever since we've done the playoffs in the college side of it, it just seems like Alabama's always had a magic pass. And when TCU got shortchanged on the first run, and now today, I'm just not a big fan of the committee. I think the committee could be shaken up and get some other people in there that are no longer Alabama centric.
Well, when TCU first got hit, I think you were thinking of 2014. That was Ohio State. That was the team that got put in. And that was, look, they beat Wisconsin like 59-zip in that game in the Big Ten championship game. And I thought if Florida State went out there and scored 28, 30 points, I think they're in. I think they're off. The committee got scared. They got so spooked.
And here's the thing we cannot get people to agree on. If Michigan lost J.J. McCarthy the same way, if Washington lost Penix the same way, if Texas lost Quinn the same way, would they have suffered Florida State's fate? You and I believe yes. Those that believe that the fix is in for the SEC and the hype and the bigger market say no. So
I don't think Texas would have suffered the same fate because they were without Quinn Ewers this year. And they beat a ranked K-State team. They scored 30 points in that game. It was a 33-30.
I thought we were talking about that Murphy looked like he wasn't ready.
Murphy did not play a great game, but I mean, you've got Malik Murphy was a big time recruit. They've obviously got Arch is the best. Like the equivalent of what Florida State's on right now is if Arch had to play, which Arch is a top recruit, and they probably are not dinging Texas with Arch as much as they are here at Florida State.
I mean, because one of the guys, I think it was Tate, couldn't even win the Ball State job. He transferred to Florida State, couldn't even win the Ball State job.
A lot of good players at Ball State.
I mean, we're not talking about, Malik Murphy was a highly touted prospect, and so was Quinn, and so was Arch. And we're not talking about 3-star kids here. What Florida State had was essentially losing Jordan Travis, a top 5 quarterback of the sport, and replacing him with the 80th best quarterback of the sport. Like, that's just tough.
And as Albert Breer tweeted going into yesterday, the CFP committee is going to do one of 3 things. Penalize Florida State for an injury, ignore the Longhorns' head-to-head win at Bama, or leave the one-loss SEC champion out.
Who beat Georgia.
Who beat Georgia.
Right, so they would ignore the Georgia win. So they were going to do one of those 3.
And this whole best team versus most deserving. For the first time in the CFP era, 7 Power 5 teams finished the year with 1 or fewer losses.
Great.
Is that speaking to the quality or the lack of it? Because, correct. I mean, it's very, it does feel like there's just a whole bunch of mid football being played.
I agree. Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, boss.
Yeah, the committee got it right. Bobby, what you're failing to realize is they were put in an impossible position. It would have been a travesty. It would have been a bigger travesty to not put Alabama in after they beat Georgia, the number 1 team in the country. So, yeah, it's a travesty, but it would have been a lot bigger travesty. They would have lost total credibility by not putting Alabama in. You're failing to realize that, Bobby. But next year, hey, this all changes. Next year, we don't have to worry about it. But, hey, I got a beat for Choppy. Choppy, you were so high on getting rid of Zeke Elliott and put in Pollard. And I was watching with Brad Sam and all these guys. Hey, Pollard's small. Guaranteed when Pollard gets a starting position, he ain't going to do nothing. And look what he ain't doing nothing. Maybe because he got hurt last year.
Hang on.
What?
First off,
what happened to Pollard?
Wait, are you arguing that Zeke Pollard is – you're arguing Zeke Pollard? Is that what you're doing?
I'm arguing that you want to get rid of Zeke Elliott and put Pollard as a starter, and he ain't doing nothing compared to how you were hyping him up. I think I called it one time, said he's too small. Wait till he gets the starting position. Everybody looks great when they're second string because they want to be the starter, so they got something to prove. As soon as you put them in a starter, they don't do nothing.
Zeke's awful. Zeke is a god-awful running back at this point. I'm not even advocating for Tony Pollard. I was advocating for anybody but Zeke.
Exactly.
And I don't like the fact they gave Pollard the contract. Yeah. I don't think they should have not the contract, the franchise tag. I wouldn't have tagged him.
Right.
I'd have given it to Davis. Get him out of there. I don't want to pay the running back at all. But you're gonna come up here and
who's Davis?
Malik Davis.
Oh, you would give it to Malik
I would have given it to him.
Dowdle's better than Davis.
Huh?
Dowdle's better.
Fine,
than Davis.
but whatever. Like I was talking about in the context of last year's team,
sure.
Right. So, like that's Zeke. What?
Zeke's at 3.8 a carry.
Man, what was he like? 70 yards from scrimmage yesterday. He was dynamite against the Chargers.
Man, died on a Zeke hill still. Congrats. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We have an Ohtani update. And when are we getting the Shaq Leonard update? Are the Rangers an actual real destination? All of that next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. That joy.
for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frenkels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Awesome experience yesterday on the field at the home of the World Series champs. Everyone getting their pictures taken with the trophy during the Jared Sandler charity event. As you had Eric Nadel and Derek Holland. I think I saw Hicksey rolling around. Drew Pearson, everyone from the radio station. 407, we were the winners because of Brian at 407 Barbecue. $3,600, the winning bid amongst all the other shows.
Man, we watched the end of the Eagle-Niner game with them at the table.
Oh, good.
Yeah, great dudes. Great dudes.
I tried really hard.
And out in center field, 407, the Dimensions.
Oh, yeah.
So they stood right in front
branding.
of it.
That's
Branding.
perfect. I went with a, those little like giant dodgeballs that they were playing like field beer pong with, essentially. I did take one of them. I was holding it, and I was a little inebriated. And I was standing there and I was getting egged on by everybody. I was like, I should go throw this at Peyton's face while he's sitting down. I should hit him with this. And they're like, yeah, you should do it. And so I went over there. The problem was he was sitting right next to Brian at the table. And I was like, I don't want to like ricochet this. I almost killed 2 older ladies earlier in the day with my recklessness. I didn't want to, potentially
kill 2 older ladies.
So I was talking to Holland. And at the same time, Will Chambers was calling me over to the bar because he wanted me to talk to the bartender who was wearing Alabama Crimson Tide earrings. And he just wanted to troll me by talking to her.
We should have recorded her.
She was going
hot
in.
takes.
Yeah. And so
I was next to Ari Temkin, and Ari's, Mr. Big 12. And he's like, I don't know if they got it right. And she goes, I'm not serving you. I'm not serving you any drink.
So he's trying to call me over, and I'm like, okay. And I start turning around to go over there. Well, Holland says something else. Then I hear like Will yelling. So I'm just like, okay, cool. And I turn around to run over there like, all right, he won't be quiet. So I turn around to run. And as I'm turning around, Peyton saw this whole thing happen live. He was cheering for it to happen. I hear, whoa, 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 whoa. And I turn around, and these 2 women who were both probably like 70 had to catch me from rolling over them, and they saved me. But I almost bowled right over the 2 of them.
It's because you are in fast forward and social events.
You're a
you talk a million miles an hour. You walk a million miles an hour. What are you running for?
Because like he just kept going like Bobby. So I was like, all right. And I turned around to run.
Put a heart. I want to get a McCarthy GPS on him during these events.
Oh, the old GPS.
Dude, he gets so excited that there's people to socialize with. He goes a million miles an hour and goes crazy.
Yeah. Peyton, did you think I was going to kill those women when you saw me turn around to run?
Man, you hit him full speed, and you only took 2 steps. That was the impressive
You just
thing.
said they caught you. It
No,
doesn't
I know
sound
they
like you were
did.
going to run. 2 70-year-olds stopped your momentum in your path. It doesn't sound like you were doing anything.
No, I mean, I had turned around and started sprinting, and they it was the first couple steps of a sprint, and they catch me. I almost knocked them over.
You are like the dog that's never let out, and then all of a sudden he sees people for the first time.
Yeah.
Homeschool.
Giving people leash burn like on the back of your leg.
Yeah, holy cow.
Except if you put grain alcohol in their water bowl.
Right.
Then you get Bobby.
I'll lap it up.
So while we were on the field, I was thinking about the Rangers. In case you missed the news, Jeff Passan reported that the Rangers, they are one of the teams out on Shohei Ohtani. But the good news is, Bobby, we don't have to be held hostage, right?
Yeah, that's the good news, because apparently that's exactly what Shohei Ohtani is going to be doing to people. Bob Nightingale over at USA Today had his winter meetings notebook, his article, and he said, Christmas trees are everywhere, wreaths are hung, carolers are singing, and there are enough bright lights to illuminate a small country. But no matter where you look, at the 3.3 million square foot complex at the Gaylord Opryland Resort, you will not find Shohei Ohtani, his agent, his interpreter, none of them, because Shohei Ohtani has no intention of signing at the winter meetings. And he is going to slow play this. Apparently, we could be waiting till around Christmas to get a deal done for Shohei Ohtani. So I am now totally in favor. I was a little upset to hear that the Rangers were out, but Rangers got to make some moves.
Amen.
And I don't want to be held hostage for the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks, waiting around to see what Ohtani does. And then you're sitting there with musical chairs and there's nothing left if you don't get him.
I'm totally in on that. I totally agree. Like, forget about waiting.
Why is he waiting?
Because he can. That's
exactly it.
What's the point of it?
See, in baseball, in the NFL and the NBA, you got a salary cap. There's only a certain there's a finite amount of money that can go around. You have to get your money quick. That means you may sign with a team you don't want to sign with. Right? In the NFL, like, there's guys, I mean, nobody really, whoever wanted to sign with Jacksonville, but they did.
Right.
Because they had money. There was money to throw around. Same with Detroit. In baseball, it's like you could slow play this. The same amount of money is going to be available to you 3 weeks from now as it is today, so make the decision you want to. I hate it because what this also means a lot, I believe, the rest of the league is also basically going to be held hostage here because no one's going to – there's a lot of teams that are not going to make a move now until Shohei.
Well, and here's the list of contenders apparently for Ohtani, at least according to Bob Nightingale. It's the Dodgers, the Angels, the Blue Jays, the Cubs, the Giants, and at least one other team, call them a mystery team, are among the finalists. So you've got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams involved in this?
And he wants to be on the West Coast.
You've got a quarter of the league involved. So, I mean, that's something where that's going to hold up things in all likelihood.
Yeah.
That's going to keep things from getting done.
That mystery team is Seattle, Mets, maybe Yankees, Rangers.
Richardson.
Atlanta. Maybe Atlanta's a mystery team.
I mean, yeah, that is all. That's the West Coast, and then it's the Cubs, basically, on that list.
Well, Toronto.
Yeah, and then Toronto.
Kenny Pickett hurt with an ankle for Pittsburgh. He's going to be out multiple weeks. That game kept getting stopped for weather.
Yeah.
On, off for the Pittsburgh weather.
It really threw off Pittsburgh's offense. They were ready to cook, and just the delays really threw them off.
And then you had the that sideline injury with Alvin Kamara going into that leg.
Gross.
The guys sent it on the group text, and they're like, "Don't open it, Sean."
That guy's leg looked like an L. It was snapped.
It looked like the girl that I on the side of the road where her car flipped and I went and
I thought you were gonna say you dated a girl with a leg like that. Which would have been awesome.
I saw her car flip and I stop and I get out and I go to the car. She's sitting there and her legs sideways.
Oh gosh!
And that's not the worst part. You know what the worst part was?
I hope you're not gonna say that she died.
I don't know if she died or not. I have no idea. I saw her hands.
Okay.
They had no skin on them.
Oh gosh! When was this?
This is probably 2016. She got degloved.
Were you on the way to work or something?
I was coming back from a Ranger game. And it was right at 360 and 121 where they meet. And I see this car flip. I stop. I call 911. And I run in there to see if she's okay. And her leg is sideways. And she was gripping on the steering wheel so hard that her arms came out of her skin, out of her hands. I've never seen anything like that.
Jamal Adams.
Right, Jamal Adams.
He's like, let's move on.
Jamal Adams became by the way, we're still waiting on Shaq Diva to go ahead and make his decision.
I would still say I think he is leaning Cowboys.
Why?
Because just from talking to people, it sounds like that's where he was at least leaning heading into this weekend, and I don't think yesterday did Philly any favors.
All right, well, we're waiting on Shaq Leonard to make the official decision. I'm gonna guess Cowboys as well, but the guy who never became a Cowboy, Jamal Adams, he became a villain over the weekend. So this guy who covered him in New York, Brian Costello. Made fun of Jamal like you did, like we all did, trying to cover Ferguson on the touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
So he tweeted out the video and he wrote, he said Jamal Adams versus Jake Ferguson. He basically was saying like, ouch, like, ew. Like, look at Jamal.
He did yikes, right?
Yikes.
He said yikes.
Yikes was Connor Hughes. So there were two Jets reporters who went after him. Connor Hughes said yikes, and Jamal Adams quote tweeted that and went, yikes, and then had a picture of him and his girlfriend.
He went and found his girl.
Yeah,
who's not ugly.
No, it's not.
She's
not.
The girl.
It's a low blow.
Yeah, and he's like, yikes, back to the girl. And then another reporter followed up, Brian Costello, and everyone's like, low blow, Jamal. Like the woman had nothing to do with it. This other reporter said, I've covered a lot of players through the years. Never met anyone who's more of a phony than Jamal Adams. I always thought he was a bad guy. Today he proved he is even worse than I thought. Well, Jamal responded to this dude. I had to chuckle out loud. He goes, here comes Mr. Potato Head. Mr. Hughes, the initial reporter. Mr. Hughes, right-hand man. Truth be told, I do not care. I do not like you. Never liked you. You're terrible at your job. You do not know me outside the game of football, so keep that blank pushing #Prez for Jamal Adams. Here comes Mr. Potato Head going at these two New York reporters.
That's look.
Funny.
I have the handful of interactions I've had with Jamal Adams. I like him.
That's the guy.
That's him.
It's even funnier when you see a picture of it. But it's the handful of interactions I've had with Jamal Adams.
Look at the picture of it.
The handful of interactions I've had with him, I've liked him. Like he's been nice to me, and like I've been around him doing like workouts a couple different times, and he's been nice. But man, he brings that energy, and he seems like he's kind of like, all right, if you wanna talk about my play, I'm gonna be an ass. I'm coming at you,
man. Choppy, you got me a little interested in getting a Tesla over these past few days.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm seeing this armored tank that looks like it belongs in a Batman movie.
They're the Cybertruck, right? The Cybertruck.
Yeah. So I've seen a couple different things. Number one, the Porsche race.
Yeah. So the Tesla Cybertruck raced a Porsche, beat the Porsche, Bobby, while towing a Porsche.
Damn.
Yeah.
It towed a Porsche and beat a Porsche in a race, in a drag race. Unbelievable.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
And then I saw like the end of the world is upon us. Did you see those robots shooting the guns at it? These robots, it's like, okay, there's going to be a takeover.
Oh, for sure.
There's definitely going to be a takeover. These robots start shooting up the car. Another robot gets out of the car. It's like, I'm not hit. Armored vehicle. Bam. Good to go.
We need to start our pro robot language now, so that when they eventually take over, they'll spare us.
Yeah. I love robots. I'm in. Bring them on.
Yeah.
Well, you saw Detroit, what they're doing now. Their latest road is going to the roads that they're doing, the infrastructure. There's a lot of other things I guess the state of Michigan can't pay for. But roads that charge your Tesla as you're driving on the road are coming to Detroit. That's apparently the future now. So they are developing roads with the idea that as you drive on these roads in Detroit, they will charge electric vehicles.
Wow. I always thought that they would have something where they put like a mini generator on the tires. So every time the wheel spins, it can charge your vehicle.
Speaking of tires, man.
Oh, yeah, Peyton's.
Yeah.
Best and the worst of the week. But I went to Jared's charity event. That's his other one.
Tell us your best. You're starting to put in as little effort as you do production in your best and worst of the email. I'm going to read it.
Oh, this is great. The Sunday one. Your Sunday one made me laugh.
I don't need. Who?
Peyton's.
Maybe we'll carry it over to Below the Belt. We'll carry it over. Peyton did something for the very first time. How old are you?
27.
Okay, 27 years old. Peyton's best and worst of the weekend, and why Bobby, unfortunately, he's not going to do it for the children at the charity event yesterday for Sandler. So apparently, Bobby's few remaining hairs are safe on his head. We'll talk about all of it next in Below the Belt with Sean and RJ. But
The way to finish this year number 1 in America. They're leading hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack. Throws left side of the end zone. Yes! It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win.
Why does Peyton never tell me when he's coming out of the intro with an audio clip? We may never know.
Nope.
More on that in just a second. And why Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are liars. What? That's crazy. You're kidding me. First off, though, I do want to carry over what we were just talking about heading to break. And that's because I honestly...
By the way, what was that stat on the Broncos?
Oh, they went 0 for 11 on third down yesterday.
Is that good?
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Will Anderson was wrecking shop yesterday for Houston. He was just destroying things for them all day. And in general, Denver could not block a lick for Russell Wilson yesterday. He throws 3 picks. Really tough day, really tough performance for him. But
Texans are 7-5. They cool off the red hot Broncos, who are 6-6.
When he got out of that sack, when Russell Wilson got out of the sack there on that last play, I was so sure. I was like, he is gonna like Houdini this, and we are never gonna hear the end of it. And I was honestly grateful that the Texans picked it off. Now 7-5. Stroud continues to be a monster. He is every bit. It's one of the most satisfying things to see from this NFL season so far to me is just all the slander that kid took coming out last year.
And no one is doing it. Well, besides Mahomes, no one's doing it with less.
Yeah,
and Mahomes has more because he has Kelsey.
I mean, he's turned
Dalton Schultz.
Yesterday was without Schultz.
He's turned Nico Collins and Noah Brown. Noah Brown put up in absurd numbers for a couple weeks that we never would have seen here.
No.
He is incredibly impressive. One of the most naturally gifted quarterbacks in the league.
My boy Brian, by the way, Tolo said Tank Dell broke his femur on that sneak play that Roger Goodell wants to eliminate with the tush push. So Tank Dell gone.
That's painful. So Peyton, I want to know how you just said 27, right?
Yes. 27.
How have you gone your entire life without doing what you did on Saturday?
No idea. No
Tell
idea.
us what that is.
I did have a spare in my first truck. I drove a Chevy Silverado. So I've never had to buy tires. I had to spare, so I've only had to switch one out one time. I did switch it out with help from my dad, but that was back in high school. But I never had to buy tires. The tires have always just lasted, And so I've had this Camaro for 4 years now, a little over 4 years. Never had to buy a tire. Never had to switch one out. I've just had to patch stuff up if we get a nail here and there. But then I ran into an issue Friday. I was driving home on 30, and then all of a sudden it said PSI is at 10. And I was like 30 minutes from home. I said, that is not good at all. And it just kept going down. I finally got off the highway, but I was only like 10 minutes from my house. So I just said, you know what? I'll just drive to the house with it. I could hear it though. I turned on the volume and I hear the I said, this is not good, but I'm going to make it.
You drove 10 miles with the
10 minutes, which maybe that is 10 miles, but 10 minutes but I was only going like 30, had the hazards on. I was letting everyone know,
because you have a spare?
No, not in my Camaro. I do not. But I was like, if I can get home, maybe it's just a nail. I can just fill it up and then I can get to Discount Tire or wherever. What? And I got home and it was flat. And it was not because it was a nail. It was just the tire was worn down.
What is the longest you guys have ever gone without changing tires out?
You mean knowing it's flat?
Or the tread is worn down. What's the longest? He just told me his entire life, his cars, the tires have always just lasted. He is driving on bald tires for 5 years.
How
that tells me.
So you haven't had? When was the last time you changed these tires? You said
for the Camaro, never.
And how long have you had it?
4 years.
How is he passing inspection?
It's getting to be time.
Is 4 years time to change the tires? I mean, they checked it. The back left one was still like a 4 or 5 or whatever.
How could that be?
I'm stunned. I go through tires basically once a year.
Well, you're a bad driver.
Once a year?
Aren't
that's
tires supposed to last
much.
you 4 or 5 years?
How many miles are on your car?
More like every 18 months. I put on 30,000 miles a year on my car.
He drives from Rockwell. How many miles are on your car?
89,000.
Yeah, that's way past the 60 to 70,000 that tires last.
I started with 10,000 on my car, so if you got to do the math,
okay,
that's
but still,
a normal set of tires from Google should last 60 to 75,000 miles, or about 4 to 5 years. So you think that you're a freaking NASCAR driver?
I also I do it bad about every 18 months, but I drive 30 to 40,000 miles a year. My car's 5.5 years old, and I've got 200,000 miles on it.
Ooh. But you were most disgusted as a guy who doesn't pay for guac or second margaritas. The price just really hurt you, didn't it?
Yeah, it was like $650
for 2 tires.
Yeah, well, that was with labor and everything. Now I did get the Goodyear tires. I don't know if that was above grade or whatever, but is it high class?
I get the cheap ass tires.
I didn't want to ask, but I was like, he recommended Goodyear. I was like, yeah, I'll get the Goodyear tires.
He recommended Goodyear, and he also recommended. He's like, hey, we've got this 10-year protection plan. If you want, how many upcharges did they sell you on? Probably 4 of them. You're the guy who goes, yeah, sure, I'll take it, sure, whatever you say.
As long as the tire doesn't blow off, next year or so. If it lasts me 4 to 5 years, I'll be fine. So I got 2 new tires and down almost $700.
Ooh, brutal weekend for you, Peyton.
Back to the casino.
And then his other best. What a mail-in this was for his prep.
Oh, my God. This was amazing.
Sandler's event. Talk to the 407 barbecue people who won our table. Great people.
That was his best. What a mail-in.
It was the star of the show, man. They won our table.
I made him
You get way too comfortable.
I made him panic.
You get way too comfortable and complacent around here.
It was 6:15, and he was like, hey, where are the 407 guys? I haven't seen him yet. And I was like, you haven't talked to them yet? I was like, Peyton, what time is it? He's like, 6:15. I was like, you were contractually obligated by Sandler. You're supposed to talk to them by 6. You didn't do it? And he's like, you're lying. And I was like, I'm not playing with you. Did you dead serious not talk to them yet? Like, we were going to have a problem. And he's like, I didn't know where they were. And he started like getting all panicky. And then Choppy was ruining it because he's like, that's not true. I haven't talked to him yet. I was like, Chop, shut up. I'm trying to get him. So it was a good time.
And because of this event, Bobby was supposed to shave his head on air. Panther City and another listener offering to throw in $500, and Bobby refused to do it.
Well, that's because I recognize those were the stakes of the Aaron Rodgers bet. I didn't want to steal from that. That's worse than stealing from charity, stealing from the integrity of our bet, which was, look, Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be back, supposed to be ready to play. As it turns out, I know this will shock you.
Did you try to watch that game yesterday?
No.
Oh, my God. I don't know what you could pay me to force me to watch the Jets, and I just would not do it. I mean, now their defense has picked it up, but watching the Jets play offense, yesterday they lost to the Falcons 13-8.
Is that a scoregami? Is that a scoregami?
I know it was 2-0 for like the first 16, 17
It
minutes.
was 7-5 at one point. It's a baseball score. They even said that on the Lions game.
13.
The announcer said the Jets Atlanta playing a baseball game, 7-5.
13-8. The early games yesterday were so gross.
The Falcons, Jets, Chargers, and Patriots combined for 27 points in
gosh.
their 2 games. That is just off. That would be the worst possible game we could get right now is Patriots, Jets. And I know they play each other twice a year. I don't remember the last time they did, but man, that you could not pay me enough to watch that. But things will get better because Aaron Rodgers is going to come back. I'm going to have to shave my head on the air, and it'll be, oh, wait, what is this? Aaron Rodgers has been lying the whole time. He's not coming back.
No,
He's going to be
what?
playing next year. You're kidding me. Even though his practice window has been opened, and they're talking all this talk about, wow, he's a medical miracle. He went into the dark room or whatever and massaged it with, oak tree oil or whatever the hell, like Rodgers always claims he does. Ian Rappaport reports that it is unlikely that Aaron Rodgers will play in any games this season. So this was all just a big old sell job, which I've said, if he played...
You did call BS on this. I was buying it more.
If he played, I was going to become convinced that he either never tore his Achilles or the Jets have now, like, the Johnson & Johnson connection. They had some, like, voodoo medicine that they didn't tell anybody about, and they're, like, hoarding, like, oh, we're not going to let anybody.
Yeah.
Cam Akers was considered a medical miracle coming back, like, 5 months after his Achilles tour, and he was, like, 23 and in peak athletic shape.
Yeah.
Rodgers is 40, washed, does everything that he does. There was no chance he was coming back after 3
I
years.
was reading some stuff that the type of Achilles tear he had, I didn't know there's different types of Achilles tears. I had no idea. Was not going to be as long as a normal one, whatever that means. But then again, it wouldn't like. Did he go to Germany and have the stem cells that Kobe had? That players will do. Maybe he did. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean,
So what? This was just for attention?
yes. Just like everything else, just like how they were the biggest phonies when they talked about how we don't want Hard Knocks in here. Are you kidding me? We don't want that attention. BS. You guys love it. Aaron Rodgers, the very first episode of Hard Knocks, what did he do? The first shot we see of him, he turns out and goes, watch this. He looks at the camera and says, watch this. He loves it. He shows up on McAfee every week. He loves to stir the pot. This guy will never go away. Even when he's retired, he will maintain a presence. He'll get a podcast.
And he hates the media. He might be he might be an announcer.
He loves all of it.
He does.
That's what he's gonna do. He's not at all somebody who's just gonna go away into silence or anything else.
Because it is below the belt, I got to throw this in here for Roberto. It'll make him happy, unable to stand. Ian Rappaport, his TV coworker, with a Dak money report.
Rich, if it feels like Dak Prescott is playing his best football ever, it's because, well, he really is, and he is already rich, but it does seem like he is going to get a lot richer. Dak Prescott playing his way into a new deal. Sources say the Cowboys and their quarterback are expected to work toward negotiating a rich new contract extension this offseason. 2024 is the final year of his deal, and here is why that is important. He not only has a no-trade clause, he also has a no-tag clause. And for 2024, he has a $60 million cap number, which means if they don't do a new deal before free agency, that is what the Cowboys have to carry into March.
Always pay the quarterback as early
You're
as
wrong
possible.
on Daniel Jones, though.
As early as possible, pay him.
This is going
not even wrong about Daniel Jones because you could still work around Daniel Jones.
We unfortunately don't have a ton of time here. We just, we're a news station as well, so we had to play you that. It is news. We don't have enough time, though. I'm going to end up being wrong for the second time about paying this dude. I had to apologize on NBC5 with Pat Doney. The very tan Pat Doney yesterday.
Tan. Yeah, you just coming at hard at Pat Doney, taking shots at his forehead and everything. It was aggressive.
Hey, well, you're not in a very charitable mood. Insulting Jared's food.
I didn't insult Jared's food. I just said it could have been better.
Oh.
And, whatever.
And then
drinks were good.
I'm gonna end up wrong about giving him this extension because you have to.
He's going. I think we are going to be looking at. He's going to be like the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. What did Tannenbaum say last week?
60 million or something like that.
I mean, you're going to be pushing it. Yeah. That's ultimately what you're looking at. He'll probably surpass Deshaun Watson's total guarantees at this point. This is why you get it done as early as possible.
Early as
you can always get out of a quarterback deal.
We need to ask Jerry that tomorrow as well.
Yes.
We need to bring it up and be like, how's waiting helping you?
Because this is twice it's burned you.
Because you can't always get out of it, though, because they can't, like, if they, let's say they wanted to get out of Dak's deal right now, they couldn't. He's got $60 million next year.
They could have if they didn't have to, if they weren't always creating these like restructures and stacking money up.
And I've agreed with the Cowboys both times they waited, and we're going to get burned twice. 0 for 2, having to pay even more.
Apology accepted.
Oh God, here comes Donnie. Looking forward to the pay Dak sign 2.0 on NBC5. Yeah, I had to stick that damn sign on my head like a dummy when I said it was wrong, and I'm going to have to admit that I was wrong again. And everyone else going to have to admit it too. I'm going to make everyone else admit.
Not me. Not me.
me.
Apology accepted, Sean, for the impression and for doubting Dak Prescott.
When you apologize to Nick Saban and Bama, you're going to have the opportunity to do it next. In the college football kegger, RJ Choppy wants to change Dr. Pepper forever and the greatest college troll of all time. This was epic. Not you.
Yeah, this was epic.
Final hour, Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
Shotgun for JJ from the 6-yard line. Takes the snap, inside handoff. Blake Corum bounces it back the other direction. Blake fighting for the end zone. Touchdown Wolverines. Blake Corum ties the school record with his 55th career rushing touchdown, and Michigan extends the lead to 16-0.
Oh, Michigan radio with the call as the Final Four is set. Michigan against Alabama, and then University of Washington against Bobby and Peyton's Longhorns.
And already the Longhorn fans, you dummies, are jinxing it. National championship rematch. Here we go. Already looking past your first round matchup. Here we go. We're going to get our revenge from years back.
Here we go.
As the spreads are out.
Spreads are out. Texas -4. Michigan now, it started at -2. It's down to 1.5 now. At least the place I saw it at.
Stunned, honestly, that Texas is a 4-point favorite.
I know. It should be 9.
You think?
Oh, by 1,000,000. I've already bet it.
So you guys were forecasting the Pac-12 championship game and what was going to happen there.
Yeah, I had no idea why Washington was such an underdog against
totally
Oregon.
agree.
That made no sense. The Oregon was getting credence all year that I don't understand. They had already lost. They'd struggled against Tech. They lost the second game now to Washington. Or the Oregon obsession was very bizarre to me.
It was much more, I think, about how Washington played after the Oregon game. They didn't play very well. They had like a 4 or 5 week stretch where they were just kind of sneaking by. Now, some of those wins, like that Oregon State one was a tough win. That was a gritty win. They beat USC, but it was close. So anyway, there's your point spreads for that game. Interesting though, where they chose to put the teams. They're basically giving Texas a home game. They're playing at the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Washington's not going to have. I mean, that's going to be 75% Texas. And the reason they did that is because their number one job was to protect the higher seed. They had to protect Michigan first and foremost because they were the overall 1 seed. They put them at the Rose Bowl. Had they put them at the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, that's an Alabama home game. So by putting them out west, they protect the number 1 seed, but in doing so, they kind of screw over the 2 seed. Texas is going to have a home game.
And Bobby already wants to have a show trip to the armpit. Jinxing it even more.
I didn't jinx. I said if they get there, we should go to Houston for that Monday morning.
I totally agree.
I really do want Alabama because I want Matt Pittman to come in here and both before the game to hear how confident he is, and then after to just get a personal apology from Matt. That's what I want.
I don't feel great about playing this on radio, but
the Michigan reaction we talking about?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to play well, but this is the camera inside.
Right, so they had the TV camera set up. Well, I'll tell you, I felt so bad for the Florida State ones when I felt so bad.
And Norvell had to stand up quickly and be like, "Oh, rah rah rah!"
Yeah. Hey, we still got a game to play. Yeah, got a game to play. But if I felt so bad for him, but this is the reaction inside the Michigan watch party when they announced Alabama, and many on social media are saying this shows they did not want any part of Alabama.
Oh yeah, clap. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The groan, the audible groan had David Hellman and myself saying, "Whoop! Go and put that bet down on the opposite side because Michigan wants no part of that." And and some people were like, "Oh, they're just
a lot of people
they were surprised,
like a shock.
They were really surprised. Your Dave Portnoy's of the world. They was just very surprised, waiting for Florida State to be named instead of Bama, and it was like, oh Lord, we got the big dog.
I mean, let's be honest though. They would have rather played Florida State right now. That's just the case. Yeah. And so that's
Florida State would have scored like Iowa against them.
You want to talk about though a guy that I still don't, as much as that gap is closing. You guys have talked about the offense isn't good enough at Michigan or whatever else. I don't know how Milroe's going to be able to take what Michigan does on defense.
He's going to run. It's going to come down to him breaking out of X's and O's and anything scheduled because he's a freak monster athlete, and he made big play after big play. First off, he's done it the entire second half of the season, and he did it against Georgia. back-breaking runs because he's the best athlete on the field.
The only defense that is even similar to the one in terms of speed that Milroe's gone up against this year was Texas, and Texas was able to catch up to him.
Yeah, but he was a different guy. Completely different quarterback back then. Completely different player.
You think Texas's defense is better than Georgia's?
No, I think I'm talking about just speed of the defense, the ability to match Milroe's speed and playmaking. Like, that's the only thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think Georgia could, too.
I don't think Georgia's as fast as Texas on defense.
I don't know. But, like,
who's going to have more first-round picks?
Georgia. But, I mean, we're literally just talking about the speed. To catch up to Milroe.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, look, it's, Texas is good. They're loaded with 5 stars all over the place. So is Georgia. So is Michigan. This is going to be a tough matchup either way. I've already bet Texas. I've already bet Bama.
Wow.
I got it. I did with Bama, though. You're better off doing the money line because you're getting 1.5, but you're laying a juice. With the money line, you're actually getting positive money. So on a $100 bet, to win $100, you don't even have to bet 100. But to win 100 on the other side with the points, you're going to get 1.5 out of it, but you got to lay 110.
I think there's just a lot of sleeping on Michigan right now. I mean, Michigan, like Bruce Feldman talked about it before the year, Michigan very well could break the NFL record this upcoming draft for most players picked in a draft. Like, they are
really
deep. They have more NFL players on their team right now than Bama does.
You want Dr. Pepper or McAfee?
Dr. Pepper for real quick. Let me lay in on this. Okay, and this is not on Dr. Pepper.
Give us some DP.
This I don't care what happens. I don't care what happens in any game ever again in the history of my life.
Oh, you sound like the committee.
Well done. But Dr. Pepper has to step in here. They've got to save America. They have to stop with the chest passes in these things. It looks awful. Nothing spells beta more than chest pass in your football 6 yards.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a 6-yard throw, guys. You can make this thing. All right? I don't care what you are. Dr. Pepper has to mandate that you have to throw a football like a football to win $100,000. Like, it's got to. Imagine going out there in front of millions and millions and millions of fans. And imagine doing that and telling everyone that you've never thrown a football before. Like that, you have to stop this. They have to stop for America, for Texas. Please stop allowing them to chest pass that ball.
Can I ask some insensitive questions? I hope it's not insensitive.
Hit me, Peyton.
Is it? Yeah, this is very Peyton-like. Is it boy versus boy or in girl versus girl? Is it boy versus girl? I don't even know.
I don't speak in those terms anymore. So I don't know what you're talking
Come
about
on, man. What I'm trying.
You shouldn't assume anything.
It depends. I mean, each contest is different. Sometimes it's two girls. Sometimes it's 2 guys. Sometimes it's boy, guy versus girl.
Okay. The majority of times, I would think out of 10 boys versus 10 girls, more boys would be used to throwing a football overhand. So the chest pass to some. And it can work the opposite way too. Could even the playing field.
Level the playing field.
And level the playing field for a female who's not as used to throwing a football to do the chest pass, even though there are definitely guys who need it as well. God, I can't believe I have to dance around that statement. I'm freaking so annoying.
817 says for 100K, I'll chest pass all day.
Right. Yeah.
I'd rather not win $100,000 at chest pass.
Shut up. You do freaking.
I did have to throw a football last night, by the way, because the Alabama bartender was taunting me. And so I was like, I'll show you. She's like, can you throw a football better than Jalen? I was like, yeah. I was like, I can throw
Jalen
just
who?
Hurts. I was like, I can show you just how Jalen Hurts throws it. Let me go over there. And she's like, all right, you're going to throw it as well as Jalen? I was like, yep. And then I threw it over towards like the World Series trophy, basically.
And then there was some controversy over this, like in
there
terms
was
of how
a tie.
it ended.
Yeah, there was a scoring issue, so they had to award the money to both kids. Great. I mean, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But look, the contest is fantastic. It's a great promotion for Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
But I think Dr. Pepper needs to save America and outlaw the chest pass.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it's ugly, but I mean. Yeah, if you want to die on that hill, Chop, go right ahead. You fight that social battle.
It's not a social battle.
It's not a social battle.
Good Lord.
Pat McAfee.
This was so good.
So, College Game Day, and McAfee's been destroyed at College Game Day Fans don't love him on there. I think he's pretty good on there. I
He
think he
picked
really
Iowa
is.
to beat Michigan outright in the Big Ten title like a moron.
I think he's been really, really solid on College Game Day. But they were at the SEC championship game,
man,
and there is nothing but
where
red.
is this played?
Atlanta. There's nothing but red there. You're 90 minutes from Athens. You're 90 minutes-ish from Tuscaloosa, maybe 2 hours from Tuscaloosa. It's a great location. There are 50-50. And Georgia's got this song that all the fans will sing together. They see it on airplanes. They sing it when they're walking the stadium, tailgates. And McAfee and the company is doing their picks. And this is, I think, one of the greatest troll jobs that's ever happened.
29 straight wins, back-to-back national champions. What's it coming down the track? It's the mean machine in the red and black. Ain't nothing finer in the land than a drunk, obnoxious Georgia fan. Go dogs, go dogs. Give me Alabama to break.
Theo Vaughn.
What happened just now? What just happened? Unbelievable. Do I have to pick? Yeah, baby.
Oh.
So, what do they call this? A pop? With a booger, you just call this a pop?
When he said, give me Alabama.
Play with that, no one talk. Play with that, let's hear the pop of it.
Yeah.
That's Theo Vaughn that was sitting down.
Theo Vaughn's sitting right next to him.
Friend of the show.
Which I was a little surprised by. Is Theo Vaughn like a controversial figure now? Or
I
no?
don't think so.
Every comedian's controversial today.
Okay. I didn't know if he was like a big time political dude now or whatever.
No.
When he said the Alabama thing, I really wish they played the Stone Cold glass break.
Hit it.
Give me Alabama to break.
What would Jim Ross or JR say?
My God, that's Pat McAfee's music. He broke him in half. He done broke him in half.
That was awesome. That was fantastic. And having the guts to do it right there
so good.
in enemy territory. College football kegger continuing here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. By the way, people reacting, of course, to the top 6. Dalton with a good point. Leaving FSU out makes sense if we're trying to get the best 4 teams in. But then FSU can't be 5th.
Mm-hmm.
They're not better than Georgia. They're not better than Ohio State. So if that is your criteria, how are they 5th? My answer to this is you are right, but it's all window dressing. It's a bunch of BS window dressing because you are right in the premise. But because they wanted to give Florida State the first consolation prize, they made them 5th.
That's why they're a joke. That's why the committee's a joke, and this whole thing is a joke, and I'm with Mike Norvell.
Well, they got it right based upon their standards.
Again, based on their standards, Ohio State's better than Alabama right now.
That's look, obviously not. They don't even have them ahead of Georgia.
Oh, and that's right. Yeah, obviously not, because what the committee says, just like they think, it's the whole, like I said, it's the whole Jim Jones, Marshall Applewhite. We brainwashed the SEC cult people, and there it is.
You think Ohio State would
beat Georgia?
I think Ohio State would beat Alabama. Like, if you want to say Ohio State, Georgia, whoever, like Ohio State and Georgia, I think, are both better. Again, like we said, if they play 10 times, Georgia probably beats Alabama 7 or 8 right now.
The argument against Ohio State, what was their schedule?
Ohio State had some big victories.
Yeah.
They beat Penn State. They beat Notre Dame. They played Michigan really tight on the road.
They probably should have lost to Notre Dame.
You know what? This is the way to correct this. Ohio State and Michigan need to start playing their game very early in the season so people forget about it by the time the year's over. And then it's not held against
Georgia
them.
and Ohio State are sitting back saying you clearly left 2 of the 4 best teams out.
Those are 2 of the 4 best,
they are.
probably.
I mean, if you wanted to go and see who are the 4 best teams all year, I mean, look, how do you penalize Washington? How do you penalize Texas? How do you penalize Georgia? How do you penalize Ohio State? How do you penalize Alabama? How do you penalize Michigan? You can't. You can't penalize any of those teams. You can penalize Florida State because they have the quarterback. But like the rest of it is just it's a subjective.
How can you
look.
penalize all the one-loss teams, but then you can penalize like the no-loss team that won the ACC?
Because they're not a quarterback. Because they're not a true
But
contender
regardless,
anymore.
the idea of like how in the world can you punish Alabama? That's outside the realm of like sanity. Is like, okay, well then you can't say that is a sane or just an insane thing to do, and then also not acknowledge that it is a controversial, very
No one's saying
debatable
it's not
thing to drop
controversial.
Florida State.
That's why it's great.
But the whole thing
That's
is
why
that
it's amazing.
This is why they do it. That like this is so we're sitting here talking about it. But the fact of the matter is there are 4 teams in the country that are better than Alabama. So if it's the best 4 teams,
we don't know that's factual. They just beat.
Who would you take Alabama?
You
who
are
not,
disrespecting Georgia.
They just
why am I disrespecting Georgia?
Because you're not giving Alabama any credit for what they just did.
I mean, I think that Georgia's
been number 1 all year basically with Michigan.
Right.
It's 1-2 and 1-2 and 1-2 and 1-2 or Ohio State. And now Alabama just went and did it, and everyone wants to forget it. Everyone wants to dismiss it and flush it.
They haven't lost in 2.5 years.
It's ridiculous. They're on the way to a three-peat, and they just lost in a 50-50 atmosphere, and it's like, oh, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. You give the credit for it.
Because
you don't want to give credit because you were wrong about Saban.
No,
you were wrong about dismissing
I was never
Bama.
wrong about Saban.
Yeah,
I was not. I didn't say Saban was a bad coach.
You dismissed him as a factor.
I did not. No, I did not. I did not say
I'm
I
tired of
did
your
not.
BS and not
No,
owning
this is
it.
not a BS
Because you're
thing.
allergic to owning it.
No. What the whole issue is
horse
that
crap.
Alabama's roster was not the same. It wasn't about Saban.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, Alabama's this and mid and this and that and that.
Yeah,
and this.
Alabama is mid.
And they're 4.
They
So
just
suck it.
Yeah, they're 4 because of a stupid ass committee.
If they
Yeah,
just
so
beat
own it.
the
Number
number
your
1
wife away.
team,
You ended up being proven wrong.
How are they
You can't own
mid?
it.
How are they mid if they
It's a
just
bitch
beat
move.
Georgia?
It is. You just
because
won't
they
own
barely
it.
beat Auburn, who's worse than the Louisville team that
I
Florida
understand.
State
Yes,
just beat. What
I
else?
get it.
They are lucky. They are the Philadelphia Crimson Vikings. That's what all 3 of
hang
these
on.
teams are. They're
They
the same
dominated-
team. It's the Spider-Man meme.
They dominated Georgia. Dominated. They're up 10 with 4 to go. They manhandled Georgia.
No one cares, RJ. It doesn't matter.
Play it 10 times.
Georgia's the
Play it
float.
10 times. Does Georgia lose those games?
I mean, they probably lose. I mean, they probably split.
Split?
I'd give Georgia,
No.
6-4, maybe a
7 minimum.
Okay, fine. If Texas played Alabama today, they would.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for a national title. I
Because
hope they get
Milroe
Alabama.
is what year is Milroe freshman? Yeah.
Alabama would beat Texas today.
No, he's sophomore.
I think Alabama would definitely be favored over Texas today.
Yeah, they were favored last time and they didn't deserve to be.
I don't disagree with that, but Milroe is infinitely better.
I'm gonna fund your wife's
Name me
divorce.
a player.
I'm gonna pay for it.
Name
Frank,
me-
I'm gonna fund your wife's divorce.
That's what your 49ers
I got
bet
the-
is going to
I
go
got the
to.
Frankles. I got Dave Wishnu on backup. You're gonna be a single father. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Next, hit the commercial.
Get some hair put on top of your head, Dr. Mark. There go the headphones. Yeeted across the studio. Dr. Mark Bishara. Go see Bishara's office, and he is gonna put some hair back on top of your head. Late teens, early 20s, maybe even you make it to 30. Maybe you make it to 30 with some hair on top of your head. Go see Dr. Mark Bishara. Little as 1 session, you can be on the road back to having a full, healthy head of hair again. Simple procedure to go through, really, really pain-free. You do it on a Thursday, you're back, you're working Monday. Nobody can tell a procedure took place. There's no scarring like that. None of that happens. All of a sudden, you start to regrow your own natural head of hair again. Mark Bishara, MD.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation, state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Now you goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
49ers Radio with the call. We got it. We got it done to us. 42-10. And Filthy got theirs last night, 42-19. So San Fran against the Cowboys and Eagles, 84-29. And as Todd Archer pointed out, with the Eagles' loss, if the Cowboys beat Filthy on Sunday on this radio station, they will move into first place in the East because of a better division record. If both teams win out and they're both 14-3, the Eagles would win the division based on better conference record. Let's go Seahawks. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How do you feel about Philly, San Fran, and Dallas this morning?
Well, I mean, obviously, San Francisco, it's like one thing is good, one thing's not so good. I mean, obviously, it's nice to see Philadelphia kind of get it handed to them. But the team, that did it, they did the same to the Cowboys. So it's like, okay, well, now we know that they're definitely beatable, but, it's San Francisco, especially from a Cowboys standpoint. So, there's good and bad to both. I mean, it's always good to see Nick Sirianni lose like that. Yeah. So that was a good thing. But San Francisco they're a beast. I mean, they make it a fist fight and turn it into a football game. And I think that Philly wasn't able to handle that, and certainly the Cowboys weren't either.
Who was the Dallas Cowboys director or head of security?
I think it's Cable Johnson, but I don't know exactly how they call it.
Where Cable?
Yeah. I think.
You've seen Cable,
but they've got different guys that have done it as well. So I'm not sure exactly who the director is. I believe it's him, but I don't know.
Where does he stand during games?
Oh, he's down there. He's down there.
On to where the Eagles guy was yesterday?
Yeah.
So you think it's within his realm to break up like the fights between players? Because Choppy and I were disagreeing. Yeah. I think it was crazy.
Well, I mean, he's down there. He breaks them up, though. I mean, that's what he's trying to do, is break them up and prevent issues, not be the instigator down there. No, I mean, but that's and that's his job. He's everywhere, actually. Everybody kind of does it differently, I guess. So, I mean, I don't know if he has a nickname too that everyone cheers for, and I don't know. I don't know much about that guy. I didn't hear anything about him until yesterday.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline. Are you all on standby, expecting Shaq Leonard news today?
I would imagine there will be some news. I mean, I think standby is the right term. I don't have a good feel for it. I mean, I guess kind of looking at some other posts, it feels like the Cowboys have a decent shot here. But, I just don't think either team is going to be – there's going to be no parades on this. I mean, if he signs here, that's great, but – I don't think anybody – I think everybody kind of sees the same doctors and medical reports and said, all right, this guy's pretty beat up.
So there are no parades. So there probably won't be any kind of like funerals if they don't get him.
Right.
But if they do, what – I mean, what do you think kind of role he would fill? Like right away, step in?
I think so. I mean, he should be ready to go. I mean, he's been playing football. I think he played 9 games. I mean, he should be in somewhat football shape. It's not going to be a Jason Peters thing where he has to get here and has to take a month to get ready. Obviously different part of their careers. But I think that he'll be a run stopper. They'll have some packages for him. I mean, that's where I think Dan Quinn would really have a big deal in this, because he kind of has a good feel of getting these guys in certain packages that will help them specifically to their role and to their play style.
You're a big college football fan. Did the CFP get it right?
Oh man, no. No, I don't think they did, and they messed it up way in the past. First of all, just like the term shutdown quarter, let's just eliminate Power 5 because there's nothing powerful about the 5. They basically invited 5 to the party, hoping only 4 would ever show up, and this year 5 needed to show up, and they didn't have a seat. So I think they should eliminate that. I just feel bad because what do you tell Ohio State and Georgia? Well, win, right? I mean, you should have won, I guess. The same thing you would have told Alabama and Texas. But I don't know what you tell Florida State. Like, what do you tell them? I'm sorry, Clemson sucks? I mean, I don't know. What do you tell them? Like, don't get hurt? It sucks. But, I guess they got the 4 best teams. But if that's the case, I mean, who would win between Georgia and Washington?
Right.
I think I just named a president there. But, no, I just think I think that I don't know why Washington's getting such a pass on this. I mean, what did they do? But it's a mess. I was at the Texas game.
Well,
they look like one of the best 4 teams to me.
Yeah. So your big fix, I mean, you just would have swapped out Florida State and Bama.
I hate that because I think Bama's really good too. But I mean, when did whipping LSU by 35 points become just irrelevant? I mean, what the hell? Like,
who would your 4 have been?
Huh?
Who would your 4 have been then? Who do you think the best 4 are? Best 4.
Well, okay, different question. Yeah, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, and Michigan. That's who I think the best 4 are. But, I mean, that's not how it works. I get it. I know I'm being hypocritical. The whole thing is hypocritical. I mean, I just feel bad for Florida State. What else could they have done? They scheduled these like in 1988. So what do?
We know you got the podcast. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. The feeling on Twitch, YouTube, and the fan text throughout the morning on the CFP is what? More so they got it right or wrong?
Generally got it right. I'd say it leans probably 60-40 got it right.
Okay. Yeah, and a lot of it is on Florida State, obviously. There were some that say that, you could have thrown Georgia still in there. But for the most part, yeah, it was about 60-40 got it right. I feel terrible. I really do. And as a college football fan, like kind of an old school throwback college football fan, it doesn't sit right with me leaving Florida State out, but I do think they had to. Just because they don't have their quarterback is shot. And I get it. The competitors in these people, they want to do that. The committee, again, and there's a lot of coaches on that committee. There's some coaches that they lean on in there. This is a made-for-TV event. Like, they have to also take into account the facilitation of a massacre, which would be, they think at least, a hobbled, one arm tied behind their back Florida State going up against a team that has just boat raced everybody this year in Michigan.
Jordan Travis tweeted, devastated, heartbroken, in so much disbelief right now. I wish my leg broke earlier in the season so y'all could see this team. It's much more than the quarterback. I thought results matter. 13-0, and this roster matches up across with any team in those top 4 rankings. I am so sorry. Go Noles. And then someone tweeted this. Florida State is not that great. Here's why. They pulled away late from a 6-6 G5 team.
Group of 5
team. Needed a prayer to beat a 6-6 rival. 3-point win versus a 4-8 conference foe. Lost by 10 at home. Oh, wait. That's Alabama's resume. So someone threw it off there on social media, taking it for Florida State.
Look, the biggest prayer from the committee right now is they want Georgia to beat the crap out of Florida State. So that they can look right, because if Florida State wins that game, they are going to look like they were completely because either way you do it, it'll say Florida State was capable, and it'll then devalue probably what Alabama did against Georgia and gave them unnecessary credence. So that's the biggest fear for them, is that you could finish the year with the only Power 5 undefeated team is Florida State, and they didn't even get in the playoff.
And Micah Parsons weighing in, saying, terrible, college football getting worse and worse. How can you sit there and disrespect Georgia? So Micah defending the Bulldogs.
Yeah, again, I mean, if you're going to defend them, who are you leaving out? If you put Texas 3 over Bama at 4 because Texas won the head-to-head, how could you put Georgia 4 over Bama with the same criteria, right? How would you be able to justify that?
The way you fix it is you just go Michigan, Washington, Florida State, Texas, probably. Or if you want to just say Florida State, because of where they're at, they would get the 4th seed instead of 3rd. That fixes all these questions.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think it would be a better matchup. Like,
and expansion will fix it.
Expansion's easily going to fix it because we're going to be arguing.
Ruin it. It'll ruin it because we won't be able to have these sorts of discussions, and this is what they want.
Like, that was a really good weekend of college football. It was fun. It was a fun weekend. And
I can't remember the last time I actually like sat down and turned on the playoff selection.
That
show.
Friday night game was fantastic. The Saturday games were the Texas put on a show. The Alabama Georgia game was really, really good. I just thought like that was a great weekend for college football. And next year, are we going to lose some of that? We're going to lose the intrigue, The debate will.
Because we're not, it's going to be like, okay.
That game won't matter.
Yeah, the regular season is going to be, all right, we know these 10.
Yep,
we know
both Georgia and Alabama would make it next year.
Yeah.
Florida State would be in.
It'll fix this. It'll hurt the regular season.
Yeah. Now, what happened yesterday or Saturday, Oklahoma State would have had a case if they had won in a 12-team playoff to get in.
Bring back the BCS.
Now, are they going to guarantee? I think they are guaranteeing the conference champ gets in, so there you go.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan. But let me get
Defensive Player of the Year, catching a touchdown pass.
Longhorns Radio with the call. Texas is number 3. This is the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagley and Mike Bassick and Corey Majors. What are you guys doing?
Horns up. Let's horn it.
Yeah, horn it.
We horned it.
Oh my gosh.
Horny?
The way y'all did that was so weird too.
They just scissored.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, that's the way. If you're gonna give knuckle horns.
I don't know.
How often have you dumped yourself?
Huh?
How many times do you think you've ever dumped yourself?
I didn't even know that button worked till last week.
Yeah.
We're just glad you're running crosstalk today, so we can be professional.
Here we go.
Right out of the gate, Sean, what's the biggest win or most surprising outcome of the NFL weekend? And then at 10:20, the college football playoff. We get into it. We got Stephen Jones joining us at noon today.
So I wanted to get your college football take, but I don't want to blow it up.
I heard you guys yelling at each
Is it
other.
10:20? We're good.
I just can't stand when people, it drives me crazy. And I'm
Right
stubborn, choppy, stubborn, just not admitting that you're wrong about something.
What do you think that they're wrong about?
I think that this individual is wrong about discounting Alabama and
Okay.
thinking that they would get evened up with the rest of the field
Have a
in the
name.
world of NIL. And, the Eagles thing has gotten me going now for a month or two, riling me up, refusing to admit that, doing the troll bit.
Who was right yesterday?
And it just never, ever ends. And what I love about these events, it's not about helping the kids. I don't care about that.
Oh, no. But you even brought your kids.
It's that
was
other
nice.
people that we work with and just other people in general see and interact with Bobby.
Oh, yeah.
So they will, give us this look or pull you aside and be like, how do you do it?
Right.
Like, really? So that's my favorite thing about Jared Sandler's charity event and what you guys did.
That's your favorite thing about Jared's charity event?
It was going to be Bobby
In your
shaving
face, my possibilities in Special Olympics.
It was
and
going to be
everything
Bobby
else.
shaving his head, but he refused to do that for the children.
Although, to be fair, I did hear his counterpoint. I'm not saying all the rest, but his counterpoint earlier of, isn't it looking like he is going to be correct about Aaron Rodgers?
What?
Oh, that he's not going to play?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I deserve to keep my hair for that.
Yeah, but I mean, $1,000.
I donated to Sandler's charity. It's balanced. We're good.
What did you donate?
It wasn't 1,000. But
Who bid on what? Who won what yesterday?
I won the Alamo Draft House gift card situation. That's the movie theater we usually go to.
Good theater.
So that'll
alcohol.
be where I probably. I don't know if it'll be for like 2024. Sometimes when you win those things, it'll say from January 1 till December 31st. But I plan on going and seeing the Iron Claw there. So I might use the.
Is that a dance?
No, man, that's the Von Erichs, man.
Don't engage him with
Who's
this.
Von Erich?
I knew
Von Erich.
that
Is
was-
he that old DeSoto football player who got
Bobby,
in trouble
and I
last week?
even
Von
stood
Miller.
up for you.
See?
I even supported you just a minute ago. I got outbid for the GSP glove and the Bret Hart sunglasses, but
One of those is a real fighter.
You see? And this is the idiot
And
who
I'm
got
even
drunk
on
at a
your
kid's
side.
event, blacked out, lost his keys and his wedding ring on the turf at Globe Life
you
Field.
lost your wedding ring?
It was hooked around my keys.
Oh my god!
And apparently my keys are in
You
security.
follow in the last couple days. Lost your wedding ring.
Eric lost one of the million rubber ones that he'll just replace it with.
That's why I wear a rubber one.
That's what he does.
His broke.
Eric had more rubbery, but never mind.
he took care of that.
I lost out on the Taylor Swift autographed guitar.
I
It was
can't
at
believe it.
5K at one point.
That was
That's
the
what it
winning
sold
bid.
for.
Yeah.
What was your
And
high bid?
like $175.
Because you always complain about money, and I'm like,
Put my
are
name
you
on the
in
list.
the running for a side Tay guitar?
Holland had one of those at his charity event, and it was a buy it now for $1,500. You could have just walked right up and bought it now at that one.
Adrian was like, why would they put buy it now on that specifically? Like that Taylor Swift thing, just like the Rangers with Peace-a-thon. It's hot. Like it's a hot commodity right now. It probably could have gone for more. And I was like, I don't know how that works.
Okay. You have the hotter take on Philly San Fran or the CFP?
Be a pro about it, Mike.
I guess I have my hot take on San Francisco, Philadelphia is San Francisco's way better than everybody in the NFL. If they're healthy, they're the Super Bowl champs. The only way they lose is if Brock Purdy gets hurt, maybe if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt.
If G-Bag's voodoo doll works, yeah.
But
oh no.
But if they're completely healthy and stay healthy throughout a playoff game, nobody's beating them. Nobody in the AFC is beating them in the Super Bowl. The Cowboys aren't beating them. The Eagles aren't beating them. So that's my hot take, and Detroit definitely isn't beating them. So I don't know. The NFL right now, I'm not hoping for this, but they need an injury to either Purdy or McCaffrey for this to become a competitive 2023 playoffs.
Not that you're wishing that.
No, I'm not wishing that. I'm just saying that's my hot take because I don't think there was a right or wrong answer on the kind of 6 teams to choose from in the college football situation.
Who was the most outraged between the two of you on the CFP, between you and Corey?
How outraged are you?
You guys have a pre-show meeting?
They don't follow their own
code
criteria.
What did they not follow?
Perplexes me.
They followed it to a T.
Did they? So what is the criteria to get the best 4 teams?
They have said, spoken word, not in their. They have said for 10 years it's the best 4.
Okay. They didn't get the best 4 teams. Because Georgia would be favored over every single one of those teams.
True.
Including Alabama in a rematch. So if you're just going off of that, but I'm not saying Georgia needed to be in. I'm just saying that doesn't follow.
Right.
And then if you're going most deserving.
Well, that's subjective, though. Not most deserving is not subjective. The best 4 is a subjective number.
Okay. Well,
like subjectively, you can say, well, Alabama just beat them.
But you trust Vegas, right?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. If they line them all up, Georgia would be favored over every single one of those teams.
Yep.
Where they did follow it was the injured player thing. That's what cost Florida State.
That is true. And then that heartbreaking tweet from
Travis.
Yeah. And he goes, I wish I would have broken my leg sooner. Like, that's a messed up thing. And if you're going off of most deserving, how you take a Power 5 team that went undefeated. I understand their quarterback got hurt, but I also saw people like, well, you should have played tougher opponents. They specifically lined up LSU to avoid this, and they reminded me of, and I know the Eagles got just freaking destroyed yesterday, but they reminded me of the Eagles going into a lot of these games where people are like, well, they would lose to this team or that team, but they didn't. People seem to think the exact same thing about Washington, and they still got in.
Yeah. I feel terrible for Florida State. I think in this situation, because they didn't have their quarterback, that they got it right. Now, you could argue that Georgia should have been in there. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, and that's my other thing, just real quick, talking about window dressing their rankings. What kind of sense does this make? Florida State was ahead of Texas going into this weekend. Florida State beat a better team than Texas did this weekend, and yet they fall. Like, by their own rankings, Louisville was better than Oklahoma State, and they still fall.
Yeah, but they would say who played better. Like, that was as impressive as Texas's offense has looked all season. The last 2 weeks, Texas's offense has looked incredible. And I'm not saying that, like, Texas is all world. They're hitting their peak at the right time, but I'm saying they're looking at that and saying, compare the last 2 weeks, Texas, regardless of who they were playing, Texas looked like a better team the last 2 weeks.
Against an inferior opponent.
Yes, but I think just in a vacuum, if you go, which is more impressive, dominating Oklahoma State the way they did or getting by against a ranked Louisville team? I think they think the domination is more impressive to scale.
That is very debatable.
What do you think?
How's my forearm doing? Is it getting better?
Oh,
guys?
my God.
Mike. Crack marks.
What is that?
Dude,
why are you sharing needles?
I'm never giving blood again.
Oh, no.
That is from giving blood?
Yeah.
They didn't do it right.
And it's not infected. Like it's not.
If that's not infected,
it's killing me.
It hurts
for 10 days. I gave blood the day after Thanksgiving, and it looks like my arm's gonna fall off, doesn't it?
It does,
and it really hurts.
Mike,
it hurts really bad. I can't. It hurts while I'm sleeping.
Have you gotten it evaluated?
I asked my wife. And she was like, "You're gonna be okay." They blew a blood vessel or blew a vein or whatever. They did a bad job. They obviously have unqualified people there to do it, but she's like,
"You're gonna be okay."
Supposedly, it looks like my arm's gonna fall off, and it hurts.
How long do you think that is? Like, describe this for the radio.
His whole forearm.
It's his entire forearm.
Show us again.
Is black and purple.
Whole forearm.
See?
And this is from like.
That's from Friday after Thanksgiving. That's 10 days later.
Get that on the fan cam,
Ryan, zoom in on this so you can see Mike's arm.
Man.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
That's as much as he can zoom in.
So that's
Yeah, move the arm to the outside.
That hurts,
There it is.
man.
All right,
There you go.
zoomed
Hold your
in.
arm up.
Hold it
Feels
up, Laura.
bruised?
It
Feels
hurts
bruised?
bad. Yeah, just like, but it gets tight. Like if I try to stretch my forearm or whatever, like if you like, kills me.
Yeah.
You're gonna need.
I'm like, when is this gonna get better?
You gonna need
get
Tommy
better.
John?
It'll go. So I had my hip. I had like busted my bursa sac in my hip.
Yeah.
And it started to go all the way down my leg. And when it was fine until it got to my knee, and that's where it dispersed because it finally got out of the muscle, and that's where it started to hurt. It felt really, really tight.
Are you guessing and hoping for the Shaq Leonard news to happen during your show?
Yeah, I thought it was going to happen this weekend. I really hope this is not his style at all. I really hope Stephen Jones comes on at noon and is like, you know what, boys, you got good timing. I got to tell you something.
Guess what? We just did it.
That does not feel like his style whatsoever, but that would be
And it also
awesome.
doesn't feel like his style to even have it all squared away before he gets on with this. Like it's one of those things he'd rather not talk about.
So, what do you think Shaq is thinking? What did last night's game do for him? That's like a pro Cowboy result.
Yeah, I think so.
Not like they need me more.
See, I think he should do this like a college recruit. I think he should go to the game this weekend and hobnob with everybody and hang out and watch the game and then make his announcement.
To sit in the suite just like he did
Yeah.
at the Colts game.
Yeah,
after
do
they let him
you
go.
think he's like, you guys took OBJ like courtside to a Mavs game? Like, where is my whining and dining? Why aren't you
For
taking
sure.
me out there?
What do you think would happen after that?
After they went to the basketball
No,
game?
after you got wined and dined.
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
Mike knows. I'm so
Who sings that? Whose rap song is that?
I don't know.
I wanna wine you and dine you.
Please
I don't think any rap song is like,
don't.
I want to wine you and dine. I don't think
It
it's
is.
I gotta have like a jug.
It is.
That's a different song.
There's a you know it. That's why
I
you
know,
brought it
it's
up.
just the way you did the
Is it
beat.
like 2 Live Crew or something?
So are
you
you
think that's how
going?
the 2 Live Crew?
Are you going back to the stadium now?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call security and ask them if I'm not even sure that they have it. Hey, what's the little ring that you like mountain climb with that some people hold as like a keychain? What do you call that?
No one knows the name of it.
Choppy does, and Choppy.
Do you know
says
what he's
everybody
talking
knows.
about?
I mean, yeah, but I have no idea
What's
what
the name of it?
specific name is.
Carabiner.
What?
Right?
Carabiner.
I've never heard this in my life. Kristen says everybody knows what it's called, and Choppy's like, yeah, people know that.
I did not know.
So it's like the janitor key thing.
No, that's the
it's
string
like
that you pull out.
It's the
This is
little
one of
like
those- I don't
it's
think
like
it's
the
zaps.
hook you use to like during mountain climbing or whatever. Only it's not supposed to hold your weight when it's on a key. It's just a regular one.
It's like the
that's
get right
carabiner.
sign.
Yeah,
Cha-ching, like
yeah.
that. Yeah. So that's what was
what it's
laying
called,
around the
apparently.
turf. They
Yeah.
have that
Yeah, with my wedding ring around it.
with your wedding ring around it.
But you didn't realize that when you were.
So I took the fob off to give it to valet, and so when we walked back in the car, I already had and I didn't even think to check for
okay.
my keys because they had the fob.
Did you
already.
guys not notice Bobby inebriated?
I did.
We were on the other side of the. I was on the other side of the
still
field.
couldn't
You
Yeah.
still smell
Yeah,
me.
we were at table 69.
I knew when I
we
knew when
forgot
he
to talk about
left
that.
because it's the one thing, Bobby, is you like to talk really loud when you're drunk.
Or sober.
Oh, well, I didn't mean it like that.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's how I know is because you talk really close and really loud.
Yeah, and say offensive things.
I'll tell you what,
You
guys.
say that anyway.
This was a professional crosstalk.
Oh, here we
That's
go.
why I don't lead cross on Fridays. Peyton, do not play that music
Knuckleballs,
anymore.
Mike.
It's over. No, let's horn each other.
Oh yeah, let's horn it.
Horny. We're in. My daughter texted me.
Did she ask that
she's
she
like,
was
excited?
Yeah, she's like, I mean, literally like minutes after it happened. I don't know if like the dorm room like got all excited or whatever, but it was like, I was like, you care about college football? She's like, I'm getting school spirit now.
Back
So,
tomorrow with Jerry Jones and another
yeah.
Cowboys.
Just make sure to
giveaway.
never play my theme music because
There we
it's
go.
over.
God, Mike.
I'm not
Play it.
professional enough on Fridays. So
KMC Masterpiece next on the Fan.
DFW's number 1. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What's the name of the song, Mike?
Today, please don't say the name of the song.
Can't find it.
Is going to be a very, very fun show. I can already tell. And I'm really glad the show didn't start like 15 seconds earlier, because then that might have been potentially problematic. We got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Mike.
Yo.
You got this. I believe in you.
Okay.
Who is running our show today?
Ross.
That is not Ross.
Chris.
That is.
There you go.
There we go.
Skinny Chris. Chris, you're skinny, man. How much you weigh?
It's got probably 130, man. I can't lie.
Oh, my God.
130.
My ninth grader weighs more than you.
I mean, do I have to change my last name at this point? I mean, Chris Skinny can also be an option if y'all like that.
It's Strong. That's his last name. I'm sure you already knew that.
Usually, it's the opposite, though, nicknames. Usually we'd call you, Fat Chris, even though you weigh 130 pounds.
I like that one, too.
Everybody's like, why do y'all call him that? And you're like, you don't know.
I want to say I'm really impressed at your ability to survive in the modern culture. You say many things or think many things.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really impressed that you've been able to make it all the way this far into 2023. All right. What was, that's a compliment. What was,
It's not 23 ain't over yet.
That is a great point. Can you fire off cut number 4 right here? What was the biggest win or most surprising outcome of the NFL weekend? Because this feels like a pretty good one.
First and 10 Niners in the Philly 48. Purdy looks left, now middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
Now, I know, Corey, that you hate when that audio gets played, and you make a fair point. But it does feel like that was the biggest win of the weekend. I think there were more surprising results.
Yeah. It was the only game anybody really truly cared about this weekend, especially here in DFW, because you're wanting to see, which one of those guys comes out on top here. The discrepancy in the score was, I think, the surprising factor. But here's the deal, man. San Francisco plays a very bully ball style, and they decided the two best teams that we're compared to in the NFL, we're going to go out there and manhandle them. And they did it against the Cowboys, and they've done it against the Eagles now. And the Eagles I'm always surprised at how San Francisco can play as physical as they do, but also clean. I know there's some flags on what they did, but they can hit you in so many different ways and come away from it without penalties. And I'm like, damn, how did that happen? And you feel it for a couple weeks after you play against them. So that was definitely a big surprise, because you expected a little bit better of a bout between the two of them.
Do you think that the biggest physical pushback that the 49ers got yesterday was from that one official or that one security guard?
The security guy who got the huge ovation as he was leaving.
Of course he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was as physical as it got, and it was from somebody on the sidelines.
And it's kind of wild, too, because you look at it, and obviously Philly is still in a good position to take the number 1 seed, but you look at it and you're like, well, they definitely do not feel like the number 1 team. San Francisco, to your point from earlier, feels like the definitive number 1 team. I'm just going to focus on the NFC. I hear what you're saying about the NFL,
right?
But for the purposes of this, the definitive number 1 team in the NFC, because their next 2 closest ones, they've destroyed both of them, and yet they're probably still going to have to go on the road to win this thing.
Look, last year, Philadelphia destroyed San Francisco in the NFC Championship game. I'm going to ask this question. It's a stupid question because we don't know, but if Brock Purdy doesn't injure his elbow, do you think Philadelphia still goes to the Super Bowl last year?
I don't either.
No, and I felt that way that day. Like, I just felt like he was in too good of a groove as their quarterback, and that team was playing exceptional. And if you watch that game specifically, there was nothing else. There was no offense. They couldn't do anything.
Right. I mean, at the second half, didn't whoever else got hurt too, and they had to run a running back?
Josh Johnson, I think, was their backup.
Yeah, and he got hurt, I think, at one point, and it didn't matter. He was not good. But I just look at this, and look, I hate saying this. I'm not rooting for this or whatever when people clip things and put them on the internet. But at this point, the only way to me San Francisco doesn't win at all and win the Super Bowl is if they have a major injury. And it seems like if they have an injury to Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey, that can put Philadelphia, Dallas, an AFC team back into play. But right now, watching them play healthy this year against the Cowboys, against the Eagles, when they are healthy, which they have been recently, they look unbeatable.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But it's a fantastic opportunity now for the Cowboys. Like it's legitimately the perfect scenario to try and take them down. Is now you have them next, and they're hurting. Like I just said, when you play the 49ers, you're hurting. I know Jalen Hurts goes away for a little bit during the game because of concussion questions. And then he comes back out. He's back out there and everything. But they're going to be physically trying to recover from this as they get ready for Sunday night. And the Cowboys have a few extra days to recover from what they just went through against Seattle because they played on Thursday night. So this is a perfect opportunity for the Cowboys to stake their claim to the season.
Are we all in agreement then that the biggest win was the 49ers? Because if not, I'm definitely glad to hear any other options.
It was the score was the most surprising. I think a huge win this weekend, Kevin, was the Texans over the Broncos.
Cut number 3. Let's hit it right here.
Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack, throws left side of the end zone. Yes! It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's gonna win.
That was a team, Kevin, that the Broncos were hot. Everybody was asking if they were the hottest team in the NFL right now, and they were. They were looking very good. And Russell Wilson struggled to stay in the pocket because the Texans were after him. Stingley coming away with some beautiful interceptions throughout that game. That was an absolute blast to watch. And C.J. Stroud, maybe not the best game, but they get enough to win. I know they lose Tank Dell with the injury and everything.
Yes, they did.
But, and that's a really tough one because he was coming on strong. Yeah, but he was coming on strong.
You're not this time.
But this one is a team that you didn't expect to be in the conversation at all this year, and now they're 7-5 with some pretty good opportunities in front of them here. So, I thought this was a significant win for them, even though there were some other teams that won, like the Colts getting their game and everything too.
What about
I hate the Colts,
last night? Is that now the Packers put themselves in a good position to make the playoffs?
Cut number 6. Let's hear it for the Green Bay Packers, because I think, to me, this was the most surprising result of the weekend.
Here's the snap to Love. Rushes on. Love waits. Fires. Right side end zone. Leap and grab. Watson. And a sensational grab. Back line of the end zone. On the right side, they beat Joshua Williams. A leaping grab. A leaping grab by Watson.
And just to show you, how much the Cowboys or Eagles are definitively going to be the number 5 seed, and I know it's probably still likely the Cowboys, is the number 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 seeds, as it sits right now in the NFC, are all 6-6, whereas the Cowboys sit at 9-3. So whoever doesn't win the East, and again, I realize right now that's likely the Cowboys, will sit at the number 5 seed, and there's a big gap right there, but this was a huge win for a variety of reasons. We'll start in the NFC, but that's had huge AFC implications as well. Is a huge win for the Packers.
The Christian Watson is an amazing receiver. If he can just stay healthy, that's the key for him. Is can the dude be on the field, and that's a big factor there. But man, Mike, when it comes to Jordan Love, he has the weirdest delivery to me. Still, it seems like he's throwing from underneath his shoulder, and that's weird for me. But the dude's making really good decisions. He's playing the game very well. And so just seeing how that team is coming around and having these kinds of things where you thought they were just Aaron Rodgers and nothing else.
Yeah.
And now they're a young team that's growing together right now. It's interesting to watch.
Yeah, they're a team. The thing is, they'll be either the 6 or 7 seed if they make the playoffs, most likely. I don't. Even though Detroit's not very impressive, even though they got off to a 21-0 start, I think, in that game, it became a very close game, 33-28. I look at them and go, all right, the 2 and 3 seed are going to be right now San Francisco and Detroit. And look, they proved on Thanksgiving they can destroy Detroit. So maybe if they get that matchup, that as long as they're not the 7 seed, because if it stays the same, whoever the 7 seed is going to get totally destroyed by San Francisco.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
If it stays the same. But I look at that game watching it, and I'm like, hey, I watched them a little bit on Thanksgiving. I watched them last night against Kansas City, and I'm like, that's a pretty good team. Now, Kansas City sucks. That their wide receiver core is horrible. It shows over and over. There was a play, and I don't know exactly what time it was. I want to say early in the fourth quarter. It's Valdez-Scantling. Once again, he gets open, and then he cuts to the inside, and Patrick Mahomes is like, dude, if you just run up the seam, I'm going to keep you away from the safety, and you're going to have a touchdown. But you decided to run towards the safety when I lobbed the ball up, so then it makes me look like a moron throwing the football. And then, obviously, Green Bay got some very favorable calls late in the game. Now, not favorable. I guess the refs were horrible because Patrick Mahomes is in bounds as he runs for 10 yards, and then you get a 15-yard penalty.
That was a bad penalty.
That's bad. Then the next play, they go deep down to about the 15-yard line, and Valdez-Scantling gets to ride the pony, whoever the guy was that decided to take a piggyback ride. And they're like, no penalty there. And then on the Hail Mary, one of the Green Bay Packers is like, I'm going to two-hand push Travis Kelce in the back while the ball's 10 yards away from landing, and the refs are like, I don't care. You can do whatever you want at this point. And I was like, man, there were 3 horrible calls by the referee, one against Green Bay, 2 for Green Bay at the end. But that's a big win for Green Bay and a tough loss for Kansas City because they fall a 4 seed now.
Now, speaking of Green Bay for just a second, do you know the last time they lost a game in December? It was 2018. They have not lost a game in December under Matt LaFleur. Now they're 16-0.
David's brother, right?
I don't believe that is the case. I don't know that for a fact.
They both went to LSU together and both played tight end.
But I don't know that. I don't believe that is the case.
He didn't play tight
end.
I'm
getting old enough now that 50% of our audience have no clue who David LaFleur is.
But you look at their schedule now, they've got the Giants, the Bucks, the Panthers, the Vikings. Like, they could continue winning throughout December, and then that will definitely be a playoff team if that's the case. And Jordan Love in his last 3 games, man, Jordan Love has gone through the roller coaster that you usually get with a young quarterback. Early in the season, looked unbelievable. Hit the middle of the season in a lull, and you're like, I don't know. Last 3 games, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions, 857 yards, 3-0. So clearly that team is moving in the right direction, and they're looking like a possible playoff team.
Matt LaFleur he played wide receiver at Western Michigan University and also played in the National Indoor Football League at Omaha Beef and Billings Outlaws. So that's it. No,
with his brother?
No, he didn't play. He didn't have a brother. Actually, I don't know that.
Well, maybe they're cousins.
His younger brother, Mike, is the offensive coordinator for the Rams.
It makes sense that David would change his name.
Good Lord.
After all that, to Mike, he's like, that guy just keeps killing me every week.
And we might bring this up again later, but Mike, you realize now that if the Jacksonville Jaguars win out, they will be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
They play tonight against really tough Cincinnati Bengals.
Not a good Cincinnati Bengals team.
Joe Burrow. He might be there cheering him on.
I can't tell you how sad Kevin was to deliver that news just now.
That the Jacksonville Jaguars hold their destiny.
Yeah. There was so much disdain.
Home field advantage that they have like a 70% chance of selling out during the playoffs at their own stadium.
It's just, and my brother-in-law's a huge Jags fan. It's just every week you're going to be like, remember that Cowboys game last year? They fought T-Law and T-Law won. Every week the Jags win, and I feel like I'm going to go insane, Mike.
We're going to have on the Khan family every day during the playoffs.
Hey, you know what? Not every day, but we could probably figure that out.
Preview Jacksonville every day.
No to all of that.
If they're the 1 seed, it'd be good radio.
Mike, if the Cowboys and
We'll
Jaguars...
get on Fred Taylor. We'll get on Shaka Khan.
No.
We'll get on Mark Brunell, Jimmy Smith, and Tony Baselli. There's our 5 for the week.
We've had Tony Baselli on.
Yeah, see?
Before.
Baselli, Taylor. Taylor was at the Cowboys spring training summer thing in Oxnard.
That's not.
This is training camp.
This is why I need them to lose now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the college football playoff. Who's in, who's out, and did Florida State get jobbed? What do you think? 877-881-1053. Want to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about.
Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
And this segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
He takes one final knee. Mike Norvell is doused by the Powerade bath. Let's fire up the war chant and plant the spear. Knowles win. Knowles win in the Queen City. Florida State once again, the kings of the ACC.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
They're playing in the WAC or whatever.
Is the college football playoff. Now, tomorrow we will still get into other aspects of college football, but for now, we'll stay focused on the playoff. Who's in, who's out, and Florida State, did they get jobbed? We're going to bring in Carter Freeman for this. Carter, I think Florida State did get jobbed. What say you?
100%. I think it's crazy that you can play in a so-called Power 5 conference, go undefeated, and not make the playoff. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that you're saying because they're without quarterback that's it, because that takes away from the idea that this is a team sport and your defense carried the stretch where you needed them to win those 3 games, right? Like your defense did enough to help you put you into that position so you could get the wins. And all year you're fighting for that as a team, and they're like, "Sorry guys, your quarterback's out. Y'all aren't any good anymore."
But the thing is, even that, they slow played, because you know what they did, the college football committee, because they knew there would be backlash to this. And I think the way they did it was very cowardly and very intentional. Is Broadus will always tell us when you're setting up your draft board, don't window dress your draft board. The College Football Playoff Committee absolutely did that, because you know what? Jordan Travis didn't just get hurt this week. If that was the case, maybe it's a totally different conversation. He was hurt last week. Let's take a look at the rankings. Florida State, number 4. Texas, number 7. Okay. Florida State beats, I realize, to Bobby's point, that Texas had a clearly more emphatic victory. But Florida State beat a team that was ranked higher by the committee than Texas did. And Texas went ahead of them. If it was just about the quarterback, that's fine. I just think in the last week or two, probably 2 weeks back, you should have dropped Florida State and been like, hey, without Jordan Travis, we don't think they're one of the teams. And I would
they were really hoping that at some point
they were going to lose,
on their
right?
own
Yes.
and be like, okay, see, just like we thought.
And that's why I think that's really weird, and actually not weird. I think it's cowardly, because if you think Texas is better than Florida State, that's fine. You should have made that move the second he got hurt and been like, this team is screwed without their quarterback.
Yeah, I saw an interesting point on Twitter that if Florida State just said, "Oh, he might come back for the playoff," you know, if they just said that, would the committee have looked at this completely differently?
Oh,
like if they just
man.
lied about it, because
Yeah.
it's clear, they keep saying, "Oh, you know, it's not as big of a factor as you think it is," but it clearly was. They've been punished for it. When in fact, yeah, like Corey's saying, their defense became the best defense in the country over the last 2 weeks. Like Louisville has a very, very good offense, and they held them to
6
season lows in points and yards, and they're getting punished for this. And they did that with a third stringer. And Louisville, and the thing is, Louisville has a good defense too. They're almost top 25 in DPI or whatever the rankings are, and like clearly they were going to play well against a third string quarterback. But I just feel like we're cherry picking what we want to be mad about.
I'm glad that you said that, because then the argument is, if you don't think Florida State goes in, it's the best 4 teams. Okay? It's the best 4 teams. Nonsense. They did not take who they think is the best 4 teams. If you think it's the best 4 teams, let's go off of how Vegas would rank or set the point spreads. Georgia's in. I don't know if Washington is in. And I think Washington definitely deserves to be in there. But you can see by the fact that Washington is a dog to Texas that, well, we didn't get that right. And Georgia would be in for sure. If you're just going off the pure, Georgia would be favored over every single one of these teams. I'm not saying that Georgia should be in the playoff. It just feels like we got a weird mix of deserve and best in this group that I just don't think works.
A lot of the time, the committee has fallen for the narrative late in the season, and that's human nature. I understand that. But if you want to take the 4 best teams, the committee's never done that.
Yeah.
You look at last year, and there's no disrespect to TCU, They were 100% a playoff team last year, but everyone said, oh, well, Alabama would beat them on a neutral field. Well, wouldn't they be one of the 4 best teams? They didn't make the playoff last year. 2 years ago, you had Group of 5 Cincinnati undefeated. Well, Ohio State was sitting there. I'm sure some other SEC team would probably be favored over them on a neutral field, but you put them in the playoff. And then this year, you don't do that with Florida State when they play, like I said, a Power 5 league. I don't think there's any going back from this. If you don't play in the SEC or you don't play in the Big Ten, which all 4 of the teams in the playoff now will play in both of those conferences next year, like, you're hosed.
I will say Texas, they lost by 4 points on a neutral site to Oklahoma in that weird rivalry game. So I'll continue to champion that. But I got to give a lot of credit to Quinn Ewers this season. There was a lot of like, hey, man, the shoulder injury last year, he looked good early, and then all of a sudden he didn't turn out to be what the hype machine was around him coming out of Southlake to Ohio State.
He didn't this year either.
But he led a really good team to an exceptional season for UT, something that I did not anticipate.
But to the point about how he didn't live up to the hype this year either, there are reports over the weekend that his team, they realized this, and it's becoming more and more likely, so the reports say this weekend, that he's coming back to Texas next year, which I'm sure throws a crimp in the plans of the Mannings and maybe certain NFL teams and everything like that, because they think he has a chance to really solidify his draft status as something special if he goes back again another
So maybe
year.
he just needed to grow up a little bit while he was
I could see that.
coming out of, there's a lot of stuff coming at him at Southlake. And then the last season, maybe this year he grew up enough and Sarkisian's like, no, you're the guy. You're that dude.
And you've seen him turn it on the last 2 weeks. I mean, he set
For sure.
Big 12 championship game records with, 450 passing yards, something around there. 4
Yeah, it was
touchdowns.
380, I think, with Sam Bradford before. And then he goes and does that. So that was nice.
Well, my opinion isn't a very strong one on this. I'm not a diehard college football fan. I just don't know what would have been exactly right. I think as we discuss this, I look at Georgia, I look at Florida State, I look at Ohio State. I know Ohio State wasn't getting in because they lost the game at Michigan, but that was a competitive game. I could see where Ohio State could go on a 2 or 3 game run, and next year, all those teams will be in the playoffs. I just feel like this year was maybe the toughest year out of since 2015, since they started this, to really get the 4 teams you wanted, because I think you could look at it and look at 7 teams. Ohio State probably on the outside. So you could look at 6 teams, Georgia holding the number 1 spot all year, and then Florida State obviously going undefeated and they couldn't have done any more. You can't do better than 13-0. So I don't know. It's a tough one for me. I think there's strong opinions, and I don't think you have a wrong opinion on this one. If you say these are the 4 teams that should be in this order, I don't know if there's a wrong answer or that's the perfectly right answer.
And I think it's both good and bad that this happened in the final year, because when the playoff got introduced, that first year was when TCU and Baylor got left out. They both got dropped at the very end of the time. Great debate, incredible debate. That's why we love college so much, is because, it's subjective. You get to decide who you think is best and argue with your friends about it. With the 12-team playoff come next year, that'll come down to the 10 and the 11. Like, we'll still have that debate. You'll just have more of the teams that, yes, they probably deserve to be in up at the top.
And that was the thing I was saying, is Oklahoma's going to be involved. If that was the case this year, they would be there.
Yeah, they'd be the first team out.
And they don't deserve to be they don't really deserve to be involved in that, because of the high level that the separation you get in those top 4 teams, or even maybe the top 2 teams a lot of times. But I think what's the next phase of this? If Florida State goes out and just gets trampled by Georgia, then everybody's going to say, see,
I don't think so. This is the built-in SEC excuse. If you look historically, because they didn't care. The SEC, I will say, look, clearly the SEC is the best conference, and they usually end up winning the national championship. But the SEC has a brilliant built-in excuse that if they make it, well, it's because they're the best. But if they don't, and they lose in their inferior bowl game, it's because they just didn't care enough, because they got ripped off in whatever scenario.
So if Georgia just rolls Florida State, then does Florida State have the same excuse?
Oh, for sure. But both teams
we just didn't care because we got jobbed by the college football playoff.
Whichever way it happens with either one of those teams, right? So let's say Florida State wins and they win like a really close game. Everyone's going to be like, oh, see, I knew it. They should have been in. But if they lose, they're going to be like, yeah, because those kids were heartbroken because they didn't make it. Same thing with Georgia. If Georgia wins, they're going to be like, see, we told you. You should have given them a chance to defend their national title. And I had a side question about that then. Just let's say Georgia would have beaten Alabama. Do you think there's any chance then that they would have taken Florida State instead? Here's my logic, is because all of a sudden, Texas's best win is still a really good win.
But it looks a little worse.
It looks a little worse. Plus, the committee is like, hey, we took 4 undefeated Power 5 conference champions. You can't be mad at us for that. So I'm seriously curious about that.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
I don't know, because Texas did, to Bobby's point in crosstalk, Texas looked amazing to end the season while Florida State struggled because they didn't have their quarterback.
For sure.
I think I would go with they would take the 4 undefeated champions.
And see,
that's never happened before. You've never had that many undefeated teams this late in the season. So I don't see how you don't take all 4 of them.
And so obviously we talked a lot about Florida State and Louisville game for Texas, but ended up being the Alabama and that's where they got stuck, right? Because you couldn't have put Alabama in and not Texas. You couldn't still put Georgia in and not Alabama. And I think they were like,
yeah, but you could have put Texas and Florida State in and not Bama.
Yeah.
Because if we want to nitpick Florida State and the league that they play in, well, Alabama almost lost to USF in week 3 on the road.
They should have lost that game to Auburn.
Should have lost to Auburn. Very well could have lost to Arkansas at home. And guess what? They lost to Texas. There is a loss on that record. And there was none on Florida State's.
That's one of the issues I have when people nitpick out they coulda, shoulda, woulda lost this game. Because I saw somebody say Florida State coulda, shoulda, woulda. You're right. But I can do that to just about every team.
Auburn wasn't a good team, and they had 4th and goal 31. And Alabama got a miracle touchdown. Yep. And if that doesn't happen, then Alabama's definitely out.
Texas almost lost to Kansas State and TCU in back-to-back weeks. But they didn't.
Yeah, but TCU was in the national championship game last
year. You saw them lose to Oklahoma by 1,000,000 points.
And this year, TCU did lose to Sportsman of the Year, Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
So that was a
Deion had a great year.
Don't worry about all
I still think this, put me on record as this, you can throw it in my face 2 years from now. I think Deion only coaches 2 more years of college football and is back on the NFL Network.
That's a possibility. Woo. I do have a question though regarding, like, we can argue who got snubbed and everything. The next phase of this is, do we have exciting games ahead of us though? Or
Definitely.
Are these going to be fun?
Yes, I told that to my friends as soon as the rankings came out. Like, look, I'm not happy. I think Florida State should have been in, but regardless, Michigan, Alabama in the Rose Bowl, that's going to be a great game. I'm really sad that's not Michigan, Washington, because that would have been a Big Ten, Pac-12 matchup in the last year of the Rose Bowl as we know it now.
Wow, yeah.
But then Texas, Washington is a rematch of last year's Alamo Bowl, which Washington won. So, and you've got that great Texas defense with a little bit of a suspect secondary going up against the best receivers in the playoff. So those are going to be great games. And here's what I'll say about Florida State, Georgia, and the Orange Bowl. If Florida State wins, why wouldn't they just claim the national championship?
Oh, that's a great
point. If they're
point.
undefeated.
Like the old AP-style national title? Yeah.
UCF, a group of 5 team, claimed it 6 years ago. Same state, which I just think it's funny that this is all happening in Florida. They claimed it. I believe they have something up in their stadium that says 2017 national champions because an official selector, the Colley Matrix, named them number 1. Why wouldn't Florida State do the same thing?
Man, I would love to see it. And by the way, props to Carter. Before the season started, he said, you watch out for Washington. Even when Oregon was a massive favorite this last weekend, Washington prevails. They're in the college football playoff, as you predicted back in July.
You're a smart guy.
Sometimes, every once in a while, I get something right. Just don't look that I also had Penn State in my playoff
you didn't
this
have
year.
to do that to yourself.
Yeah.
Man. You shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Now we can't trust you anymore.
That was not going to.
You obviously like guys that drop their elbow and push the ball into. He's a good pusher, though. The Penix, he's a good push thrower.
It's such a funky motion, but he's so accurate. He's so stupid accurate with his deep pass.
Yeah. Just think if he got his elbow above his shoulder, what he could do.
World's not
Is that
ready.
what you would tell people in the draft rooms? Like, look how good he is now. Can you imagine if he can get his elbow?
I'm scared. I would be scared to death in a way to draft him as an NFL quarterback. But to your point, Carter, he's unbelievable. I watched that Oregon game after I turned on Channel 8 and was like, what the crap's going on? And had to go through 73 different ways to get the game on television.
Yeah.
And finally got it on the ESPN app or whatever. But he's very accurate. He looks very good back there. Yet at the same time, I look at that motion and go, hey, he doesn't throw the ball correctly. And will that work? He throws the ball way better than Tebow, but he throws the ball in a similar motion like Tebow.
I don't know how he does it, man.
And meanwhile, I assume we'll talk about this tomorrow, but the Heisman Trophy winner is going to come from a school that Florida State beat.
Yeah. One Alabama beat too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The winter meetings have started, and there's not great news for Ranger fans.
No.
Next.
Hi.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
All right. Thanks a lot, Skinny Chris. Thanks a lot to the Diamond Factory, who I think still sponsor Baseball Nuggets, but I don't know. Let's talk about where the rumors are in Nashville right now. If you don't know, the winter meeting started yesterday for the most part. And in fact, the Mariners and the Braves had a 5-player trade. That went through. The major name that I think Ranger fans would know, Jared Kelenic, who was a big-time prospect with the Mets, who got traded to the Mariners, never really worked out for the Mariners. He did get off to a nice start this year and had a pretty good season. I won't say a bad season, but the Braves believe that he's ready to break out. And so they took on, I don't have it in front of me, White, the first baseman, and then another pitcher, Gonzalez, who I believe is owed like $12.5 million.
Okay.
The Mariners are kicking in some money, but this was a little bit of a salary dump for the Mariners. And for the salary dump, they got Jared Kelenic. So they believe Kelenic can be one of their everyday outfielders in Atlanta and ready to contribute. But that was kind of the first major move that happened in Nashville. Nothing else has really happened yet. We do have on MLB Network right now on the television. But here's what's coming out of Nashville right now. We talked last week about it looks like the Rangers are not going to bid for Ohtani. They're not even going to put in an offer. So the Ohtani to Texas is over and done with. But then we get to Yamamoto. And unfortunately, this morning, reading multiple articles, the Rangers are not in on Yamamoto either. So he is the big-time Japanese pitcher who's 25 years old. It looks like he's probably going to get, I'm going to guess, around 8 years and $250 million. Wow. It says that the Giants are very aggressive on him. Then it says the Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox, and the Dodgers are also teams that are trying really hard to get Yamamoto to sign with them. The Rangers are now left out of these articles. So as last week, the Rangers were the 7th or 8th in the article. Now they're not even including the Rangers in the articles today. So I'm assuming the Rangers are not going to make a strong offer of, it looks like the offer, it says going to be well north of $200 million. My guess is 8 for $250, which gives you above $30 million per year on Yamamoto. It looks like the Rangers don't want anything to do with that. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And then there was an article where it says the Rangers are more in maintenance this offseason. They want to maintain the good team that they have. They know that they need to work on the team, but they're not going to do what they have done the past 2 off seasons. So at this point, being out on Ohtani and out on Yamamoto, I don't know the direction the Rangers are going to go. I really don't. I'm wondering, as we heard early in the offseason, that they might not be in super play for Jordan Montgomery, bringing him back. Maybe they are now. Maybe with they're out on Ohtani, they're out on Yamamoto. If they're in maintenance, wouldn't you want to maintain arguably the best left-handed starting pitcher in the playoffs last year?
That's the part that I don't understand is you spend potentially beyond your means or what you think your means are right now on the other 2 pitchers or players. I know Ohtani can't pitch this year. I get that. But Jordan Montgomery, there are several players you can say this about. You do not win that World Series without him. So if they end up getting outbid, I get that. But just to hear that maybe they won't even be in play for that is crazy to me.
Yeah, so we'll see if that comes back into play. And look, not everything's going to happen in the next 3 to 4 days at the winter meetings. Here's another kind of Rangers rumor situation that we've been reading up on. Mitch Garver, designated hitter for the Texas Rangers and backup catcher. We're not sure if he's going to be back with the Rangers or not. The article that I read said, look, he is testing the open market. He would like to catch a little bit more than he caught for the Texas Rangers. The Rangers have Jonah Heim, an all-star catcher. So it is tough to split time with an all-star catcher. And if he came back here to the Texas Rangers, he would probably catch 25 to 33% of the time, probably closer to 25% if Jonah Heim is healthy, and he would DH a lot of the other games. but I think he wants to have a kind of more of a shared
consistency
catcher situation, like a 50-50 split, and then be able to DH the 30 other percent and then sit out 20% of the games. As a catcher, you do have to have more off days than any other position. So I'm not saying Mitch Garver isn't coming back to the Texas Rangers. Even I think you saw on Twitter, Corey, where he's like, hey, it doesn't mean I'm not going to be a Texas Ranger next year.
Yeah, I was one of our friends had a post from Instagram, and it said, hey, man, we're going to miss you next year. And he said, who says I'm not coming back?
Right. So it's still in play, but I was seeing something from, I believe, as MLB trade rumors that the Rangers are prepared. If things don't go right at the DH spot, they are prepared to really give Justin Foscue an opportunity in spring training to win that job. So he was the 14th overall pick in the 2020 draft. Evan Carter was the second round pick. So he was out of Mississippi State as a second baseman. He's trying to, I think they played him some in the outfield this year in the minor leagues. I think they're trying to see if he can play a position, but I always thought it was an interesting pick in that they kind of drafted a landlocked second baseman with the 14th overall pick. Is that I was like, well, can he play third or outfield? And they're like, we think he's kind of a second baseman. And I was like, that's interesting. Usually you take a shortstop with the 14th pick and go, hey, we can move him to second base, or we can move him to third, or we can move him to the outfield. But Justin Foscue might, I'm not saying he will, but he might be your designated hitter next year if Mitch Garver doesn't come back, if they don't get a person like, let's say, Justin Turner, who we've brought up, who used to be with the Dodgers, who you'll probably know him with the Dodgers. Last year he's with the Red Sox and had a nice year, 23 homers last year, almost 100 RBIs with the Red Sox. But there is kind of the, hey, we think in our farm system, Justin Foscue can fill this role if that role is available.
And I'm really excited that we're going to get the opportunity to potentially see him at a bigger level stage, because we've talked about him forever.
Yeah, and obviously drafting somebody 14th overall, that's a pretty high pick. I mean, that's obviously in the middle of the first round. You're drafting somebody with the 14th overall pick. You're projecting, this is not easy to say, but you're projecting that guy's going to have a 6 to 10 year major league career. Doesn't mean they always will. Now, let's go to another draft pick in the rumor mill. The Rangers aren't trading Jack Leiter, but they're listening. If the right trade is available and that team says, we want the number 2 overall pick in 2021, Jack Leiter, the Rangers are okay with moving him in the right trade. They were okay with moving him at the deadline. In fact, that great from Dayton Moore, if you were listening last week, where Dayton Moore kind of gave the meeting that they had at the All-Star break saying, we're willing to trade all of our prospects to go all in. Well, Jack Leiter was on the table. Now, Jack Leiter was not having a good year at the All-Star break, so I don't know if teams were even interested in Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter did have a good finish to his season last year, so it puts him maybe back in play with teams going, hey, if we're going to trade Dylan Cease, if we're going to trade Tyler Glasnow, we would like to get Jack Leiter back in the deal. It sounds like the Rangers are willing to put him as part of a deal if there's a deal to be made with another team where you're going to have to include some premium prospects. Jack Leiter, it sounds like, is not off the table for the Texas Rangers. They would be willing to move him.
The audio that we heard last week from, I'm sorry, who was the guy that
Dayton Moore?
Yeah, from Dayton Moore. That audio makes you feel like that most of the guys in that room for the decision making probably started looking at this thing going, all right, I'm not locked in on anybody anymore. You know, that maybe there aren't a bunch of guys that we're just holding on to because this thing can be won in a different way.
This is only my opinion. I have nothing to back this up. It says here that Josh Hader could set a new reliever standard. They think he's going to get north of $100 million on a 5-year deal. I just don't think the Rangers are going to play in that pool.
Especially if all the other stuff we hear is right.
Yeah, I just don't think Edwin Diaz last year got a 5-year, $102 million offer from the Mets that he signed. They're saying he's going to get more than that. I don't think the Rangers are going to give a relief pitcher over $20 million a year. That's only my guess. But let me throw this out in this article. Other relievers attracting significant interest include Robert Stevenson, who we talked about last week. I watched some stuff on him. I do really like his stuff. He throws the ball around 97 miles an hour, a cutter at 88, a slider at 85, mixes in a split finger fastball. He's not going to cost you $20 million a year, but it does say he'll cost you over $10 million a year. He'll probably get like a 3-year deal or a 4-year deal at probably, I'm going to guess somewhere between $12 to $14 million a year is my guess, because he's been an inconsistent reliever. If you look at his career, he's 30 years old, pitched great for Tampa to end the season, but has been inconsistent in his career. So you are going to pay somebody a lot of money that's inconsistent. But if you're paying him that much money, you believe he's going to be consistent for the 3-year period or possibly 4-year period that you have him. Another reliever that I'm interested in, because this does two things. It takes one reliever away from the Houston Astros and adds them to your bullpen. Hector Neris is a free agent. He's 34 years old. He had a 1.7 ERA last year for the Houston Astros. Heavier guy, if you remember him, for the Houston Astros, right-handed guy. He's good. He wouldn't be a long-term contract because he's 34 years old. So you're probably looking at a 2-year, $12 million deal. So if I said, hey, I'm going to give you Robert Stevenson and Hector Neris, 2 good right-handed relievers for 1 Josh Hader, I think the Rangers will go for 2 for 1 over just the one guy, is my opinion. I don't know. I don't know if the Rangers are super in on Robert Stevenson, if they're in at all on Hector Neris. Aroldis Chapman is part of this article.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind bringing him back on a 1-year deal. I think that he did his job. It's not easy. It's not the most easy ride with Aroldis
Chapman experience.
But I do think there's relievers out there that the Rangers are intrigued in and probably won't go to the 5-year, $110 million deal that Josh Hader is looking for and probably will get. But those are kind of your Rangers rumors there. There's other rumors out of Nashville. If anything breaks, we'll have it here at 105.3 The Fan. We got, everything ready to go if the Rangers make a big trade or a big signing in the next, this week, yes. I will say, at the winter meetings.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might talk a little Mavs unless we can avoid it. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good Monday to you guys.
Are you happy to have your world back in alignment in terms of days on the schedule being actual days in real life?
Yes, absolutely. I don't have to do any more conversions, right?
That is very true.
Makes it easier for me, Mickey. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And after last night, are you ready to chalk up another victory because Philly is done and we're going to smash them?
Yeah, right. Well, you know, they were due, right? It is hard in this league to win 4 or 5 straight games. And at some point, it just seems to catch up with everybody, right? I think Kansas City had 6, and then now we've seen what's happened to them. Philadelphia's very fortunate. They're not on a 3-game losing streak, by the way. If you look at how they won the previous 2 games, with the other team not converting passes to win the game in the end zone, right? I thought they were due, and San Francisco looked pretty darn good, right? Just the fact that they were able to run the ball the way they did against what was supposed to be this great Eagles defense. They put up 146 yards rushing, 2 rushing touchdowns. I mean, they brought it right to them. So, entertaining game to watch too, huh?
Yeah. It was. I don't understand how San Francisco can be so physical, Mickey,
and get away with it.
Get away with it. Yeah, it doesn't make sense how. And I'm not sitting here saying that this is like, oh, the referees are paid off. I'm just saying they hit you hard and in the right spot to not be called for penalties and stuff.
Or sometimes they do get called.
Yeah, sometimes.
And I was kind of told that if these 2 teams have to meet up again, San Francisco and the Cowboys, it's going to be a Donnybrook because they got away with a lot of that physical stuff you're talking about. And I think that the Cowboys have got that in their memory bank. Now, I don't know if we need to go tell the Cowboys security guy, Cable, to monitor that sideline, right?
Hey, if he can get one of their players kicked out as a trade for him getting kicked out, deal.
Well, we'll give him a standing ovation the way Dom got.
Yeah, probably so. And I'm sure that fine, whatever that hefty fine is, because it does sound like there's going to be a big fine for him and the Eagles. I don't know exactly what
all
that'll
it takes
be.
is a big Italian guy from Philadelphia, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be anybody from Philadelphia. They'll start a fight with you.
I don't think I've laughed so hard in a while when I saw what took place. You know, and the weird thing is I know Greenlaw got ejected and he got his hand up in the guy's face, but Big Dom kind of pushed him in the chest first, like he was trying to get him off whichever player it was, right?
Yep.
And that's what Greenlaw got, pissed at. And, probably so. He's looking and going, what's this guy? He's not even in uniform and he's pushing me around, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like he's a coach either. Doesn't have a headset on. But, yeah, it was rather amusing.
Are we going to find out about Shaq Leonard today?
That's what I hear. I mean, he was supposed to have made his decision on Sunday, and so probably we would hear something today. And, judging from the Eagles giving up 146 yards rushing, they may think they need a linebacker with a bigger financial investment than maybe the Cowboys do. I don't know what you guys think, but
yeah, their linebackers have been a big weakness for them.
Well, they have 2 of them missing.
Yeah,
in that game.
Well, so do we.
Yeah.
Van Der Esch, right?
Yeah, but that counts as 2. He's really good.
Well, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see, which team, and I don't think it'll be a financial thing. I think it just depends on where he wants to go play more than anything. Since he's getting still paid by the Colts, so he's making money now, and I'm sure he just wants what do we got? 5 games left, 5-game deal, and then be a free agent next year and shop his wares. So. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think both teams are in. I don't know that anybody else snuck in under the covers, but we'll see.
I like that phrasing that you just used, Mick.
Under the covers.
Yeah.
Somebody you never know when somebody else that maybe didn't make a big visit to or something, and they gave him some sort of sweetheart deal where he said, okay, I'll go there. But again, at this point in the season, we'll see what one guy, can do to help out a defense and how soon he can do it, by the way, because time's ticking right now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. My whole thing is like, I love what Bell has done, but I do really look at this. Like, you need a little more size in the middle. You need a little more of a physical presence in there. Hopefully that can be, and they can rotate and be a good combination together.
Well, what we forget, if they need that, then put Micah Parsons at linebacker.
Yeah.
Right?
But he's so good at getting to the...
Is he?
Because
he gets there so many different ways, right? And there's too many... I just think there's too many plays that he just gets taken out of because they either go the other way when he's at defensive end or he gets double-teamed and they take him out. To me, when he's rushing like as a linebacker, he's awfully good to be able to split double teams when the center has to snap the ball and isn't looking right, and he comes between the center and the guard. I sort of like that approach, but we'll see. If you ever have time, just go back and look at how many times he gets taken out of the play, and not of his own doing. It's just that 200-300-pound guys and he's on the outside and they're going the other way. It's hard to get there.
Yeah, I first noticed that against Arizona this year, and I mean they did a pretty good job of that. And other teams I think picked up on that. Is hey, we can keep him from being as effective if we do a couple of these
right, or just run right at him.
Yeah.
Right, and he's got no space to kind of use his speed to get there. But again, if you want to take Seattle's attitude and just say, well, we can throw the ball faster if we don't block him and he won't get here in time, that would be good too, right?
I mean, not for them, but for us, personally, I like the way the Cowboys were winning all of their home games by 20-plus points. I think it was really neat, and I was fine staying that course. However, Coach McCarthy said you need those nail-biter type games like you saw against Seattle. Are you inclined to believe that you need experience in close games, for better or for worse, to prepare you for the playoffs?
I think it helps, but I don't think it's something that you want to cause, right? Well, let's get a close game here and see how we do. I'm not sure that's what he meant. And I think that, if you can beat everybody by 20 points, then so be it. Keep it up. But it does kind of, show you how you have to grind at times when you get behind. It's not a recipe for success, but it does help if you can overcome it or understand how to play under that amount of pressure. I think we've got, this perception that, 1992, the Cowboys beat everybody by 30 points. Go back and look at some of the scores. There were some that they had to grind away to be able to win, and maybe you score late, and it looks like, well, they won by 10. Well, yeah, if you score a late touchdown, you were only up by 3. So, yeah, I think it helps, but I don't think you want to say, yeah, let's pull back and just try to win these close ones, right? Because then I think if you make a living winning close ones, then at some point it's going to catch up with you. And it may be not that year, but it may be the next year, right? So, yeah, I'm good. I can win all these three-pointers. Well, at some point they even out in this league, and it's kind of the way you go. So, but, you know, what we talked about after they lost to Philadelphia, you needed to win the next 4, and they did.
Yep.
And chances are the Eagles would at least lose 1, and they did. So here we go. You got the chance to have them at home, get back on the rematch and beat them, and force a tie for the NFC East with 4 games to go after this Sunday.
So now I have to pretend all week like this game is the same as all other games.
Come
on, Mickey.
They might say that, but no, it's not just like all the other games. This one's really important to win that 5th straight.
Thank you very much.
Don't you think?
Sir. I think that, yes.
Yeah.
But that's why I would make, for many other reasons, a terrible spokesperson for a sports team. I'd be like, are you kidding me? That team sucks. And, like, we need to focus on the Eagles. So I'm excited for this game.
You like the San Francisco approach going into the game, trash talking, right?
Yes. Well,
and then
if my team, is good enough, you know on a game-to-game, year-to-year basis if you should be making any sort of statements or not, or you're like, you know what, I'm going to keep my big fat mouth shut this season.
Go forward.
And I think that's probably the way to go. But it'll be interesting to see how they recover from getting shellacked like that, right?
Absolutely. All right, we will catch up again tomorrow, good sir. Thank you.
Okay, talk to you.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
My son doesn't like how tiebreakers work because when we were going home from Jared Sandler's event last night, he was like, okay, so if we beat the Eagles, we're tied with them, but we beat them last. So I was like, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
And I'm like, even if you beat the Eagles, you're not tied. You are tied record-wise, but they have the advantage with the tiebreakers.
So it would go like this. You're tied in the record, tied in head-to-head, tied in division. You would lose based on conference. That's the next tiebreaker because they would still only have 2 losses in conference as opposed to the 3 that the Cowboys would have.
So win all the rest of the games.
But the Eagles, after they play the Cowboys, have some really tough matchups.
Oh, well.
They got Seattle.
Maybe Seattle.
And they got Arizona, who's on a hot streak.
Are they?
Arizona's not as bad as they were when they had Dabalina.
Yep.
But they're still very beatable.
And then they play the Giants twice.
Well, I'm sure DeVito will figure them out on the second run.
Mm-hmm.
First one might be a little tough, but
is that what we're going with?
Second run's the one where you really make up for things.
Let's go.
If the Cowboys win out, though, they got a chance.
Yes,
a chance.
I agree with that. Absolutely. We've go ahead and fire off cut number 24 because another team that has been struggling, especially this weekend, your Dallas Mavericks.
A lot of young fellas getting some time tonight. Omax, this is his 9th game. Here's Lively, right down Broadway, fancy finish.
Now that sounded really awesome, and I appreciate that. We'll get more
Lively must have
into
dominated that game.
The bizarreness that was
Crushed
the Thunder game a little bit later, but
If there was just a 6-minute game, we would have won 30-0.
Mavericks lost. That's a good point. But only at a specific point in the game, not the first 6 minutes.
The other part of the game, we lost by 42.
Yeah. The Mavericks lose to the Thunder and Grizzlies over the weekend, and they have been in quite the funk since starting out the season just unbelievably well.
Yeah, if you do look at 8-2 start, now 11-8, so you haven't got to your next 10, but you are 3-6 with one more game to play tomorrow. They play Wednesday. Is that?
They play Wednesday.
Yeah,
against
Wednesday,
the Jazz.
because tomorrow's the big. It's the quarterfinals of the Fart Knocker McGee tournament.
So should I go ahead and assume, based off of that statement, there's no chance you're going to be watching or have any interest in those games?
Don't care at all.
Okay.
Tonight and tomorrow they have like 2 games on. Right? It's like, man, these are the big playoff games, but they have hit a funk here.
Yep.
And it doesn't mean that they're a 3-6 team. I don't think if they keep playing and we just keep looking at 10-game stretches, but I don't think they're 8-2 either. And they're probably not 3-6. And hopefully they win Wednesday and they get to 4-6. And I don't think they're 4-6. They're probably more of a 6-4 team.
And that's the thing. If they did win, they would be 12-8, which would put them in that 6-4 every 10 games run, which I think there's nothing wrong with that.
But it's early on in the season. We did brag about Grant Williams, and I know he's in a funk. He's not this bad.
Yeah.
But we're getting, why did Boston Celtics want nothing to do with Grant Williams? We're getting crap. This is why they wanted nothing to do with him. This is why they wanted to really change their team around Tatum and Brown. And we've seen good Grant Williams and why he can help you. And we've now seen for a while now bad Grant Williams and why the Celtics benched him in the playoffs and said, you're not playing a second in these games. We can't do it. So I like Grant Williams. I think he's a decent ad. He doesn't even cost much. If he ended up being a guy who averaged 8 points and 3 rebounds, he doesn't kill you with his contract.
Yeah.
But we do need more from him, especially when Luka sits out because he's a new father, when Kyrie sits out because of load management. You're hoping a guy like Grant Williams can step up.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this past weekend? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twitch, from the YouTube. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Attention Dallas fans.
Arlen keeps it on his stick, left circle, his shot, he scores!
Glendening and the other forward were trying to figure out who's going to take who. Chernak's late to get out on the shot. It's not a good goal. I mean,
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. But it was a good goal, and there were plenty of them. And we will talk about not the Stars necessarily, but their opposition as we kick off some Wanker of the Weekend.
What's a wanker?
Well, kiddo, that's a man that likes to be alone with his thoughts.
Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053 if you want to hit up the truckwreck.com text line. Also want to hear from you on Twitch and YouTube. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And I would argue that the Tampa Bay Lightning were the best at being the worst as they lost to the Stars 8-1.
Yeah, that was bad.
Plus, I just hate Tampa Bay.
Well, I mean, that was good for us. Hold on, why do you hate?
Because of the cup.
Because they have the cup?
Yeah. And we'll never get that one back.
Yeah, I get that, man.
Okay, thank you.
That hurts.
It does.
But do you hate anything else in Tampa?
I have not given that part a lot of thought.
Buccaneers, I mean, your boy Mike Evans.
That's true.
1,000-yard season.
That is true.
Tampa is a pretty decent place.
Who made Mike Evans?
Texas A&M?
Tom Brady.
Oh,
That's
what?
not even close. He's played with some of the worst quarterbacks,
that is absurd. Absurd.
Corey, let's just.
I can't go. I can't do
No,
that, Mike.
let's team up on this
Listen,
one.
I can't.
No!
This is one where I can't agree.
Dang it.
Mike Evans was really good before Tom
But
Brady.
when was
got
he
there.
at his best?
When Tom Brady got there.
No, you what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Had he ever won a Super Bowl until Tom Brady got
Yeah.
there?
Had they ever even made the playoffs with Mike Evans?
We're not talking about Tampa Bay and Mike Evans.
I thought that's what we wanted
We're
to do.
talking about
here.
the Tampa Bay Lightning, not the Tampa
they
Bay
play hockey.
Bucks.
Okay.
I think Mike's
Talk
trying to
about
go
it.
after Tampa Bay, the entire city, as Wanker of the Week.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Chris, you're newer to this. He's going after me. I get that you think it's about this one thing. It's not. It's not about that at all. So I appreciate your attempt.
Chris, I like what you're doing there, buddy.
I'm here to help you out, Mike.
Pick your side wisely,
Yeah,
Chris.
if you pick
is
our
what I
side,
would
you'll
say.
be fine, Chris.
Pick your
Trust me
poison.
on that.
You think so? Why do you think you need him for this job? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Because nobody wants to work with you, Kevin.
You're not supposed to say it out loud. Those other guys are listening.
That is probably a fair point.
Kevin's
Is
fun to work with.
He is great.
You guys are jerks. Quentin Johnston.
TCU, man.
What happened to him?
What happened to him indeed?
It's just his first year. He's going to be just fine.
I'm sure that Kellen Moore
can
figure it all out.
Kellen Moore's a genius. I listened to Bobby Belt. They won yesterday again.
Yeah.
Led by their offense.
6-0.
Yeah.
Was that
got 2 field goals?
2 field goals.
I got 3 safeties. I don't know.
Could have been. Even Red Zone didn't want to play that game. Like they would be like, "We're gonna go to." Never mind. Nothing's happened. Nothing's changed in New England so far. So yeah, I don't know the Quentin Johnston story here, Kevin. But all I'm saying is
he had another brutal drop on Justin Herbert. You go back. What was it? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
He had the catch that would have won the game, and he dropped it. This one on the game that offense forgot. He had another wide open pass that was in his hands and he dropped it, would have put him in position to score some more.
I saw this random thing on Twitter and I'm going to get it wrong, but it was like by the Cardinals. It might have been the St. Louis Cardinals. I don't know. They've been everywhere in the NFL history, but teams that have held teams to 10 or less in 3 straight games and lost all 3 games. The last time that happened was 1939 in the NFL. And now it's happened to the New England Patriots in 2023. Like that's how almost impossible it is for your defense to only give up 10 points or less in 3 straight games and go 0-3 in those 3 games. So that's the New England Patriots. I honestly don't know how you bring back Bill Belichick. I know how great of a coach he was. Look, I think they're at the Tom Landry point. Yeah. And I know it's happening quicker because he just won a championship. 19 did they win in 19? Do I have my years right, or 18?
But
whatever it was.
Fairly recently in the last 5
And I know that it was 77 when Tom Landry last won the Super Bowl, and then in 89 or 88 was his last year as the head coach. But I don't know how you bring back Bill Belichick at this point.
Man. You agree?
With Bill Belichick, yeah, this is a really tough situation because he's the one that's in charge of the talent as much as he is what happens on the field whenever you're calling the plays. So, yeah, I mean, it seems like all the great stuff that you did, we do have to move on at this point. But, Kevin, this Quentin Johnston drop is the worst thing I've ever seen. It's like it has, and I hate to say this, but it does have very Patrick Creighton moment.
Oh, no.
Remember that ball went
I don't want to remember. I had tickets to the Super Bowl that year in Arizona.
Is that where you broke bad on the Cowboys?
No, I still stuck with them for a little bit longer, but my buddy Brandon Webb, obviously playing for the Diamondbacks at that point, he's like, I have 2 tickets to the Super Bowl. I don't really have much interest in going, and if the Cowboys go, I'll give you the ticket so you can go. So I was going to go to the 07 Super Bowl. I guess it would have been, I don't know, however you want to call it, the 08 Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
Because the Cowboys were the 1 seed and lost to the Giants. And that, I guess, we got the win, though. Wade Phillips got the bye win the week before. Remember that comment?
Yes.
But Quentin Johnston, I remember asking, why is he dropping so much in the mock drafts? And I was told by people that were following the draft, they're just like, he just struggles to get open. He's not as fast as you would want. He doesn't really have kind of quick twitch in and out of break situations. But nobody said he had bad hands. So that's really bad. If the knock is at TCU, hey, the more we study this guy and the more you watch his kind of drills, he's slow, he's not quick. They didn't say, and he also has bad hands.
Yeah.
So now he's hit the trifecta.
So that's not good. I think this is worse, though, if we're going down wanker of the weekend. Man, now people are bringing up really old Cowboys things.
Oh, the Jackie Smith?
Yes.
Man, that was a tough one. How did he drop that?
It made the Hall of Fame, though, for it, right?
Hit him in every place that you should catch it. The chest, the hands, all the places.
Horrible pass.
It was a dart right in between the numbers, Mike.
That's what Roger Staubach said. He should have made a better pass.
Well, Roger Staubach also said there are so many things that we could have done earlier in that game that we lost that game by losing.
He's
the game.
a great person because he'll never say, "Oh, it was that person's fault." He's like, "Hey, we could have done better," and I appreciate that. The
Cowboys have been 2-8 at one point, and at one point, I think we had Roger Staubach on. He's like, "I could see him winning the Super Bowl.
They can make a run."
And I'm like, "They're 2-8, Roger."
Jamal Adams, I believe, might be the wanker of the weekend.
Oh, really?
He likes talking.
He does, and sometimes his targets are really inappropriate. Is Connor Hughes. He's a reporter. He tweeted out a video of Jamal Adams from the game against the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. And he said, or not Thanksgiving, this past Thursday, my apologies. He posted it on X with the quote tweet, "Yikes." And it showed Jamal Adams giving up, obviously, a key touchdown late in the game. All right? Jamal Adams had an issue with that, which I get. That's one thing. His response was he took a screenshot with Adams and his wife, zoomed in on Adams' wife, and quote tweeted, "Yikes." What the hell did that lady do? And it's really weird because I've seen multiple people are like, well, you know what? If you start talking trash, there's consequences. I was like, but his wife didn't start talking trash. She's just living her life. If she posted that, I guess I still don't probably think that's the way to go, but I guess I would at least sort of understand that. Why would you bash that lady who did nothing?
She's pretty.
Okay, well, even if she wasn't, though,
I don't understand why you're saying yikes about that.
Yeah, but okay, let's say she wasn't. Still, she did nothing wrong. She's not the person who posted that video up and been like, "You're getting torched, bro."
That's unless maybe she did. Maybe she. I don't know, man. I agree. Don't go after somebody's significant other in this situation, especially when you're a pro getting paid like that. Oh, come on, man, back off.
And I did mean the reporter and his wife. If I said Adams and
Connor
his wife, my
Hughes,
apologies.
Yeah, don't get burned,
the
bro.
reporter and his wife.
Don't get beat. Don't get destroyed. And you don't have to be yikesed.
Yeah, or you know what? Even if that's the case, wouldn't you talk to the reporter? Not the wife who did nothing? And then finally, well, the last one I've got is I wanted to throw this out there. I like Bobby Belt, but is he one of the wankers of the weekend for losing his keys in the dirt at Globe Life Field?
In the dirt?
Yeah, didn't he say lost in the infield dirt?
You can't lose. It's not like you can't make holes in that. It's hard dirt.
I'm not saying like they fell into the earth or anything.
They might have, man. The cracks. It looked like there's an earthquake there.
They did have some cracks on the field, but you know,
it's off season.
They drag that sucker.
Well, I think you need to water it
a
but
little bit too.
I guess you got to save money somehow.
How?
Well, they're obviously not using water right now.
Don't spend it on Shohei. That's how you save it.
That's happening too.
Hold on. So would the insinuation be they're saving on water to build up for Shohei? They're like, hey, crank the thermostat up to 79.
Yeah.
We need to save money on the power
Winter
bill.
meetings. They're like, we haven't watered the field since November 1st. We did have enough, but they had the air conditioning on.
Oh, yeah?
Is that on Jared?
How do you know that?
It was nice in there.
Yeah, because it's nice outside.
That's true. It could be.
Probably you just being inside. I do have a question, though, Mike. I walked around that outfield.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is not soft. Why would I ever dive on this outfield? Is that how it really feels all the time?
Yeah, that's why guys do.
You think it feels different in a game?
Yeah, guys do like natural grass better for that reason.
I was thinking to myself, maybe like they have some inflatable pad underneath. There's got to be something, or like they water that and make it softer. I don't know, but it felt like it's concrete underneath that turf.
It is. You are correct. It is concrete, and if you water concrete, it doesn't get softer.
No, it doesn't.
Breaking news. Do
In
we
my
need to hit
mind,
the
I was just
sounder?
like, I think my knees hurt just from walking around last night on that field.
And somebody brought up, as we talked about in Crosstalk, his wedding ring was attached to that too.
Yeah.
Which I guess I don't totally understand that story either.
So he lost his keys
and his wedding ring.
I figured he eventually found them. Didn't he go home?
No, because
His
he
wife
said he
was
took,
there, so-
he took the key fob off and left it. So
with the
valet.
Yeah, we were valeters.
Yeah, and so he lost his wedding ring and the rest of his keys in the dirt.
So maybe
Somebody had to find them.
I would hope so.
Is it? You think it's in lost and found, or you think next year Corey Seager is going to go for a grounder and the keys are going to pop up and
oh my God,
his glove?
Can you imagine if they were dragging, like when they get ready for February and the college baseball tournament they have there or whatever, and they're like, what are these keys doing on the infield?
Then you got to dig it all up, Kevin.
It's a fair.
Replace the whole thing.
Well, then we're definitely not going to have money for Shohei. We're the KNC
Thanks a lot,
masterpiece.
Bobby Bell. You and Kellen Moore 6 points, who runs the perfect offense.
Man, I'm surprised. I thought that was going to come up in crosstalk for sure.
I brought it up to him yesterday. I was like, man, as I was driving in here today, the Chargers won 6-0. What do you have to say about Kellen Moore's offense? And not that I dislike Kellen Moore. I think he's a good coach. I just think Mike McCarthy's a good coach too. I don't know what he has against Coach McCarthy and how good of a job he's doing this year.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you stay through 2 weather delays for this NFL game? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's the
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
Ayuk goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a play!
Chris, I think like the best thing you could do right now is play the Rangers coming back, winning the World Series like right after that, and that would have been fine. But what are you doing? Calling for more San Francisco audio, Kevin?
They're awesome.
#1 fan, #1 Niners fan over here secretly.
No, you're a Steelers fan. You're just
Oh,
upset
yeah,
that they
huge
lost.
Steelers fan, yeah.
They only Kenny Pickett got concussed, and they had a weather delay in Pittsburgh.
It's actually worse than that for Kenny Pickett. Let's talk about that as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Kenny Pickett had ankle surgery today.
That's not on his head.
That is true.
Fact.
And this
He got concussed, but I guess he didn't.
This is what Mike Tomlin said. From an injury standpoint, Kenny has a high ankle sprain. He had it surgically repaired this morning in an effort to accelerate the healing process. And they don't believe they're going to put him on injured reserve.
So they think he's going to come back from high ankle sprain surgery?
I guess so.
That sounds weird to me, but am I
Fair.
wrong watching the highlights on NFL Network last night? I thought he walked off the field and walked down some stairs when he got hurt. Am I crazy?
I mean, I think you can, it's just probably super painful. I think you could probably still do that with a high ankle.
Yeah, he was walking without anybody holding him. But yeah, I mean, you can walk. It's just, and I don't know, did he need the surgery?
They said it.
That's another question I
don't
have there.
think he needed the surgery, but
the doctor goes, "You don't need surgery."
No,
I don't care. Open
but
me
to
up.
heal faster.
To potentially heal faster because they're in the midst of trying to make the playoffs. And he's like, hey, if I can get back 1 week faster, 2 weeks faster, I don't know.
He was like, if Aaron Rodgers can do it, so can I.
But I'm gonna need surgery on my forearm.
Yeah, you might have to cut off your arm.
I might have to cut off my arm because I gave blood.
Yeah.
I don't. I hope that's not the case. But also, let's just move on.
Kenny Pickett might play next. By the way, they're horrible. How are they 7-5?
Because their coach is great.
Horrible.
Cowboys Seahawks was Prime Video's most watched game ever with 15.26 million viewers. It was the second most streamed NFL game ever.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do I count because I watched it on Channel 4?
No.
You do not.
So, I mean, the point here is, it's the most Amazon has ever had streamed.
Yes.
Not the most streamed in the world ever, and it's the most. Their numbers are short-lived, 2 years now, right? That's the sample size we have, or a year and a half. So those numbers haven't been that significant anyway yet. But that was a very big game. It was the best game that they've had all season, I think, if I go back and look at most of their schedule. So this makes a lot of sense that it would happen, and it's the Cowboys in a time where Dak's getting a lot of talk. Everybody else wants to get their eyeballs on it. But yeah, it is very specific to the streaming numbers for Amazon across the country. But it's cool. I mean, that's what the Cowboys do. They bring in ratings.
And you say that it's cool, and I get that, but like, hopefully everyone's like, it's cooler that we won the game, right?
Oh, yeah,
Not that
absolutely.
we set a record.
Listen.
Oh no.
If you're sitting in Jerry Jones' seat, you're taking every little win, right? And I'm not just talking about the ones on the field. That's why Jerry does say, hey, look, man, we want for our name to be mentioned all the time. If you're sitting down, what does he say? If you see an art magazine and you open that art magazine, Cowboys should be in there somewhere. So that's part of him. But I think getting back to being a prominent team in this league is the most important factor to them right now.
Derrick Henry has been placed in the concussion protocol. We'll keep an eye out on that. Interesting things also.
A huge game before that too.
And did you see the thing with Will Levis and DeAndre Hopkins?
Oh no, I didn't.
He scored a touchdown.
True, But
plays for the 3 most worthless franchises in NFL history. Thanks a lot to my card collection, DeAndre.
Who are the other two that you
Texans, Cardinals, and Titans is his career.
Yeah. When have they ever been relevant?
Never.
That first game when they beat
the Titans whenever they lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl.
That's true. Is Will Levis and DeAndre Hopkins were having a quote-unquote discussion on the sidelines where Will Levis looked heated and DeAndre Hopkins said something back to him, at which point he stopped, turned around, and clearly disagreed with his assessment of how the play went wrong. And I just thought that was something to keep an eye on because if you're a fan of the Titans, maybe you're like, good for Will Levis for like standing up. Or maybe you're just like, hey, dude, you've done nothing in this league. Why don't you be quiet and listen to DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, I mean, the two of them need to be able to work things out together because that's going to be what it is for the rest of the season. Did you see, Kevin, the missed
Listen,
extra
I'm
point?
committed to this. I've done steroids. Is that what he said?
I don't know that to be the case. I'll look into that.
The missed was an extra point or field goal because their punter was injured and that was their holder. And so guess who had to go out there and hold for him?
Ryan Tannehill.
Good for him for being a team player.
We call him the ultimate 12th man.
That makes sense.
Because he's from A&M.
Yes.
And he really likes the Seahawks.
That, I don't know about that part. Would you stay through not one, but 2 weather delays to watch the Cardinals and the Steelers? You were talking about that.
Absolutely not.
Would you stay for that game period?
No, you couldn't pay me. You could.
How much?
$1,000.
$1,000 to go to an NFL game?
Yeah. That game, yeah.
I can give you $350.
No, wait a second. Are you flying me up there and everything? Are you saying it's local so I can
Let's just say you live there.
I live there, $350? No.
Oh my gosh.
My time is worth more than that.
Wow.
Just being honest.
So you hit a 30-minute delay because of heavy wind and rain.
Wasn't it a 6-hour? You would have been there for...
That was the first delay. And then the next delay was an hour. And so you had an hour and a half of delays in a game that Arizona won 24-10 and Kyler Murray said was a big win.
And I have to stay for the whole game?
Yes, sir, that's right.
No way.
Wow.
Corey, how much are you paying? Or how much? Maybe you will pay. Maybe you'd love to do that.
I want to go to that stadium at some point. I think that's cool. But for that weather situation, the weather, man, it's cold already in Pittsburgh. I'm going to go over to Permante's and get a sandwich. And then my day's done after the first rain delay.
Okay.
I come back
so
out.
The first rain delay, you're out.
And they're like, hey, sorry, we ran one play and we're sending you back home now. I'm going to be like, all right, then I'm going to get a sandwich.
Maybe the Patriots.
They have good sandwiches in Pittsburgh. They load them with French fries on them.
Permante's, that's the name of the
And
place.
their lettuce has they put kind of like an oil vinegar on their lettuce too, that they put in sandwiches, and then they have quality meat.
That's true. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I don't know if the Patriots Chargers thought there was going to be a weather delay. Did you see the pictures of the crowd when the game was about to start, when the flyover was going on and everything? It looked like there were 5,000 people in that stadium.
No.
Now, I don't know if some people time-lapse their photos and they're like, oh, yeah, this is 5 minutes before the game. But really, it was like 45 minutes. But you can even see they're getting ready for the flyover. It does not look like there's that many people there.
I'm going to have to go look at this one real quick.
Do you think that they knew ahead of time that this was going to be the game that offense forgot?
Yeah, but I don't know how it gets any better for New England.
Weather was nasty.
I just don't know. That's 3 weeks in a row now. And really, you just keep going. You can go back. I mean, it's all year. It's Mac Jones obviously isn't the answer. Bailey Zappi isn't. It's Bailey Zappi.
Yes.
He's not the answer. Obviously, Bill Belichick has lost it. I hate to say it. It happens to everybody. It happens to Tom Landry. It happened to Vince Lombardi. It happens to everybody that the game moves into a progression where they're just not comfortable going in that direction. And I think at this point, maybe they don't fire Bill Belichick. Maybe I'm wrong, and he has another run of 5 years with whoever. Honestly, they do have a chance to get Caleb Williams. But I don't see it. I think the offensive game has passed up Bill Belichick and his staff that he trusts.
You want to talk about something that's super positive or super negative? You can make fun of both of them.
Oh, okay. Let's go negative first.
All right. The New York Jets are considering another change at quarterback. They had Aaron Rodgers for a hot second. Now it's looking more and more like maybe he won't actually come back and play. Then they went to Zach Wilson. That didn't work out. Then they went to Tim Boyle, and they lost to the Falcons 13-8 in another game that was just awful. That was the Jets' 5th straight defeat. Now it could be Trevor Siemian time. Do you think this is the quarterback that will bring the Jets out of their losing streak?
No.
And did you know Trevor Siemian was still in the NFL?
Yes.
Did he beat us when he was on the Broncos? Was he am I crazy?
I'll have to go check. I don't recall that.
He played against us at some point.
Like 2016 or 17?
I can't remember. I just feel like there was a Trevor Siemian game. Like, we lost to Trevor Siemian.
Yeah.
Am I right about
we
that?
We lost 42-17.
Oh,
I remember.
Ezekiel Elliott had 8 yards that game.
Trevor Siemian threw for 4 touchdowns in that game.
I think he was the player of the week.
All right. So now with this new information, do you believe that Trevor Siemian can get the quarterbacks back on track for the Jets?
That was the whole time where Zeke was going to get suspended, and then Thursday he would go to court and not get suspended. It was a weird time in Cowboys history.
Take that as a no. You
He's
also do not believe in Trevor Siemian.
No, I think they're just cursed. They expected Aaron Rodgers was going to be it, and the rest of the team is quality. The way that they have to go through quarterbacks is bad because it doesn't have any continuity with your team. Your offense looks out of sorts all the time because your receivers don't know if they're doing the right thing versus what the quarterback's anticipation is. So, yeah, no, man, that's tough.
Thus far this season, the Jets quarterbacks have combined for a robust total of 7 touchdowns versus 11 interceptions. They average less than 6 yards per attempt.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like enough.
They should, if the Jets and Patriots have to play each other the rest of this season, which they might, you just put the ball on the 25-yard line like college football and just see what happens.
What's amazing? That's the last game of the season.
Oh my God.
That could be another terrible.
What would be amazing is if both teams just punted the whole game. They just punted, like, we're not taking the ball. We punt right back to you. 1st and 10, punt. 1st and 10, punt. 1st and 10, punt. Just back and forth. We refuse to play offense.
The 25-yard line?
Yeah. I'd punt it at all points.
You wouldn't even gamble on first down?
Here's what you're hoping. You just punt every time and hope that they fumble either the catch or they fumble while they're returning the punt. That's your best chance to score. Because then let's say they fumble on the 25-yard line and it's 1st and 10. You're like, we're kicking the field goal right now.
And for the positive, Mike Evans, his 10th straight 1,000-yard season. That is incredible. That's second all-time behind only Jerry Rice for the most consecutive 1,000-yard season.
Wow. That is impressive, man. Like
Super Bowl champ.
Yeah, and he's a Super Bowl champ because of his quarterback.
Yep.
In that Super Bowl.
Tom Brady, baby.
But he's not going to make the Hall of Fame, right? Haven't we had this conversation?
You know what?
I might
change your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, yes.
I think that he's doing certain things that are going to get him in, and playing with Tom Brady helps.
Oh, my God. Helped. Tom Brady's not playing anymore.
True. Yeah, past tense.
Unless
what?
He wants to come back. If he wanted to come back, how many teams do you think would want to go get him?
0, man. The last time he played in a game last year, he ducked his head and said, here it is, Cowboys. I don't want to get hit anymore.
The Patriots would take him, right? It's got to be at least one.
I'll tell you what, he's better than Mac Jones and Zappy Manappy.
You just did. It's Bailey Zappi.
Bailey's. Isn't that like a type of like...
It's cream.
It's a cream for alcoholic drinks.
Cream liqueur.
I'll tell you what, that would be amazing. Rick Ankiel got drunk one game and pitched well. At this point, I would have Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi just drink until they could barely stand up and go like, let's see if this makes you better.
Just for 1 week.
1 week.
Yeah.
Rick Ankiel threw a complete game while he was drunk. Didn't work the next game. He's like, this isn't helping my yips. Maybe it would help for 1 week. You're just like, hey, let's just get drunk.
We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess. Right
You
here.
obviously aren't throwing it accurate when you can see straight.
On 105.3 The Fan. My God.
Throw to the middle target.
Coming up next, we will talk
throw it
with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. God help us all, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're hoping we will get the opportunity to talk with Stephen Jones imminently right here on your home of the Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, as we also are hoping to hear positive news about Shaq Leonard coming to the Cowboys.
What about these odds, Kevin, regarding Brock Purdy? Mike said last year, put all your money on Brock Purdy.
I said on Friday.
Yeah. All your money on Brock Purdy.
I only said it because of the odds, because he was sixth, I think, in odds. And I was like, if he beats Philadelphia, I think he's going to go way up in the odds.
And his MVP odds were essentially 3 times as long as Dak's. And I thought, I'm not to say that Dak can't or won't win the MVP, but it seemed unlikely that he was 3 times more probable to win the MVP than Brock Purdy. And now with that win, he rockets up, Hurts slides down. It's almost just 3-way statistical tie. They're all between 3 and 3.5 to 1 to win the MVP. But here you go. It's a handful of games left. Dak's still in that top 3 to potentially win MVP, which I have to say I think is really cool.
No, it is interesting to see him in that conversation and to see what needs to be done the rest of the way. Like if Brock Purdy has a big stinker somewhere, it could change everything.
With the KNC Masterpiece, and right now brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, guys?
We are doing great. We'll be doing even better if you tell us that you think Shaq Leonard is signing with the team today.
We just have no idea right now. It's a work in progress, and we'll see.
Is there a lot of back and forth with that, or is that like, did he leave and he's like, I'm gonna take my time and you just let it be?
There's hadn't been a lot of back and forth. We had a great visit and kind of laid everything out for him, our vision for him, and how he could help us win a championship. And I think he enjoyed his visit here, but obviously there's more than us involved here, and we'll just have to see.
How much were you paying attention or locked into the Eagles-San Francisco 49ers game, as not only record implications, but those seem like 2 of the teams to beat in the NFC?
Oh, just a little bit, not much. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I was like, oh no.
I thought you were serious. I was worried. Worried.
No. We obviously watched every play, and obviously very interested in what both teams are doing. I mean, they're obviously 2 of the best in the NFC, and at some point we know for a fact we're getting ready to see the Eagles, and probably know at some point we'll maybe see them both again. Who knows?
But you're allowed to admit that you were definitely rooting for the 49ers yesterday then, right?
Well, there was no question there. I mean, our only path to a home game is for the Eagles to come back to us a little bit here, and certainly that was a plus. And not that we're big 49er fans either. Usually we're rooting for them to stumble, but I'm sure they do the same with us as well. And certainly Detroit's out there with they had a great day yesterday. We paid a lot of attention to it. So, it's right there at the top, there's a really good group of teams there.
Mike McCarthy has talked a lot this year about the trimesters and moving through each one of those. Has there been a different plan for growth for each one of those trimesters? Like, I want to add this to it, and I want to see what my team is at this point, and then continue to grow there?
I think it's a work in progress. I think you're evaluating yourself as you go. I think one of the big turning points for us was the bye week. And, I think we were able to, really sit back during the bye week and really evaluate ourselves, self-scout ourselves, have the defense look at our offense look at our defense, look at the special teams, through a hard lens. And, I think we made big improvements and became a better football team after the bye week. I think this 10 days, we all know that's a tough stretch there when you go Sunday, Thursday, and but we do get the mini bye week here, and I think we'll take advantage of that. And hopefully, we'll do things to improve as a football team. There's certainly, when you watch the Seattle game, there's a lot of things that we can do better. Defensively, obviously, hats off to Seattle. They had a great game plan and moved the ball well, which is something we're not accustomed to on the defensive side of the ball. And, again, we had some opportunities in the red zone that we didn't totally cash in on that would have probably made the game, not as tight, but, that's part of it. And I just think we'll take those things. We'll learn from the Seattle game and hopefully improve as we move forward.
I have to admit I was surprised, pleasantly surprised, though, as the report came out over the weekend. Tom Pelissero said that the NFL issued no fines for the Cowboys' Salvation Army kettle hopping celebration. I know in the past that has been fined. Was there any kind of conversation between y'all and the league pointing out like, hey, this is a charity thing that we're doing, so can we cut us some slack?
Well, that's always our battle cry, when we have had fines in the past. But, hats off to the players, hats off to, everybody involved there. It's certainly, something that, all the notoriety that comes with that and all the branding that comes with the Salvation Army. We know how great they are for people who are in need and aren't as fortunate as most people in the world. And they do such a great job at getting a big part of what's given to the Salvation Army makes its way to the people who need it. And I think the players understand that. I think anybody involved in that understands that. Obviously, the halftime show was magnificent with Dolly and brought a lot of eyeballs to the kettle, and certainly is a great way to kick off the Red Kettle campaign for the holidays, so that money can be raised to get to the people who are less fortunate.
Hey, Stephen, I'm just trying to figure this out, and I'm kind of curious if you can help me pinpoint a little bit, because we have a lot of discussions about Kellen Moore still and Mike McCarthy and some of those changes. What do you think what is the biggest difference between what was Kellen Moore's team and what is this year's version with Mike McCarthy?
In no way Kellen Moore did just an amazing job while he was here.
Yeah.
And so, what he did here, and Mike appreciated what he had done with Dak and, didn't want to have a sea change overnight with all the success we were having. But in the meantime, I do think, Mike's been able to clean up some of the things that, if people were to be critical of Dak, which is hard to do because for the most part, he's played at a high level from the day he walked in the league as a rookie. But I do believe some of the things we're doing has cleaned up, some of the interceptions, which we all know how critical turnovers are when it comes to winning a football game. And certainly Dak's cleaned that up. I think he's thrown some of the, one of the quarterbacks in the league that's thrown the fewest number of interceptions. We're protecting the ball. And, I think we're just doing a really good job of getting the ball to the right people, executing. I think the running game's coming along. Can we be better? Absolutely. Can we be a little better in the red zone? I think those are all things that we'll continue to work to be better. And I think that'll happen.
Now, you were given some hats off earlier. Should we also say hats off to Jason Witten as he led Liberty Christian to a state high school championship?
Absolutely. All Jason Witten is a winner, and no one appreciates Texas high school football more than me. Certainly doing it there with his sons on the team. I certainly had a son who was a very successful high school athlete, leading the Highland Park Scots to state championships. So no one gets a better thrill of seeing what Jason accomplished there with his sons and his football team and getting it done. Hats off to him, and his sons are going to be really good athletes, and just happy for him.
Well, we always appreciate you jumping on, and obviously hope we're all happy when we talk this next Monday after the Eagles game.
Sounds great, guys. Happy holidays.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, if we could stay in the Cowboys zone for just 1 second, I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
Soon.
We'll
now.
win a pair of party passes to see the Cowboys play the Eagles.
Oh, wow.
This Sunday at AT&T Stadium. It is the NFL game we all care about. These tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. Caller number 10. 877-881-1053.
Seems like a big game to go
But did
to.
Jalen Hurts go in the transfer portal and he's not going to play?
No, he will play.
The NFL, Mike. It's two different things.
Oh, like Ohio State. Hey, man.
And Oklahoma.
Why don't you just play in the bowl game?
Dude, hold on. Which players are leaving faster, Ohio State's or A&M's? It feels like the Ohio State team is like, I'll see you later.
See, A&M has... We're the Alabama of losing recruits, all right?
All right.
In the last 3 years, A&M has lost more recruits than any program, but that's recruits who are already here, and they're like, nah, I'm good. And that's the part that hurts my feelings the most. If you flip your commitment, that's fine, it happens. These are people who are already here, including the number one recruit from 2 years ago, and he's like, nah, I'm good.
I came here for Jimbo.
Yeah, maybe. Or he's like, I came here because the AD said it's not an 8-4 job. And like, maybe it is an 8-4 job. I don't know. All right. Now, Corey, do you have other
I think we do.
breaking non-sports news?
I think this is significant as... Oh, did it disappear? Nope, there it is.
Yeah.
Sean Sharif from our morning show. You ever heard of him?
Nope.
What? Yes.
Oh, yeah, he took over Friday Crosstalks.
Oh, my God. He's so much fun.
He posted a picture of himself, his wife, and Oliver, who might be the most adorable.
Who's Oliver?
His son.
Oh,
He
good
was
for
at the
him.
thing
Kid is
yesterday.
adorable. And he said,
Swinging for a cause.
it says Prescott,
Or Sam.
Doncic, Woolchuck, Sharif. Hashtag girl dads. It looks like Sean Sharif has a baby on the way, and it could be a girl. There it is a girl.
Well, I hope
According
so,
to the
unless he's
sonogram
already-
picture, yeah. So congratulations to him, man. That's an awesome thing. It really is cool. But like you said, Prescott, Luka, Woolchuck, Sharif, they're all the same.
Outstanding. So they're going to have another baby.
That is cool, man.
It's so awesome until that girl turns 16 and then they have boys that like them. So good luck with that, all you girl dads.
You had a daughter like that.
Yeah, I know.
And everything's fine. You have a great relationship with her. She texted you.
True.
What did she,
But
did
it's
she
not
text-
fun. Like, it's not fun having it's great having a girl until, like, you know, they develop and everything. And then the boys notice. And then you were a boy once. You know what boys think.
Uh-huh.
Do you did you ever feel like you had to punch a kid?
Oh, I wanted to punch one kid so bad.
I knew one of those was.
It's always interesting though, girl dad. It's just interesting what happens with the girl dad situation when they turn like 16 years old.
My wife has told me that several times.
It's a different situation. It's all they're beautiful, cute, and everything, and they still are. But then you have to deal with boobs and all that stuff, and it's not as fun.
Jess has said several times. She goes, "Be glad that we only have boys." And I was like, "Oh, I would want a girl." And she goes, "That's what you think now."
Yeah, I have no clue what Lucy's like life is going to be like at 16. I have zero clue, man. Because it's so much different than I expected when she was born, and so much different than I expected since then. So I have no clue what that experience is going to be like. But I don't want to have to be in that mindset of, you know what, I gotta really keep an eye on things. But I guess.
It looks like at least 10 people wanted those tickets.
Yeah.
Those are big important things.
Yeah, they did. But by the way, if you missed out on this giveaway, we will have Cowboys giveaways on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I think you're really going to enjoy what we're doing there. Coming up next, the amazing facts and figures from one of the most unique Mavericks games in recent history. Plus, Mike likes it all as part of the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for
now.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
The Expressway is sponsored by QCkinetics.com.
28-0 run against Golden State. They've now tied the longest run in team history. Oh! And straight. Luka just picked the pocket of Chet Holmgren.
30 in a row. 30 in a row. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Some of the amazing facts and figures from one of the most unique games in recent Mavericks history. Do you want to start with the positives, or do you want to get right into the fact that, well, hey, that's great. They still lost the game.
Let's go, I guess, some positives. Kevin.
Okay. Mavericks went on a 30-0 run in that game. Don't worry about what happened after that. And I actually...
How many times has this happened in NBA history? I just can't imagine there's many 30-0 runs in any game. And there's no way that team lost.
Yeah. Yeah, I kept looking from like ESPN Sports and Stats and Info and Elias, and I have not found any information for that. Another positive, Derek Lively. 20 points, 16 rebounds. They took a block away from him, so he ended up with 6 blocks. And he set a new career high in minutes, points, rebounds, made field goals, free throw attempts. It was a hell of a game for Derek Lively.
And against a very good team. I get Chet Holmgren's a younger player too. Obviously that body type, Derek Lively's not going to have issues with the physicality of a Chet Holmgren.
Right.
But Chet Holmgren's a very skilled basketball player at a very young age. And so it was that it's all the numbers count throughout the game. It was that 6-minute stretch for the Mavs. And maybe it was a little bit longer than that. I might be shortchanging them 2 minutes. It might have been an 8-minute stretch where Derek Lively and Luka Doncic could do no wrong. I guess all the Mavericks couldn't, but it was led by those two guys.
7 blocks?
6.
6 blocks?
They took one away from him.
Why?
They might have called it a steal.
Because they're haters. He did have a steal, so maybe that's the
case. They might have changed it to, he wasn't going up to shoot. He might have got it on the way up. Sometimes that's a tough call by the scorekeeper to say, was he blocking the shot or did he steal the ball?
But why, if he was that good, Kevin, why did he only have 4 points against the Grizzlies?
Now,
that was I don't care to play basketball.
Okay, all right.
And
not him, the whole team. They're just like, I don't care.
But that is also part of the Derek Lively experience as a player, but also especially as a rookie. We talked about this. You're going to get these roller coasters, and that's one of the reasons I said not 10 points a game, though that would be great. I would love to see him getting double-digit rebounds at least every other game. Now, if he can double-double every other game, that'd be great. I just don't know at this stage if I think it's realistic, but the progress you've seen has been incredible.
I think we're seeing the ceiling just go higher and higher on him. And so I don't, who knows if he's going to develop a 3-point shot in his career or not. And if he doesn't, who cares at this point? Like he looks like he can do a lot of things, but we are just bragging about Sengun the other day, the Houston Rockets center. He's 21 years old in his 3rd year, and look at how much he's improved from his rookie year to his 3rd year. I'm not saying that Derek Lively, maybe he will, but I don't think he'll average 21 points at 21 years old. I don't think so.
That's fair.
But I do think that he could average like 11 rebounds and 3 block shots. And obviously, I do think he'll get double-digit points pretty easily per game playing with Luka and Kyrie because they give him so many great looks. So it is great in this year that we are seeing through 19 games, Derek Lively be able to handle. I didn't think he could handle the NBA at this age. I thought we were going to deal with a guy that, all right, hey, I wasn't crazy about the pick at the time, but I'm in for they can develop a big guy and they desperately need to do it. I didn't think they could develop him this quick.
And I want to go to cut 25 if we can. And this is Luka talking about Derek Lively after that game, and you can see that he has clearly been high on Lively for a minute.
Amazing. I mean, you can ask me that. I'll keep responding the same answer. He's amazing. in his first year. So it's going to be scary hours for him throughout his career. So I think he's amazing.
I like that Luka has somebody like that he can utilize, a tool like that he's never had a player like him that can do the things that he's doing, or he's even willing to do some of the things that he's doing. And that's a positive. That's a bonus for Luka at this point.
Do you also like the phrase, it's going to be scary hours for the NBA? I have to admit, I have not heard that phrase before.
Scary hours?
I think it's awesome.
Yeah. You're going to start using that from now
A
on?
little bit.
Oh, man.
It's going to be scary hours for the NBA when he continues or when he hits his peak. Now, that's great. Positive. They lost.
They lost the game.
Because as soon as they had that 30-0 run and you went from you were losing by 24 to up by 6.
They didn't score the rest of the game, right?
They scored 3 more points.
3 more
I
points.
thought.
Okay.
They got outscored 13-3 to close it out.
Okay, thank you. There you go. It's tough right now with this Maverick team because we saw the highs of the first couple weeks of 8-2, and now we're seeing 3-6, and it just looks like if you're the other team, you get what you want, and even if you don't get it, there's a good chance you'll get the offensive rebound and then get to reset, and there's no way that the Mavericks are going to stop you 2 times in a row. Now, I get it. To go on a 30-0 run, you had to stop a team about 12 times in a row.
Yeah.
And they did, but for the most part, throughout these last 9 games, let's say, in this 3-6 stretch, you just watch the other team, and you're like, I don't know how we're supposed to stop them. And when we do, if Luka or Derek Lively doesn't get the rebound, nobody else is getting the rebound.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Grant Williams, and we kind of knew this going in, he's stuck to the ground. He's a heavy-set guy, so he's not going to be a rebounder. Derek Jones is a very active guy, but he's never been a rebounder when he's been on the court. So, the Mavericks do have some fatal flaws, defense and rebounding, and I don't know if this group can overcome it.
I'm going to throw one more out there, but I want to go back to the defense thing for just a second, is getting to the middle of the pack. It's kind of like what we talked about with the Cowboys 2 years ago. You can get to the middle of the pack, you're going to be just fine. Do you agree?
When you say middle, explain more.
If the Mavericks could get or end the season with a defensive efficiency that's
you're talking about
14 through 17, somewhere in there.
Offensively, this is a top 5 offensive team in the NBA.
So you're going to be just fine. And that's one of the things that you saw before these last 2 games. It's a small sample size, but I was reading an interesting article from the morning news is in that 3 games where they won 2 of 3, they were 13th in defensive efficiency just for those 3 games. But the reason why it was such a big deal is last year, they were 25th in defensive efficiency. Thus far this year, they're 24th. So you're talking about bottom 4th of the league. And when they got to league average, they won 2 of 3. Short sample size. And then you see how, like, in the Saturday game specifically, it felt like it slid back. But when you're talking about their fatal flaws, there is one other thing that has come to mind. Is 3-point shooting. Now, when the Mavericks started 9-3, they were the best 3-point shooting team in the NBA. Talk about Grant Williams and Luka above career averages.
Hardaway was on fire too.
Right? Exactly. Yes, that's a great point. Since then, since November 15th, they are second worst in the league. And if you look at these 2 games over the weekend, so their run since then, 33%. What happened in these 2 games over the weekend? 31 of 91. That's 34%. So low.
They do not. There's no other action they can do. They will not. If they go 0 of 20 their first 20,
they'll keep shooting.
They'll be like, I think we're going to make our next 20. They are not going to deviate from, hey, let's just get to the basket and maybe try to draw fouls, or let's try to score in another way. The Mavericks' philosophy is, no, the only way to score is to shoot the 3 or to kind of get Luka to the basket, Kyrie to the basket, or they throw an alley-oop to Derek Lively at the basket, right? Because it's everything else is we're shooting a 3. Derek Jones, you're shooting a 3. Grant Williams, you're shooting a 3. Tim Hardaway, you're shooting a 3. Whoever's on the court besides Luka, Kyrie, and Derek Lively dunking the ball, all of you are just here to shoot a 3-point shot, it feels like.
And that is a potential issue for this team that could lead to a lot of peaks and valleys is, all right, you get hot again. You go back to what you did at the beginning of the season. You could roll off a whole bunch of wins that hide some of your other flaws. But the problem is, you see that gap. They went from the best to the second worst. And what happened? 9-2, 3-6. Or 9-3, 3-6.
No,
it's tough.
Yeah, it was 8-2, 3-6 because they played 19 games. I was trying to break it down in games of 20 because I remember early in the year, Nico Harrison was interviewed and it was a few games in and said, "Hey, what are you looking at this team?" and this and that. He said, "I really want to give it 20 games before I make comments on where we're at as a team." So Wednesday night will be game 20 where Nico would have a better idea on what is good and bad on this team.
And the tough thing about that is going to be it is very much tied to this because when they started 9-3, best shooting 3-point team in the league. Since then, they've gone 2-5 and they've been the second worst 3-point shooting team in the league. So are you going to get through that Utah game and you're going to be like, man, I think we've gotten better in some areas, but it kind of feels like if we're on point from 3, we're going to win. If we're not, we're going to lose. And that's it.
And I will say, for the most part, besides that Memphis game the other night, they're taking care of business against bad teams because they're only good wins of the year, if you want to consider these like good wins.
Say Lakers
and Clippers. I guess you can say at New Orleans. Maybe the at New Orleans is better than home against the Clippers when they were struggling with, they still are struggling a little bit, but they're getting better with James Harden. But I mean, besides that, anytime you play a team that's considered good, you lose for the most part. But coming up on their schedule, at Utah, bad team. At Portland, bad team. At Memphis, I still say they're a bad team, even though they just beat you. So the next 3 games, those are bad teams. And if you're going to lose the majority of the games, because then you go Lakers, Timberwolves, if you're going to lose the majority of those games, then you better take care of business against the bad teams. And for the most part,
they have been doing that.
That's what they're doing. And then maybe something comes about after Christmas. Something happens with another team and they're willing to give you somebody who can help with this defensive and rebounding situation.
Side point, I don't know how much, I hope our audience, like in general, just likes the NBA is, did you see, I know they just lost their last game, but before that, the Orlando Magic had won 9 games in a row, which tied the longest run in the history of this franchise. And people might forget, like, this is a franchise that for a while looked like they were coming up in the world and we're going to take over everything with Penny and Shaq. But yeah, now with Paolo, with Wagner, they won 9 in a row, and that's pretty damn impressive.
And I'm with you with that they look like a team that for 82 games is going to win 45 or more games and really make the playoffs and look like a team that can build on something. And I know that there's a lot of people in the Mavericks organization who like Jamal Mosley, their coach.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they're feeling very good that Mosley, after kind of, I don't want to say losing his job, but after the whole Rick Carlisle, Donnie Nelson, Mark Cuban, Vegas Bob thing fell apart, Jamal Mosley was kind of, I don't know how to say this correctly. I know there's ways to say it, but he was kind of like an extra that got pushed out. Yeah. And it was like, oh, crap, like I'm losing my job because you 3/4 can't get along at all anymore, and is like, yeah, you're out because we're going to have to go in a totally new direction. And they went with Jason Kidd, and he brought in his guys, and Mosley went on and became a head coach somewhere. So that's great for him. I look at Orlando, though, and I still see them on the outside looking in on kind of the big 3 or 4 in the Eastern Conference, if that makes sense. When I look at Boston and Milwaukee, possibly Philadelphia. I kind of look at them going, could they really beat them in a 7-game series? Maybe Philadelphia, maybe. But I'd still lean towards a healthy Philadelphia in that situation. I do think the team that the Mavericks just lost to, as of right now, if the matchup presented itself in the bracket, I think Oklahoma City is going to make it to the conference finals and lose to the Denver Nuggets. Whoa. But the brackets, obviously, if they're 1-4 or 2-3, they'd play each other in a semifinals. And there's a lot of basketball left to play, but I think that Oklahoma City team has everything: defense, the superstar in Shea to take over games late, the young budding superstar in Chet Holmgren. Now, they
Jalen Williams is
both of them, honestly,
good,
but the smaller Jalen, the 6'7", is the better one, but the other Jalen from Arkansas is really good too. I look at them and go, Case and Wallace, that was the Mavs pick that they traded, and it worked out good for both teams, right? Because Case and Wallace looks like everything people thought he'd be at Richardson. He's like this perfect complement of a player, never going to be a star, but going to be like that really good complement early on. I look at Oklahoma City and go, they are built to win a championship in the near future. I think those guys have to keep developing, but they have some shutdown guys like Lou Dort can shut you down, can make life miserable on you. Cason Wallace is going to develop into a great defensive player, and he's already solid defensively at 19, 20 years old. So that Oklahoma City team, to me, if they stay healthy, I think can make some major noise in the Western Conference this year.
Now, I wanted to throw out a random thing to update what we talked about last week is the tennis racket that Novak Djokovic threw up into the stands that a college student caught. It ended up selling after he won the French Open in 2016. Ended up selling for $107,000. That is the highest price ever paid for a tennis racket.
Is he gonna? Can you use that racket? Like, would you?
I mean, look, if you have enough money, you can do whatever the hell you want. I can't imagine investing that amount of money into a tennis racket and then going, hey,
let's go play
a match.
Play some...
Yeah, with that racket. That feels like a terrible idea. But if you're the college student, the hell do you care?
A college kid, yeah.
Yeah, you got your money. Well, she's probably not in college anymore. That was 7 years ago. Could be a Tommy Boy situation.
Be a doctor.
That's true.
It's still college.
Okay.
It's like 15 years of college, dude.
And then your residency. And okay.
Well, let me say shout out to this college student for waiting 7 years to sell this, because I'm catching that at the French Open. I'm immediately selling it for $20K, you know, right out of college, immediate. They waited 7 years?
Yeah. I mean, they were at a tennis match, so they're probably rich.
True. They probably already have it in France or something.
You know what? That's an interesting point because they were also at the final of the French Open. So I have to imagine those tickets probably aren't like uber cheap. So that's
your roommate's just like, hey, I got these tickets to this tennis thing. You want to go? Oh, I guess maybe.
Yeah. There's no way that person had a roommate. They got their private dorm and everything like that. I hear what you're saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, I want to kind of go around the NFL a little bit more, somewhat on yesterday's game, but also bigger picture. And maybe I'm ruining a little bit of Mike Ask All the Football questions for tomorrow or Wednesday when we get to it. But what do you guys think overall on the Miami Dolphins? They are the 1 seed now. I said a few weeks ago, and then they kind of disappointed me in the Chiefs game. That was overseas when they lost 21-14. That's when, after they beat the Patriots 31-17, I think is when I said, you know what? I think if they're healthy, if Tua team makes it out of this healthy, and they're a pretty healthy team going into the playoffs, I think they're going to go to the Super Bowl. And then they played the Chiefs and lost 21-14 on that early morning game and disappointed me. I'm like, why did I say that? Yesterday, they went 45-15 against Washington, very similar to the way the Cowboys won on Thanksgiving over Washington. I know that's a bad opponent. I know the Jets were a bad opponent the week before, and so were the Raiders. But what are your thoughts right now on the Dolphins? I know we're getting excited about the Philadelphia game, but I'm just wondering your thoughts on the number 1 seed in the AFC right now.
It is fascinating how what the rest of your competition does can change people's opinions, because you mentioned the number 1 seeded Miami Dolphins. They're exactly the same as the Dallas Cowboys. They can't beat winning teams, or at least, let me try that again. They have not shown that they can beat winning teams just yet, because you look at those losses, as you were mentioning, Bills, Chiefs, and the Eagles. So they have struggled against good teams. They have the exact same record as the Dallas Cowboys, but they're in the number 1 spot because, well, actually, it's only 1 game difference from the NFC, but they're in the number 1 spot because the perception is that there's 2 elite teams perhaps in the NFC versus maybe no elite teams in the AFC.
I think, to me right now today, Corey, I would say there's only one elite team in the NFL, and that's the 49ers, because I think the Eagles and Cowboys are on the same level right now. I get that there's a better record in Philadelphia, but they're very similar teams. So, Corey, what's your thoughts on the elite status and then also the Dolphins?
The top point differentials in the league are Cowboys 1, Niners 2, Baltimore 3, Miami next.
Okay.
And so that tells me that Miami's defense did what I thought it needed to do early in the season, and it grew up a little bit. And we always knew their offense was there, but their defense was not. Last year, they were poor in many different areas. I think they're the class of the AFC. And
even though they've beaten nobody,
I still think that. I know that the Ravens are probably the other team, but I still think offensively that Miami can do so many different things. And now that H,
I hate when you guys argue. I don't want to ask.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
And now that H,
you guys sound like Sean and Bobby.
I heard that college football segment this morning. I don't know about that.
So let me give you guys this to continue this conversation. Miami to hold on to this 1 seed. Now we know if Jacksonville, they play tonight. Jacksonville, if they win out would be the 1 seed. They have home against the Titans, home against the Jets. Most likely the Dolphins are winning those 2 games. They're going to probably be favored by a lot in those games.
Then it's the Cowboys, right?
Then it's the Cowboys at Miami. And then it's at the Ravens and then home against the Bills. So their final 3 games are Cowboys at Ravens, home against the Bills. So we're going to find out the way that we think we're going to find out a lot about the Cowboys here against Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, and Detroit. I think we're going to find a lot out about Miami too at the end. Now, when you look at their losses, and I don't know, you talk about them being similar. Cowboys at home look unbeatable, right? When you look at these losses for Miami, at Buffalo, at Philadelphia, and at Germany.
Right.
So it was a home game that they lost, but they didn't play in Miami against the Chiefs. It was overseas that they played. So 2 of their last 3 are at home. Home against the Cowboys, home against the Bills, at Baltimore. But they have 3 closing games that are going to tell us a lot about their playoff picture.
No, I agree with you. And for people who do believe in Miami, I that's totally fine. This is one of the things where I said I don't always agree with Micah Parsons' take on several things. But when he talks about viewing things different ways, how long has it been since Miami has been a playoff juggernaut again and again and again?
Yeah.
And what has their quarterback ever done in the playoffs? And they have not beaten winning teams this year. So what's the difference?
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm not arguing your point right there. I think it's a solid point.
But I'm really excited about that schedule down the stretch because you're going to get that preview. It's like, hey, can they overcome what happened to them with the Bills the first time? Hey, maybe them and the Ravens are the best, and we'll figure it out on the field before the playoffs.
Are a couple of these games though, like maybe they don't have to win all 3 of those games at the end?
I can see that.
They might not have to win all 3, but because the Ravens are 9-3, and most likely tonight the Jaguars go to 9-3, it's going to be really tough for the last 2 games not to matter. The last game might not matter. Maybe their playoff position is set, but
they want to play at home. Playing at Miami as opposed to going up to Buffalo or something is a lot better.
Yeah, especially the way. Now, look, I mean, they obviously got A-Chan back, which I always want to say A-Chain, but they got A-Chan back and Mostert. Yeah, they got Mostert playing the piano there. Doing great. Now, let me go to another AFC team last night that I'm frustrated with and I'm giving up on for the 2023 season.
Oh my God.
You done with the Chiefs?
It's happening.
I don't think that they can make it past the second round. They're going to win their division and then they'll probably beat some Shlomo Glickstein in the wild card round because I don't know, like they'll maybe get like the Houston Texans, something like that. I'm kind of trying to throw a team out there that they would play and maybe that'll be a very challenging game for them. But here's the rest of their schedule. They're at 8-4. They're the 4 seed right now. They have home against the Bills next week. So that's a heck of a game.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you have leading into the Cowboys-Eagles game will be Chiefs and Bills at 325. Then they have at Patriots. All they got to do is score a safety, and they win, right? So they're golden there.
Yep.
Then they're home against the Raiders, home against the Bengals, and at the Chargers. So they have 2 built-in pretty easy wins there at home. I'm even going to say the Chargers to me, even though I'm giving up on the Chiefs making it to the Super Bowl or even making it to the AFC Championship game. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they beat the Bills this week and I feel different about them. I don't know. But the Chiefs, I get if you're a Chiefs fan and you're like, hey, the refs stunk it up last night, the last couple of calls. They stunk it up. Their receivers don't even know how to run routes. Patrick Mahomes is throwing to 4 wide receivers that don't know how to run routes.
Well, don't worry. The NFL is going to do nothing to change their officiating, so that's nice.
That's a fact. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, that number 37 for the Packers, his favorite song is "Let Me Ride That Donkey," right? Because that's what he was doing at the end of the game.
I could not believe that wasn't a pass interference. Like, I also thought that unnecessary roughness call against Mahomes was BS.
It was. But at the moment in real time, I thought he stepped out of bounds.
Yeah.
But the ref is right there on the sideline. I get, man. It was a violent hit. He's trying to stop him or make him fumble. You're playing football. But the way the refs call it these days with quarterbacks, I thought, and then they showed the replay. I'm like, dude, you can't. He's trying to get a first down. You're trying to stop him from getting a first down.
In a game that is on the line.
That is football. Okay, guys, let me go to now the Baltimore Ravens, because I find the AFC fascinating with kind of the 4 division winners right now. So I go through Miami, Kansas City. Now I go to the Baltimore Ravens, who, look, man, things are going to be tough for them too. They have home against the Rams. That seems pretty easy. The Rams aren't a bad team, but they're not a good team either. But how about this? At Jacksonville, at San Francisco, home against the Dolphins. And then they finish up home against the Steelers, who, if you score 10 points, you should be golden there. But they have 3 really tough. I think this December early January schedule, we know the Cowboys have a tough schedule.
Yep.
I just went over Miami has a tough schedule. Yep. At Jacksonville, at San Francisco, and then playing the Dolphins at home. We're going to find out a lot about the Ravens here coming down the stretch. They don't have a cupcake schedule.
And especially after they lost Andrews, it does feel like there's some people looking at them and being like, what do you got?
Yeah. And now, do you have any other comment on Jacksonville?
Oh, no, not on Jacksonville. I was just looking at that last game, and that's a TBD game with the Steelers and Ravens. That's going to be, that's one of those, is the whole January 7th TBD right now?
Well, because they might put some of them on Saturday and Sunday, and then I don't know this for a fact. My prediction, they're considering canceling Jets and Patriots.
Okay.
I don't know if that is an option, but they just cancel it. They're like, we're done.
I have a question, Kevin. You brought up the Jet Simeon story earlier. Have you seen the other one that's going around right? Like Zach Wilson is like, is he
back in?
They want Zach Wilson to be the guy. And he's like, I don't know about that, guys.
What?
Yeah. That's the story that
Zach doesn't want to play?
Yeah, Zach Wilson, they're saying that, and it's a dude from the Athletic.
Great move. I've seen him play. I wouldn't want to either.
Zach Rosenblatt said the Jets want to make a switch at quarterback. The team is leading towards Zach Wilson to take over, but he is reluctant to stepping back in, according to Rossini and him. The team is hoping he changes his mind as they continue to discuss the next steps.
Look, and you guys can tell me if you think I'm wrong about this. If you're Zach Wilson, I get it. Your team sucks in a lot of different facets. This is you just got resurrected as your chance to be a starting quarterback again. And maybe you show something. Hold on, Mike. Maybe you show something in the last 4 or 5 games that some other team is like, I don't know, maybe we can figure this out. Otherwise, he's got no shot.
The best thing to do is to never play, and then people will forget how bad you are.
Because
that's not a good strategy.
He's been benched 3 times this year. If he gets benched a 4th time,
who do you think's better, Zach Wilson or Trey Lance?
Okay, I think it's Trey Lance
because why? Because he's not playing.
He hasn't played.
Because you're not seeing him play. So you're like, I think he's better. I haven't seen him play that bad.
Yeah.
So you don't know. So you're like, it's better not to play. When you're that bad, it's like, if you're his agent, you're like, no, say you don't want to play. If you don't play for the next 2 years, people might keep you as a 3rd string quarterback. But the more you play, the more they're going to kick you out of the NFL.
Yeah, that's got to be a tough message you hear from your agent, right?
All right.
The more you play, the more we're going to kick you out of the NFL.
I set you up just to get to this point before we get to the C block corner. All right? Mm-hmm. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
The Jacksonville Jaguars. I just gave you. The Chiefs are struggling.
Tell me about it.
There's a tough schedule for Miami and a tough schedule for Baltimore down the stretch. Tonight, really tough game because they're playing, I don't even know who the quarterback is, Browning or something.
The Bengals.
The Bengals. Then they play at the Joe Flacco's, which, look, defensively, Cleveland's very good. But that could be a tough game. I'm not going to say that's an easy game. Then they have home against the Ravens. We brought that up. That's a very big game in home field advantage. Then at the Buccaneers, not that tough of a game. And then they have home against the Panthers and at the Titans. If you do look at Jacksonville's schedule, Jacksonville's schedule is the most favorable to be the 1 seed in the AFC.
Let me ask you this. You just walk through the schedule. Oh my God.
Is that a Jaguar?
I don't know if that's a Jaguar still. I think that's still like it's more Bobcat.
Okay.
More Wildcat.
Let me ask you this then. How is this happening if we haven't gotten the progression that one might have anticipated from Trevor Lawrence, but they're still in a position where they could finish the season 14-3 and be the number 1 seed?
I don't think they're going to go 14-3.
Okay.
I will say that. I do think
13-4.
I think they lose. Hopefully not both, because if they lose both, they're not going to be the 1 seed.
Sure.
At Cleveland and home against the Ravens, to me, are 2 very losable games. But let's just say they lose to the Ravens and that's it.
They go 13-4. They get the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed, maybe.
Right.
And yet we've talked about how Trevor Lawrence hasn't taken that next big step.
I know.
How did they get here?
I don't. Well, they are a solid team, but they kind of eke out wins. If you look at what they've done, they haven't really beaten teams by a lot, but they win, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
And so now that Texans loss earlier in the year doesn't look as bad, because
that's true.
I think the Texans are going to win 9 games, maybe even 10, and get into the playoffs. So that one doesn't look as bad. But when you look at their wins, they're not impressive. And when you look at their losses, the San Francisco one was horrible. I was in Cabo and that was on TV. That was horrible. But I just look at the Jaguars and go, Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. He's not great. He did not take the step into great quarterback. He's just good. Their offense, pretty good. Calvin Ridley, good player. Kirk, good player. Travis Etienne, you brought him up the other day, having a really good year, kind of under the radar, really good, borderline top 5 running back.
Yeah.
Because he does it all.
He does it all, but his part in the running game is more effective by far than even his partner receiving.
It's like solid defense, solid coaching staff. It's like it doesn't make sense to me either, because I think Jacksonville will get destroyed if they make it to the Super Bowl against San Francisco. But I think that they do have this outside chance. The AFC to me is somewhat wide open. You brought up Mark Andrews' injury.
Yep.
The Chiefs are dealing with minor league wide receivers that he's having to throw to. So I think that, not that I'd pick the Jaguars, I would still pick Miami. I'm going to pick Miami right now still today to be in the Super Bowl versus San Francisco. But it's an interesting situation in the AFC when you start breaking down these 4 division winners and their records, is that you really could see Jacksonville with the number 1 seed. And to your point, Trevor Lawrence is not in any type of MVP conversation
yet.
We're the That is an
next
interesting
year.
point. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, unless Coach McCarthy interrupts it.
You know what? I will always defer to Coach McCarthy.
You won't. Don't worry. What time's this press conference supposed
to be at 1 o'clock?
So 1:15 will be the press conference.
We'll do all the stuff next.
Boomer Esiason. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. It's Mike McCarthy.
Saw the rest of it this morning in the video. So yeah, definitely it was a good game. There's things that you're always looking for. Obviously, the weather was different there than it's going to be Sunday night. So yeah, you look at all those things.
Clarence Hill for Star Telegram. First thing, you heard anything on Leonard and whether he's made a decision between the Cowboys and Eagles?
No, we haven't. Yeah, I have no updates there.
What'd you say?
No updates.
And secondly, I know you watched the game, but just talking about the outcome now. This game, you had a chance to tie for first place, and what that means for your team. Obviously, you focused on yourself, but now the stakes are.
I mean, through the generosity of the media, and you frankly have all the playoff scenarios out there, so I don't need to focus on it at all. But yes, we want to get to this 10th win. We understand where they are. Get to this 10th win. So that's really, I really do like the stretch that we're getting ready to be on. And this, and I'll talk to the team more about this on Wednesday. But when you look at the teams that we're getting ready to line up, and obviously Philadelphia is all that matters right now. I mean, this is an excellent opportunity for us to play in playoff type games without playoff consequences, and I think that serves very well because December football is something that I've always enjoyed. I think it's a great indication of where you are as a team and what you need to obviously do to get into the playoffs and be ready for the playoffs. So we're looking for it. I mean, it's the Cowboys and the Eagles. I don't think you have to say anything more than that.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. When you have this kind of break, does your self-scout increase because you have a couple extra days in there?
It increases on what you can do on the back end of it. I mean, you got to do your self-scout every week. And personally, it's something that that's how I came up in the league as a quality control coach and have spent a lot of time. So I clearly understand the importance, the regularity, and the impact that it can make. But when you do have some extra time, you have an extra day with your players to implement more things coming out of the self-scout. So it's not that, you got a break, now we're going to do self-scout. That's not the reality of it, because you do that every Monday and Tuesday morning. But it's really the extra time. I mean, I had 3 meetings this morning. We're just off of, not only the self-scout information, but we can install a little more this week because of the things that we know what's in front of us.
Is there anything about the opponent's passing game against you guys the last 2 weeks that you need to look at and
Well, yeah, no, and obviously we don't want to dive into every little detail up here, and it's those are questions for both or all three, really. Dan, Brian, and John. So it's really how are we going to attack this next trimester of games. Because you do have a chance to install a little more this week.
John.
Because we played 3 games and every how many games, so our game plans have been very, very tight.
John Michaud, The Athletic. So I don't know if you got to see it during the Eagles game, but their chief of security got involved with some players getting tangled up. Do you have to talk to your staff about that after something like that happens, or do you just trust that, hey, they know, don't get involved with that stuff?
Well, I think like anything in our league, anytime something happens, particularly on a national stage, your emails go up. So I think the process is in place.
And those are emails from the league?
I got more emails today. So.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Aside from simple availability, what is Tyron? What has his presence meant to your offensive line? What has he brought?
I mean, left tackle. Obviously, it's played very well. It's graded odd high. So I think I clearly see your left tackle position when you don't have to help it is that I think that clearly tells you what the impact it gives you as an offense. I think the fact that all 5 of our linemen have been able to now stack games together is huge, and it's definitely a big part of some of the success that we're having on offense.
What does it do for Tyron to have Tyler next to him and vice versa, Tyler not Tyron?
Well, I mean, we've talked about this in training camp. Those guys didn't have much time together, so I think the fact that you got two Pro Bowl caliber players, now getting in sync and getting their timing down, and they're only going to improve with each and every opportunity.
Just The Athletic. Mike, you've been around a lot of different personalities at quarterback. Dak's personality, how do you see that resonate with his teammates, and what allows his teammates to kind of back him the way they do?
Well, I mean, it's just like anything. Everybody talks about the locker room, the place of each individual in the locker room. Obviously, the credibility of the quarterback is very high in every NFL locker room, especially when the quarterback is paid too. Because I mean, let's not think that doesn't matter in some of the everyday life and rhythm and climate, culture of a locker room. But Dak's done all the fundamental work, and I think coming in as a rookie, playing on a rookie contract, having the success that he's had, and just really the type of person, it's very natural for him. I would definitely, rank him very high in people skills, awareness, instincts. So he's very, very engaged with everybody in the locker room, and and I think we all understand that too. I mean, it's something. It's usually one of the first things you hear about Dak Prescott. So, and I think everybody to a man is so excited to see him have the success that he's having because of how everybody feels about him as a man.
I'm sure you guys have internal metrics and things like that, but Pro Football Focus ranks him as the best in terms of the least turnover-worthy passes or plays or whatever. What has kind of allowed him to be so good in terms of security?
Well, I mean, it's just the discipline, the connection with his teammates, understanding of the offense. He has total command, and it's something we frequently speak about. He needs to own the offense, starting with the cadence, the huddle command, just the schematic communication, the process during the week. And obviously, it always comes down to how you perform. And he has that personality. He has that clear understanding. So, I mean, I clearly feel strongly where he is and where he's developed, but frankly, excited about where these guys can go offensively. So, and it starts with his command and ownership.
Scott Dixon, the AP, with the historic run that Duran was on, how do you think he handled a difficult day, and how important is a day like that in the growth of a young player?
I think it's the life in the NFL. I mean, it's the reality of what these men compete in. I mean, by no means do you think a team, go back to Seattle, is going to come in here and play any differently. So, but. Yeah, I think this is a good experience for him. Something he'll clearly learn from, and at the end of the day, he's still got his hands on one ball. Clearly almost had the second one there at the end. So, I don't see. We haven't practiced yet. Obviously, the players have been off, but I don't anticipate any change in the way he approaches and the way he plays.
Yes.
Justin Mars, Pro Football Network coach. You talk about splitting this season into trimesters. Officially in the third trimester, what have you learned in the first two, specifically play calling with this team and this personnel?
Well, I think we'll address the third trimester with the team on Wednesday. But yeah, I think you look from 1 to 2. I think it's obvious. Offensively, we've taken a step. I think clearly the things that we have improved on, as we've talked about earlier, I think it starts with the offensive line. I think the offensive line, just the availability in trimester 1 and trimester 2 is a huge statistic, and I think the production that's followed that has been impactful. So, and hopefully we can keep building off that.
Kevin Green, 97.1. Coach, you've coached an MVP in Aaron Rodgers, and Dak Prescott is getting a lot of consideration now as being an MVP candidate in this league. What defines MVP for you, and is Dak Prescott in that discussion based off of what your criteria would be for him?
Well, it's the level of productivity and I think the consistency of it. To be able to go out there week in and week out and put your team in position through production and performance to win the game. And he's obviously done it at an extremely high level here the last 6 weeks.
Todd.
Hendershot's availability, I think you have to make a decision by Wednesday. Do you know what you guys are going to do?
Yeah, I think let's address that Wednesday. So, thank you.
And how do you think your tight ends, obviously you like what Jake has done, but how do you think your tight ends have
I think Jake's taking that big step that I think everybody was anticipating. I mean, it's something you can see, signs of last year. You see it on the practice field consistently. So, I mean, I don't think there's no surprise internally to see him hit this type of success. But, I feel good about the other guys. We're young, and that's really what's really cool about that room, and I think Lunda does an excellent job. We need that room to take another step here in this final stretch.
You want to finish that?
I'm asking a couple of questions for you, buddy Domonsky here.
It's your buddy.
What drew you to Tom Clements?
What drew me to him?
Yeah.
Well, number one, he's from Pittsburgh. He was a great quarterback. I don't know if you know Tom, but Tom's an outstanding football guy. You need a connection, from the head coach, the way we were structured there. The head coach, the offensive coordinator, in the quarterback room. It's a lot like on a different level. Tom was very experienced, but it's really cool to see Scott Tolzien, in that position now too. So how it all fits together is important because everybody trains a quarterback differently. Everybody has a method that they believe in, and Tom's probably one of the easiest and most intelligent coaches I've ever worked with.
And then he's developed. Obviously, he was around Aaron early, and now he's around with what Love's doing up there.
Yeah.
How does he interact with young quarterbacks to get them?
So consistent. Same guy every day. Eats the same thing every day. I mean, Tom is super, super consistent, and I think that serves well for any quarterback. And I can't speak on exactly what's going on there right now, but I think it probably serves Jordan very well. I mean, he's done it. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback in the Canadian League. Won a national championship at Notre Dame, so he has that credibility. But he's the same guy every day, and I think that is so important for that room. Knows it inside and out. But yeah, I'm sure it serves him very well. As far as the Jordan and the quarterbacks, for the foundation that he's built.
All righty. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
There you go, Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a couple of other football updates for you. USC is saying that Caleb Williams will not play in their bowl game.
What?
I mean, I know a lot of the top players skip out on the bowl game. I was just curious if he would play because people have started to ask more and more questions.
He's got to do Heisman commercials.
Well, yeah, he ain't winning this year. And then...
In your face, Caleb! Go cry to your mom about it.
God. And then the Titans have said that Derrick Henry did, in fact, not have a concussion, so he is not in the concussion protocol. And...
He has a broken ankle?
No, you're thinking about... Kenny Pickett's ankle is not broken either. Dennis Allen told reporters that not only is Derek Carr back in concussion protocol, he also suffered a rib injury. This would be the second concussion for Derek Carr in the last month, in addition to a potential rib injury right there.
Dang, man. Kevin, I just wanted to point out this from earlier. Josina Anderson told that the Eagles have some optimism regarding Shaq Leonard coming to Philly. That's the extent of the characterization at this time. And then she went on to say, my understanding is the Cowboys have not received any indication of Leonard's decision as of this early afternoon per sources. Those sources are us.
Yeah.
Steven came on and told us that he had not received any indication of his decision at the moment. And also the sources, again, us, when Mike McCarthy confirmed that in the presser that we just played.
Just saying. Turn it on, leave it on. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I'm going to give you the option. Do we want to C-block it now or talk about the Texas Rangers?
Let's talk about the Texas Rangers. We can get some more C-block action tomorrow.
All right, Rangers next. 5 Rangers most likely to be discussed in trade talks this offseason. 877-881-1053. You want to throw out some of your opinions? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
lunch table and said something, and that wasn't good?
Yeah,
Yes.
what he said was definitely
not good.
Considered okay.
All right, let's talk about the Texas Rangers. Do you want to get to the 5 Rangers most likely to be talked about in trade talks, or a cool auction note?
Oh, this quick note on Eric Nadel.
He is going to be auctioning off handwritten notes he penned that led to the call of Rangers fans, you're not dreaming. Actually, Chris, will you go ahead and grab that call real quick so we can hear it once again? Maybe we should just have that in the folder every day.
I saw him last night at Jared's thing, which, by the way, that was awesome. Great to be around all the people that were there, but I saw him as signing an autograph, like signing a baseball, and I just kind of went, we're not dreaming. And Eric looked up at me and smiled so big, and it was just awesome to see that smile for one. But, like, that's the feeling, man. That was the feeling. That was the vibe last night.
And he's got scorecards, books, memorabilia, all up for auction. Now, you can check it out at Heritage Auctions. It ends December 17th, and all proceeds for Nadel's stuff will go to benefit suicide and crisis center areas in North Texas.
Awesome. Is that the Halliburton?
He
Is
does
that
a lot of
different?
stuff through Halliburton. I'm not
Okay.
sure if this is an offshoot of it, but yeah, if you want all the notes that led up to this, they're up for auction.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years in the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
God,
That still got me feeling kind of emotional, yeah.
Yeah, screw you, Peyton, telling me to get over it.
Is
It's
it-
been a month.
Well, Peyton's Peyton. He don't know. I don't even think he grew up here.
Oh my gosh.
I think he grew up in Rockwall.
Yeah, that's not here. It's I've
What?
driven it. It's
You
a-
think anything outside of your tiny bubble is not really the
If you have to
Metroplex?
cross over a lake, it doesn't count.
Oh my gosh. That is so insane
They
to
couldn't.
say.
They'd have to think about it. How could they even get to Dallas without cars? Back in the day, they didn't have that freeway thing over the lake. They're like, I don't know what's over that
Was
lake.
it
We could never go over.
66?
Well, fine. Okay, if we're doing that, aren't the Rangers in Arlington? Does that mean you don't get to celebrate? You're not in Arlington.
What lake do you drive over?
Yeah, there's no Lake Arlington.
Yeah.
There actually is. My parents live near it.
What the hell?
It does, but the Rangers, you can get from Dallas
Yeah. You have to drive over a lake.
to
Kevin.
Arlington without lakes.
Can I tell you something?
There's a river.
Oh my God.
Smells bad.
A river runs through it.
Something crazy is the current bid on those notes, $575, which I think is like way
There's
way
going to be a
lower.
big time Rangers
Yeah.
fan.
But they
that
said
comes in
December
and goes,
17th
Yes.
is there's a lot of time.
And also, there's a variety of Eric Nadel's broadcasting books, old scorecards that he's got, the scorebook he has from Sammy Sosa's debut in 1989. So there's all kinds of like really cool stuff. If you want to go check out, you just go to Heritage Auctions and look up Eric Nadel if you want. And there's about 2 weeks until that auction closes.
I wonder in that scorecard if there's Juan Gonzalez debut too. Didn't they debut in the same year?
I think so.
It's a good question.
Oh, look.
Yeah, because personally, I would be way more interested in Juan. I get like nationally,
Yeah.
Sammy Sosa's
Yeah.
maybe a bigger deal. All right. Evan Grant wrote this story for the Dallas Morning News over the weekend is the top 5 Rangers most likely to be discussed in trades this offseason. Because, Mike, you brought it up earlier. As much as we've kicked around, Shohei, Yamamoto, Hader, that is not the only method of which to make a change, as we just saw with the Mariners and the Braves and their trade this morning, is trades could be a very big part of this, especially if we're talking payroll concerns. Hey, well, if you want to get a younger player that maybe is cheaper, well, you'll have to give up some different assets in terms of trades.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Mariners are in your division and they did give up 3 major leaguers on their team that contributed in different ways. Some of them you love the way they contributed. Some of them they didn't contribute up to the standard that you're paying them. But it's interesting what the Mariners are doing there, dumping salary. And I'm like, what are they dumping salary for? hopefully they're just dumping salary and they're not dumping salary to add. But it'll be interesting in the Rangers situation what this offseason brings, because it looks like they're out on big time spending. It doesn't mean they're not going to spend. It just looks like they're not going to be giving out $30 million or more a year contracts. I don't think. Maybe Jordan Montgomery gets to that number, and I want Jordan Montgomery back, and I'm hoping that if they're out on Yamamoto, they're out on Shohei, they might be out on Hader because of the number of over $20 million per year on a relief pitcher. I'm hoping that they're in on keeping Montgomery. But I don't know with the trade stuff. I don't know what they're after trade market wise.
Now, the top two on the list are ones that we have brought up quite a bit. Leody Taveras and Nathaniel Lowe. And that makes a lot of sense to me because you can see potential replacements, or I wonder about potential replacements there.
Yeah.
Taveras is probably the easier of the bunch because we're all dreaming ahead of just shift Evan Carter over there, and then Wyatt Langford drops right into left field. I don't know if it will be that much of a seamless process, but in my mind, in a lot of people's minds, you're like, I would like to see that.
I hear you. I think that will eventually happen. But I think they're only trading Leody Taveras if it gets them like a good starting pitcher.
Yeah.
And you'll have to add a little bit more to it because starting pitching is more valuable than a center fielder, what Leody provides. Leody is an everyday player in the major leagues for a lot of major league teams, but a guy like Dylan Cease, I don't think it's going to be a straight up, here's Leody Taveras for Dylan Cease type of situation. But I want Ranger fans to understand this. They're only trading Leody Taveras and or Nate Lowe if it's improving the team. They're not trading these guys to just, hey, we're trading them because we want to open up a spot in center field. They're not doing that. So I want Ranger fans, if they're listening to this and they've become new Ranger fans, they're not dumping salary at all. They would be going, look, if we have to move Leody Taveras to get this very valuable piece, we're willing to do it. They're letting teams know we're willing to trade Nate Lowe if it gets us this very valuable piece. Like right now, the Padres are trying to trade Juan Soto, and there's a lot of rumors to the Yankees. Well, the Padres, we're only trading Juan Soto if we get 3 major league ready players. They want Anthony Volpe, the shortstop who won the Gold Glove this year. They want their number 1 pitching prospect who's ready to pitch in the major leagues next year, and they want another major league ready player. That's where they're like, look, not that the Rangers are trading for Juan Soto or getting into that bidding war, but that's where they're willing to, we'll be willing to trade you major league ready or major league players if it gets us the right piece.
I feel like, and if this takes away from the rest of the conversation, the job of Chris Young to say last year is not this year.
Sure.
As he moves forward, each year is a new season. We have to win and build and grow into that instead of just believing that, all these things will just carry over because we just won the World Series. And then just winning the World Series and going back and going, well, what's our weakness? I know McCarthy talks about self-assessing all the time, but what's our weakness, and is that the most important thing for this season? Do we need relief pitchers because we were able to win a World Series with a weird trio that we had last year? What do we need to do this year? So I think it's maybe have taken a little more time this season. This offseason, has it started quickly and you had less time to get started on it? Maybe Chris Young's still having to develop some ideas on things that he can pull off, which is, do I want to go ahead and trade some of these things, and how can I get those trades going or signs?
And Nathaniel Lowe is an interesting one because now you've got somebody who you would still have 3 years of control. So even though it looks like his salary is going to be bumped up to around $9 million, his defense has gone from one of the worst to clearly one of the best. And so that would be an intriguing, an intriguing piece. Ezekiel Duran. Now, this is somebody who has, it feels like, bounced in and out of the Rangers' plans and Rangers fans' hearts. But this is another player that is expendable potentially for the Rangers, and another
Could be a really
team.
Good factor for another team, though.
Exactly. And that's the key right there, is because I know, people will be like, oh, why can't we trade him Martin Perez? Or
right.
They're like, why can't you take Junk? Well, that's
because he's a free agent.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what I'm saying.
No, I know what
you want to take something where you have depth and the other team does not, and they would be interested.
And for like Ezekiel Duran, he's probably most valuable in the major leagues as a second baseman. His numbers as a second baseman are pretty solid. Now, we know that he struggled, but that's probably his best defensive position. If you're looking at him as a everyday major league player, he's trying at third base. He's trying really hard in left field, and the dude's putting in a lot of effort to become a valuable utility guy that can play second, short, third, and left field. But there might be a team that's weak at second base. I don't know all the team's second base situation. But if there's a team weak at second base and they're a developing team and they have a really good relief pitcher, I don't know what team this is, then maybe there's a match that makes sense for the Rangers. And then they could say, well, look, we have Justin Foscue, who's now on the 40-man, who's ready to maybe contribute at a major league level, who's a DH and a second baseman. So if we lose Zeke, we have the guy who we think can play second base, or Josh Smith, I don't know what his value is around Major League Baseball, but the Rangers see him as a defensive guy and a pinch runner. And a guy that gives and the guy that gives guys days off when need be and can play second, short, and third base and left field. And he's a better defensive player than Duran, but Duran's a much better offensive player. So you kind of have this plethora of guys. And I'm sorry, I always forget his name. I don't think he had a bad minor league year. The kid from Baylor, Davis Wenzel. Like, I need to go look up what's the value of Davis Wenzel on the market. What's the value of Davis Wenzel to the Rangers? So the Rangers do, when you talk about Ezekiel Duran, they do have, when I just named Foscue, Smith, Davis Wenzel, they have kind of four guys, and there's no way in the world that these four guys are going to be Texas Rangers.
And Foscue is interesting because he's on the list as well, because let's say you did trade Nathaniel Lowe, or let's say maybe Mitch Garver does end up going on down the road.
Right.
You could see a potential DH path for Foscue, who hitting tool-wise looks like he's ready. But if Nathaniel Lowe goes nowhere, if Mitch Garver does in fact come back to the Texas Rangers, then you have a player that looks major league ready and know where to put him. And then other teams are like, hello, we could use somebody who could play second base, or we could use somebody that could DH for us right now.
Yeah.
And so I think Justin Foscue fits the bill there, because he is also on the list, as is Jack Leiter.
Yeah, and it's just a guy right now. Jack Leiter was supposed to already be in the major leagues and contributing. Let's be honest, the second overall pick, college pitcher, dominated at Vanderbilt. He was supposed to last year make the major leagues at some point. He just didn't improve at the standard or the rate that they thought he would improve at as the number 2 overall pick. It doesn't mean he's not going to be a decent major league pitcher at some point in his career. He is just not developing at the rate that they thought he would out of Vanderbilt.
And because of that, let's face it, if you're trading Jack Leiter, he's part of a deal. He is no longer the centerpiece to a deal, which would have been the case, well, you would have thought, like, leading up to this point. But now he'll be a dude who's like, and you're getting this guy, and you're getting Jack Leiter, and you're getting this guy. He'll be a guy in
and
a
he
package.
might be projected more now by major league teams to be more of a reliever than a starter. The Rangers aren't giving up on him starting, by the way, if he stays in the organization. But the Rangers might even look at him next year in May and go, hey, somebody got hurt. Let's bring him up and put him in the pen and throw him an inning or two and see if that works out. If it works out, all of a sudden he's a bullpen guy. His dad was a reliever for the Yankees/Blue Jays when he came up, and then eventually became a starter. So Jack's going to be an interesting guy this offseason to see if he's still with the Rangers and then how the Rangers use him. I do think he'll make the major leagues next year. I really do. I'm not saying as a starting pitcher anymore, but I do think even if he's with the Rangers and not traded, I do think he'll be on the Rangers at some point next year.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Shane again with
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the dream is dead. Shaq Leonard is signing with the Philadelphia Eagles.
EA!
Shut up!
Sports!
It's in the game.
It is in the game.
I think we actually ended up turning that around pretty well.
Yeah.
Right now,
Woo!
courtesy of D&M Leasing, we bring you our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, especially given the news I just told you, how is you today?
I'm doing pretty good, except Mike just asked me for my Peloton username, which means he's going to look me up and then shame me.
I'm going to follow you.
What's your highest output ever, Mike?
It's been a while because I rode a ride the other day that I liked a lot, and I couldn't keep up with my 3 years ago ride. I was
really?
Like, dang, I was rolling back then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Mike's got those super strong legs. I'm out there putting in a good attitude and effort session once a day, though. Hey,
Okay. All right. That's important as well.
But then I can look and see what you're riding because sometimes I can hit your ride that you just rode, and then I can be like, oh, I want to do that ride. And then I can put you up on the board, and then I could, that's what I do. Is so then you're up on the board, and I can see exactly what you're doing at this moment in the ride and then outdo it. So there's a competitive nature to it to push me. I don't like riding with Ryan Dries. That son of a gun just jacks it up to 70 and stands up the whole time.
No way.
Yeah.
Baskey will probably do one of Dawson's workouts on one of his like active recovery days. You know?
Yeah.
I'm going home. I'm actually going to go home and do whatever you've done recently. I'm just going to do it.
Nice.
You need to stand the whole time though, because those seats are so uncomfortable.
You get used to it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you need to get the shorts for your?
I do.
Guys, do I need to repeat again that Shaq Leonard is signing with the Eagles and not the Cowboys?
He didn't sign with us. What do you want us to break down that he didn't sign with us?
It's unfortunate.
Are you disappointed at all? It feels like a player that the Cowboys really could have used, and I know we're doing talent acquisition 24/7, 365, but are we?
This is not good. You know, I imagine this comes down to some sort of because we saw last week with Brian Baldinger, Leonard was leaning Cowboys is what he was hearing. I think both teams know they needed him, and he and his agent leveraged that. And Philly is more aggressive in these situations, and we'll bear that out in the news here over the next 48 hours, I'm sure.
If that's the case, Broadus, and sorry, you can tell me if you think I'm off base here. The Cowboys love to say, hey, you can carry over salary cap space, and that's all fine and well.
Got to play Dak, man.
But yeah.
Got to pay CD.
That's great. Well, Dak's number is going to go down next year.
You're speaking facts?
That's right.
You're making sense over there, Hagee.
That's right. This seems like the type of move when people are like, well, what do you want us to do? Go make that big move. Well, here's the player there for free. It'll just cost you some salary cap space that you have available at this moment anyway. Why not take the swing? I'm not saying this guarantees you anything, but it looks like right now you ain't there, and maybe this would help with that quest.
Well, we don't know if it was a salary cap deal. That's the thing about it.
You think it could be injury then?
I think no. I
or
think
health medical.
I think there were some legitimate concerns with his injuries.
Okay,
I absolutely do. I think
which I can live with.
I think that both teams had legitimate concerns with his injuries. I believe this is a decision that the player made himself. Maybe we'll see how the deal is structured and all that, and we could circle back and find out if the Cowboys were interested in that at all. But I think that both teams wanted this guy, and I think it came down to the player. I really do. I think that he said, you know what, maybe if you want to add that Philadelphia maybe made an insurance for maybe some other years going forward, then that's something that I think that they were more committed to doing than the Cowboys were. But as far as paying and all that, I'd like to see how this thing is structured, and then circle back and see, okay, we weren't willing to really go that direction with the player. But I do. Both teams wanted this player. And both teams were willing to put aside all the injury problems that he has in order to make sure he was here.
And I don't want to be too much of a buzzkill, Hagee. I do think it's Catboy striking again, but I think the bigger takeaway might be you might as well just save all of your cap space for next year because you ain't catching the Niners.
Oh,
with
man.
or without Shaq Leonard. Oh, my goodness.
So you don't think just making it to the NFC Championship game could be a victory?
That'd be cool. Yeah, that would be a nice... and I think that's doable. That's very doable.
You like moral victories, huh?
Yeah.
After the Rangers just won the damn
For this
World
franchise,
Series.
I do, because I'd also seen the Rangers make the World Series in recent memory. All right, that's
But if Brock Purdy, Tommy Johns...
I don't want that to happen.
He said if.
Okay. That's how the Philadelphia made it to the Super Bowl last year. They Tommy John'd them in the games.
The Niners have had bad luck with that.
And so that
is just kind of true. That's what's derailed their season.
And that's two people at the round table that, barring injury, think San Francisco's a lock to move into the Super Bowl. After yesterday, I get that argument very much.
When healthy, they're the best team in football.
They are.
I don't even think it's close.
No,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
What's interesting is you go back and you study them and how Cleveland was able to beat them when they were in that 3-game, and Cleveland played really, really well. They attacked the right side of their offensive line, which the Cowboys really didn't do very well. They played a robber coverage where they dropped a safety in the middle and took away the crossers. There's things that you can learn by playing against San Francisco. You just have to have the players to be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
That's the problem that you deal with. When their health is on, they're one of the best teams in football.
They beat the number 1 seed Jacksonville Jaguars after tonight, 34-3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after tonight.
And the number 1 seed Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
Both.
And the Cowboys. Like, they just destroy the good team. When they're healthy, it's not even a competitive game when they're healthy.
Do you think then that Brock Purdy...
Well, they wrote a lot of checks after that. They wrote a lot of checks after that playoff game, with all the things that they said, but they cashed every single one of them yesterday. If you're a Philadelphia Eagle fan, there's nothing to say about that. You take your ass kicking and move on.
Yeah. Is Brock Purdy now your front runner for the MVP? How good Christian McCaffrey has been?
I still take Dak.
That's your number 1 right now?
I would take since you gave me a choice between the two players, I would take Dak over Purdy right now, the way he's playing, yes.
Yeah, me too. Purdy hasn't proven he can play in anything other than perfect circumstances. I mean, he lost Debo and Trent Williams. They lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Right.
Dak has lost a lot of good players over the years and kept this thing on the rails for sure.
I have a major question about voting tomorrow that I'll have in Mike.
Is this about football voting, not regular voting?
No,
okay.
the football voting.
No. Coming up on election year.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to tease it. I think Dak could run into an issue.
Could run for what?
Dak
Governor?
could run into an issue even if he has a very MVP-like season the way he's having.
I think there's an East Coast bias?
Well, I think there's another issue that I want to tease for tomorrow.
Tyreek Hill, and I'm with you, Mike. You gotta vote for him.
I think he could run into an issue where too many voters don't want to give too many Cowboys credit.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm good, man.
Right
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to ask.
No, that's okay.
Did you have fun last night?
That's okay.
Thanks for getting us focused,
yes,
by the way.
absolutely. I had a blast last night.
Way more professional than me.
And the one part that I was like, I get it, is we won one of the auctions, this fancy haircut place for my wife. And so when I picked up the certificate, the lady was like, just kind of looked at me and kind of nodded her head. I was like,
need a haircut.
It's not for me.
Yeah.
And she goes, that's probably for the best. And I was like, yes, I'm aware. I don't have any hair. I get it. It's fair. So I appreciate her going out of her way for that.
You could just feel the judgment as she was looking at
Absolutely.
you. Like, what do you need this for?
I was like, are you sure this is what you bought? It wasn't something different? I was like, I have a wife. She has hair. That's a weird thing that I just...
She has hair.
Yeah. What do you guys got coming up on the program today? Thanks.
Sounds like she was hitting on you to me, Hagee.
Oh, no.
It was good
Was
to
the
let her
wife
know you had a
around?
wife.
No, yeah, she was
Makes
getting...
a lot of sense now.
She had walked away.
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will have some great commentary about Eagles, Niners, and, of course, UT right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes.
All right, looking forward
Cowboys
to
tickets
that.
in the 5.
Woo! Roll home. And that's for that Eagles game. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Always a welcome. and studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. You can win them. Go see Cowboys and Eagles. Shaq Leonard will be in a Philadelphia uniform. That is the breaking news. At 877-881-1053, the question is this a mistake? How big of a mistake would you say it is for the Cowboys if, in fact, it is? As we're off and running on a Cowboys Monday, General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 at Fitzhugh. He of LA Live, #1 rated segment in Afternoon Drive here at DFW. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, your Nosebleed Brothers, rocking the house here in the talk booth. Carter Freeman has an eye on that college football, and he's also coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. We're going to have to talk college football, guys, but they want your reactions to the breaking news, gentlemen. And breaking news on the Fan is presented by BetQL. What do you say?
I think that it's unfortunate that they lost out on this player. They weren't going to claim him. Neither were the Eagles. They wanted to know about the medical situation. They got that. They were comfortable that they can move on and he could be a part of this team. I really do believe this is his decision. And so I don't know if money is necessarily involvement in this. We'll see. We'll see when the contract comes out. I'll be happy to follow up with my guys and say, well, we weren't willing to do that. But I just feel like this came down to the player's comfort level, and he obviously had a relationship with the head coach of the Eagles.
Sure did. Yeah,
and a very strong one. And he
former OC of the Colts.
Absolutely. So he had a relationship with a couple of the Cowboys here. I think the Cowboys put their best foot forward. I do feel like that he just wanted to play in Philadelphia. Yeah. I don't think this is a blame the Cowboys or blame Steve or Jerry. Now we'll see with the contract when it shows up. But right now, my gut feeling on this was he picked the Eagles over you because he felt more comfortable with the Eagles.
I'm with you. And like, we've posted on Twitter about this, and some of the tollers like, oh, is it going to be that big of a deal? I think it's a big deal for the Cowboys where, our buddy John Owning put out on PFF some of his rankings in the percentile for Shaq Leonard. His highest percentile is in his run-stop rate, which is in the 4th percentile in all of the NFL. And that would have been a big upgrade for you.
Huge.
I mean, when you project ahead to the postseason, which we envision the Cowboys hopefully, being a part of as maybe the 5th seed, maybe you get a chance to be a division winner if you can win this weekend and see how things play out. But Detroit runs the football. 49ers run the football. Eagles run the football. That's probably your biggest weakness in terms of your linebacking core.
Dolphins could be a physical running team.
But just specifically on the NFC playoff teams you're going to play in January. That would have been an upgrade over. And Marquise Bell's been fantastic, but just physically, as we've talked about, the size, then you can use Bell for doing other things. But, it's certainly a bummer, and you hate to see him go to a division rival in Philadelphia.
Okay, well, then I guess I'm glad you said that then, because I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at 4th percentile thinking he's in the bottom 4% of run stoppers, and he actually sucks there, according to Pro Football Focus, when I look at it. So if that's the opposite, then I have a different take here. But I'm looking at this thinking he's in the bottom 4%. His run-stopping numbers have not been good post-operations.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
You have to believe that you're going to put him in a system that's better than what the Colts had around him, and he will be in the proper position.
Well, if he's not a good run stopper, he's not a good football player anymore. That's the strength to his game. So I don't know what we were doing talking about him and how he'd be an upgrade.
So here's the thing. You have the numbers. You also have Brian, who watched every snap of his season this year.
Yeah.
So I'll go with the scout's eye.
Well, the thing about it is, to me, though, I look at what they currently have. That's how I look at this, and to me, Shaq Leonard could absolutely have helped this football team, and I think it would have freed Marquise Bell up to other opportunities, to play in coverage. Maybe you're dealing with big tight ends. Maybe you could play him more at safety. Let's not act like the safety group here has been really, really great for the Dallas Cowboys.
Not at all.
Maybe you can replace somebody that hasn't played very well. Yeah. So to me, I think not having him on the field or not having him as part of what you were doing is I think it's a loss. Me personally, the fact that the Cowboys very, very easily could have done this and just played it off like the injuries were too much, but they pursued it and they were willing to turn a blind eye to 2 disc problems and a potential drop foot problem with a nerve damage situation.
See, and I think that's the opportunity that maybe Philly looked at and said, we're willing to take on that risk, or we're willing to guarantee you more to injury or give you something for next year if you're willing to do this. Because right now, the Cowboys need him and the Eagles need him. And if you're Shaq Leonard, you're in the perfect spot. You're just like, which one of you wants me more? And I think, the Eagles have shown a track record. We don't have a lot of evidence on my theory, Brian, that the Eagles just guaranteed more money because they want it more right now.
Might have.
Because they run in cycles.
You could be
the Cowboys are trying to be at the same level year in and year out. The Eagles are willing to accept the NFL is about cycles, and we're in a Super Bowl cycle right now, so we need to go for it and not plan for next year in 2025 and beyond. And this is why Philadelphia, I think, is, in a better position to make their next Super Bowl than the Cowboys are to make their next Super Bowl. But, all we have is Baldy last week saying he's leaning Cowboys. Maybe they did turn on the recruiting.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys turned on the recruiting with Odell Beckham Jr., and maybe just the warm welcome and rolling out the red carpet from a player perspective would be enough. I know it'd be enough for me. If I was choosing between two different places of work and at one of them, like half the guys were like blowing up the phone saying, dude, you got to come here. There's no way I'm going to the other spot. Yeah. So there are multiple possibilities. The players convinced him. The money convinced him. He just likes Philadelphia. We shall see here in the next couple of days. But I strongly feel if the Cowboys wanted him and were willing to sweeten the pot, he would be a Cowboy right now. Wanted him enough.
Yeah,
Brian,
it's funny. I saw a tweet from Wanye Thomas. It's like you saw that smile, him getting there in Philadelphia, like it was done then.
It's really funny because
that's his perception of it.
Schefter just put out the picture, and he's walking right next to Big Dom, that security guard that now everybody knows and is a household name after what happened yesterday with the finger pointing with Dre Greenlaw. And he was the one that welcomed him there to Philly. So who knows? Maybe the Cowboys end up dodging a bullet here, and Shaq Leonard's career ends up taking a downward turn.
The text is saying some of that. 682, I think the ass kicking the Eagles received yesterday probably forced them to up their price.
Sure.
Thank you, Brian. I thought Bland played good in coverage all night. I saw 3 big plays. Looked like, what was this? What are you doing, 817? What conversation are you talking about? You must be listening on delay or something.
Could be behind.
Streaming app, yeah. Checking out post-game show from Thursday night or last week's show. Okay, congratulations definitely in order to Texas winning the Big 12 and getting into the playoffs in their final season in the conference. So cool. As an insane weekend of college football, nail-biter games, nail-biter committee decisions. I think a lot of college football fans are just exhausted and exhilarated or highly depressed today. I'm happy now that we're going to expanded format because it's just not fair to see what happened to some of these teams. Do you guys feel like the money factor benefited the Big 12 school this time? Like we've talked about TCU and Baylor getting hosted in the past, and it's like, well, yeah, they chose Ohio State because of the following, because of the money. I mean, how does a Power 5 conference undefeated not make it in? I know, right? They lost their quarterback. They gave up 6 points in the conference title game. Their defense is pretty damn good too.
Yeah,
they have a month to get ready for this. I could not imagine not giving it to them. For me, it comes down to UT or Bama. Shouldn't be in there. One of those two. I don't know what I'd done with the committee. Maybe I'd have flipped a coin on the decision. It's an impossible decision what they had to come to last night. I do sympathize with that. I don't think there was a right answer. But I don't think you can leave an undefeated Power 5 conference team out. Brian, what do you say?
Well, they'll say strength of schedule, which Alabama's was 4th, and then Florida State's was 56th. They will say that. But, you can only play your schedule. And we've talked about how these teams now schedule these games where early in the season you try and find somebody that you can go play. That Texas got into the playoff because they beat Alabama. That's the way it went. So, that's a tip of the cap to them. Florida State, to me, I feel like can play defense with anybody now in the college playoff. I feel like with Michigan, Washington, Texas, they could line up against any one of those teams and shut them down with the way they play defense. So to penalize them for not having their quarterback, and by the way, their backup quarterback's in concussion protocol. He will likely be available for them in that playoff scenario. I feel it's unfortunate, and listen, I respect the heck out of Alabama. Two best teams I saw in college football this year in my eyes were Washington and Florida State. Florida State kicked the S out of LSU in opening day and just got better as the season went on. They had Alabama had their game against Auburn, and there was a game at Boston College where Florida State wasn't probably their best. But you're going to have that happen, and the fact that they did it, and they just completely shut down an impressive Louisville offense, averaging 30-something points a game. They shut them down.
He did.
Can you imagine that locker room and those defensive players we freaking did it.
It was sad to watch when they saw the news, man. I felt for the Knowles.
And that's to me that's the unfortunate that these kids and the coaches can't do anymore. They can't. There's nothing else you could ask them to do. Their ability to overcome the problems that they suffered late in the season. So everything you ever believe in about keep playing, next man up, all these things, and they don't matter. They just don't matter because they will take somebody else there. And I think it's really unfortunate because Florida State, their defense can play with anybody in the country.
They can, and it's not fair. And I'm shocked that an undefeated Power 5 school that won their conference championship didn't get in. But I would not pick Florida State to beat any of the 4 teams that they put in ahead of them in a college football playoff.
Is that because of the quarterback situation?
And it is.
Yes.
And it's sad, but Tate Rodemaker went 12 for 25 for 134 yards in his one start in a win against the Gators. He didn't play well. He didn't look good. That offense was not the same, and that is just fact. And it's a bummer, but the 2 best wins, in my opinion, in the college football season were Texas going to Alabama. So head-to-head, who are you going to put in between the two? Texas is going in. They won a conference championship. And then what happened in the SEC championship game?
Well, hold on.
With Alabama beating Georgia.
I thought it was just who's the better team.
And I think both of those teams right now are better than Florida State without Jordan Travis.
Yeah. I just don't want to go back and forth from saying we're just doing this because it's the better team, but then giving UT credit for beating Bama. No, who's the better team,
And I would pick Texas to beat Florida State today with Rodemaker playing. With Jordan Travis, I think you got an interesting conversation. I'd probably lean Florida State.
I think you're not giving Florida State's defense enough credit. That's my opinion. I've watched them play throughout the.
They're damn good. I don't disagree with you.
They do not give you an inch.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think of Washington, Eric? What do you think of this game?
Well, I mean, it's gonna be super fun. You have the rematch scenario from last year where Washington beats Texas. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. Texas has a good defense for sure. That secondary, though, versus the passing attack of Washington, that's going to be advantage Washington.
There's an argument that Washington should be the number 1 team in the country.
Sure.
There's an argument if you want to have it. Michigan, we talk about schedules and all that stuff. I think Michigan offensively, does some things well. But to me, when you watch Washington and what they've been able to do, I think when you look at their defense, I think at times it's been a little suspect. But
yeah, they can't put teams away, man.
Well, but they find ways again. Their quarterback, and that you got to give them credit for that ability. I think to me, if you look at the schedules that both teams played, and I believe in that, I believe in strength of schedule. I really, really do. But to me, the fact that Washington, I feel like they played a better. Michigan's games, it seemed like every week Michigan was blowing out somebody that wasn't very good. And their inability to play anybody in the non-conference part of things is another thing that I'm not, but I know there's a lot of folks out there that are Michigan fans, hey, congratulations, you're in. But to be honest with you, I would have put Washington over you.
Penix is so clutch, man. I can't wait to see what he does at the next level because I think there's an it factor with him. The team keeps giving up his damn leads that he builds. I think that's why Oregon was favored so heavily going into the game. Yep. They could not get margin of victory going against very mediocre opponents throughout the regular season. So it's hard to say. It's like that old thing. How much
they had better wins than Michigan did, in my opinion.
Yeah, they played in a better conference this year.
Yeah, you beat Oregon twice.
Yeah.
Once again, we're here in this spot with the Cowboys where it does come down to, can you outscore the 49ers, or could injuries at this point in the season fall your way and allow you to make up some ground? Because that 49ers throttling of the Eagles yesterday was so dang impressive. I don't know where you go from here other than trying to stack dubs and confidence. Could you get Buffalo? Absolutely. Could you get Miami? Absolutely. And if you win tomorrow, or Sunday, maybe Philadelphia loses to Seattle and you get the number 1 seed. So at least you could get to the NFC title game against San Francisco. I think that's what you have to hope for. You're better than everybody not named San Francisco. Let's get to the NFC title game, and then let's get serious about finding some linebackers that can tackle Debo and McCaffrey. That's all I'm going to say. Let's not build 95% of a contender again, because the contenders are building a whole team, and the 49ers are one of the most complete teams I've seen in this conference in a while, Chief.
Oh, my gosh, they are freaking fantastic. It's so annoying. It's so annoying how good they are. And it's not just, I mean, they have the talent and all those individuals you mentioned at every level. Who's the guy? Is it McCaffrey? Maybe the best in the sport at what he does. Debo's one of the best at what he does. Kittle, same thing. And Ayuk is catch rate monster.
Ayuk is on fire.
And it's down the field. It's not Jimmy Garoppolo, here's a 7-yard ball. Purdy's willing to push that ball down the field, and it's consistent, and it's all the time. And your coach is maybe the best at what he does. So you just have best, like everywhere you look. Defending that offense is just a nightmare.
And they added Chase Young too, and he's helped their situation on defense as well.
Yeah. Well, and their strength is probably the 2 biggest weaknesses we've been talking about on defensively for the Cowboys and Eagles. They've got the 2 best linebackers also maybe in the sport.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. And I think that's really what gives the Cowboys offense trouble is their 2 linebackers.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that, man. Those guys
I think
are good.
Fred Warner just dominates Dak. That mind game between those two, Fred Warner's got the edge.
The Eagles' O-line is good. It is, but they were under so much pressure.
Yeah.
Jalen could not throw the ball downfield. It all had to be intermediate stuff because by the time they were getting close, that's all they had.
I don't think we're giving the 49ers secondary enough credit either, too. And they've managed to kind of play well without Hufanga, which is amazing in itself because he was
a difference maker.
He was an absolute difference maker for them in those games. Yeah.
Got to run. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Little NFL True or Fart with Wolchuk's next here on The Nation.
One of the next Monday. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Not all the Tolos willing to crown the Niners quite yet. Getting some great feedback here on the truckwreck.com fan text. Salute to you. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It's brought to you by Window Nation as well. 50% off all new windows right now, windownation.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We've got some NFL true or fart for you. And if you are new to playing this game, I'll give you a statement. You can go true or you can disagree and go fart. And it's all thanks to Robert Flores for this slip up on air from ESPN.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
We got a big one after the Eagles losing to the 49ers yesterday. First place on the line at AT&T Stadium this Sunday. You can hear it on 105.3 The Fan. True or fart, fellas? I'll start with you here, Brian Broaddus. The Eagles will now lose the NFC East.
I'm going to say it's fart. I feel like that Dallas will get them this week, but now we'll see how Dallas navigates those last few games. Kind of feel like the Eagles' schedule is a little bit easier for them after this particular game. I know they got to go to Seattle, but I don't really, the Seahawks, you really trust what they're doing right now. I think the Green Bay is one of the better 6-6 teams.
All of a sudden, Jordan Love's playing great football.
They're playing great. So, yeah, I'm going to say fart on that.
As much as that question might gas up Cowboys fans.
Gas them up, baby. Come on.
Wolchuk, that's football flatulence.
Gosh dang it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fart.
You got a fart too?
Mm-hmm. Much as I hate to say it, man. Much as I hate to say it. I mean, my gosh, the Niners had 10 days to prepare for that game. The Eagles were on their third game in 13 days, including the overtime win over Buffalo, where it was like 100 snaps for their defense. Like they were beat to all hell yesterday. If the Eagles would have won yesterday, I would have lost my mind. Like, okay, the Eagles are as real as it gets there, because that was a scheduled loss right there versus that team playing as much as they've played the Eagles had over the last 13 days. There was no chance they were going to be able to actually win that game.
And you can't get any tiebreakers on them. You're going to have more wins.
Yeah, according to CBS Sports, if both the Eagles and Cowboys finish 14-3 and 5-1 in the division, common games is the next tiebreaker. Cowboys right now 4-1 against common opponents, while the Eagles are 4-2. So technically, right now the Cowboys have that edge. But the Cowboys do have the harder schedule, and I do think even if they're able to beat the Eagles on Sunday, I don't know that the Cowboys are going to win out. And you drop one more game, I think the thing's over. So
yeah.
I'm probably going to lean fart as well. I think the Eagles still find a way to win this division, which is a big bummer, but that's just the way it is. You know, you lose that game to Arizona. That's what it's going to go back to. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't have dropped that game to the Cardinals. That hurt you. All right, Drew or fart, I'll go to you here, General.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, who according to ESPN Bet is the MVP favorite today. He will win the MVP award.
Oh, wow. I don't think so. Wow. I guess shoot.
I know it's tough.
I'm trying to go through. No, I think it'll be Jalen Hurts. You know, I still think it'll be Jalen Hurts because their schedule gets so easy, and they'll bounce back eventually if it's not this week against the Cowboys. But there's not a lot of great choices out there. The Ravens' schedule is so tough. I could see it be Lamar Jackson again. I mean, Jacksonville just has not put up enough stats offensively. There's no way Lawrence could get it right. So, yeah, maybe Dak's more in the running than we know. Even if they do lose, like, let's say 2 more games, this might be the rare year where a non-conference champion number 1 seed wins the MVP because there's not a lot of great answers out here. But I would say no for sure on Purdy.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say fart as well. I'll go with the field on this because I think Hurts or Dak, I like what you're saying there with Lamar Jackson. I mean, we are due here in a couple of weeks for a Christmas night extravaganza of Baltimore and San Francisco. Yeah, you know, and that could decide some things. A nationally televised game, Purdy versus Jackson, 2 big-time teams right there. So I'll go ahead and take the field on this one.
Yeah, I'm going with the field as well.
Yeah, I'd go for it. I'd take the field too. And Eric, I want to go back to you. As we're talking MVPs and we're going through all these quarterbacks and thinking, like, should this guy win it? I mean, Dak obviously second right now in terms of the MVP favorites. First, depending on where you look. What about Tyreek Hill? Tyreek Hill should actually be the one to win this year's MVP award. True or fart?
I still think it's got to be a quarterback. I mean, I know some people get frustrated by that, but come on, dude. If you put Mike White in there at the quarterback position right now for the Dolphins and remove Tua, Tyreek Hill's numbers don't look anywhere close to as what they are, and he's phenomenal. And he'll offensive player of the year, and he's
500 yards away from the single season receiving yards record. He's probably going to hit it.
Absolutely, and that is worthy of Opoy. Opoy, you're not my MVP, sir.
Yeah, I think he's got to finish with a flurry of touchdowns. Can we get at 20 or over? 2,100 yards, 20 touchdowns. I could definitely see it.
Yeah.
Got to be a huge finish. He already has 1481 and 12 touchdowns.
Got a shot. Absolutely. So I would say that's,
I think he should be. I just based on like the rarity, he's going to set all these records. A 2,000-yard receiver, the impact that he has. I mean, I get what you're saying in terms of the backup quarterback. Like, is he going to put up some of those numbers? But man, without having a consensus quarterback, I mean, Tyreek Hill, the season that he's putting together, I think it's fair to consider. And
it could be the perfect storm of there's not a runaway quarterback.
True.
You got a log jam of teams with similar records. You don't have like that 15-1, 16-1 juggernaut this year.
Yeah,
be interesting.
I think I believe there's some people that are going to vote for him. Absolutely.
But you're right. Offense player of the year, no brainer for him. Yeah. All right, Gavin, back to you. Last one here. Let's go back.
Yeah. Oh no, I got
real
you now.
quick. Let's just go back to the Cowboys.
You're good.
Cowboys, without winning the division, since we all don't think they will, can still make the Super Bowl. True or fart?
Yes. If San Francisco somehow loses against a team that's a better matchup than you in the playoffs. I'm trying to think of who those teams might be, but that could happen, or injuries. So there's still a lot of time. We have 6 weeks to go before you even begin getting ready for this NFC title game, or 7 or 8 weeks. So a lot can happen. Sure. I still consider them, it is possible that they get to the Super Bowl.
I would say
we've already seen it.
I know.
Trent and Debo got hurt.
No, absolutely.
And they went from the best to below average. They're on thin ice as the best team we've seen in the NFC for a long time.
I think the team that has to beat them would be Detroit.
Okay.
Yes.
I think Detroit is the team that's more built like them with the way they play with toughness, their offensive line, their ability to stop the run, the explosiveness they have at some of the receivers. Their quarterback doesn't turn the ball over a whole hell of a lot. So that's you probably need somebody. I don't trust the Cowboys right now to beat San Francisco. But I do trust the Detroiter, somebody like that to beat them. Yes, somebody that's more like them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
the
what's
physicality.
That's what's going to have to happen for Dallas to get there.
I would fart on it. I wouldn't trust Dallas to go on the road 2 or 3 times against obviously playoff teams. No way.
It's going to be tough. I'll go true. They got a chance, but I think to your point, Brian, they're going to need the Lions in the second round to beat the 49ers. Yeah. So you dodge San Francisco. Yeah. I just don't. And Dak needs to keep playing the way he's playing.
Absolutely.
Dak's playing as well as anybody, if not the best in the sport right now. But you need to avoid San Francisco.
Yeah.
It is time now to head into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Check 1, check 2. Say you know what to do. Primo cold cut when I give it to you. Yeah, it's G-Bag of the day. We do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there on social media, don't be afraid to hit me up. You might hear it on the Fan. I got some of that today for you. Yeah, I do. At Lucky Lucius, Plucious. Yes, that's my name. G-Bag of the day is, Dawson, can you put some sauce on that for me?
Yes, it is the best audio for the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. It's your G-Bag of the day.
And our winner is Bubba Dub, representing the DFW. He's a comedian. You might have seen him online. He says Dak is MVP.
Hey, Dub, chill out. Y'all play the Seahawks. I don't give a who has played. 40 years. I told y'all, Dak putting up MVP numbers. Lamb a go. And they ain't talking about the Lamb that you get in state 48. Lamb a go.
Yeah.
9-3. Super Bowl is where we will be. What the haters at now? They put up 35. We had COVID. But we're back. Super Bowl. Yeah. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. Speaking of State 48, it's still Soul Food Sundays in the Pimp Cup. Yes, it is.
Right on.
Yeah, I got some yams. I got some what is this? Cabbage, cornbread, and pig feet.
You got some pig feet?
Are those pickled?
I got that swine. No, man, it's real deal. Holyfield.
Wow.
I caught it at the daiquiri little old shop. I was like, oh, where y'all selling this? Well, guess what? I'm about to get out of character and get some. Philly lost yesterday in a beautiful fashion.
Okay.
You guys excited about that?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes,
Yes,
encouraged.
Yeah.
In the name of Jesus.
Yeah.
In the name of Jesus. Take your L, Philly.
You better hold.
Take your L.
You better hold.
Yeah. And I only say that because Philly is a criminal fan base. Listen to this.
This is all 49-year-old Dale Sauerbeck of Pittston had to say after police arrested him for burglary. Is there anything you want to say?
Hang on.
Go Eagles. Take your L. Take your L, you criminal fan base.
Yeah, they're holding it down for criminals on the East Coast.
Absolutely,
Raiders on the
at all
West.
times. Yeah, you're right. Pat McAfee trolled Georgia during his college
This is awesome.
game day situation.
This is so awesome.
By the way, my cousin says only geeks watch college game day, and he's not talking about like nerd geeks. He's talking about circus geeks.
Oh, wow.
You know, yeah, if you know what I'm talking about there. Listen to Pat McAfee trolling.
29 straight wins, back-to-back national champions. Once they're coming down the track. It's the mean machine in the red and black. Ain't nothing finer in the land than a drunk, obnoxious Georgia fan.
Oh, they thought they was having it too.
He's calling the dogs.
Go dogs.
Trolled.
Give me Alabama.
So epic.
Wow.
Give me Alabama.
Got him.
It was so good.
He roped him along with that one.
He did.
Let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these guys is Chop? Well, Sean and Bobby got into it over Nick Saban and Bama.
The fact of the matter is there are 4 teams in the country that are better than Alabama.
You don't want to give credit because you were wrong about Saban.
No,
you were wrong about dismissing
I was never
Bama.
wrong about Saban.
Yeah, you
I was
dismissed
not.
him as
I didn't
a real
say Saban
factor.
was a bad
You dismissed
coach.
him as a factor.
I did not.
Own
No,
it.
I did not.
Own
I did
it.
not say
I'm
that.
telling
I did
you,
not.
yes, and not
No,
owning
this is
it.
not a BS
Because you're
thing.
allergic to
No,
owning
no,
it.
Alabama's roster was not the same. It wasn't about Saban.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, Alabama's this and mid and this and that and that.
Yeah,
and this.
Alabama is
Yeah,
mid.
and they're 4.
They just they're 4 because of a stupid ass committee.
If they
Yeah,
just
so
beat,
own it.
the Alabama would definitely be favored over Texas today.
Yeah, they were favored last time and they didn't deserve to be.
I don't disagree
You're
with that,
in-
but Milroe is.
I'm going to fund your
name
wife's
me
divorce.
a player.
Frank, I'm going to fund your wife's divorce.
That's what your 49ers bet is going to go
I got the
to.
Frankels. I got Dave Wishnu on backup. You're going to be a single father. Hit the commercial.
Hair put on top of your head.
Wow.
Dr. Mark, there go the headphones. Dr. Mark Bishara.
He smiling, throws the headphones. You're going to be a single father line, though.
That's greatness, man.
Man.
Was that punching below the belt?
Man.
Oh, wow.
God dang, this bad today. I'm sorry.
That was hella cheesy, though.
A smaller belt.
That was a good dad joke, though. That was hella cheesy, bro.
Thank you.
It's good back and
Yeah,
forth.
I want to make me a sandwich with that one. Let's see here. Hold on, it's December 4th. Hey. All right, let's see here. How about this one? Yesterday was a church day. I hope you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes over there at Oak Cliff. And Reverend Ike.
Reverend Ike. All right,
He's with God now, but I sure love Reverend Ike. I sure do. This pastor right here got humbled by reading the King James Version on the teleprompter. Whole lot of arts and thous and these.
Oh, no.
He got lost.
Let's go from verse 15. Verse 15 says that for that which I do not allow, for what I would not, that for that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that I let's go to New King James, please. Let's do New James. In fact, let's go to NIV.
In fact, let's go to NIG version.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's struggling with that one.
Calling
right
audibles at the line of scrimmage, dude. Tech team in the back's going, whoa.
He was so lost.
Let's go from verse 15. Verse 15 says that for that which I do not allow, for what I would not, which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that I let's go to New King James, please.
That's that George W. Can't get fooled again.
My man had the accent though to read it, though, right?
It sound good,
He
bro.
had the accent to read all that.
Let's go, okay? What is this version you are giving me? What is this? And Drewski standing on business out there at the Alabama game. He ran into an Alabama fan. Listen to this.
And what you don't give a about?
I don't give a piss about nothing but the time.
Not a bitch, ain't gonna take a shower.
Ain't gonna take a bath. Ain't gonna do nothing. We don't give a piss about nothing but the time. Let's go, Bama. Let's go. Blitz, Bama, blitz.
I take it back. FSU should have got in that.
Blitz, Bama, blitz.
Go, Knowles.
Man, Bama had the best time, didn't they?
They always
Seeing
do.
Bama fans
They do.
on Twitter, a couple
Ended
of
up with
friends.
4 first-round picks, too.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, it's time to vote. Bubba Dub, Dak is MVP, Lamb a GOAT. Eagles fan burglar. Pat McAfee sets up Georgia fans for the fall. Trolled the hell out of them. Bobby gets into it with Sean about college football. Preacher was struggling to get the right Bible verse in there. And Bama fan doesn't stand on nothing but the tide. I might vote for that Bama fan, actually.
You could hear the fact that he was missing teeth, right? I could.
You could.
Swimming in the liquor, too, bro.
Yeah,
He was
there's
hammered.
got to be more gold in that audio as we listen to it more and
brown
more.
liquor.
But yeah, that'll be me, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with RJ and Choppy show.
It's a good fight. Lucius?
Pat McAfee with that trolling.
We're tied at 1, Will Chuck.
Yeah, I got to go with Pat McAfee, too. That was such a great troll job.
Brian?
Absolutely, Pat McAfee.
By a score of 3-1-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is Pat McAfee on his college football show. What made you guys so sure Bama was going to win? You and Pat. Brian?
I just felt like that Nick Saban in Atlanta and Nick Saban in SEC championship games is generally a really good bet.
Georgia had their number a little bit in recent years.
It didn't bother me one bit.
Flip the script on
Didn't
them.
bother me a bit.
Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, I'm going to play a little game with you guys. Is this really a bowl game sponsor? We'll do that next.
Bart. Okay, I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though, because they
Announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of XX Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they can be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Before I get this started, I just want to say thanks to all the folks with Jared Sandler and the Swinging with the Cause last night. That was awesome time. Drew Pearson hung out with us.
He was awesome.
Yeah, he did. That was cool.
That was a lot of fun to see him at the table, and he is, to listen to him talk and tell stories and stuff like it was fun. I know Kelly Hudson.
Tulsa stand up.
Yeah, Tulsa stand up.
Tulsa stand up.
I know my friend and I, Kelly Hudson, went around. We went around all the tour and saw the stadium and hung out with people and all that. And it was just a blast. So thanks to everybody. It made that a huge success last night.
And all the Tolos who came out, man. It really was neat, man. Being on the field, it was really cool.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot different than playing golf.
It was.
The golf situation. So go around, I got my ass handed to me in ping pong, a couple of times. So that's the way it goes. But anyway. All right. Well, here we go. Real bowl game sponsors or false bowl game sponsors.
Okay.
Just going to go around and I'll just throw it out there, and then we'll go around the room and you tell me if it's a real bowl game sponsor or a false one.
Okay. Classic real or false.
Carter's going to know all of them back there. He's going to be like, come on, you idiots.
All right, here we go. The Tony the Tiger Bowl.
I think it's real.
Tony Tiger Bowl.
Sounds real to me, Brian. That's Frosted Flakes.
Nah, that's fake.
Real.
Lucius, you want to guess on a bowl game sponsor? The Tony the Tiger Bowl?
That's definitely not real.
It's actually the Sun Bowl. It's known as the Tony the Tiger Bowl.
Yep.
Son of a gun. Let's go.
It should be the Frosted Flakes Bowl.
Yeah.
Or the Kellogg Bowl.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
a whole brand here.
Yeah. But
Sleeping on great nuts.
It's one of the best field logos, too, like with the big Tony the Tiger.
I bet it looks really cool.
It is very cool.
You get a Snap Crackle
All
Pop
right.
Bowl.
Chief, I'll start with you on this one first. Mr. Zog's Sex Wax.
Okay.
That's obviously a real bowl game. For sure.
That's your surfboard wax.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to go fart on that.
You're going to fart on the sex wax?
I mean, I think that they absolutely should make this a bowl, but I don't think they can make this
It's a bowl. I'm just deciding, is it the Holiday Bowl in San Diego or is it?
It's a West Coaster, man.
Holiday Bowl?
Is it in Vegas?
This is a Pacific Bowl.
You're saying yes?
I'll say yes.
Lucius, Mr. Zog's Sex Wax, which is a surfboard.
Yeah, I'm going to
wax.
piggyback on Dustin. I feel like he knows right now.
No, that's a fake one.
Yes, let's go.
That's a fake one.
Woo, football guys.
Both of you guys got F's on this paper here. Looks like you had the same answers wrong. You sit next to each other,
They're
too.
cheating off each other.
I mean, come on, Mr. Zog Sex Wax? Who would have guessed that?
It's a hell of a bowl.
I'd like to see the gifts for that one.
I know.
All right. Well, Chuck, here you go. Boudreaux's butt paste. That's a cream that babies use
Good
for
product.
their diapers and stuff like that.
I might need
Sounds like you're going to need some after
I'm gonna
Friday's
need some of
announcement.
that.
Roll
Babies only?
Boudreaux's butt paste bowl.
Well, I'm going to sign up for this bowl game. I'm going to go with fart on this. I'm going to say this is not a real bowl.
So this is a paste that was specifically made for
Baby bums?
the baby bum.
Baby bottom.
And at some point, your bum graduates past this,
Yeah.
and you need something a little bit more
Yeah.
powerful, perhaps.
Yeah.
I might need it now.
Yeah, there's levels to it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with true here. That's as real as it gets right there.
Yeah, of course, played in the Superdome. Boudreaux's.
The Boudreaux, I like
Yeah.
what you're doing here.
You got it.
Absolutely not. I'm going with absolutely not.
That's a false bowl game.
Yes! Weirdo, baby!
That's a false sponsor right there. All right, here we go.
All right.
Back to Dawson. Avocados from Mexico bowl.
Oh, guaranteed. I have no idea how they're making so much money in the avocado business that they can afford these advertising campaigns. They're blowing up, though. They got guacamole everywhere. They're putting avocados in omelets.
Have you seen how much it is for extra guac?
Yeah.
That's how they make all that damn money.
Yeah.
Big Avocado has huge cash. I'm saying yes.
Crushing us, Chipotle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going true on that one, man.
Yeah,
I remember
any
when
reason
Big
why?
Pistachio rolled out a campaign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and like the avocado toast stuff has like
Oh,
taken
yeah.
on a whole new
That's good.
life.
That's good, man.
It's super mainstream now.
I'm going to go with no.
Lucius is a no as he dines on pig's feet in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Lucius is saying no, that makes me hesitant, but I'm going to say yes, this is a real bowl.
As real as it gets.
It's real. That would be the Cure Bowl is what that would be. The avocados from Mexico.
Perfect.
Cure Bowl is what this is. All right.
That's where SMU's going to play.
Yeah.
SMU got hosed.
They sure did.
SMU
bro.
and Florida State both
sure
have big
did.
gripes right now.
Sure did.
Pony up. All right. Who are you at? Chief, is it you?
Yeah, Eric. Sure.
Scooter's Coffee Bowl. Scooter's Coffee Bowl.
Yeah, that seems not only reasonable, but it seems factual. I'm going false on that
Lucius.
Yeah, I can
You
sell
say-
that.
Wait, you said false?
I'm just kidding.
I'm going false on that.
I'm
No,
going-
bleep it. I'm going anti my thoughts.
That's a Pat McAfee move right there.
Yeah, it's a real one.
Scooter's Coffee Bowl.
Yeah, I'm going with that, too. You can sell it.
Yeah, that's real, and I know what Scooter's Coffee is. Unlike the butt paste.
Look at that.
Yeah.
It's fake. I've never heard of Scooter's Coffee.
Actually, it's a bowl game. It's going to be played in Frisco. It's the Frisco Bowl, sponsored by Scooter's Coffee.
The great Scooter's Coffee here.
Scooter's Coffee.
The
Comeback
North Texas
season.
brand?
There is one in Plano.
Wow.
Is it a store?
It's a coffee. It's like a
coffee
drive-thru,
house?
like a coffee shop.
Coffee house. All right. Here we go.
Step up your marketing, Scooters. Well, I guess that's what you're doing.
Lucius,
Nice job,
They're trying. They're
Scooters.
trying.
Lucius, I'll start with you on this one. Lucius, is there the Slap Your Mama Bowl?
Yes.
I mean, it should be if it's not, so I'm going to stand with yes, it is.
Slap Your
Slap
Mama,
Your Mama's damn good.
is a seasoning. It's like a seasoning, a Cajun Creole seasoning. Slap Your Mama Bowl.
I believe it's Ya Mama. Just to clarify,
Slap Your Mama?
if someone's trying to Google that, maybe
Yeah.
order some up.
Slap your mom with YA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say it wrong. Slap
Like-
your mama.
Just
Yeah,
like
don't put too much.
tittle.
Y'all overthinking it.
Yes.
Thank you.
50 cents, not 50 cents. 50.
That's a real thing. It's a very popular item.
Yeah, dude. I know my way around a slap your mama bottle.
Yeah, I think they took over for Zatarans in this bowl.
It's not a bowl game, boys.
Dude!
Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? I was running perfect.
You failing me, Carter.
The hell,
Did Carter say yes back there?
No, he's not saying anything.
Damn it, Carter! Lucy's just throwing blame on Carter. All right, here we go. How about this one? The Bad Boy Mowers Bowl.
Oh yeah, that's a high dollar motor. Abso-freaking-lutely. It's a perfect
Bad Boy motor.
It's a high dollar. Yeah.
Mowers.
Yeah, and right around the holiday bowl season too, and you're promoting Christmas gifts for Pops, who's obviously on the couch soaking it all
please.
in. Yeah, this is a no-brainer
This is
deal.
clean sweep. Clean sweep.
If I got a bad boy, I think I would start a neighborhood lawn mowing service because it would be so killer to drive. I wouldn't want to park it. You know.
Everybody went yes. How about you, Woolchuck? You're looking like you're not sure.
I don't know what Bad Boy Motors is.
Mowers.
It's like a John Deere competitor.
I mean, look, if it's a real thing, I'll say yeah. They probably do have a sponsorship for this bowl.
Actually, they sponsored the Pinstripe Bowl in New York
Yeah.
City.
Heck yeah, they do.
The fields.
All right. How about this one? The Barstool Sports Bowl.
Yeah, it's real. It's in Arizona. I know that's real. We can go to the next one.
I trust Chief on this one.
I thought they got it stripped.
Yeah. She's back and better than ever this year, boys.
Is she? You're right. It was a real bowl game, but I thought they might have not been allowed to do it anymore.
It was. It is. And
don't look at me like that.
I think you subscribe to their newsletter.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. Carter and I talked about this last year when it happened. I said, can you believe they got a damn bowl game?
It is a bowl game.
Yeah.
Arizona Bowl.
How much does it cost to sponsor one of these things?
Should we do a G-Bag
400
Nation Bowl?
people in the audience.
Man, I would think it's a hefty penny.
The final
and we
one.
will bring them some pennies too.
We will bring them
There you go.
Yeah, but
47 cents left.
Exactly.
Guys, collect all your pennies.
All right. The final two. We'll see if we can do this real quick. How about the Lay's Potato Chip Bowl?
I mean, it almost seems like it's like too low-hanging
Like, is he
fruit
trying to trick
here.
us
Like this
here?
feels like
Yeah.
a trick question. I'm gonna say false. How about that one?
Oh, I like it.
I'm going false. Brian.
Lucius.
Lay's with hot sauce is fire. I'm going to go with true.
I'm going to go with
Just
true
for that fact right there.
as well.
That's a false.
Dang it, Brian. Well played.
It's too big of a brand.
It is a big brand.
The final
You
one.
don't want to attach your brand to one of these games with nobody in the stands.
Yeah,
They should get a New Year's
unless
Six
you're
bowl if Lay's is doing it.
Unless you're Mr. Zog Sex Wax. You really want to be a part of that.
You get it for $20,000. That's right in your budget.
All right, here we go.
Tostitos is the chip that sponsors.
Yeah.
Lay's kicks back and says, "We already know we're
All right.
king."
This is the final one. The Heinz 57 Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
This is going
Heinz is
down
real.
in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's me. I'm with it, B.
They should have a mustard bowl, but yeah, I'm gonna say true.
Not a bowl.
Not a bowl.
What?
Wow.
Not a bowl.
Well, is there a go F yourself bowl, Broadus?
This is embarrassing.
Damn.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian.
That's weed.
It's crazy how these names have changed over the years.
Yes.
We have the NFL news of the day coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got Birds, Niners, aftermath, injury news, and some ugly records. That's next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time now for hour number 2 of the broadcast, and let's get some NFL news of the day in here for you. Cowboys Twitter's coming up at 3:20 as the Cowboys now get set to try to hand the Eagles back-to-back losses. And for more on yesterday's defeat, here's Zach Wolchuk with that NFL news of the day.
Yeah, Niners definitely whooped up on the bird turds yesterday, but it was not without a little bit of controversy as, we had a security guard get ejected along with linebacker Dre Greenlaw for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, longtime security guard Dom DeSandro. Was he there when you were in Philadelphia, Brian?
No, it was Butchie.
Butchie, okay. So Dom doesn't go back to that far, but Dom's beloved, and he got a standing ovation after he gets ejected. He shoved his big finger in the face of Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw shoved his finger right back into Dom's face. They had a finger off.
I kind of felt like that he was trying to zip Don's mouth up.
I don't know what he was doing.
I mean, he ran
that was the move there.
Trying to just shut up.
He went right to left on it, and I thought he was trying to say zip it. That's what I did. That's if you look at the
that
replay,
would make some sense.
But I think that's opening the zipper. I think if you're going from left to right, you're closing the zipper.
I don't know.
There you go.
Maybe he was trying to go left to right.
I don't know, but it was to me, with the way he was moving his hand across, it was like zip it. That's what I got out of that.
Well, there was
it was very disrespectful.
Yeah,
because he made contact, didn't he?
Yeah,
Greenlaw made contact with Dom's face.
Well, I think Dom made initial contact, and that's why Greenlaw then made contact. So there was 2 personal contacts there. Now, either way, we found out last week that you had the poor guy that after the Tyreek Hill spinning video in the end zone, that dude's gotten his credentials revoked by the NFL. He's been banned ever since then because Tyreek Hill took his phone, and then afterwards he was jumping up and down celebrating. NFL says, no, you can't do that. This is a no fun league. Well, Mike Florio is saying that there is a significant punishment that could be imposed on DeSandro and the Eagles by the league because of yesterday's altercation.
That's got to be your Dunsky.
Well, Kyle Shanahan was not happy about this either. And I know we've talked about like the red leather face, and Shanny was hot. Like Shanny was definitely having the red face after yesterday's game.
Looks like his dad.
He did. Mike Shanahan is an OG Hall of Famer in that regard.
Mount Rushmore for red face.
Him and
Tom
Zimmer.
Coughlin.
Coughlin, Zimmer, and Shanahan.
Yeah, they all have like the frozen tundras.
Yes.
It's on their face forever.
It's like they got tattooed on their face. But here's Shanahan talking about the incident post-game.
Oh, yeah, that's why I tried my hardest not to lose my mind. Hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too bad. But yeah, once I didn't get to see it all from where I'm at, but when I start hearing people explain it to me and stuff, and I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guy's face. And from what I was told, Dre did it back to him, and I was told that he kind of mashed him in the face a little bit, so he got ejected. But it was a very frustrating play. I got to watch it to have a true opinion on it, but I loved how we rallied after it.
They were talking their talk afterwards in the locker room. Trent Williams saying they're the best team in the NFL. It's nice to be playing with a quarterback. Made the game a lot easier in regards to the NFC Championship loss. And there was a lot of talk back and forth there. Nick Bosa saying we wanted some payback. We tried not to think too much about last year, but we knew we could match up with them. And more than that, I think we proved a good point. And they certainly have the bragging rights now. They put up 42 on the Eagles. They put up 42 on the Cowboys. They definitely look like the best team in the NFC and probably in the entire league right now.
Yeah, I ran away from them a little bit there late. I mean, I don't know what you could take from that as far as confidence if you're Philadelphia. Hey, it really didn't get out of hand until the fourth quarter, man. You know, we were right there with them. They did make some nice plays. Maybe if you don't settle for field goals in your first 2 drives, it could have been a different game.
Yeah, they did. The Eagles definitely looked like they could have opened it up a little bit more. Maybe been up 14-0.
But I'd be furious if I'm Shanahan. I'm going to the league. I'm appealing hard. I definitely want this guy fired. I want to make sure it's written in the rules that if anybody on the other team staff touches a player and the other player kicks his ass on site, the player's not out of the game. Okay? He is rectifying a situation of some idiot not involved in the game running up on him.
Yeah, and we saw Jalen Hurts leave the game. He had to go into the tent for concussion protocol. He comes back in, threw a touchdown. I have to monitor those situations leading up to this week. We also got Tennessee Titans head coach Mike Vrabel. There was a report Derrick Henry was in concussion protocol. He said today to the media, we checked on him last night, then checked on him this morning. He is not in concussion protocol. So it seems like Derrick Henry is okay for the Tennessee Titans moving forward. Big bummer, the rookie Tank Dell from Houston.
Yeah.
Man, he was having such a good year along with C.J. Stroud. D'Amico Ryans telling reporters after he just talked to the media about 30 minutes ago, he has undergone season-ending surgery on his ankle after he got carted out. Tank Dell done for the season. Such a bummer. I know we talked about it. There was a lot of skinnier, not heavy. 160 is what Tank Dell weighs.
Sure.
And I know you were struggling. Hey, where do I put this during the draft last year? But Tank Dell has been absolutely fantastic as a rookie.
By the way, I've started looking at players for the draft. So
You're sick, man.
the December 1st deal.
It was a December 1st deal. I know I'm going to have to go home and knock some guys out as well.
Yeah, trying. I'm just get started, But anyway, no, yeah, Tank Dell. Unfortunate for him. I mean, he is such a. To me now, when I'm starting to see these smaller players that are super productive in college, I'm finding a place for him.
Yeah,
I don't
think the weight matters as much as it used to.
Size, he's not going to be able to get off jam. BS. They'll move him around and they'll be fine. And if you're one of these guys that catches 12 balls a game, in college, and you're small, you're probably going to catch 12 balls a game in the NFL. I'm just sorry. That's my old crusty way of looking at receivers and all that. Yeah, do I like size receivers? Sure. But if you could play football, you should be able to play football.
Yeah, and it drives home the point, too, where if you're a skill position guy and your initials are TD, you're on my draft board.
Yeah. And the dude's been fantastic, and it's a bummer of his season ending. Kenny Pickett has undergone ankle surgery for the Steelers. He's not expected, though, to be placed on IR. So that's going to be a Mitch Trubisky-led Pittsburgh Steelers team.
Is this one of those tightrope deals?
Ew, that's not what you want to hear in December, man.
They say what kind of surgery it was?
Just
not
ankle,
a high
just ankle surgery.
Because we're doing this tightrope thing now. We're putting ankles back together, and we're getting guys back.
They think maybe he'll just miss 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Well, that's Brock Bowers did that in Georgia, the tight end.
Call.
Yeah, it might be something where you get these high ankle sprains. This tightrope surgery is getting these guys back a lot faster.
He did have a high ankle sprain, so it might be that exact.
That's exactly what they
Go
did.
ahead and fix it up.
Tightrope.
Saints quarterback Derek Carr is in concussion protocol for the second time this season, and he's also being evaluated for a rib injury. We were talking off air about this. Do you think Derek Carr could be Dunsky?
I think so. I mean, how many concussions are they going to allow this guy to have in a year? Eventually, with the whole thing with Tua, and when does the league step in and say, no, this guy can't play?
Could be big.
Yeah.
Could be the Cowboys' first-round playoff trip.
I think Atlanta's
right?
the
Do
team.
you think Atlanta ends up getting it over New Orleans?
Well,
and if you're in a Rock Taysom Hill, who knows?
You think the league cares about these concussions? I think they would just come in and make sure he had signed the waiver. You can't sue us for these concussions.
They'll just say it's the rib. It's not the concussion.
I think they care. I think they care because they want to cover their bases. That's why I think they care.
Tyrod Taylor back
for legal purposes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, just make sure.
Yeah, of course. They got to cover themselves for legally. Yeah. The ribs. He's been out with the rib injury, so that's why Tommy DeVito's been out there playing. So now he's back at practice. He's inching towards a return, according to Ian Rappaport.
They got to keep going with Cutlets, though.
I think you got to go with Tommy Cutlets. Why don't you just let him play it out? Why not?
Scoring touchdowns over here.
Yeah, go with him. Boom.
Are you going to? Okay, wait a minute.
Celebration.
So Tyrod would probably. What are they? 4-8 right now.
4-8. They got to be playing for a draft pick. Which one do you think is going to be worse?
I think
it's probably Tommy Cutlets.
I bet you they're trying to get this thing to 9-8 and see what happens if they can get into the 7th seed.
Oh my goodness! Well, the NFC is so bad in terms of these 6 and 7 spots. You've got
seriously got the Rams
delusion,
in it.
The delusion is so high in New York that they think they can run the table 5 dubs in a row.
Tommy,
I saw my guy Tommy DeVito though over the weekend. Bye-week Tommy. He was headlining nightclubs in New York City on Saturday night, cashing in on.
He's the taste of the town right now. Tommy Cutlets is out here making it rain, boys.
Absolutely.
He really, really is. We had Scorigami yesterday. Hell yes, we did.
It had to be involved with the Jets.
It wasn't the Jets.
No, it was the Commandos.
It was the Commandos and the Dolphins as they finished for the first time in NFL history. The Dolphins were leading 38-15, which wouldn't be Scorigami since that score just happened 6 times in NFL history. However, the two teams ended up making history thanks to Achane. He scored on a 2-yard touchdown run with 1:57 left to play. Final score 45-15. Dolphins with the win for the 182nd unique final score in NFL history. I love Scorigami on a Victory Monday here, boys. That's always a blast. And shout out to Tyreek
I'm surprised
Hill.
how often we get it, to be honest.
It kind of seems like it's happening every week. We get a Scorigami update. But Tyreek Hill has become the fastest player versus the Commanders with his monster game. to reach the total yards mark with 1,324 that he had entering week 3. And yesterday he was fantastic. He now is getting very, very close to 2,000 yards on the season, which he did predict. So this is the 5th game with over 150 receiving yards and at least a touchdown in 2023, which is the NFL single season record.
Did you see that where some reporter tweeted out that Tua threw the ball to the wrong spot? And he tweeted back, the guy goes, "Man, this is wrong. I ran the wrong route."
Oh, Tyreek Hill.
And the guy's like, "Oh, okay."
Sorry.
Hey, did you also see this? The Patriots have lost 3 consecutive. Well, they've lost more. They've lost but did you see the scores of the last 3 games?
Yeah.
They've lost 10-6, 10-7, and 6-0.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that Bill Belichick needs to get it figured out, huh?
Well, I'll tell you what, the defense is pretty darn good.
That's what
They give it 13 points in 3 games.
Yeah, it's really bad.
No, how about this?
Shout out to Kellen Moore.
26 points in 3 games is what they've given up. And
6 points against that Patriots team, man. He's calling a great offensive scheme there in L.A.
Yeah, the Patriots lose 6-0 on Sunday. NFL teams this season, when allowing 10 points or fewer, the Patriots are 1-3 in those scenarios. The rest of the NFL is 50-0.
That's insane. And to make matters worse, another terrible stat for them. It also marked their 5th game this season scoring 7 or fewer. Patriots had just 5 such games in Tom Brady's 283 starts with New England. And now they've done that just in this season alone. It's getting really bad there. And they even changed quarterbacks, and it still did not matter for
I think you need to be able to let any coach run its course, though, especially if he's a legend. I wouldn't overreact to this season. If there are underlying things that you feel are dysfunctional or you don't believe in the coach anymore, that's fine. But just being this bad while he's still one of the best defensive coordinators in NFL history and your defense is kicking ass, I think you need to go to him and say, bro, you need help. We got to bring in offensive guys and front office guys, but we can continue this.
Yeah.
You're still bringing something great to the table.
Yeah, the problem is their drafts have been awful.
Yeah, we need front office guys and legit offensive minds if you want to keep going.
They have been awful, and that's his fault.
Yeah,
it really is.
Absolutely his fault.
How about Mike Evans? And is Mike Evans a Hall of Famer? I would lean, I think he might be.
About 10 straight, 1,000 yards?
10 straight seasons of at least 1,000 receiving yards. Rice has the NFL record with 11 straight seasons. He's now tied with Randy Moss as Mike Evans for the second most, but next year, obviously, he could tie Jerry Rice. I think that this might be his last year in Tampa Bay. They need to find a way to get him in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes. Because watching Mahomes last night, that guy, even Baby Goat, can't do it by himself. He needs some help in a big, big way. As Jordan Love, his last 3 games, he's playing like one of the better quarterbacks in the league all of a sudden. Packers' arrow is pointing up. But what'd you guys think of that final sequence there? The officiating mistakes on Sunday Night Football. You had...
Surprise you?
The personal foul. Didn't surprise me because we see this every week.
Yeah.
You had the personal foul.
No, but they outdid themselves with their incompetence.
It's just like every you just don't think it can get any worse.
Yeah.
And then it continues to get worse. I mean, you've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling getting tackled on what should have been a defensive pass interference call. They don't call that. And then a bang-bang play along the sideline with Patrick Mahomes scrambling. Jonathan Owens, Simone Biles' husband, ends up hitting him along the sideline. He technically was still inbounds. So a lot of people are really ticked off about this. To me, I think that's always going to get called because it's the quarterback, because he's clearly going out of bounds. Like, you could tell Mahomes was veering to go, and it because of who it is. It's the best player in the sport. Maybe Josh Allen doesn't get that call. Like we saw it last week with the Eagles. He didn't get the benefit of that. Mahomes is going to get the benefit of it. Does it make it right? No. But that call is going to be made, and Jonathan Owens has to know that in that situation. Was it the right call? Technically, Mahomes was still in bounds. It was a clean hit, and it was shoulder to shoulder. So there was that. Then there was the no call late. Maybe that was a makeup for the 15-yard call. I mean, the officiating's just gotten really, really bad here, boys.
Yeah, and kudos to Mahomes, who continues to get at the mic and not blame his players for their ineptitude with how many balls they drop, and then or pointing the finger at the referee. He's got that thing dialed. I want to know what's the course he took to be like, hey, I'm just owning. I'm going to own everything here.
Just take the blame, man. Absolutely.
Did not have a good weekend with the referees, Wolchuk. I'm going to abstain from this conversation.
Okay.
Hey, did you see the people? Oh, my bad.
No,
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear more of the story, though, Gavin.
Nah, I don't think it can be told for legal purposes, Wolchuk.
Oh, for legal purposes, okay.
Sorry, Lucius.
That makes me even more.
No, you good, man. I cut you off earlier, so you know what I mean. Did you see the people up in a roar about how those guys were hanging out the night before the game?
No.
Yeah, Travis Kelce and Mahomes are out hanging out again. people upset about that.
You know, as soon as you start losing.
Yeah. They figure, hey, we got a night game. We got some time to recover.
And then Swifty's there at Lambeau again.
That is what. Wait, they went out in Green Bay.
Apparently,
and SUV in a parking lot stop.
If you're staying at the Paper Valley Inn, there's a bar every like 10 feet.
Some delicious
apart.
Butterburgers and cheese curds out there, man. Wash it down with a delicious Milwaukee beer.
Lombardi's Steakhouse is there.
Lombardi's?
Yeah,
Custom Apparel. That's
David
Lombardo.
Hellman's favorite place. That's how I used to pay him off with steak dinners when we played there. Like when he was doing all my work for me, writing, editing.
I remember that.
That's how I paid him back. He says, "You got to take me to eat steak dinner." And when we go to Green Bay,
that's where you'd go.
He ate like a king.
That and the Western Sizzler.
Yeah, we got to hit that this summer. We will do that.
All righty, there it is, your NFL news of the day. Multiple news items here coming up in Cowboys Twitter, including resolution to the Shaq Barrett story. We'll tell you where he's going. Is it the Cowboys or the Eagles? And give you our analysis. It's next right here. Plus, we have Cowboys tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. We have a big show on deck here, another 3 hours and 45 minutes of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on.
in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is it's time now to give you some Cowboys Twitter here. Tom tweets going viral about America's team. I did say Cowboys tickets in the 5. That is right. Cowboys tickets coming up in about 97 minutes or more, some point to 5. Tomorrow we're going to give away an opportunity to watch Cowboys practice on December 20th. It's a tour of the star, catered lunch, and you watch practice with you and 15 of your closest friends and or associates. That's tomorrow in the 5. Pretty cool deal, Brian. They won't let us do that, will they?
No, they won't, because we're media members. I'd love to do it, though, because the food that they provide and all that. And
That's right.
It's really, it's actually really cool to sit there and get to watch practice. I used to do it when I worked for the Cowboys. I'd like go in there with sponsors and stuff and hang out and
just grub.
Tell them what, okay, this is what period they're doing this, that, and the other. You kind of explain in practice. So it's a good opportunity for you. If you win, congratulations. It'll be a lot of fun for you.
Right on. Yeah, I've done something like that before. Was that during like the Jason Garrett administration or something?
I think last year we got to go out there for one practice.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had, I think Twin Peaks was out there with
right.
us.
Yeah.
It was a pretty cool deal. Christy Scales got to hang out with us up there.
I remember that.
The tour around the star is neat if you've never done that. And then you get to watch the practice. And I think Christy leads the tours, by the way, too. She does a really great job.
Anytime you get to spend time with Christy, that's a win.
She's up with that.
Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. We have some interesting Cowboy stories here for you. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. You or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Shaq Barrett chose to sign with the Eagles instead of the Cowboys. The news shortly before we went on the air at 2 o'clock, and I know some Cowboys fans are disappointed. Do you think Shaq Barrett can give them a better chance, or gives them a significantly better chance against San Francisco? They were somewhat close yesterday until the 4th.
I think the thing that, to me, and the reason I wanted Shaq Barrett here, and I'm going to sit down and study Philadelphia, because they lost Cunningham. They lost the linebacker, and then they've been dealing with
Nakobe Dean's
been hurt. So they are really struggling at the linebacker spot. And the one thing that I think that Shaq Leonard can do, and I really believe this for the Cowboys' sake of it, is because I think that Marquise Bell has been playing great for you. But if you had somebody else playing his spot, and then you could move him to other opportunities, you could give him other opportunities, whether it's these tight ends you have to deal with. Maybe he's a safety, another safety that you play him instead of you put somebody else. You take somebody else out of the mix. But I just thought it would free him up to allow for Dan to use him in a lot of other different ways. And just instead of playing off-ball linebacker, you could maybe put him in some other positions. That's why I wanted Shaq Leonard here, because Leonard, him and Clark, they could play. And then you put Bell in one of these other positions. Now you really got some guys. The one thing I always loved about Shaq Leonard is his ability to finish. And I think you're going to play in some games where you're going to need to be able to tackle in space, and he could surely do that.
Yeah, I would love to see what he could have done, Eric, Zach. I don't know how good he would have been coming back from that injury. Surely there's a reason the Colts demoted him, reduced his playing time significantly. We're no longer willing to commit to him for the long-term future. But I just think there's still a good chance he'd be very helpful for these Cowboys who are lacking linebacker right now.
Yeah, I think the first and second down aspect, the run plays, you would think he would be an upgrade, but I don't think it's anything that it's not something to where Leonard would put the Cowboys like they were a Leonard away from the Super Bowl. Same thing with the Eagles. Like I think ultimately it won't be much of a factor when it comes to who wins when it matters.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I think it could have been an impact like a T.Y. Hilton move around this time last year. where he came in, was productive for you. And maybe Shaq Leonard could have been productive for you. And I think absolutely first and second down, and you get him off the field in coverage situations, that's where I think he really would have helped this football team. But maybe we'll end up seeing that the Cowboys did dodge a bullet here and he's not very productive, and there's a reason why the Colts decided we're going to move on. I don't know. I mean, if you're a Cowboy fan, now he's an Eagle, you're not hoping that he's very successful there with the Dirty Birds, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Now you have to hope that the Colts were onto something, and this is a guy trying to get the bag as his career is coming to an end. But, we've seen Jalen Smith play and make a career out of it. I think teams are fairly hungry for, veteran linebackers that have any sort of experience and ability to help you. And I think that's what Leonard's going to be. Hopefully he's just not, that catalyst type of guy. Congrats to Jason Witten for winning the state title at Liberty Christian. A lot of Twitter activity on that. That's awesome. Third year as head coach. Should probably be his 7th or 8th year as head coach, if you ask me. But dang, it is exciting for him, Chief.
Yeah, he should be much more tenured than that by now. This should be his 3rd or 4th state title.
I think he should go Deion Sanders, though, and as soon as his sons are graduating, just choose a college that'll take them.
Move with them.
Whatever level it is. Yeah. And then, you leverage your celebrity to bring in some stars around your kids, and you have a freaking Witten party in college, too.
I like that.
Did his team win a state title going like 5-6 yards at a time offensively?
Shut your dirty mouth.
Just when they were passing, Wolchuk.
Come on.
Yeah, what do they call that? The Y route? Man, they just...
stick?
Yeah, Y stick, just nonstop. It's
an shoulder fake.
Okay,
Yeah,
I go out here 4 yards and I fake one way like I'm a point guard, and then I go the other way and you throw it to me before I turn around.
They'll bite every time.
They did.
Yeah, so much. We were going to have Witten on as a guest, and that ruined it because he's probably listening to Eric. It's okay.
Oh, gosh. No, I ruined that a long time ago if he's been listening.
It's very true.
Yeah, me too.
Eric's been very disrespectful.
Big fans of your work, especially like
it's my guy,
pre-2012. My pre-2012 way.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 years we really didn't need.
Okay, I'll put this in here because...
What are you doing now?
Well, it's just factual. I think Jason would probably agree.
He got to the Raiders, and they were like, holy crap, how'd you catch 75 balls last year?
But he's a damn Hall of Famer.
So he hit it 4 yards at
and a Ring of
time,
Honor
boss.
member eventually.
Okay, I got this tweet here in Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral. I believe this is a good friend of Brian's, and he's got something cool going on tonight. I wonder, and I know you know Doug Peterson. Do you know Josh?
Josh Peterson. No.
You didn't babysit him?
He's being elevated from the practice squad, and the son of Coach Doug Peterson is set to make his NFL debut tonight. I know you babysat some of them kids along the way.
I did. Actually, my old Ron Wolf.
That's right.
The general manager that hired me in Green Bay. Yeah, his kid's the player personnel guy in New England. So
Cool.
yeah, so I babysit a few. Andy Reid's kids, I hung out with.
Didn't he
them
have
quite a
to
bit,
cut
too.
him earlier in the year? Like I
Yeah,
know he was
Doug
back
cut
on the
him.
practice
Doug
squad.
cut him, yeah.
And now he's getting elevated. But yeah, that had been an awkward conversation.
My favorite thing I saw over the weekend on Cowboys Twitter, though, was this block that Brian was telling us about Friday, and then it popped up as the All-22, and people were cutting it as Dak on the Brandon Cooks touchdown, dude. That's pretty exceptional. Have you seen a better block this year in the NFL from anybody, Brian?
Well, as far as blocking two guys on one play,
I mean, that's like the best left tackle play of the year in the NFL, isn't it?
Fantastic play. I did like Steele's double pancake the week before.
Carolina.
I think the thing with Tyron is it just showed a lot of awareness on his part, and the ball ended up being a touchdown on the play too, which made it even better.
Okay, in case you're wondering about a tiebreaker situation, I think we need to hope like heck Seattle can get him right, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
There's a lot of discussion about this, and you have to go down like 3 or 4, but there is an angle where you could be even on losses.
Yes, it's the common opponents, and right now the Cowboys are 4-1, the Eagles are 4-2, and the Cowboys with that win over Seattle, that might be the one to circle right there. If you can get Seattle on that Monday night game that got flexed to beat Philly, that could really save the Cowboys.
And every remaining game they have is a common opponent. Could the Giants do something weird and get them? Like, how vulnerable is that Eagles secondary? You know, it's some average teams have gotten close. They lost to the Jets. So don't look at me like that, Brian. I saw you roll your eyes.
No, I just was thinking.
Am I rolling?
No, I was just
Cardinals have a good pass rush. And Kyler Murray's
Cardinals
back.
are damn good. They just beat the Steelers, guys.
It's a damn good football team.
That's a common
Everybody
opponent.
knows it.
Heck, that was Josh Dobbs.
Well, maybe the Cardinals could play spoiler. You know, they got you earlier in the season,
All right,
and then
fine,
they
Brian.
get
We were
you.
having some fun with it, but be crusty about it.
No, I'm just
Tell him
saying,
about the defensive metrics.
Let him know, Eric.
I really want to
man.
see his eyes roll.
They're
What
just
about what's the fourth percentile?
they're through the roof. It is funny that Walchuk learned percentiles
Well, he's
today.
25th percentile in run defense. So what the hell is it? How are you bad at one and good at the other? And it's both the same category.
poor guy was over there trying to make sense on why to sign a guy, and then you threw like percentiles.
Well, now
at
I
him.
don't even want him.
He pulled the percentile out of his pocket, looked at it, thought he knew what he was looking at, and he didn't. He misidentified the percentile. He pulled it out of his pocket.
He never claimed
or
to be a
or his
math
rear
guy.
end, I should say.
Never claimed to be.
You thought top 25 percentile was top 25%.
Figured if you're like number 4 in something, that's a good
No,
thing.
like you want to be in the 99th percentile.
Well, he wasn't damn well close to any of them, so thank God the Cowboys.
Shaq
didn't
Leonard,
sign
man.
him.
The Eagles just got themselves a bad football player.
That dude stinks.
Is that what you saw, Brian?
Whack Leonard.
I really don't.
Well, you need to get your eyes checked.
No, that's why I'm doing radio now. What are you doing?
No, I totally would have welcomed him. Thought he would have been a good addition.
Yeah,
I think the Cowboys would have welcomed him too.
Yeah, I think they would have.
Yeah.
But now that he's with the Eagles, I hope he stinks.
Okay, elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter here. That's good banner, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Cowboys Wire has a story around Jake Ferguson being the man, basically, and adding elements to the team that are extremely important. Here's more numbers, but Pro Football Focus does have him ranked 7th at blocking overall. That's pass and run game. Quote from Dak, he's a baller. His mentality is why he is the guy he is. He expects to do what he did. He's no different than me. I think that element's the confidence. I think, that confidence matters. I was bullish on moving on from Schultz. I didn't think you needed Scooney. I didn't know Ferguson was going to block like this, obviously. I mean, I didn't scout him or anything, but I just didn't think he was strong enough or athletic enough. But he's got play athleticism instead of like measurable strength and athleticism that
movement,
yeah.
movement. The way he's really good at when he gets somebody going, he could stay with them. He's kind of got that Velcro material, but he does. He's not a really great drive blocker, but if you're moving, he will stay with you and take you where you want to go.
I just think he can reach out and catch a ball while running, and he can make guys miss, or he's strong enough to run through people. And I'm stoked to have this guy. I think we might just be getting started. If you look at the breakout tight ends, it's usually in year 3, right, Chief? So we're a year ahead of schedule.
Yeah, and his year 3 numbers look very similar, just like the basic sort of counting numbers look very similar to Travis Kelce's. From whenever it was his 3rd year. We remember Travis Kelce last year, the year before, put his name on, hey, the young tight end that everybody needs to be kind of watching here is old Jake Ferguson. And he's got a bit of a screw loose, and I love it. Like he's a bit of an insane person. And you mentioned like the catch radius that he has, and he's fearless with it. Yeah. It's not only like, hey, when no one's gonna smack me, I'll go up and extend my arms. He's like, I'm about to get crushed. I'm in the middle of the field. That's where he's dominating, and he knows he's gonna take a hit. And he's fine with it.
And Dak loves that throw, that seam over the middle, and he's so darn accurate with it. And now that rapport is really being a strong candidate for the Cowboys moving forward.
Yeah, salute to him and the success that those two guys are having together. It's been huge just when you needed it. Tight end looked like it could have been a mistake in the first couple of games of the season, but it's turning out wonderful. And you needed that with Michael Gallup's continued regression, which is kind of weird. Cowboys tickets in the 5. Stick around. We'll be looking for caller 10 here coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, time for the best of the weekend, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Stories from a Sandlot Sunday and a personal awkward interaction with a sports legend next year in the nation.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hi.
guy who's a part of the chain gang in New Orleans who got rolled up on by Alvin Kamara yesterday?
Yeah, it was rough. Nick Piazza is his name, and he suffered a gruesome leg injury. As we saw, it was a fractured fibula,
of course,
and dislocated knee. But his blood vessels are intact per the team. He's expected to undergo surgery next week. And the NFL is going to possibly make some changes, move field workers further back from the football field after this. Probably should.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Okay. The blood vessels thing, that feels like a bit of a silver lining.
Now, are we expecting a full recovery?
Well, Choppy yesterday at Globe Life Field was
alcohol talking at this point?
we
need to qualify this.
It's Choppy on a weekend. Okay,
I might
goes without
say that
saying.
at that time, Choppy wasn't fully liquidated as he usually is.
And he was alleging that this particular old gentleman who got rolled up on and broke his leg yesterday. I believe he gave him 3 weeks to live.
Yeah,
right.
within the month, he may no longer be with us.
Classic Choppy. That's quite the take right there, man.
What are we doing?
I'd like to think he expounded on it a little bit more this morning. You know, I mean,
sure
hopefully he did.
In between college football fights.
That was ugly though. I mean, you see these people get knocked over and stuff all the time, but that dude, he had one of those leg twisted the other way kind of moments, and it was like, oh my gosh.
Now, does the NFL take care of him? Do you know this, Brian? Because Eric, we were talking about this yesterday. Like, would Alvin Kamara step in and be like, "Dude, I feel really bad," and just cover, the expenses? Or the NFL does? Okay, good.
Yeah, because he's not a player with CTE or anything like that. This is somebody they actually care about.
Was he the guy? And I
let him know.
He wasn't the actual chain holder, was he? Or was he the gentleman that moves the marker on the chain? What do we know what his job was?
It's an important detail.
I think he was
Walter,
the chain
can you find that
holder
out?
because he wasn't the one that was actually standing at the front that moves it. He was kind of behind that individual that I think would run out there when the chain gang goes on the field.
Yeah, this sounds like a guy that was probably involved in moving that marker along the chain itself. There's a guy that's
he had that big vest on.
Yeah, they all.
So that's him. Yeah.
Matter of fact, when I was in Green Bay, I was in charge of those guys.
Oh yeah,
yeah, the chain gang.
Cool
guys.
dudes.
Yeah, the one guy was president of the Sargento Cheese Company.
Ooh.
Yeah, like he was a chain gang.
Dude, that's a top flight cheese, man.
But I also had to have a little word with them. They were using their officials passes and getting their buddies on the field.
Oh.
And I had to kind of have a meeting with them, like before the game. I kind of like huddled them up. And I said, "Listen, you guys give your officials passes out to your buddies on the sidelines. I see on the sidelines, every one of you are fired." And the guy's like, "Really?
You have that authority?"
I did.
That's
I had
awesome.
authority to get rid of him. Matter of fact, we had like 4 oxygen guys too. And I'm like, wait a minute,
get me some oxygen.
You only need 1 oxygen guy. Only one. You only need 1, but we had 4 because we were handing out our passes there. But I guess one guy go, "What do you do? What's your responsibility?" He goes, "I'm an oxygen guy." I go, "What do you do?" "I help the oxygen guy." "What do you do?" "I help the oxygen guy." We had 4 guys helping with oxygen.
I'm the oxygen guy's assistant to his assistant.
I told him, I go, "We can only have 1 oxygen guy.
The 3 of you get out of here."
Yeah, I go, "You guys use rock, paper, scissors, whatever you have to do."
Well, that's crazy, man, because you got multiple water boys. Why wouldn't you have multiple oxygen boys?
You only need 1 guy to turn on the oxygen. That's it. You don't need 4.
Hey, you know better than I do.
Yeah.
And the chain gang's responsible for the oxygen too?
No, that's a separate deal.
Okay.
I was responsible
It's a different gang.
I was responsible for a lot of things at my young time in Green Bay.
Yeah, I understand.
You did a hell of a job. Super Bowl champion.
Sounds like it was super important work the head you doing over there, Broadus.
I cleaned up the sideline. There weren't a lot of riffraff going on my side.
I bet not.
Yeah. You had that thing buttoned up.
Yeah, we wouldn't have injured dudes laying on the field under my administration.
You had them perfectly placed.
Yeah.
You were probably trying to put an end to the Lambeau leap at one point.
I was there for the game when it happened.
Okay. It looks like
Get down. And then Brian's chasing him.
You might hurt yourself. The Jets want to make a switch at quarterback. We're seeing this right now. They're leaning towards Zach Wilson to take over. This was 3 hours ago reported by The Athletic. But they're saying that Zach Wilson is reluctant to step back in. And so they're like,
wait a minute now. There's an update to this story.
What does this mean? And then Diana Rossini got on the.
I like Diane.
Diane
Rossini.
Like me over there reading.
That's a tough one, dude. Come on.
That's a lot of eyes.
But apparently Aaron Rodgers reached out to Zach Wilson in an effort to advise him to resume the starting role. But at the time, Zach Wilson remained apprehensive due to perceived injury risk. So for whatever reason, Zach Wilson feels like he might not be physically capable, whatever
it's
it
the
is.
offensive line.
But then you have Rossini following up. Timeline of events. We are reporting Zach Wilson made clear to multiple members of the organization of his apprehension to start due to perceived injury risk. The conversations with Aaron Rodgers came as a result of Wilson's shared sentiment with others. So I don't know. Robert Saleh just had to get on the microphone and say, "Hey, this is not true," because if it was, he wouldn't be on our football team right now.
Green Bay guys up there.
Yeah, Robert Saleh, he had to say something, right? Because this does not look good. It's like, Zach Wilson, if you don't want to play, maybe you just retire from the NFL.
Well, but evidently Zach Wilson came to him at like 3 o'clock Eastern and told him he wants the opportunity to start. So
I would just let the Boyles play.
There's been an update on this. Like Robert Saleh is now telling people that if he didn't want to play, he wouldn't be here. But he goes, I haven't made a decision on my starter yet, is what he's saying.
Okay.
It's probably said in jest, is my thought, from Zach Wilson. Maybe he's back like venting with some buddies, and the next thing you know, one of those guys overheard it and says, well, I heard Zach Wilson wouldn't even want to play. And he was kind of saying it maybe like, man, I wouldn't even want to play on this team. I'd probably get my ass handed to me with this crappy offensive line. I don't even want to go out there. You know what I'm saying, A-Rod?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's a deal. And he's like, no, I wouldn't actually say that to the coach, guys. Come on. I'm not that big of a P word.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
I
actually,
like it.
I can see that being the case there.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him for having, those when behind closed doors.
Yeah, you vent a little bit. You say stuff that you don't really mean, and if your boss heard it, he might fire you.
Man, we had NFL folks getting thrown out of games over the weekend. We had NBA folks getting thrown out over the weekend. Did you see Lakers versus Rockets?
No.
Ime Udoka?
Oh, yeah.
What did he say?
I did see the clip that went viral.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Ime Udoka, head coach of the Rockets. They're in Los Angeles playing LeBron and the Lakers.
We know what he said?
Yeah, we know what he said.
So you got a mighty cute wife, LeBron.
Lucius is on it.
Apparently, yeah, there were some B words thrown. Apparently, allegedly, you had Udoka saying, because you had LeBron and the Lakers kept complaining about fouls and whatnot, and so Udoka's just yelling out, like, stop crying like B words, man.
Oh.
LeBron goes, we're all grown men. That B word ain't cool. Udoka said, soft-ass boy, stop B wording. Act like you're going to do something. Acting like you're going to do something. So and then in that moment, and the ref is standing right there.
he's
They're
listening.
like face to face, and so the ref, as soon as he hears "soft ass boy," stop b wording, acting like you're going to do something. That's when the ejection situation went down. LeBron stayed clean. He got to stay in the game, but Udoka gets thrown out. So Udoka wasn't messing around, dude.
No, he wasn't.
And that's always like you're not going to do anything about it. Like that's always the line where it's like. And ultimately, yeah, you're right. Like, what am I going to do? I'm LeBron James. I'm going to push you. I'm going to put my hands on you.
Yeah.
No.
So Ime Udoka's from Portland. Okay, so he is one of the baddest ass coaches you would ever know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he whooped LeBron.
He's a tough.
He looks like he could throw
real
down.
deal. Really long arms, super stocky.
Okay, so he's got the reach and
great
the girth.
Great defender when he was a player.
I'd be more worried about Mrs. James if I were LeBron, knowing his track record.
Well, yesterday was incredible at Globe Life Field. Really had an epic time with all of you and the entire station and all the Tolos. Shout out to Jared Sandler getting to tell Eric Nadel to his face that he's the reason I made it into the parade on parade day. It was great. Cool. It was fun to get to share that story with him. So yesterday was awesome. But on Thursday at the Cowboys game, I made a fool of myself because we were in the press box and Steve Smith, NFL wide receiver, Carolina Panthers,
Amazon Prime, looking dapper as hell in his purple suit.
Yes. Oh my gosh,
he looked fantastic. He did.
He walked up. I'm sitting there right by like the food area. He walks up, and I immediately am like, oh, I need to go just say like it's great to meet you kind of deal. So I walk up, Mr. Confident. I stick my hand out there. I shake his hand. I say, Steve Smith, honored to meet you, man. And then I start kind of walking away, and he's like, well, do you have a name? Or I should probably.
Do you have a bleeping name?
Yeah, bleeping name. And I'm like, yes. Did I forget to tell you my name? I guess I did.
And then Bobby comes sauntering over to Brian and me down there, and he's like, guys, you got to ask Eric about his interaction with Steve Smith. He totally forgot to tell him his name.
I wish we could see
play
Bobby.
by me.
Yeah, I wish we could see Bobby waddle down there to see.
Well, you should have seen him yesterday. He lost his keys at Globe Life Field.
So after he said, do you have a bleeping name, and you turned and made eye contact with him, was he smiling?
No. He was like his demeanor with me was the same demeanor that you would imagine him on a Sunday game day. Like this dude walks around intense, ready to.
Did you just crap your pants?
Throw hands. It was a little bit of a poop my pants situation.
Wait a minute. You did the same thing to Drew Pearson yesterday.
Wait, what?
Did I really?
You didn't introduce yourself.
Do I have a habit of this?
I think you
Little
do.
starstruck?
I didn't even pick up on Drew Pearson.
Something about a wide receiver, man.
I was sitting in between. I was right there, like Kelly and I were sitting there in between you and Drew, and you said, "Hey, it's an honor to meet you, man. You're one of my favorite. You know, the original '88, love and all that. You know." And you were like, he's like, "Okay." You never said your name as you're shaking his hand.
Wow.
So I think this is something in your.
This is it. This
is a DNA problem.
Right. This
Like
is something I need to really deal with here.
Famous
DNA problem.
When you meet,
We're back
Shots
to
fired at
again.
mom and dad.
when you meet famous wide receivers,
Yeah.
you
lose your mind a little
you
bit.
lose
I
track.
do. Yeah.
I don't think.
I realized in that moment.
Asked what your name was.
My name is not the important name in that moment. I think
Yeah.
I just understand that, and I don't expect Drew Pearson 5 seconds after I tell him my name to even remember my name.
He
Same
didn't
with Steve
remember
Smith.
mine.
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
having a good time with everybody.
Having
at the
a great
table.
time.
No, Drew Pearson was the man. I mean, it was,
Yeah.
and I felt bad. He kept being bombarded to get pictures taken, but I think he's used to it.
I like the fact that your wife asked him to go get her a beer. I thought that
my
was
wife did
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
look at the difference of confidence.
He did
I'm scared to tell him my name. My wife's like, "Fetch that Michelob, my
Yeah,
friend,
she-
Hall of Famer."
She did. She goes,
Wow.
Can I get anything? She goes, I'll take a beer.
That's fantastic, dude. More respect for my wife than ever at this point. It's pretty impressive.
Well, that is awesome, guys. What a night out there with Jared Sandler and his Swinging for a Cause, an event you never want to miss. Okay, we do have a terrific giveaway tomorrow and Wednesday during the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to be giving away an opportunity to watch Cowboys practice. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour tonight, we'll have Cowboys-Eagles tickets with you. Shaq Leonard has signed with the Eagles. He has chosen. It's not the Cowboys, it's the Turds. And now we hope that the analytics that say he's actually not that good are true. Cowboys tickets coming up in the 5. We'll go around the bases next. Wolchuk, exciting times for the Rangers in these winter meetings?
Sure is. Rangers winter meetings, to-do list, most likely trade candidates, and the latest rumors coming out of those meetings. That's next.
I got to tell you about my friends at Window Nation before we do anything else, though, because Window Nation has an incredible deal going on for you right now.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of fun stuff going on here. We do have a proper round tripper. Zach Wolchuk's going to take you around the bases here. We'll get the latest on the winter meetings. But as we open the 4 o'clock hour, if you don't mind, I look up at the clock. We have plenty of time for baseball. Can I get not 60, maybe just 16 seconds on soccer?
Yes!
Thank you, sir. FC Dallas has signed a Romanian international teenage sensation, 17-year-old Enes Salih. Came up in the Barca Academy, debuted professionally a couple of years ago in the Romanian first-tier league at 15 and a half years old. So he's a winger. And they got a new young talent coming to Frisco.
Let's go.
That's exciting. Here's Wolchuk with your proper round tripper.
Thank you very much there, Gavin Dawson. Now the Rangers contingent arrived at the winter meetings at the Gaylord Opryland Hotel on Sunday.
Opryland?
Is it Opryland?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was leaking
call it
confidence. I went with the Oprah. Opry.
Honestly, that makes sense. Like
Oprahland.
Doesn't Oprah have her own line of hotels?
She definitely had one in the Bahamas when I went there, and I think she might be selling it.
Okay. Well, she's a businesswoman. She's probably selling high.
He's in the building.
Thank you. So, good news for the Rangers.
The Grand Ole Opry is there in Tennessee.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Music,
That's why it's
music
Opryland.
capital.
Yep,
Boom. That makes a
world.
lot of sense. God, you learned something new today. Thank you very much, Brian.
You learned a couple new things,
I got
man.
lost.
You
Percentiles.
shut your mouth over there. I
I
don't
got
bring up
lost
old
in
stuff.
that hotel. I got lost. The Cowboys stayed there one year. We were
Is it
playing
that
Tennessee.
big?
I could not find my way out of that hotel.
Oh, wow.
It's just because he was drunk.
It's like Caesars in Vegas. I don't know where the hell I am. It all looks the same.
Almost missed the bus.
Oh, no.
Going to the game. Yep.
Inebriation.
Knowing you, I bet you were stressing and schwitzing.
Big time. Big time.
Yeah,
Stressing.
absolutely. Yeah. You could see the sweat pouring off of his glistening forehead.
Yes.
Chris Young at the winter meetings in terms of what is there to do, adding a starting pitcher.
Hey, by the way, can I say something real quick?
What the hell
Absolutely,
do you want now?
man.
Yeah, please.
It was well timed.
When we were sitting down, our table was on the third baseline.
Yeah.
Did you realize how hard it would be to play third base in Major League Baseball?
Oh, hell yeah.
When you're looking at home plate and you're sitting there,
Easy.
and you're
Easy? They don't call it the hot corner
no
for
way.
nothing.
There's no way. I was sitting there at third base thinking, okay, like if I had to feel a ball knowing where home plate was right there, there's no way.
No, there's no way.
Absolutely. Our table was right on the third base back. And I'm thinking, you stand there and try and field
It was pretty neat.
shots.
They give you a glove.
And they ask you to knock it down with your chest sometimes.
On the ball, it's coming at you at 100, 110 miles
Do they
an
give
hour.
you hand-eye coordination,
Not at
awareness,
all.
and foot speed?
Not
You would
at
be
all.
doing in a pro situation push-ups. You'd have washboard abs.
I just-
But clearly you're talented to make it as
I
a
just
pro.
had a- I
But
just
we
had
could
a-
not do that.
And Broadus is built more like a first baseman.
When
I
you're
think.
sitting a catcher, when you're sitting, or like a bullpen coach, I might be a good bullpen coach.
I could see as a reliever, maybe a knuckleballer.
The third base coach, go ahead and wave.
Yeah, there's
him
a little
home.
dicky to his
Put up the
game.
stop sign.
I'd be a bullpen coach, like
Okay.
with a clipboard, hand him water.
I want to see you as a
just
bullpen catcher one day. Just go
waste
full catcher
space.
attire.
You actually have to play catch with the outfielders when you're that guy.
Yeah, long toss.
No way.
You don't think so?
No way.
It was pretty cool watching Eric Nadel and Hixie
He
play
does-
some catch yesterday.
He does the long snap, not the long toss.
That's true. He
But
was a
I'm
long
seriously,
snapper.
I would
Damn
never
good
throw
one.
over my shoulder.
just
under my legs.
just sitting. Yeah, I play catch upside down. just the sitting there at third base in a major league stadium like that, and you realize, like,
These guys are pretty good.
Well, it's
Yeah,
neat. I mean, I was
yeah.
telling mine, I'm like, look.
Like, it does
when you-
not look
right. You watch a Ranger game, we ate right there on the third baseline.
right.
I mean, how wild is that? It was
Yeah.
It was an awesome
Yeah.
event. Shout out
we
to
were
Jared
on, we
and
were
the
on the
Sandlot
infield.
charity.
We were literally on the
It
infield.
was really neat. Really, really was.
Thank God we got a jungle cat in our hot third
Hell
corner.
yes, we do.
Yeah.
So third base, not one of the things that Chris Young said is on their
Also-
to-do list.
Also showed everybody the seats where you were spilling liquor on a Secret Service guy.
Oh yeah, you
did?
see those.
Nice.
I said,
man.
hey, see those seats with the red ribbons? That's where Eric was standing up. 2 strikes. Let's go.
Let's go. Wave the damn tails.
It's the World
Let's go,
Damn
Rangers. Let's
You
go.
know what I'm effing talking about, Laura Bush. Get on your feet.
Laura, what the hell? Stand up. Jeez, George, I thought you gave a damn.
Check your chick, George.
Adding a starting pitcher is the goal of ours, said Chris Young, and then addressing the bullpen. I think we have multiple spots in the bullpen where we would feel good about adding via trade or through free agency, hence the name Emmanuel Clase that I brought up the other day.
We had him at one time, right? Didn't we trade him for
Corey Kluber? We traded him for Corey Kluber.
Oh, but hey, but dude, we got that. We got that. Inning. We got that inning, dude.
God, in those powder baby blues at Sunday Best.
He was looking sharp.
He looked dapper. But maybe you can get Emmanuel Clase back in a Ranger uniform. Chris Young adding, you know how I feel about starting pitching. We're going to continue to look to improve and add depth. I'm hopeful we will find the right fits. It also does appear the Rangers are out on Shohei Ohtani.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
Said it so, old Chuck.
I'm sorry. I know you had that pre-ordered Ohtani jersey. I don't believe the Rangers are in play anymore. John Morosi reporting Shohei Ohtani is likely to decide on a team within the next week, according to one source engaged with the top end of the free agent market. The teams that are most closely linked to Ohtani right now, of course, the Dodgers, the Giants, the Cubs, the Blue Jays, and I would say watch out for the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves are definitely trying to make moves to get Shohei Ohtani.
Well, I love this. You know, I'd prefer to have it be all NL teams, but I feel like Toronto's got to be a super long shot at this point.
Well, and within the division, we had a big trade yesterday with the Mariners, moving on from one of their best young prospects, as Jared Kelenic was traded to the Braves. Now, some are looking at this as, okay, it's a bit of a salary dump because they moved Marco Gonzalez and Evan White to the Braves. Braves are really excited to get Kelenic. They think he's about to break out. But the Juan Soto trade rumors have been out there. And there's been a lot of buzz with him going to the Yankees. Apparently, they're a little bit on they've stalled. It's a standstill on compensation. The Mariners might be one of those teams that end up stepping up to try and get Juan Soto away from the Padres as well. Ooh. John Heyman saying Yankees and Padres haven't spoken since the Padres requested a 6-player package, including King and Thorpe for Soto and Grisham. Yankees have some other young stars they hope could make it work for Soto, but are a no-no on King and or Thorpe right now. And maybe the Padres pivot and they look at the AL West division rival Mariners as a team to send Juan Soto to. So that will be interesting. Speaking of trades, article today in the morning news, 5 Rangers who would be most likely to be discussed in trade talks this offseason. We start off in the outfield with Leody Taveras. For the Rangers, the thing to consider here, writes the morning news, holding Taveras and adding Langford probably solves the DH situation, gives them outfield depth enough to occasionally rest Garcia, and flexibility for some tough pitching matchups. But let's say a team offers you a good line starting pitcher. Would you move a Leody Taveras?
Not for a good, 3 or 4 guy. I figure I can find those guys without having to give up a good asset. I think Taveras is worth more than that. I would rather trade Taveras for a prospect. Okay. I'd like to trade Taveras for a really good bullpen piece. But this is a young outfielder in control who's got significant upside and great defense.
And the control is definitely something to emphasize there. And Leody certainly had months where he was really good. You saw a little bit of a decline. But then in the postseason, Leody really stepped it up. I mean, he made the catch of the year. We got to see it right in front of us.
The robbery.
That was beautiful.
Didn't he have a walk, like a key walk?
Yes, he did.
Versus the Astros
plate
as well.
Discipline was one of the things that I thought was most improved from Leody. Another name being mentioned is Nathaniel Lowe. I'd hate this.
That would hurt more.
We love Lowe, but his salary is projected to more than double the nearly $9 million. And an acquiring team would be getting 3 years of control and an above-average first baseman whose biggest weakness is a struggle against the fastball. Rangers could potentially fill the hole with some combination of Ezekiel Duran, Justin Foscue, or Blaine Krim. I was listening to Baskey earlier during Baseball Nuggets. Rangers definitely would look at Justin Foscue if they don't add maybe a Justin Turner or somebody else as a DH. Foscue would be the guy when we go out there to spring training. They'd look to maybe bring him up, and he makes the major league roster as their designated hitter.
I'll tell you what, man, there were plenty of times where Lowe was I didn't mind the lack of some hits.
I mean, he was a Silver Slugger 2 years ago, but won a Gold Glove this year.
How well he played in the playoff series on defense was super impressive.
And just a great clubhouse guy.
Yeah.
And you need those players, and I think Lowe's a step up from a glue guy.
Yeah.
But Lowe definitely is one of those clubhouse
leaders.
Maybe
for not $9 million a year, though, right?
Maybe not. See, that's what it is. It's for double that. It'll be close to 18.
It's 18 now. Okay.
Going to 18, I think that's still reasonable for what he gives you. He's not a superstar, but he's not bad. No. And the defensive adjustments that he's made.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's never going to be a less talented defensive player, but he's focused and uses good technique now that makes up for enough to be statistically great.
He's a fan favorite. great personality.
You can have the fan favorite stuff because whoever we win with is going to turn into a new fan
And that's
favorite.
totally true.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I think Leote would be a guy I'd look to move maybe before Lowe, but we'll see what ends up happening there because they just have an abundance of infielders in the minors they don't have a place for right now. So maybe that would open up a spot. Speaking of infielders, Ezekiel Duran is certainly a name that we even talked about. Drew some interest at the trade deadline, but that could be a name that teams call about. I mentioned
Should have traded him. I talked about that at the deadline. Now at this point he's got limited value compared to his peak. You got to let him start hot again.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even make any of the postseason rosters until he had an injury situation very late. I mentioned Justin Foscue. The other name, Jack Leiter. Now, they write the counter to trading Jack Leiter. If a package of prospects brings the Rangers a starter for the top half of the rotation, adding Leiter as a second piece could be worth considering. So maybe that's a package-type trade for Jack Leiter, former number 2 overall pick in 2021. Did make some strides at the end of last year. We got to talk with CY. He said they were trying to make some changes. His numbers certainly got a little bit better in his last couple of starts at Frisco before he got elevated there to AAA Round Rock. So just some names to consider for the Rangers as we move into the winter meetings in the offseason, and we'll have to see what they end up doing. I don't think they're going to be spending, as CY has indicated, quite as largely as they have the previous couple of off seasons. This is cool. You have an opportunity. This is going to auction, but handwritten notes of Eric Nadell's call of the Rangers World Series win are now up for auction. Now, we remember the outstanding call, Rangers fans, you're not dreaming. Obviously, if you were there at the charity event last night, Eric was there along with Hicksy. We got to hang out with them. But through the heritage auctions, a lot of Nadell's scorecards, books, and other memorabilia are now up for auction. All proceeds will benefit the Suicide and Crisis Center of North Texas. The auction will run through December 17th online. And if you're interested in that, you can go ahead and check out their website and bid for Eric Nadell's game notes in this World Series run, which I think is pretty badass.
So in these notes, was there a place where he was like sketching out or outlining what the final call was going to be, or is this just like the notes from that game?
So it'll be the scorecards, and I think just the notes from that game. I don't know if he actually wrote on there. You know, I think the only thing, and we've talked about this, that he said that he knew he wanted to fit in there was Rangers fans, you aren't dreaming. And that might be written down. That might be part of it. But you might be able to actually see some images of what you would be bidding for there on the website.
So cool.
Eric's definitely pumped to be part of that. He also did, when I was talking with Eric yesterday, he said he talked with Brad Sham. We know Brad missed the game on Thursday. Got good news on Brad. Brad's hoping to be back this coming Sunday as well to call the Eagles game. So he's not in the hospital anymore. He's out of the hospital. So well wishes to Brad as well. And it was cool, of course, always getting to chat with Matt and Eric.
Man, didn't realize it got that bad for Brad.
I think it was just check, just
Okay.
precautionary. They just wanted to check and make sure everything was all good there. And then final nugget here around the bases, Baseball Hall of Fame voting results. Jim Leyland, World Series winning manager, has been elected to Cooperstown. He said, quote, "I can't thank baseball enough. It's been my life, and I owe a lot of this to the game itself. I'm going to the Hall of Fame because of the players, like every other manager does, to tell the truth. It's all about the players." We've got the MLB Network on. We saw a video of Jim Leland as he was talking with the media as well. Congratulations to him.
He had a cigarette tuck.
It's tough to get in.
I was about to say, he's Mount Rushmore for dugout heater guy, right?
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
78 years old, 18th all-time winning manager in Major League Baseball history. Pretty crazy for Jim.
MLB at one point just makes the Jim Leland rule, like, sorry, you're no longer allowed to do this in our...
I think it's a tobacco rule. I think it's like the whole thing where the dipping.
Oh, yeah. They have to be a little bit more undercover
Yeah.
with it. They're like, oh, no, this is just gum. Relax. I think more and more with sponsors getting involved and all these rules at ballparks and stuff. Like, some states have laws that you can't dip in a park. So they're like, this is a ballpark. You can't dip here. You're breaking state law. But Jim Leland, to me, was more that he was the manager of the Pirates. He was the counter
Tigers,
to. Yeah, I guess the Tigers in there as well, but I think more for me, like in the 90s, baseball was still America's pastime before the NFL and the MLB took over. He's part of that last generation of teams. Of course, he was counter to Bobby Cox with the Atlanta Braves, but that Pirates team that ultimately did win the World Series and beat the Braves, I think the first go-around through the NLDS, that had Bonilla, Van Slyke, Bonds, some incredible teams that he managed and put together. And I think those are the last truly great Pirates teams, right? They've had some pretty good teams over the
Yeah.
last 10 years or so, but
Yeah.
that was the last of the run that started in the 70s and continued into the early 90s there, as Pittsburgh was once an incredible baseball town and a huge part of baseball history for sure.
I just saw this little adding on the Around the Bases. Owner of a restaurant chain called Ike's Love and Sandwiches.
I love Ike's.
Said, I love sandwiches. He says he will change the name of every location to Shohei's Love and Sandwiches if Shohei Ohtani signs with the Giants. And he will also get free sandwiches for life and his own menu item.
Ooh.
So we're about to see how much love Shohei has for sandwiches.
This could be fun.
I need to know if I'm Shohei, how many franchises or how many shops do you have? Am I going to get a percentage?
Yep.
You know?
I also got to do a taste test here. I'm not going to put my name on a
Right?
bad sandwich.
On a subpar sub.
Exactly.
And you're using me for marketing. It's now Shohei's like this is my spot.
Yeah, it better
I'm going to
damn well
need
be
at
good.
least 20%.
I wonder what item he would choose.
Yeah, but I want to hear what Eric's sandwich would be. That's what I want to hear.
Ooh, what would be my
Yeah,
if I
yeah.
put my name on the
Yeah,
sandwich?
yeah.
Man, it would probably be a chicken cutlet sandwich. Chicken Parmesan sandwich.
Okay. Oh, chicken parm.
Oh,
I thought you wanted more than just one type of meat on there.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Should we go chicken parm, veal parm, whatever type of parm meat we could put on there?
All
and
the
that's it,
parms?
All
So
the
you're-
parms.
so you're
Triple
like-
parm?
you're
Triple
sau-
parm
Your
sandwich?
sauce and cheese is what you're going with, right?
Yeah, I think I'd probably go that route, but I could be talked into just a typical Italian. You know, if you want to just like deli meat that thing up. There's a lot of good opportunities here.
What's that, Dawson? What's that over there at your guy?
Well, you got your capicola, your pepperoni, your ham,
Yeah,
a couple other things.
But we've already got that,
Prosciutto.
man. Wouldn't you want a sandwich that we don't already have?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. Like,
Yeah.
come up with my own,
Yeah.
like, detailed.
Yeah.
I hear you on that. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a minute to dial up exactly what I would want. But off the top of my head, I'd probably go chicken parm sandwich.
All right, we got some time during the break, and when we come back before the top 10, I
Build
wanna hear
my perfect sandwich.
Build this damn sandwich.
That's a good tease
We
right
got
there.
cookie talk.
Great tease, Wolchuk. Cowboys tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock as well as we're back here in the G-Back Nation. I want to chat Diamonds Direct, though. You're going to want to make holiday magic this year with some.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, welcome back, Nation. That's my battle. The Pirates, they did not win it in the 90s. They went to the NLCS 3 years in a row. Reds got them, and the Braves got them twice in a row in epic Game 7s. 91 and 92. But Jim Leyland going into the Hall of Fame, and he did manage with the Marlins as well, won a World Series there. So a number of stops throughout his now Hall of Fame career. We have Cowboys tickets coming up in 35 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It's also brought to you by the soda. And speaking of that, here's your Wooly Bully with his top 10, Zach with an H.
Happy National Cookie Day. I've got America's top 10 cookies for 2023. And then our Oreos starting to limit the amount of cream they're putting in those cookies. There was a story in the Wall Street Journal. And if you've been out there buying Oreos, and I know you are, because they're the number one selling cookie in the United States of America, have you noticed Oreos kind of stinting on the cream? All right, and I'm not talking double shrinkflation.
Are they not pushing the double stuffed ones anymore?
They're pushing double stuff. Hell, they got mega stuff these days. But people are complaining, according to Cookie Reporter Jesse Newman, and yes, the Cookie Reporter is a real position at
I'd
the
be
Wall
more
Street
impressed
Journal,
if it was a Cookie Monster.
that Oreo makers are apparently cutting back on the cream, and consumers are ticked. Rightly so, because we
I
all
know
want the
Remy's
cream.
ticked. She gets those Oreos and opens them up and only eats the icing.
And then just leaves the cookies.
She does, dude.
I like that.
She'll use her teeth to shed the icing and then throw the wafer if nobody's watching.
She throws it.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Hey,
funny.
Diva.
I watched Bennett as a child only eat the top of a chocolate donut. Like he could eat the
just the
complete
icing?
and leave the donut like in whole, but
Yeah.
like all the frosting is gone off the donut.
Oh, that's so good.
It's amazing that what kids
Holy
can
heck.
do. Yeah.
By the way, Bennett, I had a great time with him on Saturday.
well, thank you for going with me. I
No, thank
appreciate
you.
the
You
invite.
hooked us up with the
Yeah.
seats. Bennett and I were both like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing." We got front row there, right behind the Texas end zone. Thanks to Brian
Dang,
over here.
Brian.
It was a great time. It really, really was. And Brian and I mean, Bennett didn't want to sit. I mean, he felt he started to feel a little bit bad.
Yeah.
So eventually he would sit down because of the people behind us, and it was some Oklahoma State fans, so they weren't really standing a whole lot at all.
Yeah.
That one got out of hand quickly, but it was awesome. It was a blast.
Well,
we had a good
I
time.
appreciate
together.
you going. Yeah,
Absolutely. All right, Eric, have you built the sandwich before we get into the top 10?
I think I'm going to go with, because this is in San Francisco. They're trying to lure Shohei Ohtani with his own name on the sandwich shop. I think the chicken parm sandwich is going to go a long way on artisanal bread and extra mozzarella cheese.
Hey, would you put some mozz sticks on there? Would you get creative?
I'm
maybe we
open.
fly in the Globe Life Field Mott sticks to put specifically on this Sammy, because this is your Sammy.
That's
You can
true.
customize it.
I do like that, man. The Globe Life Field mozzarella sticks thrown onto the chicken parm sandwich.
Yesterday, didn't someone come up to you and say you gave me a great recommendation?
It was
for those?
Jason Sandler, Jared's brother.
That's right. It was that's
Jared's
who-
brother.
yeah.
I saw him at the World Series, and I go, "Hey, make sure that you stop by the Slugfest here and get the best mozzarella sticks you've ever had in your life." And then he made a point to say, "You know what? You were right about that. I'm not joking around." I was hoping the Slugfest was going to be alive and well yesterday, so I could just bury my face in some mott sticks.
Gosh, I know when we walked in, it was that and Hurtado. I was thinking we're going to get Hurtado. And shout out to Brandon Hurtado. He came
nice
over.
to see him again.
Talked
Yeah.
to us
Great,
as well. And it's awesome what he's going to do. That cooking class with John Gray right on top of the dugout.
On top of the dugout.
That sounds like an experience you do not want to miss, which you can go ahead and go and partake and watch their Globe Life Field as well. I did see this before we slide
He's
into the
got
top
some
10.
big plans. I know we probably can't get into them, but he's got
Yes.
some nice ideas.
Hopefully
for
some
the
growth
ballpark.
there.
Yeah,
No doubt.
Yeah.
Amazon Prime Video sent over a press release. Cowboys Seahawks averaged 15.26 million viewers. That was the most watched game ever on Prime Video and the most streamed NFL game in history. It peaked at 17.76
It
million
just
viewers.
shows you if you play real teams on Thursday that you can.
There's money to be made.
There's money to be made.
Make this thing work.
They spend $100 million a game, from what I understand on that.
Oh my god!
For that opportunity, yeah. All that, yeah. But they make up for it, in the sales and stuff like that they get.
Yeah, that Black Friday game.
Yeah, it's just all promotion.
How they
man.
were advertising stuff,
Yeah.
like it was on your timeline
Yeah.
type of situation.
Yep.
Like whatever you clicked on, I want to buy me some gloves. And all of a sudden on your television, hey, those Isotoner gloves you're
Yep,
looking at.
there you go.
Just hit this little screen thing
There
and
you
you're
go.
on fire.
Yep.
Crazy. All right, let's slide into the most popular cookies in America of 2023. Your go-to.
Are these Girl Scout cookies involved?
There are no
Could
Girl
be.
Scout cookies involved. It's like specific types, like your sugar cookies, your Kisses cookies.
Keebler makes a pretty good Thin Mint replica, by the way.
Ooh, do they?
Yeah.
Because I do love.
You want to go looking?
A Thin Mint.
Eat a whole
And there are
tube
some
of those.
unique types of cookies on here, but no, there's not any specific Girl Scout cookies. But if that's your favorite cookie, I'm totally cool with accepting that. We'll go around the horn. We'll start in the Pimp Cup with Lucius. And I know we've talked cookies before, but specifically on this day, National Cookie Day, I'll always do some form of this list. But your top types of cookies?
Chocolate.
Yeah.
I guess like chocolate chip cookies with some nuts.
Can't go wrong.
Of some sort. Yeah, that's me. Do the biscottis or whatever they're called, does that count as a cookie?
Yes, it does.
Because okay, thank you. I like them joints.
I'm
Those
figuring
are
out.
fire.
I'm
In fact,
figuring out.
that's the top cookie sales. That's like in the top 5.
Yeah, okay.
Of all
Is
cookies.
that the family that owns the Baltimore Ravens? Did they get their
Ooh,
billionaire wealth
I don't
because
think so.
of cookies?
It is.
The Scotty. I mean, yeah, the daughter's on NFL
It is pretty
Network.
coincidental that
Yeah,
they
I'll
do
look
have
it
the
up.
same last name. Maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think that's a different. I might be way wrong on that, but I don't think that's the case.
So,
I
General,
think he's a real estate guy.
Is he?
Yeah, I think
Real
so.
estate's probably going to cash in there. I know you moved on from the Oreo. I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of any type of cookie, where are you going with your number 1 seed?
I did move on from the Oreo. I was getting digestive issues with them. I had to move on from the powdered donuts, which is unfortunate. I'll still knock out like a half sleeve of those every now and then, but I can't do the whole full bag. I'm just going to say, your regular chocolate chip cookies, sugar cookies, and the ones with the cinnamon as well. For some reason,
Snickerdoodles.
Yeah, the Snickerdoodle when made properly is insane.
Exactly. I'm glad you said when made properly. I've had some bad Snickerdoodles, but when they're done right, it's hard to beat it.
So then America's loving their Snickerdoodle in 2023.
I'm rocking with, and I don't know if anybody's really selling this, but there's one of my mom's friends will send us a care package, Ziploc bag full of these oatmeal cookies,
Raisin?
chocolate chip, and marshmallow.
Whoa!
It is a beautiful
Bada
twist
bing.
on the oatmeal chocolate chip cookie with that. Yeah, like I don't need that raisin. Just sprinkling a little bit of that marshmallow.
You guys been messing with any of those crumble cookie flavors this year?
Oh my
Like they come out with a new one every week.
We do a lot of crumble cooking.
Yeah.
It's nice to because you can order them for delivery.
And they're huge.
Yeah,
Like, you need to be able to share those.
4 cookies will last us 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. I mean, they're massive cookies. But those are good.
Where does the Fig Newton fall on this?
Fig Newton's not listed.
Outside of the top 100.
Yeah, Fig Newton's not listed.
Is that what you're going to go all in on right
I
now?
tell you what, no, man, you guys, every one of your cookies you guys were talking about were great.
Thank you.
I love Fig Newtons.
I'm not going to fight you on Fig Newtons. I like Fig Newtons.
Strawberry
but they're
Fig
not
Newtons,
listed.
I love them.
Not
I do.
listed.
But are they?
Bad bit, Brian.
Are they even? Are they a cookie though? Are they considered a cookie?
They might not be because that's why they're not
I'm on
listed.
it.
I don't know.
I'm on it.
Is it Fig Newton a cookie? I think that's a great question.
Are they made by the Keebler Elves?
Yes.
They are Keebler.
Boy, Keebler Elves, man, they make some fire cookies,
They
bro.
sure do. They sure do.
The little chocolate in the middle
Dude,
situation.
The rounds, the fudge rounds, is that what they're called? Those things are delicious, dude.
If you're not gonna let me have the Fig Newton, give me the peanut butter cookie with a Hershey Kiss.
Yes, dude.
Brian, that's number 10.
That's a good
The
touch.
Kiss cookies. Those are number 10 on the most loved cookies of 2023. By the way, the biscottis were 11. Lucius. They were just on the outside looking in.
I'm figuring out how to
just a bit outside.
I'm figuring out how to ground those up and put them like as dust on a dessert. Like
dust.
Oh,
dust.
yes.
It's like
Yeah,
a
just a little
ice
topper.
cream.
Like instead
ice
of
cream.
truffle,
Like
I'm just,
fairy
I'm
dust.
just-
Yeah, you grind them up and put them as like dust on your
That
ice cream.
sounds pretty delicious.
Okay, according to very reputable sport.com, Fig Newtons are found in the cookie aisle, yes, but from the day they were invented, they were called cakes.
Oh, okay.
But we know, logic tells us, okay, it's not a cake. I can look at a Fig Newton and know it's not a cake.
Although in the 80s, Nabisco began referring to them as a doughy cookie.
I think doughy cookie is a good description.
It appears then we had some counter advertising
Oh,
that said, no.
Not
This
today.
is not a cookie.
not today.
But it ain't a cake.
Now, is anybody doing homemade Fig Newton cookies, or are these just straight out of the box?
How
Like,
would
is
you even
anybody
do
do?
that?
I'd love to try it, but
You should do that.
You got to have like a fig tree in your backyard.
I'm going to get us. By the way, I keep talking about this, but I've got this thing down with this with the kolache and the sausage gravy.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, you injecting?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to have that this
I
week.
love a good
yeah,
injection.
We're going to get that this week.
Number 9, and I don't know that I've had these, but I guess they're similar to gingerbread cookies, molasses cookies. I guess they're very popular in the holiday season. They're a little chewier.
We all agree that the gingerbread cookie is the worst of the cookies.
No, I don't agree.
I can't go there.
Really?
Can't go there.
Are we
Totally out.
Okay.
I'm not super in. But
okay, so you're
am
also
I gonna,
out.
not eat a cookie if it's in front of me and it's gingerbread?
No,
probably
I know.
gonna eat it.
I'm not gonna do that.
But I'm not gonna buy and order a gingerbread.
Look, Broadus, girl dads.
Amen and touche, sir. And shout out to Sean Sharif. Sean sat right next to me and my fiance and didn't say a word, but congratulations is they are welcoming a girl as well. It is girl dad season. We're very, very excited.
I do like a good soft molasses cookie, though. They do have a unique flavor.
Yes. And I need to try some more of these.
You got to pay attention to the brown sugar in them.
And they
consciously.
Yeah, that's why they're supposed to be like sweeter than a gingerbread. So I might be into that. Number 8 is your traditional sugar cookie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Number 7 is whoopie pies.
They need to have my mom's Christmas sugar cookies.
Whoopie pies.
Whoopie pies.
With the foam filling.
Yeah,
in
on the
middle?
inside, and like what is it, like a chocolate? They're
It's
like
called a moon
they're
pie,
pillowy
right?
Cookies.
Wait,
Yeah,
what is this? What is
they're
this called?
soft pillowy
Whoopie
cookies
pie.
with marshmallow filling. Whoopie pies.
Whoopie pie.
Whoopie pies?
It's like it's an
You've
RC,
definitely had one before.
It's an RC cola and a moon pie. It's a southern
You've
thing.
had some whoopie.
Yeah, you've
at
had
least
that.
3 times.
Yeah.
And some
Yeah,
pie.
a lot of whoopie.
for sure.
Yeah. Newlywed game, they're always talking about whoopee.
Where's the best place you've ever?
In the butt. Wrong answer, lady.
Number 6 is peanut butter cookies. Number 5,
those are great. But
is-
it wants that chocolate kiss on there. I'm with
it
you.
does. I'm with
yeah,
you.
yep.
But peanut butter's good. Number 5 is shortbread cookies.
That's
Yeah.
what they give you on the airplane. I think that's a give up.
Those are good.
You know, they are good though.
Yeah, they're good.
They really are. Like, I'm not ever thinking when I'm wanting cookies, oh
You
my gosh,
pass.
I got to get those. But they're good, man.
You pass.
Dude, I think the best packaged cookie is still the Snack Wells. The Snack Wells with the the sandwich with the little. It's like an Oreo in the way that, but it's
kind of a reversal. It's
it's
Snack Well,
vanilla,
like, healthy?
vanilla cookie. They probably branded themselves that way. In no way are they actually healthy.
No, they're not at all. But I'd like to pretend they were.
My mom certainly did back in the day. No, these are my healthy cookies, guys.
Yeah,
I'm like,
don't
Mom,
look at me.
these taste way too good to be your healthy
Did you just
cookies.
eat that whole box?
Put it in my lunchbox now,
They're
Mom.
healthy.
I think that was a mom con. I stayed away from my mom's.
Dude, I barged in there and I never went back. I'm like, Mom, you're getting got here, dude. These are better than the Chips Ahoy that you're feeding me, okay?
I am in on Chips
Just
Ahoy.
put it in the
though.
lunchbox and step away.
830, the fudge stripes. Thank you very much from Keebler. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Number
That's
4.
probably the only like crispy cookie I like
Those are
hard,
good.
brittle cookies.
Are you more of the chewy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on that. Number 4 is ginger snap cookies.
Those are good.
Number 3, oatmeal raisin cookies.
All
Third
right.
most popular cookie of 2023.
Big fan.
Here we go.
Somewhere Reginald Atatula
One
is
of only
smiling.
2 places will eat raisins. That and
Is it the
Raisin
cookie?
Bran. Yeah.
Number 2 most popular cookie of 2023 on National Cookie Day is chocolate chip.
Yes.
Formerly number 1 and the new number 1 in 2023. It's been
Snickers.
kicking
It's that
ass and
doodle.
taking names. It's the Snickerdoodles.
Man.
The
I
Snickerdoodle,
think
the
Tips
most
Treats might
popular
have had something to
cookie.
do with that.
Their Snickerdoodle is delicious.
Yes, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you. And so's the top 10. What you got, Chief?
I was just thinking. I feel like we've started to really figure out how to do the Snickerdoodles because they've been around for a while, but you never know if you're going to get a good one or a bad one. I
Yes.
think they've got it dialed to a point now where they're just consistent across the board.
Okay, I don't want to say this too loud, but how's the AT&T Snickerdoodle these days? On 1 to 10.
Okay, I've been on the brownie kick at AT&T, so I can't even speak to the Snickerdoodle.
Not present?
I've
Not
not
present?
been enjoying those, but maybe I'll have to.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Bring me one. I'd love
will.
to see. At one point it was insane around 2013, 2014. I think they changed vendors. And it kind of went on a little adventure after that.
Yeah.
That's my least favorite thing ever.
Me
dude.
and Ruben have figured out how to bring little containers to move.
You guys
around.
really have got it down. I'm starting to get a little jealous. I
A
got some
longer
FOMO
post game.
now.
I'll just put a cookie in my pocket for you.
Give me as
there.
long. Did you guys do 2 hours?
Okay, Cowboys tickets giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Sports hodgepodge next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
We got all the footballs. We'll relive an NFL weekend the best way possible next year on the Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ.
World Series clincher in the month of November. So the Rangers were 1-0 in the month of November, and the Detroit Pistons were 0 for probably like 15 or whatever. 0 for 12, however many games they played in the
Probably
month.
hasn't happened very often.
No.
Last time Detroit was pretty good, the Pistons were hanging banners.
It's a bad time to be a Pistons fan, I would imagine. Now, I also saw this while I was out. There is a Barry Sanders documentary that just dropped.
Everybody's talking about it. They love this
Yes.
thing.
Lucius and I talked about this a little bit last week, and Lucius finished the whole thing. I'm still 30 minutes in. I have not gone back and finished it. But
You got to watch the whole thing.
it's been good.
Because I know why Barry left Detroit now. Oh, damn. I know why he left. Yeah.
And Calvin Johnson, right?
Yeah, you get it. You know why too.
They ended.
I'm sick of this.
They're ending the careers of some of the greatest athletes of all time. They're like, I can't do this anymore. Detroit, you've ruined this sport for me.
That's like when your ex-wife switches teams. You're like, wow, is that bad?
Is that bad?
Yeah, that's a real.
Can I spend the night?
Well, okay, then you're going to love this here, Lucius, because I saw from NBC Sports that Scott Mitchell, who was, and this is the first, as a 29-year-old, this is the first time even hearing of a Scott Mitchell. Didn't know he existed.
Quarterback from Utah back in the day, left-hander. Miami
And
Dolphins.
Pretty good player.
Yeah.
Pretty good player.
Pretty good college player, yeah.
Quarterback for the Detroit Lions for some years while Barry was the man.
Sure was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's unhappy with some of the criticism.
Damn.
Couldn't move. Okay.
Yeah,
a little stuck in the mud.
Stuck in the mud guy.
Well, Scott Mitchell, former Lions quarterback, believes he was unfairly singled out for criticism, particularly in the interviews during this documentary. So, and it's like some celebrity. So he took to Facebook, because everybody keeps alleging like, oh man, Detroit was just they were a quarterback away from winning a Super Bowl. That dang Scott Mitchell was holding us back, and he is sick of it. So he jumped on Facebook and he goes, I'm so tired of hearing how I was the reason that Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. I'm so tired of hearing how I was not a good quarterback. My only response is bleep you all. That includes Eminem and Jeff Daniels.
Bleep you all.
I guess it's Eminem and Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, they're all through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a whole lot of Detroit personalities and people that are fans of the Lions talking about their heartbreak.
Dude, that is too funny, man. Jeff Daniels from Dumb and Dumber and Eminem were a part of this Facebook rant here from Scott Mitchell as he in all caps screams bleep you all with about 5 exclamation points. He says, I can't even begin to tell you what a disappointment it is to hear my own coach, Wayne Fontes, who went out in free agency and actively pursued me to the point of begging me to come to Detroit, say that he wanted Joe Montana or Warren Moon, and that the only thing that was missing from the team winning the Super Bowl was a quarterback. A little support from the coach might have gone a long way. Wayne never had my back. So Scott Mitchell's not pleased with some of these interviews there in the Bye Bye Barry. Is this HBO?
Amazon
Prime. Amazon. Okay, very good. Now we have, looks like Aaron Rodgers, Rappaport saying that he's not likely to actually return and play. That was the report yesterday.
Man,
the football Sunday news dump when these guys have had information all week long and they wait till game day Sunday to unveil
that's
it.
their job.
Ian Rappaport's like, hey, it's still actually not likely that we'll see Aaron Rodgers take the field, even though he's practicing.
Not to play. I mean, there's not really a reason for him to. I did see the report last week that he said, what's the worst that'll happen is I'll just get hurt again. I mean, he seemed like he didn't have any fear of re-injury, but maybe they've came to their senses and realized they're out of playoff contention. Why risk Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I saw True Media's database goes back to the year 2000, and there are 766 teams listed. The Jets in 2023 have the worst offensive expected points added per play of every single one of those teams. So we're witnessing history here with the incompetence of the Jets.
It's hard to believe because the Patriots are just as bad, I feel like. You know, I just feel like these teams, why are these teams struggling so bad in an era where you score points that they just can't find a way to, have these games where they score 6 and 10 and 13 and nothing more. It's strange.
It is strange. And I also saw over the weekend as well, Rossini reporting that Roger Goodell is not a fan of the tush push.
No.
Let's go.
He's ready to get this thing removed.
This is good news.
Now, I don't know if you can you just make that call in the middle of a season like that?
No, I don't think you can in the middle of the season.
So it's not
going
gonna
to go through competition committee because
Okay.
nobody's really in danger of getting hurt. It's just I don't know. And I think for Stephen Jones' competition committee, you can't champion this. So you get this through the NFL because the Eagles' rivals can't be like no tush push. It's hard to like gain like momentum when you might just be a rival who's trying to get an edge. So
Clearly
this has
biased.
to come from the league.
Yeah. Yeah, and apparently Roger Goodell himself is really not a fan of it, so he's going to be trying to maybe get that play removed.
I do think that's hating. If you're willing
Me
to
too.
risk your center and your quarterback, I mean, I feel bad for the center, Kelsey, thankfully he doesn't have claustrophobia for him. I wouldn't be able to do that. Like
I'm just here to breaking my neck.
You got 10 dudes laying on you. That's just weird.
It is. And they're all 300-pound dudes as well.
Yeah.
They're not average-sized humans.
Yeah.
It looks like, man, the Packers might have a quarterback.
Yeah, Jordan Love's been playing really well, guys.
Kind of figuring it out.
My goodness, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, watching that last night after the charity event, you get home and you're like, man, I'm expecting Kansas City to be kind of rocking and
Kills the
rolling.
game.
Kansas
Kills the
City-
game against the best or sixth best defense now, I guess.
We might be overrating Kansas City.
Well, I mean, yeah, their offensive weapons are really starting to show. And I mean, I think Rashee Rice is still going to end up being a good player, but man, they are very, very weak at receiver right now. And not like the Packers have anybody that's amazing. I mean, Reed, their rookie, looks like he could be pretty good. Christian Watson, when healthy, has been
Great
really
catch.
good.
Yeah, they got some young guys that are
they've got a
stepping
good young
up and
team.
playing some football right now. I mean, if you're a Packers fan, you're probably feeling
LaFleur's stat.
really dang good. Yeah, LaFleur, what, he's 16-0 in the month of
Undefeated in
December?
Yeah. I had no idea until
Yeah.
yesterday.
That is wild,
I
dude.
think he's like 10-10 in November, but he's including playoffs. I think he's 5-5 in January. That's been kind of getting him right there.
He played great against Detroit a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it bottomed out for him about mid-season, but he has been on fire
They
again.
were 3-6 at one time, and they beat the Chargers, they beat the Lions, and now they beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, they've beaten some solid teams.
And they've got to kind of. I think they got the Giants this week, so they've got some games. Bears are in there, I think, as well. They've got some games that they could absolutely win. They could be one of these teams you're going to have to deal with as the 6th or 7th seed.
Yeah, I mean they were sitting at 2-5, and then all of a sudden now they're rattling off some victories, and they're firmly entrenched in the playoff picture.
They're in the hunt. Oh, I think they're.
I think they're the 7th seed as of right now.
Right, as of right now they are. Yeah.
So, but Jordan Love, I mean, big picture, yeah, it's exciting that they might have an opportunity at the playoffs right now. But if they're able to go from Favre to Rodgers to Love, ending up being like a competent franchise quarterback, dude, that has to be that's like one of the most. I mean, you say lucky, they went out of their way to get Jordan Love here. So I guess kudos to them for that. But my goodness, man, to have that type of quarterback luck, and it's still a little bit of a small sample size, but Jordan Love is playing legit football, and he's got the wow throws. And there was some like inconsistencies to his game, and like, oh my gosh, there's an amazing throw, and then there's like a what the heck was that accuracy kind of throw.
Yeah.
And I think he's becoming more consistent, but he's keeping the sort of the dazzling throw alive. And you saw that when he was in college, where it's like, man, he can
Well, you
get
take
out
a
of the
flight on that
pocket,
guy.
kind of sidearm, off platform stuff.
There was a lot to like about him at Utah State.
Yeah.
I mean, as you're projecting to try and get that next Mahomes like type of talent,
he has those
some of
wow
those rare
qualities.
abilities, no question.
So, man, good for the Packers right now.
Yes, indeed. They have hope at quarterback once again. We have takeaways from college football. What kind of a shot do you give the Longhorns of beating that team for a second time this season if it comes to it? We'll discuss that. And other hypotheticals around the big weekend in college football next round here. It's the G-Back Nation.
GettySecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got a college football discussion here for you. What'd you think of Booger McFarland and Mr. McElroy, Greg McElroy, getting after it yesterday on TV as a reaction to this? I know these debates have been hot and heavy over the last day, and you've probably had several yourself on social media, in real life, at the water cooler. I think it's just ultra fascinating as well that the Texas Longhorns benefit from this. And I know Longhorns haters are thinking maybe the money became a factor here. I don't know what you think about that, but the truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. I do want to know how much respect you give Washington, Pac-12 team. They played a lot of close games. They seem to have clutch gene like the Eagles. They'll be close, and when they need a drive, they've gotten it. Does that matter to you, or do you think that, well, they played too many close games against mediocre teams to actually believe they could be the Longhorns? I mean, come on here. And then while you're noodling with that, what do you think if they would get to the final there and take on Bama once again? Could you beat Bama 2 in a row? How much better is Bama than they were when you beat them early in the season? The truckwreck.com fan text, that 877-881-1053. Let's jump into this controversy. Which is the first cut? Is this McElroy? Doesn't matter. Greg McElroy here on the decision to leave Florida State out. Here we go.
I'm not shocked with how Florida State played the last couple weeks. They just have dropped off considerably at quarterback, and it's understandable, and I feel terrible for them. They did everything that you could possibly ask them to do, and here they are on the outside looking in. A lot of people will have big issues with this. They'll ask, why do we play the games? Why are we looking at a team that's undefeated that did everything asked of them to punch their ticket? But the committee actually did the thing that they've talked about for the last 10 years. Forever it's been, well, it's kind of the most easy to justify. Well, this team has 0 losses. This team has 1 loss. So therefore, the 0-loss team should be ahead of the 1-loss team. This is the head-to-head. They took everything into account. They took a step back. They acknowledged injury, which they've talked about in the past. And they put in the 4 best teams. And that is not an easy thing to do. So I want to tip my cap to the committee because that is a difficult decision to make. And they think they probably went with the thing that was a little less popular than it would have been.
Okay. So he is a Bama guy, right?
He is, and it's hard because him and Reese Davis both are Alabama guys.
Yeah. So there's, possibly quite a bit of bias in there. But I think you don't have to be biased to have that take. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
Here's how Booger McFarland responds to McElroy tipping his cap to the committee.
Well, I'm going to completely disagree with you. To me, this is a travesty to the sport. Because we go out there on the field and we play the game. And regardless of whether it looks good at the quarterback position, regardless of whether we win with offense, whether we win with defense, the name of the game is to win. And that's a reason never before has this not been done. Winning a Power 5 conference, going undefeated, and not getting into the playoff. So I understand we want to look at style points and who are we going to get for the best matchups. But that's not what this is about. This is about understanding to get the 4 best teams. One team has a loss. And that's Alabama. One team doesn't in Florida State. And the fact that this committee could take a Power 5 conference champion that's undefeated, those kids have went out there and busted their behind and not get into the playoff based on the eye test. Mind you, this is the same Alabama team who needed a prayer in Jordan Hare to beat an Auburn team that lost to New Mexico State. So that's really what has me bothered right now.
That whole argument about Bama and Auburn, though, is just such bull. It's like, dude, it's a rivalry game. This is like what. That is what, and didn't Alabama play on the road that game? Weren't they playing? They were on the road versus your biggest rival.
Yeah.
That's always.
And you had a couple
like
of ugly
throw the
performances from
records.
Florida State through the year as well.
Absolutely.
Boston College was one of them.
And it's unfortunate. It is extremely unfortunate for FSU. I genuinely feel bad for them. They are literally they're not getting in because their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah, if Jordan Travis is healthy, we're not having this conversation.
But they are not the same team without that quarterback. They don't go undefeated this year if they don't have Jordan Travis. It wouldn't even be a discussion.
Well, and Joey Galloway took exception to the fact that Booger McFarland used the word "we," that we want to see the best matchups. He took exception to that. He was like, listen, it's not we, and I thought that was, it was, he was trying to say that, like, hey, we're here as objective, analysis and all that. He took but I agree with Booger McFarland. I think that television does want the best matchups. I think they have huge bills to pay. They want advertisers to pay huge money. And
that's what they're thinking of.
Yeah,
It's the money. We have an obligation to our advertisers,
exactly.
So they don't ask us for a discount when we give them a crap game.
Is there a better matchup, Alabama and Michigan in the Rose Bowl? I mean, think about the intrigue with Nick Saban and Harbaugh and what's gone on.
The better matchup, in my opinion, would have been Washington and Michigan, to fact it in the Rose Bowl for one of the
I think
final
Alabama is drawing way more eyeballs than Washington is.
First timers out to that stadium. I mean, at least in a bowl.
I tell you what, man, the final year of the Pac-12 and the Big Ten and what it's about to be, I would have absolutely taken Washington. And
I just don't think nationally people care about Washington as much as they would about Alabama.
The Texas-Alabama game was good to a point. I mean, if you watch it, Texas played really well.
They did.
Really good game.
Milroad was not very good in that game.
No, he was not. And he's much better now. If they get that rematch in the national championship game,
you taking Bama.
It's going to be very interesting, yeah. It's going to be tough not to.
512, you nailed it, Brian. Texas is a huge market. 901, Dion agreed with keeping Florida State out, and he's an FSU guy. I think he's got a little issue with FSU.
He's got a big issue with them, and I would love to see his son and that wide receiver transfer there.
This is about ticking off fan bases. This says the 682. It's easier to tick off Florida State's, which is a far, far smaller than Bama or Texas.
This is about money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're 100% right. It is
projecting what is our revenue going to be based on the ratings of these fan bases watching.
Yes, we have huge, massive bills to pay.
469. Not all Power 5 conferences are created equal. I agree with that, and that's why that's consolidating. And maybe we're not too far off. Maybe now's the time to say, hey, we should just get down to 1 or 2 conferentions. I think that would be well timed.
You're going to have 40 teams. I believe this. You're going to have two conferences of 20 teams each, and they're going to just play each other is what they're going to do.
Texas benefited from winning the Big 12 and beating Bama in Tuscaloosa, not from FSU being left out. That's why they got the 3 spot. Bama is the team that benefited from FSU being left out and not Texas. Yeah, I mean, I think either one. You can build a case around multiple ideas. Is that 3-4 a true indication of how they see it or what matchups they wanted? Keep in mind, money is the primary factor here, and fan base is huge.
Yep.
And Texas beating Bama puts them at 3, probably just because of head to head. But if you want to look at it for other reasons, you could say, well, Bama's the better team right now because that's what they've been playing like. So they go back and forth for whatever factor kind of fits their narrative, and they've tried at times to clarify it so people can be like, okay, what should we expect from you? But they're fluid because they want to change depending on what the dynamics are to deliver the best possible product for television. I would like to say, oh, sorry, Chief.
No, you're good.
It's perfect timing for expansion because I think now there's more teams than ever that are capable of consolidating talent. This is what it comes down to. With this transfer portal, we can get friends to say we're all going there.
Yeah.
It's not just who coaches and cheats the best anymore.
Nope.
There's a lot of other factors, and because of that, you're going to have 8 to 12 good teams instead of 3 to 5.
When kids have figured out that they can move 2-3 different times.
Yeah.
The Gabriel kid from Oklahoma, he goes.
If I got a buddy across the country who's got a great situation and I'm benched, I'm out of here.
The minute you find out that you're not the starter at quarterback, these guys, look at Ohio State. I saw a deal where Ohio State might lose 25 kids.
Or if you're just great. Ryan Day, maybe looking at the NFL.
I mean, it's not just the non-starters. It's, hey, I'm damn good, but my team sucks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play on New Year's Day. Yeah. Now you're calling your buddies up that you know from whatever, and the next thing you know, social media has brought this group of guys together that are like, hey, we're going to go to try to take down Bama at Clemson or Georgia. And this is the thing now, I think, that makes it more important than ever than we have expansion. And I'm excited about it because we got new blood in this game, Chief. Got a lot of interesting storylines.
No question about it. I think it's going to be really, really fun next year having the 12 teams. I mean, you could even see this year, even though it felt like Georgia was the best team all year, it wasn't like... It wasn't the...
Didn't feel like quite the same, Georgia.
It wasn't quite the same. And across the board, it felt like...
SEC.
Yeah.
It really
the
wasn't.
SEC was
That's
down.
true.
Really
I mean, everything has been...
It wasn't quite the same SEC.
Everything's been spread out a little bit more.
The conference was the Pac-12, and we're never talking about that, really, at least in recent
memory. They
memory.
won't get respect, though. I mean, they won't get respect in the way because of
of past sins where they've been put in playoff situations and they
Washington's got a shot.
Yeah, they do.
And that's a tough matchup for Texas.
I think it should be a good matchup. You know, I expect a highly competitive, close game. If they get past that, what would you think about trying to beat Bama for a second time?
I wouldn't be betting on it.
What's the line?
Neutral field.
Houston. Houston's the site
for the national championship game.
Houston's the site for the national championship. Yeah.
I mean, if it's me doing the line, I'm favoring Alabama in the
Texas's
game.
run defense, I feel like, is a massive strength for them. That's why Oklahoma State had no shot. And if Bama can't get it going through the air, which was their issue in the first game, I think Texas can win it again. But Milroe is throwing the ball way better now, and Burton's emerging as a legit wide receiver target. Yeah, I mean,
Alabama's defense is showing
I understand
up every
picking
week,
Bama in a rematch.
Dude,
Hard to beat them twice.
Alabama's defense, yeah, even when they were looked like, oh my gosh, is Alabama slipping here? The defense wasn't.
Yeah, they still are going to have 2 first-round corners and a first-round edge rusher in Dallas Turner.
How injured was Kool-Aid in that game, though? He got hurt in that.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if that was a long-term thing. They went to a true freshman in that game.
That's true.
Yeah.
And Xavier Worthy, I mean, I saw him come back onto the field at AT&T Stadium with a boot on and crutches. I mean, how healthy is Xavier Worthy going to be for that matchup in a couple weeks against Washington?
Committee sure didn't mind pathetic offense from Bama as they gained 306 yards on the day, fewer than UAB and 6 other teams did against the Dogs during the year. But the Bama defense, Saban's best since 18, held Georgia to season lows in both yards and yards per play. Good thing you got that A on your helmet and not a Seminole spear.
Yeah. And a lot of, of course, it's weird. You talk negative about Michigan. I feel like the Michigan fans come at us the most on the text. Not saying Michigan can't beat Alabama. We're just saying if you had the rematch of Alabama and Texas, just hypothetically.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Michigan differently. I think than last year. It's just been another year for Harbaugh to build. This guy is a program builder. He knows what wins.
Michigan's legit.
Stanford, 49ers. It was just a matter of time. I think you had a formidable challenge in getting over Ohio State, but now you flipped the narrative there. And I won't put anything past Michigan.
What have we seen Michigan in the
possible.
playoffs of the last couple of years under Harbaugh, right? This is their 3rd time in the playoffs under him. Previous 2 times have been, disasters,
Yeah,
I'd say.
smacked
wouldn't
against Georgia. And then, a really competitive game against TCU, a classic, but they did fall.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We'll have more college football here coming up for you in the 6 o'clock hour. I did want to ask you guys before we move on from this, where do you put this UT team as far as other teams from the 2000s? Sims and Applewhite, VY, Ellinger's teams, which came up short, obviously.
Colt McCoys.
The Colt McCoys that lost to Nebraska. Where's this team in the historical?
I mean, they're definitely not the Vince Young teams.
05 Texas won.
I don't even I think the Colt McCoy teams.
I think 09 Texas was better too.
Yeah, they were.
And then I'd probably put this team.
Probably this team third in the last decade, or last 20, 25 years.
But, and when it comes to the committee and everybody's like, well, what's their formula here? Why isn't there consistency with it? I mean, I think that's what you want from this. You want every year's new. I'm trying, I don't know what the variables are going to be on any given year. So that's why I have people trying to make logical choices. If I wanted it to be Mr. Consistent and, you won this many games in this conference, so you're a shoo-in, then we would just put it back to the algorithm and the computers and we wouldn't need a committee.
Yeah, we'd just keep it with the BCS. And I think logically, as much as it sucks for Florida State, they picked the 4 teams correctly. We can make cases for why Florida State's deserving, and they were. But do we really think with Roadmaker, their backup, and not Jordan Travis, that in one of these playoff games they would beat Alabama, Texas, Washington, or Michigan? And I would say no, and that's why they're not in, because the committee felt the same way.
And you saw the reaction from Michigan when they found out it was Alabama that was going to be their opponent instead of Florida State, and they were not jumping for joy.
No.
They were like,
it was a tough draw.
We got our hands full here.
I would have hated to be in that committee. I don't know what the right answer is. I think if it came down to me, there's no way I'm letting undefeated out. I just think it looks weird. I think the results got to matter. I kind of signed with the AD that it's just, there's just something not right about it. Yeah. Undefeated has a iconic ring across all sport. You shouldn't have your season end when you're undefeated. Now, if you're Florida Atlantic or something in one of these other conferences, I get it, but not in one of these.
The selection committee gambled that Florida State was going to lose. They gambled. They put them at 4, at one time, and they gambled, and they got burned. They thought that okay, fine, it'll take care of itself. They're going to lose with a 3rd-string quarterback against Louisville. They gambled.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out. By the way, if I can circle back to Texas and their teams from history.
Yeah.
This team has legitimately 5 potential first-round picks.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
3 on offense. Their offensive linemen, the tight end.
Their
right?
left tackle Banks in a couple years will be a first. But Jatavian Sanders.
They've got some high picks. I mean, and you look at Sweat, right?
Sweat, their defensive tackle.
And Catalon, the safety.
Jalen Catalon, if he can stay healthy, he definitely was looked as a first round.
In high school, he was a monster.
So that's what I'm saying, though. This team, if you want to compare, there's been teams at Texas that haven't had large number of first round players for a long time.
Yeah.
We've gone through drafts where Texas didn't have, like, there were other teams like Findlay College getting drafted or something like that, and nobody from Texas.
Do you have an idea how many first rounders or draft picks in general the Huskies have? Because usually it's not that many up there in that part of the country.
Well,
Penix is going to go in the first round.
Yeah, what they've done too is, and their wide receiver is going to go in the first round.
Their 3 wide receivers are amazing.
And they usually put a corner. They usually have a corner or a safety that goes in the second or third round.
And they got a couple of dudes on the back end of that defense too that fly around.
They've quietly been like a
smack you.
DBU out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every year we're looking at, holy crap, Washington's got 2 corners, they've got a safety, and they're going in the first 2 days of the draft.
And there'll be some Tongan defensive linemen that they probably have that we haven't thought about.
For sure. Weighing about 365.
Yeah, they can't move, you know?
There you go. Some college football. We'll have more coming up in the 6 o'clock hour as the state, gets excited for a second year in a row. Congratulations to TCU and now UT for making it happen. It's time to give away some Cowboys tickets at 877-881-1053. Caller number 10. You win a pair of party passes to watch the Cowboys take on the Eagles at AT&T Stadium coming up this week, and it will be an enchanted evening. Now, tomorrow night and Wednesday, we're going to be giving away access to go watch the Cowboys practice. A once-in-a-lifetime experience for you with behind-the-scenes access to the Cowboys practice there that we can't even get to anymore. It's coming up tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll check in on your Shaq Leonard news and why we did have a deal, what we think of it, and winter meetings news. Do you want this guy back for the Rangers bullpen? That's next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Twin Peaks with you before we do anything else. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you get into Twin Peaks. Now, tomorrow the NBA in-season tournament resumes. Yeah, regular season hoops are heating up, and the NBA's inaugural in-season tournament is going